Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter became Death's Sentinel and controlled fate. Here is short summary. After sacrificing himself, Harry Potter speaks with Death and is sent back in time as its chosen Sentinel. Reborn as Harry Peverell, he must master forbidden power, guide a younger world, and stop Tom Riddle before catastrophe begins. This time, Harry isn't fighting to survive, he's enforcing fate itself. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The sickly green of the killing curse flew towards him and he smiled, greeting Death like an old friend. Perhaps, his friends would be able to finish the job off. They knew what to look for and what to do. Harry found himself in a white room, overly white, where he came upon the form of a black sickly-looking man curled up in the fetal position. He seemed to be whimpering in an everlasting tormented sleep. Am I dead? He wondered to himself. Not quite, Mr. Potter, a voice echoed around him. The voice registered as neither male nor female but rather a mix of the two. Harry looked around and froze as next to him a mass of shadows and necrotic energy formed a humanoid shape. It was feminine in nature, or at least as feminine as a mass of darkness could appear to be. Draped in a cloak of obsidian black and wielding a trademark scythe in order to harvest souls, supposedly. Death? Harry asked. Correct. What is this place? It's a crossroad of sorts. You see, Tom Riddle made a mistake all those years ago. When his spell rebounded, his soul split once again and what was left latched onto the only living thing that was powerful enough to sustain it, you. That scar of yours is where his soul entered. However, due to him being the one to kill you himself, he has killed a part of himself of that I will take. This leaves me with quite a problem. You see, I cannot simply send you back as you now have ceased to exist. But, Tom Riddle still needs to pay for what he's attempted to do in order to defy me. So, you have a choice, Mr. Potter. I can send you back in time to the first rise. Due to you being the master of my hallows in this world, I am in a unique position where you can exist as the only member of the most ancient and most noble house of Peverell. You will have access to their family magic as well as your own. You can prevent the war from ever starting or getting as bad as it did. Or, I can use the soul connection to send you back to your first year at Hogwarts armed with all the knowledge you have now, and you can be with your friends again. Harry thought for a few moments. He could go back and do it all again. He could do better being informed and knowing what was coming. Or, he could go back in time and prevent his parents and many others from dying in the first place. He thought back to Neville, who would visit his unresponsive parents in St. Muggo's and all the orphans like himself that lost their parents due to the war. If he went back to first year, he and they would still be orphans. Neville would still sit by his parents' bed every week talking to people he knew would never wake up. Sure, he could stop Tom ahead of time, but their parents would still be dead or as good as. Gathering his resolve, he made his decision looking at Death right in its eyes. Send me back in time. Very well, I thank you for your choice, Mr. Potter. Bring me the soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle. The hallows of this world are yours to summon as you wish. Harry felt a searing heat across his chest. He cried out in pain and looking down, he saw the symbol of the Deathly Hallows etched itself into his chest in a black ink. His body then seized painfully as he felt like his entire existence was being painfully shredded cell by cell before blackness enveloped him. Light hit his closed eyelids, causing him to stir. He searched for his glasses as per usual but couldn't feel them. It was then that he tried opening his eyes, only to find his vision as clear as can be. He took in the room he was in. His bed was a large 4-poster king-sized bed with silk pillows and blankets, and the room itself was the color scheme of black and silver. A full-body mirror stood in the corner while a coffee table with 2 couches were in front of an old fireplace. An unopened letter sat on the bedside table. Tentatively he reached over and opened it. The wax seal showed the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Mr. Potter, I'm sorry for the pain you experienced. Nothing I said could have made it any better for you. As you can imagine, being sent back in time is not a pleasant experience for anyone. However, I will freely give you some information. The Elder Wand is now a part of you, as are the stone and the cloak. You can call them to you at will and they will never be able to be taken away from you even in combat. You need but only think about which ones you wish to use and it will appear for you. However, these are the Deathly Hallows of your world. the ones that exist within this world are still in play and you should collect them again. I would suggest going to the goblins and accessing the Peverell vaults and lordship when you feel you are ready. The private library contains some of the most dangerous and obscure magic to exist within the world that the Peverells used. I have also included the Potter and Black libraries in addition so that you can use all the gifts of your bloodline. Currently it is the end of year break. I would suggest familiarizing yourself with your family magic, your skill set in the world at large before you will be attending Hogwarts. Oh, and I thought you could use a friendly face. Regards, Death. Friendly face. Harry said, confused before hearing a loud screech from outside. Walking over he saw a beautiful black and purple phoenix-like bird flying towards it. He opened the window with a flick of his wrist and the bird landed and then affectionately preened Harry. Hedwig, he asked, voice trembling. The bird in response nodded her head. Harry tenderly reached out and gently hugged her close to him. She wrapped her neck around his and gave as close to a hug as a bird could. Okay Harry, end of the school year. You have about 3 to 4 months before the new year starts. He thought to himself before he decided on a plan to prepare himself for what was to come. This is war, they just don't know it yet. He thought to himself. Over the next few days he spent it getting to know Peverell Manor. The old ancient home existed in an obscure valley which had powerful aversion wards around the border of the lands. It welcomed him to it and the various animals that lived in the forest welcomed him as the lord. His visit with the goblins had been amusing. As soon as he told the teller his name the teller had frozen, then he was met by the bank branch manager himself who verified his identity. Harry James Peverell, lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Peverell. The goblins had done well to manage the Peverell vaults for hundreds of years. He was without a doubt the richest person in Britain, maybe even the world, magical or not. Of course, they had readily agreed to keep his return silent and had provided him with the best of everything, including goblin builders to renovate parts of Peverell Manor. He installed a dueling room, the most powerful wards. Goblin, dwarven, and magical. If need be, his home could become a self-sustained fortress for a prolonged siege. He then came up with a training plan and regime, physical and magical, in addition to studying all the family magic that was contained in his library from all 3 families. Hedwig had brought him copies of the Daily Prophet to be up to date with the current news, and the house elves he employed had cleaned up his home as well as took care of the garden and the various magical creatures. Through his training and schedule, Harry developed his body to be physically fit in addition to growing to be 6 inches 5 with defined muscles and a six-pack. Not just that, he had mastered all manners of family magic to the point where he could cast without speaking, and to go overboard he became an animagus, which his form surprised him though it shouldn't have. The Peverell family in its history books and family tree are the only family in existence to have animagi, forms of other mythical creatures, and Harry Peverell was no different, being a Noondu. He also found that with some practice he mastered the art of summoning the Elder Wand from within him. After weeks of training he believed he was ready to head to Diagon Alley to get his Hogwarts stuff. He would be going into his 6th year. Arcturus Black, lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Black, was grumpy. As it was every year, he and his wife Melanie, along with his brother-in-law Charles Potter and his sister Doria Potter née Black, took their children and grandchildren, in Arcturus' case, shopping for their Hogwarts books and whatever else was needed. Turn that frown off, brother, we are here for the children, Doria chastised, much to the Lord Black's chagrin. The children in question were Bellatrix Black, going into 6th year, Andromeda Black, going into 5th year, Narcissa Black, going into 4th year, Sirius Black, 3rd year, James Potter, 3rd year, Regulus Black, 1st year. Orion, Walburga, Druella and Cygnus deigned not to join. He cursed, but his wife loved this day this most, as she got to spend it with all of her family and he was not one to go against her wishes. Lighten up, Arcturus, look how happy they all are. We can suffer through it for one day. A jovial voice jeered at him. Charles Potter was grinning from ear to ear. Are you just suffering through this, husband of mine? Doria's voice was low and dangerous, causing the older man to pale. Of course not, dear, you know I love doing this with you every time, the Potter elder said, attempting to placate his wife. Is it the contracts again? Melania asked, her hand touching his arm gently and giving it a light squeeze. They're pestering the fuck out of me. Cygnus is agreeable to it, and Walburga, whatever that girl is thinking, is vocally pushing for it. The day Sirius left that house it came tumbling down, I say, Arcturus grumbled. I know my sweet, but you have been diligent in your choices and we both know that Lestrange, Malfoy and Nott aren't the right matches for the girls and the three of them are vehemently against it themselves, Melania sighed. And it is for that reason that I have yet to reply to either of those slimy fucks. Trying to claim daughters of the House of Black like some fucking vultures. Did the girls voice their objection? Charles said. They didn't outright say it, but the look in their eyes conveyed that each of them absolutely despised the idea, Arcturus explained, and Charles gave a thoughtful hum while they watched Doria wrangle the excited children. The moment I'm not around, the vultures will swoop in, Orion in a spineless and useless excuse for a son being led around by Walburga's whims. She would sell out the Black family name to cozy up to whoever. Arcturus grumbled bitterly. Charles was about to say more before both men stiffened, feeling anti-apparition wards going up around them. Charles Potter and Arcturus Black were feared men, both of them decorated war veterans from their service in the Grindelwald War. Having led their own forces in the British Army and both men fighting Grindelwald to a stalemate on one occasion each. They were battle-hardened and knew what an ambush felt like, and this is what they were feeling. Gathering the children, I'll see if I can break through the wards, Charles instructed. Arcturus nodded. Of the two, Charles was better with wards while Arcturus was better with dark arts. He and Melania had drawn their wands and rushed to gather the group. We're being attacked, get together in a group. Bella, keep your sisters and the boys in the center, we move all together as a group. I will be at the front, your Uncle Charles will take up the rear, wands out, defend ourselves and show no mercy to those who attack us, Arcturus instructed. The younger children were more frightened but had their wands out, standing in the middle of the adults and Bella on the outside. Did you break through the wards? Arcturus asked over his shoulder to the man who brought up the rear. I didn't, hate to say it, but the Gits have damned impressive wards in place. So, we're trapped? Narcissa asked nervously. What do we do now? James Potter asked. Both him, Sirius, Narcissa and Regulus were trembling. We do what we have to do, we fight, Charles sighed. It was at this point that 6 bodies all garbed in black robes completely surrounded the small group. It was plain as day as to who and what they were, Death Eaters. Black, you should have agreed to our proposals. You would have put the Black family on the right side of history, a garbled voice hissed out from behind one of the masks. Growling was heard and the group paled as 3 of their assailants were revealed to be werewolves. They were on edge even more, and Bellatrix in particular was shaking. Always the coward, weren't you, Malfoy? Arcturus responded. Sharp with your tongue still, I see. Well, let me remove it for you, along with your head, and like that the battle began. Arcturus and Charles were the quickest and most volatile of their casters, sending out curses left, right and center at everyone. Doria and Melania were focused solely on defense and protecting the children, and Bellatrix herself did a mixture of offensive and defensive. They moved from their formation to give the others a bit more space instead of being bunched up. Narcissa and Andromeda did their best to fight off their attackers, succeeding in only incapacitating a few while holding off their advances. James, Sirius and Regulus weren't faring much better, given that Regulus doesn't even have a wand yet, with James and Sirius protecting Regulus while sending out whatever spells they could think of to help. A scream of fear echoed around them. Narcissa had stumbled and fallen over and was now being advanced upon by a group of werewolves when a loud ferocious roar echoed throughout Diagon Alley, causing everyone to pause. Greyback. Arcturus looked to Charles, alarmed. If he was here there was even more trouble, given that he was the most vicious of the werewolves. The werewolves that had advanced upon Narcissa were descended upon by a large beast, its claws completely tearing a werewolf apart before biting the head straight off another and sending a few of the group back a few paces. Narcissa and everyone else froze, seeing a Nundu towering over her. Its emerald eyes looked at her with concern. The werewolves started to back up. Nundus were extremely dangerous creatures and they instinctively knew that they were in danger. They turned tail to run, but the beast chased them down, filling the streets with the screams of rabid dogs being torn apart and hunted by a beast deadlier than themselves. Bellatrix Black had been in awe of the beast, having read about them in Care of Magical Creatures. But her awe distracted her. A stray werewolf who avoided the initial onslaught of the Nundu leapt at her from the shadows of an alleyway. She realized too late and resigned herself to her fate, only for the werewolf to be caught midair by the powerful jaws of the beast. She gazed up into its emerald eyes which bore down on her, causing her to shiver even as it closed its powerful jaws, completely crushing the last werewolf's head in its jaws before dropping the body. The Noondu then turned towards the shocked crowd, or more specifically the cloaked black figures. To everyone's shock, the Noondu started to change its appearance. It shrunk into the body of a well-built handsome young man with emerald green eyes. To Bellatrix he looked like an Adonis who had just saved her life. "Animagus," she whispered, though about everyone heard her. "Are you okay, miss?" The man's deep voice asked her. Bellatrix stared for a few moments before nodding her head. Satisfied with her reply, the boy, "No, man," turned towards the Death Eaters. "Is it not cowardly to ambush a group of children with their parents?" he said to the Death Eaters. "Mind your own business, boy. If you know what's good for yourself, you won't cross me." The lead Death Eater, Malfoy, growled and sent a blood-boiling curse at the man. Amused, the man raised his non-wand hand and just swatted the spell away as if it were a bug, much to the astonishment of the caster and the audience. Unfortunately, the stray spell deflected into one of the other Death Eaters. "Well, this won't do. The fight hardly seems fair. Perhaps I should even the numbers." The man mused. The Death Eaters barely had time to register his words before they started falling one by one. They'd all but forgotten about the Potters and Blacks as this new individual killed them ruthlessly. He weaved and danced around the battlefield with deadly precision, casting spells that were known and unknown, and soon the 6 force dwindled down to just 2. The leader and a second. The man hit both of the remaining Death Eaters with a spell that caused them to be bound by burning blue chains which seared into their flesh, causing screams to come from them. "Oh, what's wrong? Can't handle a little pain?" he mocked as he got eye level with the two of them. "You'll pay for this. The Dark Lord will have your head." Malfoy snapped. "Dark Lord, you say? How many does it take to send a message?" The man pondered. "Oh yes, one person." "Well, why don't you run along and tell this Dark Lord that he has awoken powers that he cannot even begin to comprehend? For with his rise, a Sentinel has once again been called to protect the world. You'll tell him that Lord Peverell is coming for him," the man said. He could see the widening eyes of the two left. "Okay, good. Now how many are needed to send a message?" "Ah yes, just one," and with that the man killed the Malfoy one, before letting the other one go, who ran and apparated away as soon as he was clear of the ward lines. "I'm so sorry, where are my manners?" The man turned to the astonished Potter and Black families who were huddled together with the older women checking on all the children's conditions. "Who are you?" Charles asked before the man could finish his introduction. "My name is Harry Peverell, Lord of the most noble and most ancient house of Peverell, Sentinel of the magical world and guardian of Britain," he said with a bow. Thunk. Bellatrix had passed out cold. Charles and Arcturus's jaws dropped when the young man announced himself to them. The Peverell family had been extinct for centuries, or so they thought, but here one was now in front of them and having protected them from the Death Eaters. While they could be skeptical, what made their skepticism die down was the fact the young man, Harry's, animagus form was a magical creature, and no other animagus in history has ever had a magical creature form aside from the Peverells. "Is she all right?" Harry asked, concerned for Bellatrix who had fainted. "She's just magically exhausted," Doria explained. "Ah, right. Well, I am sorry that we met in less than ideal circumstances. But, I think that all or you could use a safe place to rest, and if you are so inclined, I would welcome you to my manor while you recuperate and prepare yourselves for what I'm sure will be a very trying time in the next few months," Harry offered kindly. Charles and Arcturus nodded at each other, having a silent conversation. "We would be grateful for sanctuary while we recover," Charles said. The young man smiled brightly at them before he waved his wand, summoning a nearby scarf. "All right, everyone holds on," he announced. They did as told, and moments later the familiar feeling of a portkey washed over them. They arrived in the receiving room of one of the most beautiful houses any of them had laid their eyes on, coming from two of the oldest families around. That was saying something. "Mimi," Harry called out. Moments later a young house elf appeared. "Would you be able to help our guests with their unconscious girl? And have the others prepare refreshments and dinner for our guests?" Harry asked politely. The elf nodded eagerly. "Of course, Master Peverell. Comes with me, please. Mimi be showing you to a room to rest in," she said, gesturing for the women and children to follow her. "Are you sure about this, Charlie?" Doria asked with a frown. "The boy hasn't lifted a muscle in our direction aggressively, except his help." Arcturus and I will speak with him, Charles replied, though he too was concerned about being in the house of a practically forgotten, but powerful, family. I, Lord Harry James Peverell, do hereby swear that my guests the Potters and Blacks shall not be harmed during their stay with me so long as I am not attacked first. So I say, so mote it be, Harry intoned. The magic of the vow washed over the room and eased the woman's concerns while having the two men look at the boy with curiosity and a bit of trust. Now, while they are recovering, perhaps it best we retire to my office. Lead the way, Lord Peverell. The Lord's office in Peverell Manor was neat and kept. It housed the most important family books that required the permission of the head of house to even touch, along with many other questionable sources of magic. The large oak desk sat rather bare of anything except a lamp or two, a stack of blank parchment, a quill and inkpot. Harry sat down in the seat before conjuring 2 seats for Charles and Arcturus. Have a seat, he gestured. Lord Peverell, thank you for saving us today. But what were you doing in Diagon Alley? And how did you come to rescue us? Charles asked curiously. I was already in Diagon Alley when the attack occurred. Believe it or not, I was doing my shopping for the school year, Harry said sheepishly, and both elder men looked to each other. How old are you, if I may ask, Lord Peverell? Arcturus said. I'm 17, I'm going into 6th year at Hogwarts this year after being homeschooled most of my life. Though that being said, I've very much kept up to date with the state of the world. I have eyes and ears everywhere, Harry replied. You're only 17. Charles gaped and Harry nodded affirmative. Merlin's beard, we got saved by a 17-year-old boy. Arcturus slumped back in his chair. I'd say I'm fairly skilled, wouldn't you agree, Lord Black? Harry grinned at the man. So, what is the purpose of bringing us back to your manor? Arcturus righted himself, deciding to ask the question that had been nagging him. Harry had many reasons. The fact that he saved his grandparents, both sets, along with his father and godfather was the main reason, but he couldn't tell them that. So, he went with a more believable explanation. As you are aware, my family, the Peverells, were named one of the Sentinels of the magical world. And Guardian of Magical Britain. This means that it is my responsibility to protect the people and to deal with any dark witches or wizards who threaten our world. There hasn't been need of a Peverell for many centuries, but I've become required, and that is the reason I have emerged from my sanctuary to the outside world. As for your 2 families, I thought it prudent to bring you to safety given the number of individuals sent after your small group. 5 dozen, including 3 dozen werewolves to take care of a group of 10 individuals, half of them being children. I abhor the honor of the one behind the attacks. But not only that, I've done my research and I've read much about your exploits during the Grindelwald War. You're both veterans, and for the war to come, I will need experienced people I can trust to have magical Britain's safety at heart, Harry explained. Like many of the other magical societies, Britain had a Sentinel family. These families were of great power and importance and were solely in charge of guarding and protecting the people from the dark and evil that wished to destroy their countries. For magical Britain, this was the Peverell family. France had the Devereux family, Italy had the Giovannis, and even America had the Hamiltons. It is my intention to fight the war and protect the people, and as targets yourselves I wish for your 2 families to join me as wartime allies. I'm not yet old enough to join the Wizengamot, but I can assign one of you as my proxy should you be agreeable. I believe both of you are politically powerful despite taking a step back from politics to spend time with family. But, I dare say that it is time you 2 become active again, he continued. I'll have to think about it, Lord Peverell. I admit I am quite concerned about my family members who may still be suffering from the aftereffects of the attack. Would you allow us a bit of time to consider the offer properly? Charles spoke evenly and respectfully. Despite the fact the boy was Bellatrix's age, he had saved them and wielded magic that he had never seen before, so it would be wise not to antagonize him. Of course, Lord Potter, I understand that. Norn will show you to the rooms your families have been assigned. Dinner will be served at 7:30 p.m. Call Norn and Mimi to escort you all when you are ready. I must ask that your family members do not wander around too much, and those boys of yours don't try to get into any of the locked rooms. They are locked for a reason after all, Harry warned as Norn, a house elf of his, appeared and bowed respectfully. We will make sure they don't wander, Lord Peverell. Thank you for your hospitality, Arcturus said, rising to his feet. Until this evening then, should you have need for me, again, use Norn or Mimi to summon me, Harry said as he stood and exited his office, leaving the two elderly lords with the elf to show them around. Line break. Crucio. Tom Marvolo Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort, snarled at the Death Eater who survived, some underling that he cared not the name for. Abraxas was dead, as were a few of his best recruits and 36 werewolves. Greyback wasn't happy at all at the loss of a fifth of his pack. My lord, I beg your forgiveness, the man sobbed, having passed on the message and the memory of the battle. I've never even heard of the Peverell family, just who the hell is this boy? He snarled. Everyone in the room was too scared to speak or move. Well, answer me, he growled. My lord, legends say that the Peverell family long ago became the guardians of magical Britain, their role to protect society. But a Peverell hasn't been seen for a few hundred years. We thought their family name only a myth, Lord Knott said quickly. Well, that myth killed Abraxas and has sent me a threat. Me, the Dark Lord, Rockwood, Mulciber, Parkinson. I want you three to find out just who this damned Lord Peverell is. It will be done, my lord. They bowed respectfully. Well, what are you waiting for? Get out of my sights. He snapped. The Death Eaters in the room were quick to leave to do his bidding. Lord Peverell, if you won't join me, I will make an example of you. He thought menacingly. Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore looked at the Daily Prophet with curiosity, namely the title article, Malfoy Lord and Death Eaters Killed in Diagon Alley. Who is this mysterious young man? The image depicted a young boy who couldn't be older than 7th year dueling the terrorists. What was even more curious was the letter he had received from the goblins a few weeks ago. It simply read, to Albus Dumbledore, at the request of Lord Harry Peverell, this message is sent with the intention of notifying you of the wish for the young lord to attend Hogwarts in 6th year. Lord Peverell is 17, almost 18, and feels that gaining accreditation from Hogwarts before he goes out into the world is ideal in allowing himself an extra year just in case. Please write us with your response. Sincerely yours, Sharp Claw, manager of House Peverell's affairs. Gringotts. Of course, Albus Dumbledore accepted his application to transfer into 6th year. He was curious if this Peverell was the remnants of the family who once wielded the Deathly Hallows. The Peverell family were heralded as the Sentinels of magical Britain. Their role was to protect the people and remove any dark wizards or witches who threatened the natural order. He had the fortune or misfortune of meeting Kendricks Hamilton and Vincent Devereaux, two Sentinels from the United States and France, during Grindelwald's War. They were something completely different, and he had no doubt this young Peverell would be the same. He was certain Harry's family were the original wielders of the Deathly Hallows, as the Elder Wand had stopped working for him, no longer seeing him as its master. Instead, Albus had to once again use his Holly and Phoenix feature wand. Times are changing, my friend. Perhaps we have hope against Tom and his followers, Albus murmured to Fawkes. The Phoenix trilled its agreement. Peverell Manor. Bellatrix awoke in a room that was not her own. She was confused, but the memories of the day caught up with her. She shot up only for a gentle hand to hold her in place. Bella dear, it's okay, we're safe, Melania said, giving her a warm smile. Andy, Sissy, the others? Bella asked. Are all fine as well, like you just exhausted from all the magic they expended. Now that you're awake, drink up. Melania held a potion out for her and Bellatrix grumbled as she took the pepper-up potion from her grandmother. Where are we? Bellatrix asked after finishing it. We are in Peverell Manor, though I don't actually know where Peverell Manor is in regards to geographic location. Somewhere in the Scottish mountains is my guess, Melania replied. Lord Peverell has invited all of us to join him for dinner. Come on, get up and fix yourself up. Despite what happened, I will not have you looking anything but a proper lady of the House of Black in front of Lord Peverell. Melania ushered Bellatrix out of bed and into the bathroom. After a clean and some handy transfiguration by her grandmother, Bellatrix was wearing an impressive dress. She let out a sigh of relief when she saw Andromeda and Narcissa. Both of them were dressed similarly to her. The boys, Sirius, James and Regulus, were themselves wearing formal dress robes. Well, look who is up and about. How are ya feeling, Sleeping Beauty? Sirius quipped. Arcturus gave him a slap on the back of the head. Ow. Act like a proper noble, not a cheeky brat. We are about to have dinner with Lord Peverell as his guest. You will show that you are a respectable young man, as we will be interacting a lot in the future. Arcturus growled and Sirius straightened his back, as did James and Regulus. What do you mean by that, grandfather? Narcissa asked, confused. Lord Peverell will be attending Hogwarts as a 6th year. He was actually shopping for his Hogwarts books when we were attacked. It was fortunate that he was, or we would not be having this conversation, Charles said as Doria fixed up James's tie. Bellatrix and the others were shocked. Lord Peverell was Bellatrix's age and he knew more magic and was more skilled than any they've ever seen before. Why was he attending Hogwarts? Mimi, would you lead us to the dining room please? Doria asked the excitable house elf that had been assigned to them. Of course. Follows me, she said, before leading them through the manor. The dining room itself wasn't lavish, it was rather plain and simple. A long dark mahogany table with seats lined up neatly. The head of the table's seat had the symbol of the Peverell family on it, the Deathly Hallows. As the two families entered, Harry was standing to greet them. Welcome, thank you for joining me for dinner. It's not often I get company, the elves in the kitchen have never been happier to have so many to cook for, Harry said. Bellatrix swallowed as she looked at him properly. He was a head taller than her. His hair was dark and his eyes vibrant green. He looked everything an Adonis should be. His physique was hidden behind formal robes, but even then, his arms bugled with muscly biceps. He was the most gorgeous man that she had ever laid her eyes on, and going by the pink cheeks Narcissa and Andromeda had, they were thinking the same thing. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Lord Peverell, Arcturus and Charles said together. They each took a seat and the rest of them sat themselves down in suitable seating positions. Arcturus and Charles took Harry's left and right respectively while their wives sat next to them and so on. Please, call me Harry. We are to be allies, are we not? He said brightly. Indeed, we are. After some thinking, once we knew the children were all right, both of us agree that it would be beneficial to align our houses with your own. This self-styled Dark Lord tried to have us killed. I want to repay the little shit for his audacity, Arcturus growled. Charles nodded though didn't speak. Both men were furious at the attempts on their lives and the lives of their family members. Splendid. I will have my manager at Gringotts draw up the paperwork. Now let's leave the formal talk for another time. Please. Dig in, Harry said, and on cue the table filled with a feast courtesy of the Peverell house elves. Everyone ate their fill and made idle chatter as dinner went on. Particularly the three Black sisters were eager to know more about the young lord who saved them. You've been homeschooled. How did you get so good in combat? Bellatrix asked. The manor has a dueling room. It simulated all sorts of scenarios including wartime. I've updated it. With battles from all manners of warfare from magical to muggle, Harry replied. Can I see it? Bellatrix asked. She was then jabbed in the side causing an, ow, to come out of her. If Lord Black consents, I don't mind showing you, but I can't in good conscience let you try it out, Harry replied. Bellatrix then whipped her head to her grandfather. Another time, Bellatrix, Hogwarts starts next week and we still need to figure out who the source of the attack came from. This new Dark Lord is obviously the culprit, but we know not his true motives for wishing to dispose of us, Arcturus replied. What house do you think you'll be in? Narcissa changed the subject while trying not to giggle at Bellatrix's pout. I haven't given it much thought, Harry replied. As long as it's not Gryffindor, you'll be fine. Gryffindors are way too mischievous and their pranks can sometimes be a bit much. You don't seem like that type, Andromeda added. Hey, there's nothing wrong with us. And their funny pranks. James and Sirius defended. Something we should know about, James? Sirius? Doria asked. Nothing, mother, just some harmless fun, James replied. Just so you are aware, if Charles or I receive a letter of any kind, both of you will be cleaning the menagerie like muggles, Doria threatened calmly. Both boys paled and shuddered and Harry raised an eyebrow. You can send them here after that. I'm sure my elves would love some muggle-style help with the animal sanctuary. Lots of Arumphant dung, Harry casually added. Of course, Lord Peverell. I certainly will send them to you afterwards. Doria chirped happily. I reckon you'll be Slytherin, or Ravenclaw, Narcissa hummed in thought. We'll see where the hat puts me, Harry said casually. How do you know about the Sorting Hat? Andromeda asked curiously. I briefly read about it, Harry stammered out awkwardly. After dessert was served, the two families were ready to leave. Harry guided them to his flow and the two families flowed to their respective homes, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Seeing the innocence of the three Black sisters along with his godfather and father renewed his resolve. Bellatrix Black was the picture of beauty, Her black mane and porcelain skin and youthful features made her easily one of the most beautiful women he'd ever seen, compared to Bellatrix Lestrange, who was malnourished with matted hair and insane from years in Azkaban. Narcissa Black still had her signature owned hair, however the girl was smart, that much he could tell. She had a good mind, and while not as talented with a wand, she was very much her own person, much different to Narcissa Malfoy, who was basically a trophy wife. Andromeda Black wasn't much different than Andromeda Tonks, though admittedly Harry had only met her once for Tonks' baby shower for Teddy. He regretted that he never got to be a godfather like Remus and Tonks had planned. James Potter and Sirius Black were exactly as he had been told. Both boys were mischievous and had that Gryffindor pride they were known for. They had a lot of maturing to be, but already Harry could see parts of the Sirius Black that was his godfather. Harry strode towards his training room with renewed purpose. Entering it, he took off his robes and transfigured his clothes so that he was just in a tank top, cargo pants and combat boots. Battle of Berlin, 1945, he commanded. Around him the room shifted to recreate the streets of Berlin during the Grindelwald War. He summoned the Elder Wand from his symbol and began another bout of training. The Wizengamot had been called into an emergency session with the death of Abraxas Malfoy. The Dark families were calling for blood while the Light families were rebuffing them for their claims. Millicent Bagnold, the Minister for Magic, was suffering the biggest political headache she had ever had before. Albus Dumbledore, to his credit, had merely been listening and observing while making sure that no spells would start flying. It matters not the supposed allegiance of the now deceased Lord Malfoy. He should have been given a fair trial. Not to be executed the way he was. Lord Thaddeus Knott growled out. And I suppose he was going to claim to be Imperiist again. Edgar Bones, Lord Bones, Auror Captain and older brother to Hogwarts' 6th year Amelia Bones growled out. You know as well as I do, Lord Bones, that hardly anyone can fight the compulsion of the Imperious curse. It is why it's an unforgivable. Lord Reginald Parkinson retorted. And who was the boy who executed him? He should be carted off to Azkaban for killing an upstanding member of society, Lord Knott added. That boy saved my family. A voice boomed, silencing the entire Wizengamot. Gasps and chatter started anew as Arcturus Black and Charles Potter entered the chamber in unison. Their united front caused all three factions of the Wizengamot to be on edge, as the Blacks had typically been a dark house while the Potters were usually light-leaning neutrals. Lord Black, Lord Potter, welcome back to the Wizengamot, Albus Dumbledore said, straightening his back. Clearly, our absence has been noted. Both Arcturus and I simply wished to enjoy our time with our families. Though it seems that we must once again take part in this again. You can expect that families we have agreements with will be summoned for private matters. But that can be discussed privately, Charles said as he and Arcturus ascended the stairs and taking up the seats for the House of Black and House of Potter respectively. The various families that had dealings or debts with both families paled considerably at that announcement. And who was your savior exactly, Potter? Lord Knott ground out. That would be me, a new voice called, and a young man entered the room, his emerald green eyes scanning the crowd. How did you get in? Only lords and ladies of governing houses can enter, Millicent Bagnold asked, surprised. Orders. Seize him. Arrest that boy for the murder of Lord Malfoy. Lord Parkinson ordered. I hardly think we need to take that course of action, Thaddeus. Dumbledore began before a wave of magic was felt by everyone, silencing them and causing them to shudder. My name is Harry James Peverell, Lord of the most ancient and most noble House of Peverell, Sentinel of magical Britain. By birthright I claim my seat as the Sentinel presiding over all. Harry's calm voice echoed around the chamber. Bright yellow magical lines originating from Harry shot out, lighting up the entire Wizengamot, shooting towards a single seat above the Minister of Magic and Dumbledore's seat as Chief Warlock, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows shining a bright golden color as Harry made his way towards it unopposed and sat down. As soon as he did, the magic welcomed him and died down. ILL Lord Peverell, W. Welcome to the W. Wizengamot, Millicent Bagnold stammered, looking up at the young boy. All the lords and ladies were staring, many with opened mouths in shock. As I'm sure most of you are aware, the Peverell family seat has been vacant for a few centuries, as we have mostly been safe. However, recent actions and news I have received over the last few years has concerned me, and my family thought it suitable to return to society. As many of you know, the role of Sentinel granted to my family is one that we take seriously. Those of you who mean no harm to magical Britain and the world as a whole have nothing to fear, those of you who wish harm upon your fellows, well, I'm sure you've seen what happened to Lord Malfoy. Harry left the rest unspoken. Oh, of course, Lord Peverell, it's as you say then. Lord Knott sat down. All of the dark faction and many of the neutral looked uneasy at this new revelation, having only read about the Peverell family and magical Sentinel families in History of Magic and Global Histories of the Wizarding World. Lord Peverell revealed. By Barnabas Cuff. The Wizengamot received a shock today, as did the Wizarding world as a whole. The return of Lord Black and Lord Potter to the Wizengamot after 3 years of absence came with quite the surprise. It would appear that their return coincided with the recent attempt upon the lives of the 2 veteran lords and their families. However, dear readers, the most shocking part of their return was followed by the appearance of the young man who saved them from the Death Eater attack. This young man was none other than Lord Harry James Peverell, the 17-year-old lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Peverell. Now, discounting his age, the Peverell family had been thought to be a now dead bloodline without a member of their family gracing the wizard world of magical Britain for over 2 centuries. How wrong we were. The young lord's return and taking up the mantle of Sentinel as his family did so long ago is shocking to say the least. Unfortunately, Lord Peverell declined an interview citing, "My apologies, but I need to prepare for Hogwarts." You heard that right. Young Lord Peverell will be attending Hogwarts in 6th year. His relations are currently unknown, but it is highly likely that Lord Peverell is attending Hogwarts for the prime reason of finding a wife or alliances. Witnesses of the Diagon Alley attack claimed the young lord to be very powerful and knowledgeable in magic. We at the Daily Prophet will endeavor to bring you more news and hopefully an interview. To read about the Diagon Alley attack, turn to page 3 to 4. For more on House Peverell and Sentinel families, turn to pages 5 to 7. For more on Charles Potter, turn to page 8. For more on Arcturus Black, turn to page 9. Bellatrix hummed as they put down the paper, having finished packing her trunk the night before. She was currently sitting at the breakfast table with her sisters, mother and father. You met Lord Peverell, what was he like? Cygnus Black had taken a keen interest in interrogating the 3 about Lord Peverell. Ever since they got back home late that evening, Arcturus had been furious at the attempt and immediately burned all offered contracts for any of the daughters and sons of House Black. He had been on a warpath ever since, and was often in the company of the only man he trusted, Charles Potter. He's amazing, father. And gorgeous. Narcissa said dreamily while Andromeda rolled her eyes. Bellatrix completely agreed with her youngest sister silently. You should see his animagus form in person. It's a Noondu, a very large one at that, and his eyes are the most beautiful green, she added. The Peverell family are the only known animagus in magical Britain, potentially the whole world, to have magical creature forms. I think it's the same with the other Sentinel families around the world, Andromeda added. I recall when I was in Hogwarts studying that the last Peverell had the animagus form of a hydra, their mother Druella Black née Rosier added. You went to his manor, where was it? Cygnus asked. Not sure, father. Grandmother thought it may have been somewhere in Scotland. But even we don't know. He created a portkey and took us all. Bellatrix was unconscious from magical exhaustion, Narcissa replied. Did you meet his family? We didn't meet anyone there. He was alone, and that's strange in itself, but grandfather told us not to ask questions. And to be respectful, Narcissa said. His manor is gorgeous, way larger than grandfather and grandmother's house. I'm pretty sure I saw a valley out the windows, Andromeda said. All right, enough of that. Come on girls, Hogwarts today, let's finish up breakfast and get you girls to the train station, Druella said, cutting off the conversation, giving her husband a disapproving look. Cygnus relented, seeing the look his wife was giving him. He had interrogated each sister individually over the past few days and they didn't tell him much about Lord Peverell. The 2 girls had been recovering from shock at being attacked and fighting for their lives, and his eldest daughter was literally unconscious. He hoped that the information he had gotten was good enough for the Dark Lord, perhaps Walburga had managed to get more from Regulus. The platform was bustling with students old and new climbing aboard the train for the Hogwarts year. The 3 Black sisters got S compartment together to start with. Andromeda disappeared fairly quickly. They were joined by a few of their friends and people they were friendly with. Regina Parkinson, Ophelia Greengrass, and Marceline Bulstrode were friends of Narcissus, while Veronica Davidson from Ravenclaw and Marcus McLaggen from Hufflepuff were two individuals Bellatrix considered friends. "Saw you were in the papers, Black," Marcus said once the train started. "It's not every day someone attempts to off the Black of Blacks along with Lord Potter," Veronica added. "Grandfather wasn't pleased, he's currently trying to figure out who it was that planned the attack," Bellatrix responded. "Suppose you're lucky Lord Peverell saved you," Veronica gave a smirk. "I doubt we'd be having this conversation if he didn't," Marcus added. Meanwhile, Narcissa and her friends were gossiping in their own little private bubble, talking about the same subject. "What's he like, Sissy?" Regina asked eagerly. "He's so gorgeous, his eyes are the most beautiful green I've ever seen. His body is so fit, like wow, I've never seen such an attractive guy before. And his magic, wow. His animagus form saved us from the werewolves who changed into cowardly dogs in his presence," Narcissa said dreamily, remembering everything she could about Harry. "Weren't you going to be betrothed to Lucius?" Ophelia asked. "Oh Merlin, no. That pompous git, I can't stand him. Besides, after the attack and Lord Peverell killing the Death Eaters and werewolves, with Lucius' father being the one who apparently was leading the attack. Grandfather burned all marriage contract proposals upon arriving back at Black Manor from Lord Peverell's house," Narcissa explained. "Lucky. I wish I didn't have to marry my cousin," Marceline grumbled. The entire train ride was full of conversations of these natures. After the talk about the newly emerged Lord Peverell, they spoke about the rest of summer and what everyone did. Arriving at Hogwarts a few hours later, Andromeda showed up to collect her trunk before the three Black sisters and their friends got into the carriages to head to the castle. The three Black sisters sat with their individual friend groups at Slytherin table while watching the sorting of the new first years, clapping politely and then welcoming their cousin Regulus, who was sorted into Slytherin as well. The frown on Sirius' face at the Gryffindor table could be seen plainly, as he had hoped Regulus would join him. "Now all the first years are sorted, I would like to welcome and sort our new transfer student. I'm sure many of you have heard his name before. Please give a warm welcome for Lord Harry Peverell, who will be joining the 6th-year students." The Great Hall went silent as Harry walked down the aisle heading towards the sorting hat. Professor McGonagall hesitantly lifted the hat as he sat down and placed it on his head. It looked as if Harry was having a mental conversation with the hat for a few minutes, as it had yet to respond with a house. 5 minutes passed before the hat spoke. "All right. Better be Slytherin." An applause sounded awkwardly after a few moments as Harry's robes turned silver and green before he walked towards the Slytherin table with purpose. Bellatrix, in her infamy and her lack of friends in Slytherin, had already made it so she had 2 student spaces between her and her housemates. She bit her lip and swallowed as he approached her. "Mind if I sit?" he asked her. "Of course not, my lord," Bellatrix said nervously. Harry smiled at her and sat down, much to the chagrin of many of the other students. The welcome feast was its usual affair, with Albus Dumbledore giving a few announcements. The Forbidden Forest is forbidden, etc., and the Squib caretaker's list of banned items. Then the food appeared and everyone began to eat. "I trust you have been well, Bellatrix?" Harry asked casually from his seat next to her. "You can call me Bella, my lord." "And I have. I've spent much of my time since the incident studying family magic and trying to improve my core," Bellatrix replied. "All right, you can call me Harry then. That's good that you took to studying family magic. Even after all these years, magic is truly fascinating," Harry murmured. The two noticed a slight shift at Slytherin table as Narcissa and her 3 friends moved and sat opposite them. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow at her blonde-haired younger sister, while Harry looked at them with mild interest, noting the 3 girls he didn't know blushing and looking nervous. "Hi Harry. How have you been? Welcome to Slytherin. You know, I had no doubt you'd come to our house, though with how long your sorting took. For a moment I thought you may have been a claw or even a puff," Narcissa chirped brightly as she served herself some food. "I've been well, Miss Black. I've been dealing with an influx of missives, letters, contracts and legislation since the Wizengamot meeting," Harry replied, before addressing the other 3, "And who are you 3 lovely ladies?" "Call me Sissy please, Harry. Our families are going to be close allies after all. And these are my friends, Regina Parkinson of the ancient and noble house of Parkinson, Ophelia Greengrass of the most ancient and most noble house of Greengrass, and Marceline Bulstrode from the ancient and noble house of Bulstrode." Narcissa introduced, Harry gave each of them a polite nod which had all three girls blushing. "A pleasure to meet Narcissa's friends, Harry Peverell, you may call me Harry. My title is only for official business and intimidation." Harry gave a grin and Bellatrix had to resist the urge to roll her eyes. For some reason his grin reminded her too much of her cousins James Potter and Sirius Black. Hello Harry," the three girls stammered out, appearing starstruck. After dinner was finished the individual houses were led to their common rooms by the prefects. Harry walked with Bellatrix, Narcissa and her friends all the while the bee-own girl was rambling about something or rather supposedly informing Harry about the school and what they were walking past. Slytherin common room in the dungeons was exactly like he remembered from when he infiltrated it in second year, though a bit older-fashioned and surprisingly cleaner, though that's likely due to Horace Slughorn being the head of house currently. Upon entering the common room, the prefects took the first years aside, leaving the rest of the house to their own devices, with most heading towards their individual rooms to put their things away. It surprised Harry to learn that in Slytherin everyone has their own individual room. However, his magic sensed a spell flying his way. He turned to see a stunning spell well on its way to striking him. Last minute he battered it away with his hand, causing it to strike the wall, and in moments his wand appeared in his hand. "Is that the usual way you greet new students?" Harry's voice was calm as he looked at the four boys. Even without meeting him yet, Lucius Malfoy looked every bit the pompous, stuck-up teenager that Draco had been. There was no mistaking that particular bee-owned family, no matter the time he was in. Standing with his wand pointed at Harry, long platinum hair in impeccable order and the standard dueling stance. "You'll pay for what you did, Peverell," he sneered, and Harry raised an eyebrow, appearing confused. "And I did what exactly?" "My father, you executed him. He was under the Imperious Curse and you killed him," Lucius ground out. "Who are you again?" "Lucius Malfoy, Lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Malfoy," he snapped. "Oh, the son. I'm sorry your father made the wrong choice of who to follow," Harry said simply, shrugging as those that remained in the Slytherin common room watched on in silence. Bellatrix had her wand in her hand but made no actions. She was anxious, knowing that Lucius Malfoy had Rabaston and Rodolphus Lestrange along with Theodore not in his group of junior Death Eaters. All three were particularly vicious with a wand. Despite having witnessed his spell work in Diagon Alley herself, she still felt a little on edge. "You'd better watch yourself, Peverell. You're in my house now and don't think I can't find ways to get to you," Lucius growled. "You seem to think you're in a position of power. Let me assure you, you're not. It would be wise for all of you to rethink your course. I will give you this warning only once," Harry said, turning to head to claim an empty room. "Harry!" Narcissa shouted in fear, seeing Lucius and his group all cast spells at his back, and not all of them were stunning spells. Bellatrix started to cast a shield spell, but Harry pivoted swiftly, twisting his body between two spells, his hand coming up and battering another away while his wand conjured a black mass that absorbed the last spell. He then shot back, quicker than anyone could see, 4 stunning spells that slammed into each of the 4 boys, sending them crashing back into the wall in different positions, definitely with broken bones. "Cowards," Bellatrix snarled. She moved towards them, but Harry's hand stopped her. "Leave them be, they'll wake eventually and then have to get themselves to the hospital." "Nobody helped them whatsoever," Harry replied, talking to the rest of the occupants, which included the prefects who had caught the last exchange in its entirety. Slytherin dormitories were split by years. However, the boys and girls weren't in different dorms due to the individual rooms they all got. Bellatrix followed Harry into the 6th-year dormitories and claimed whichever room was right next to Harry's after he decided. The rest of the evening was spent placing protections on their room and unpacking. School was definitely going to be interesting with Harry Peverell here. Arcturus Black was rubbing his temple with his right hand as he sat at the desk in his office. Melania sat on the couch in the room with a Muggle novel given to her by her sister-in-law Doria Potter. "These fuckers are persistent, even with Abraxas dead," he growled, reading over new contracts that were sent to him once again from Malfoy. "Lucius now, Lestrange and not calm, my love. You know they sent new betrothal contracts because you incinerated the last ones." Melania closed her book, walked around behind her husband and gently rubbed his back. The man was slouching over his desk while reading. "Fuck the lot of them. Thinking they can claim daughters of the House of Black for their own," he snapped. "I know, my sweet, I know. It is fortunate that we are still around to make these decisions. The contracts can wait, my love, our children are arriving soon for your summons. Melania continued to rub his back soothingly. Now, sit up straight like the man you are. You will compose yourself, husband, and together we will talk with our children about the course of action House Black is to take. Melania Black née Rosier was not a simple pure-blood wife. She was a skilled witch in her day and still was, and she and Arcturus respected each other and each other's skill set as much as they also loved and adored each other. Gathering himself, he straightened his back and stood up to his full height, looking every bit the intimidating man he was. Melania in comparison barely reached his shoulders, not that she minded. Let us go then, he said. She reached up and pulled him into a loving key, before the two of them left the office looking every bit like Lord and Lady Black. Already sitting at the table were the various members of the Black family. Arcturus had summoned every adult member of the Black family including his sister Cassiopeia, who had been living in Germany in isolation after her part as a Grindelwald supporter. There was a tenseness and polite conversation around the family as Orion, Walburga, Cygnus, Druella, Pollux, Cassiopeia and Doria, who despite being a Potter, was still a Black and was present at the attack. Arcturus stormed in with Melania following him. He took his seat at the head of the table and Melania her seat at his right, and Doria was seated to his left. The only person who may have argued about Doria's presence here was Cassiopeia, but she said nothing, instead choosing to watch the room. Father, why have you summoned all the Blacks? Orion asked curiously. As you are aware, there was an attempt made on the lives of myself, Melania, Doria and her husband Charles. It was only the intervention of Lord Peverell that we managed to survive with minor injuries. Abraxas Malfoy cited my hesitancy to sign away Bellatrix, Andromeda and Narcissus' marriage as one of the reasons for his attack, Arcturus began. Well, why hesitate? Those are the right sort of families we should be aligning ourselves with, Walburga cut in. Cygnus and Orion nodded their agreement. If my hesitancy and willingness to ask the girls their thoughts is met with a cowardly attack, what do you think of that, Walburga? He snarled. The woman recoiled as if physically attacked. Well, but nothing, girl, now shut your yap, Cassiopeia sneered. You're a disgraced Black after what you did for Grindelwald. You should have been cast out of the family. Walburga made to stand up. Sit down, girl. The voice of Melania Black growled and everyone went silent. Cassiopeia let out a grin and then began to cackle. An attempt was made on our lives, by terrorists. The House of Black is aligning itself with both House Potter under the leadership of House Peverell, Arcturus said. Walburga turned a very ugly shade of red while Cygnus was tightening his fists under the table. But father, he is but a child. Orion protested. One scathing look from both his mother and father was enough to cowle Orion. A child who saved us, who did what we as Blacks should have and put down any who threatened or tried to control us. That child is a powerful lord, and it is my honor that he asked for the help of the Black family, Arcturus snarled. Orion shrunk back down in his seat. He then took a deep breath and sighed. Cassiopeia, I am welcoming you back with open arms upon a condition. That we will discuss in private, Arcturus said to his older sister, who raised an eyebrow at him but nodded. As for the rest of you, I am officially stating that House Black will do everything in its power to defeat this movement that has been gaining traction. Death Eaters who attack any of our family members or the people will be put down like rabid dogs. If I find out any of you are still supporting that foolish cause, you will be cast out from the Black family and will never return. Arcturus' gaze swept the room and Cygnus and Walburga shied away from his gaze. True to Harry's words, no one in Slytherin helped the four who assaulted him. Instead, much like himself, they went and claimed their own rooms, setting it up the way they wanted to. Narcissus' room was decorated with her favorite books and she spent a lot of time organizing her wardrobe and making sure she had her best outfits. She was going to do her best to have Harry notice her, though she was pretty sure Bellatrix also fancied Harry, though she would never admit it. Her thoughts traveled to their middle sister Andromeda, who appeared to be a slight bit absent. She had sat with a few friends during the feast and hadn't gone to the common room with everyone else. Obviously, she knew Andy could take care of herself, but still, with how fresh everything was and how attractive Harry was, she fully expected a rivalry from both of her sisters. A knock on her door took her out of her thoughts. She opened it to see Ophelia, Regina and Marceline. Standing to the side, they all came in and settled themselves as they did every night during the school year to talk about the day. So, that commotion with Malfoy and his cronies and Lord Peverell, Regina started. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, I absolutely soaked my knickers, Ophelia said, fanning herself. All the girls burst out into giggles. It sucks I can't chase after that. I'm already betrothed to my damned cousin Lyle, Marceline sighed, but perked up. But you three, I fully expect to live vicariously through one of you. She pointed at them. I expect Bella will also be contending for his attention, she's been fascinated with his dueling technique and prowess, Narcissus aside. Well, the Peverell family was supposedly extinct. That means he could take consorts in addition to a lady, right? To further expand the family. Regina mused. That would mean forsaking our family names though, Ophelia pointed out. Who cares, Ophelia, I would forsake any name to be with that, Regina dismissed, and again the girls dissolved into fits of giggles. Andromeda Black was glad to be back at Hogwarts and out of the limelight. She had found her friends and boyfriend and sat with them for the train ride. Theodore Tonks was a Hufflepuff and a nice muggle born. They had bonded when she was failing charms and Professor Flitwick had asked the older boy to tutor her. He was polite and she had been rude to him, believing herself to be better, but eventually they got on polite terms and somehow, she had grown feelings for him, and even after their tutoring stopped she often sought him for answers to her problems. The Diagon Alley attack had really freaked her out. She realized how she hadn't even bothered to pay too much attention to her studies and being caught out and barely able to shield herself and her family while Bellatrix, her grandfather and great-uncle Charles were defending them as best they could. Harry had saved them all. He was the same age as Bella, yet he commanded magic that was more powerful than anything she had ever seen before, and animagus as well. Here you go, Andy. Ted Tonks handed her a glass of butterbeer with a bright smile. Thanks, Teddy. Fortunately for both of them, they were prefects and were on patrol together, so this was the norm. She took a long sip and sighed, letting the warm feeling of the liquid hit her stomach before looking back at Teddy with an affectionate smile. I'm sure glad that Lord Peverell was able to save you. I'd miss our evening fun, he purred as Andromeda sat on his lap, his hands coming up to squeeze her ass. Teddy was all she needed. She didn't need to think about competing with her sisters or any of the other single girls for Lord Peverell's affection. She was happy with her nerdy Hufflepuff Muggleborn. Welcome back, Harry. Harry found himself back in the White Room speaking with the entity of death. Did I die again? Was the first question he asked. He didn't remember an attack on himself. Last thing he recalled was sleeping in his bed in his newly claimed dorm room after setting up many wards to protect himself. No, you did not. I am simple appearing to you in a dream. You seem to be making waves already, sending me 6 souls, Death said, amused. I let one live, Harry protested. But Tom Riddle didn't. I approve of your actions, but I do have to inform you of a little something I require of you. And what would that be? Once you complete your mission, the 3 Hallows will need 3 bloodlines of yours to be distributed through. As such, I wish for you to find yourself at least 3 wives, with 3 different aspects to each one. The bloodline of the Elder Wand's characteristic should be fierce, determined and loyal, as is the nature of a wand. The bloodline of the Resurrection Stone should be of the nature of life and death, perhaps a creature like a Veela or vampire or elf. And lastly, the bloodline for the cloak should be one of mental fortitude and cunning. The 3 powerful artifacts should only be united under one bloodline when the world needs their protection. As such, when you complete your mission you will distribute them again for me. You want me to have 3 wives? At least, yes, so the 3 bloodlines can carry each sacred artifact individually and fate will bring them together again when the world needs the Peverells, Death confirmed. Ah, if you agree to this, Harry Potter, I shall grant you one favor within my power in the future. Think about it. When Harry awoke he found himself exactly where he went to sleep in his dorm room. He sighed before pulling himself out of bed, all the while thinking about his brief conversation with Death. 3 wives, 1 for each artifact, the wand, the stone and the cloak. A quick wandless, Tempest, informed him that his usual wake-up time of 5:30 a.m. had come, and that's what pulled him from his heavy restless slumber. He got dressed for a run wearing a simple tracksuit, tank and windbreaker, zipping it up loosely before he exited his room and headed outside. The thick fog of Scotland greeted him like a warm welcome home. Hogwarts, no matter the time, would always feel like home. The magic welcomed him now as it did when he had first arrived at 11 years old. Once he left the castle, he began his morning jog, this time deciding his track would be around the Black Lake, perhaps he'd even give the Kraken living in the lake a greeting. 2 hours later saw Harry returning to the common room after his run. He was covered in sweat, and even though he wasn't panting, his legs had certainly felt the strain of the different terrain, and the different air burned his lungs. He paused for a few moments looking at the occupants of the common room. A few first years were up, along with a few from the other years as well. Safe to say Slytherin wasn't full of people who were up at the crack of dawn. He chuckled to himself as he headed down the 6th-year dorm rooms into his room, bumping, almost literally, into an emerging Sleepy Bellatrix Black. "Good morning, Bella," Harry said politely. Oh, morning my lord." Bella yawned before rubbing her eyes and then getting a proper look at him, and her eyes went wide as her cheeks flushed. She couldn't stop herself from looking him up and down. The way his sweatpants almost left nothing to the imagination. He had taken his windbreaker off and his toned arms and pecs were visible and covered with the sheen of sweat. What have you been doing?" Bella asked, licking her lips, unconsciously causing the man in question to chuckle. "I went for a morning run around the lake," Harry replied. "Why though?" Bellatrix asked, confused. "Because, Bella, magical power is one thing, but to be physically fit aids in your ability to survive in combat. It also helps the ease in which you cast your spells," he explained. She was paying rapt attention to his words. "Teach me," Bellatrix said. "I'm sorry, what?" "Teach me how to fight. I can't stand how useless I was in the alley." "Harry, Lord Peverell, please, teach me how to protect my family," Bellatrix all but begged. Harry looked at her and saw a glint in her eye, something that reminded him of the Bellatrix he knew but didn't know at the same time. "It won't be easy. I won't go easy on you just because you're a girl. You won't get to slack, and you will still have to attend all your classes and perform at the highest level." Harry stepped closer to her, a good foot taller, as he looked down at her. She gulped, a little intimidated before he saw her use occlumency to steady her emotions. "I will do it. I won't complain once. I promise. I keep having nightmares about that day. I keep seeing Sissy, Andy, grandmother and grandfather dead around me. It's my fault. I'm not strong enough. I can't let that happen. I have to be strong enough to protect them." Bellatrix's voice trembled, but her resolve never wavered. "Okay, every morning, 5:30 a.m. you will be up to join me for a run. I will not wake you. I will be leaving promptly at 5:45. We will run until 7:30 a.m. where we will return to freshen up and head to breakfast and then class. Tuesday and Thursday nights we will train. Sundays I will test you in a duel. Should you miss any of our appointments without a suitable reason, our arrangement will end immediately. You will speak of this arrangement to no one. Am I understood?" Harry said. A fervent nod was all he received from the girl, and satisfied with her answer he moved to his private room before heading into his bathroom to take a shower. 8 a.m. saw him wandering down to the Great Hall for breakfast. An eager Slughorn greeted him halfway through breakfast as he handed him his timetable. "Terribly sorry for not being able to speak with you last night, my boy. I got held up at an international potions conference. Very important, you see," Slughorn had said. "It's quite all right, Professor. I settled in perfectly fine. Bellatrix showed me around." The girl in question's head whipped around before she gulped and put on her pure blood face. "I was quite happy to help." Good. Miss Black. Well, you two have the same timetable anyways, so I trust Miss Black will be able to escort you to the classes until you know your way around." "Of course, Professor." "Excellent. Well, my boy, I will see you tomorrow for potions. But if you have need of me, my door is always open for you," he said earnestly, and Harry nodded his appreciation. "Oh, by the way, Miss Black, would you happen to know why Mr. Malfoy, both Mr. Lestranges and Mr. Nott are in the infirmary?" he asked. "Think they slipped on one of the moving staircases," she shrugged. "Ah, yes, they are quite temperamental. Well, Poppy says they'll be able to return to class tomorrow. Anyways, good day, Mr. Peverell, Miss Black." Professor McGonagall was just like he remembered her to be, stern, serious and passionate about the subject she taught. Transfiguration was one of his favorite subjects and something that he had become quite adept at. Many underestimated just what you could do in combat with it if you're creative enough. "Mr. Peverell, would you like to demonstrate the spell? I hear you are quite experienced with transfiguration," she asked. They were beginning the school year with transfiguring and animating an object. The idea was to transfigure a goblet into a bird of prey and animate it to act like that bird. Sure thing, Professor. Harry's wand materialized in his hand, he raised it and flicked his wand hand. He silently transfigured the goblet into a replication of a peregrine falcon. Another swish of his wand and the falcon gave a loud shriek before flying around the room. Looking back at everyone in the room, he was being stared at. That's quite impressive, Mr. Peverell. But I was hoping you would verbally cast the spells. 50 points to Slytherin for a flawlessly executed silent transfiguration and subsequent animation. Harry had the decency to look sheepishly at his classmates. Bellatrix looked at him with a hunger she had never experienced before. Professor McGonagall then explained the two spells and what they were along with the theory behind the lesson before going into the practical part and giving each student a goblet to work with. A word if I might, Mr. Peverell. Professor McGonagall asked as the other sixth years began to do their practical exercises. What can I do for your professor? Harry asked. You're an animagus, am I correct? He nodded. How did you learn that? Did it take you long? I learned it from a few different family books. It took me a long time to discover my animal and even longer to learn to shift. It's awkward becoming my animagus form, Harry replied awkwardly. In truth, it only took him a few months to become an animagus, something that even perplexed him, but he had a suspicion that death and its blessing was one of the catalysts. I see. Would you perhaps indulge me in joining my Newt Transfiguration class later in the year? Animagus transformations are covered as part of the curriculum. Well, the theory is. It's illegal for us to teach it, but any students taking a transfiguration mastery is able to learn it if they wish, Professor McGonagall informed, and Harry thought to himself briefly before replying. I don't mind, but my form is going to be very different from the norm given my family magic. Yes, I understand. I believe the papers said your animagus form was a Noondu. It is. Well, I think Professor Kettleburn will want you for his care of magical creatures classes. That way he can have a Noondu to show to the class and not worry about it attacking any of the students, she joked, and Harry chuckled. For the rest of class, would you mind helping a few of the other students? I know you're new to school in Hogwarts, but given the demonstration you gave, I trust you can help your peers. Harry nodded, and that was that. Helping the other sixth-year students felt nostalgic. It was like he was back in fifth year again, where he and his friends created the DA and he was teaching all of his fellow classmates defense against the dark arts. Charms was much the same as Transfiguration, except Professor Flitwick didn't have him demonstrating anything and just taught the class. Much the same happened for History of Magic with Bins and Ancient Runes with Professor Victor Ulysses. All throughout his classes he took note of the other students, what they were doing, how far along they seemed, and what they had the potential to do. Bellatrix was focused on every class, taking his offer to train her seriously for the first day at least. He couldn't be sure about the others, but at least it was obvious she was going to do her damned best to become a better witch. Charles Potter stood with trepidation as the room in his house filled with various wizards and witches, none of them younger than 35, not that it bothered him that much. These people who were arriving, they were his brothers and sisters during the Grindelwald War. Himself and Arcturus Black led this group in many skirmishes against the Dark Lord's forces, and while many of them fell, those that survived only improved in their skill and prowess, and their loyalty to one another was unparalleled, having bled for each other on a daily basis for the many years the war was on. Once the remainder of their battalion arrived, all the men and women stood at attention. The years had not been kind to the various individuals in the group. What was once a battalion of 120 was down to its remnants of just shy of 40, some casualties being from PTSD after the war. Commander Potter, Captain Black, they all echoed. At ease, soldiers, thank you for responding to our summons, Charles said. Arcturus stood next to him. Both of them shared a brief silent conversation before they addressed the room. Brothers, sisters, everyone here remembers what we went through with Grindelwald. Everyone here fought, bled, suffered, and persevered for our country. And now, another is trying to take her from us. This Lord Voldemort is a terrorist. He came after our families and will continue to come after the good people of our country until he is in control. Well, I say different. I say we fight back against them. Charles growled. An echo of, yeah, followed. Lord Peverell had asked for Arcturus and I to aid him, and we have gathered you all to ask if you will once again put your faith in us, follow us, and protect our country. As one, all 37 of the individuals stood at attention, straight backs, staring forward with faces full of determination and loyalty. An attack on you is an attack on all of us, Commander. We will fight with you to protect the country we love. This came from Lieutenant Saria Whitmore. She was a Muggle-born and the youngest member of the battalion, having been only 18 when the war occurred, and while she had left the Wizarding World after the Grindelwald War, she was currently an officer in the Muggle army. Echoes of affirmation from everyone else in the room followed. Very well, know that Arcturus and I won't hold it against you if you decide this isn't your fight. Now, first order of business is to begin our training. For the next 3 months, we will set up a training regime. I will seek Lord Peverell's permission for use of Peverell Manor as our HQ. Let us begin. Line break. Bellatrix was currently dry heaving on the cold grass near the Black Lake. She had woken up at 5:30 on the dot and had been ready to join Harry on his run, or so she thought. She quickly found that running was not something she was good at, and as her legs burned and body ached, she was cursing herself and anyone she could think of. Harry had mere raised an eyebrow at her as she slowed very quickly. He looked at her as if saying, "That's the best you've got." Bellatrix was a stubborn girl. She pushed herself through it and now found herself in this predicament. "You've got a lot of improving to do," Harry commented. "Screw you, Peverell," she managed to get out. Harry just laughed. "You asked for this, remember that. Here, take this." Harry handed her a muscle relaxant potion and a pepper-up potion. She downed them and felt the aching in her body alleviate. Letting out a sigh of relief, she then downed the pepper up and felt energy return to her body. "I'll supply you with these potions until you get used to the run. Once you're keeping pace with me without looking like a zombie, you won't need the potions anymore," Harry said. Bellatrix just nodded. "Don't forget, tonight we have our first lesson. We will do it in the room of requirement on the 7th floor," he said as the two walked at a slower pace back to Hogwarts. Bellatrix was excited for once. She was going to be learning how to fight from Harry himself. She was also flushed thinking about how it will just be the two of them. Her thoughts drifted to other things as she felt her knickers starting to get wet with arousal. Getting into the shower in her dorm room, Bellatrix Mo.Ned as the warm water washed her body of the horrible sweat she had worked up over the morning. Her thoughts went back to Harry Peverell. She let her hands caress her wet body, imagining they were his. She imagined his strong hands on her breasts, holding her hips. She imagined what it would feel like to have his lips on her own, as his manhood claimed her as his own. Her hand was now furiously rubbing her clit, biting her lip as she masturbated in the shower, thinking of the different ways Harry Peverell could own her. Bellatrix Black was not a witch that could be crossed easily. She was ruthless, independent, and a force to be reckoned with. But for Harry, she would be the most submissive, protective and passionate wife so long as she belonged to him. She arrived at breakfast with half an hour left. While the potions helped her, her body still felt the fatigue of her morning run. She loaded up on eggs, bacon, sausages, beans and mushrooms along with drinking big sips of juice. "A little hungry this morning, Bella?" Andromeda asked, the girl sitting across from Bellatrix with her own plate. Narcissa was also sitting near them, though she was currently engaging in conversation with Harry. "I'm taking my studies seriously, Andy. I was up doing some study early this morning," Bellatrix replied. "Oh, good for you. Hogsmeade is this weekend, are you going to ask Harry?" Andromeda gave her a toothy grin and then a laugh as Bellatrix's cheeks flushed. "If you weren't my sister, I would curse you for teasing me." Andromeda's response was to stick her tongue out at her. Classes today were agonizingly slow as Bella's body protested to many of the actions she was forced to take. However, Harry had told her she needed to maintain her studies in addition to his classes, so she did her best to pay attention, even in history of magic, as the ghost droned on and on about the Goblin War of whatever. Potions with Slughorn wasn't as bad. She had been partnered with someone she didn't consider a friend nor an enemy. Lucretia Malfoy was nothing like her pure-blooded cousin Lucius. For one thing, she was a half-blood and quite a powerful one. The other was that she had been bullied by said cousin for years as well. Her father was considered a blood traitor for marrying a Muggle-born, and were it not for Abraxas Malfoy's father's will forbidding the removal of their family from the Malfoy house, well, things would likely be very different. Dinner had come and gone, and now Bellatrix had a spring in her step as she made her way to the 7th floor. She had no idea where the room of requirement was, but she was sure she could find it one way or another. Absent-mindedly she walked past a few portraits before doubling back. That door wasn't there before, she thought as she approached it. Opening it and coming inside, she found Harry conjuring what appeared to be practice dummies and targets. "What is this place? I could have sworn there was never a door here," Bellatrix said as she approached, the door closing behind her. "The Room of Requirement is one of Hogwarts's best-kept secrets. It appears when you need it and provided whatever you require. For our lesson I required a lot of space to work with," Harry explained as he finished his preparations with a nod. "So, what are we learning today, Professor Peverell?" Bellatrix asked with a smirk. Harry raised an eyebrow at her before giving her a smile of his own which caused her heartbeat to quicken. "Target practice. You are going to hit the stationary target with a piercing spell 50 times in the bullseye. You will keep going until you do so. Then we will move on to the practice dummy, which will be moving targets. You are required to hit their bullseye as well with a piercing spell 25 times. Bellatrix pouted. Simple target practice, surely she could do this easily. "Don't pout at me, Bella. There is a reason for this. Accuracy. You have to be able to be accurate with every spell you cast. A single stray spell may cause you to lose your life, or the life of your friends or family," Harry lectured. Bellatrix sobered quickly and nodded. "All right, begin." What Bellatrix thought was easy, turned out to not be that easy. Her first few spells struck true, but her attention started waning and then her spells were off-center. "Oh," she thought, and she reined in her errant thoughts and tried to re-center herself mentally. It took her almost 100 piercing curse to hit the bullseye 50 times. How the hell was she supposed to hit the moving targets? All the while Harry hadn't watched. He had set up a counting mechanism that would display how many times she hit the bullseye, and instead he was meditating. "Not so easy is it?" Harry said, startling Bella, who gave a little eep. "How the hell am I supposed to hit it 50 times in a row?" "You focus yourself and steady you casting. It's only the first day. I expect you'll get better in the future and we can leave target practice behind us. But it is a fundamental aspect of dueling," Harry explained, and she found herself nodding. "Now, onto the moving dummies." Harry vanished the target and then waved his wand and the dummies started to move from side to side. They were moving at an average walk speed. "Bullseye, 25 times. Morgana, help me," Bellatrix mumbled as she cast her first piercing spell, hitting the first dummy just left of center. It had taken Bellatrix 178 attempts to reach 25 bullseyes on the dummies. Harry was actually impressed with her magical reserves. He had fully expected her to deplete her core a while ago, but the girl kept going on and on. Now, at 25 hits she was huffing and exhausted, but she had succeeded. Her stubbornness wouldn't allow her to not succeed. "I'm surprised. You've probably cast the piercing curse almost 300 times this evening." "Well done," Harry praised, and Bella beamed at him with a warm, albeit exhausted, smile. "Let's head back to the dorms now. It's almost curfew. You deserve a good rest. Don't worry about tomorrow's run. Let your body recover," Harry said. "How many attempts would it take you to reach 25 bullseyes?" Bella asked. 25. Bullshit. You have to hit the dead center every time. I'll show you." Harry started up the dummies again, this time increasing the speed so they were at a very quick run, almost sprint. His wand flicked into his hand and he rapidly cast 25 silent piercing curses. Bellatrix watched open-mouthed as the targets registered 25 hits as she counted him firing off the 25th spell. He gave her a lazy smirk which caused her cheeks to flush and her legs to rub together. "Show off," she muttered, and he let out a laugh. "You asked," he said. "Are you doing anything this Hogsmeade weekend?" Bellatrix asked suddenly. Harry gave a brief pause. "Narcissa and her friends invited me to go with them, said they'd show me around," Harry replied, and Bella was internally cursing her youngest sister. "Oh, no problems. Guess I'll tag along then," Bella replied. "Sure thing, I doubt she'd mind," Harry replied as he vanished the rest of the dummies with a wave of his hand. Albus Dumbledore had been watching the young Peverell Lord for his first few days at Hogwarts. He admitted he had his concerns when he was sorted into Slytherin. But hearing the reports from his teachers and seeing the young man interact with his peers gave him hope. He had been aware of the pure blood mentality running rampant in Slytherin and had been doing his best to not push any more into Tom's grasp, but seeing how Bellatrix Black and Narcissa Black now flocked to Harry Peverell instead of mildly tolerate young Mr. Malfoy, he saw a shift in the Hogwarts pure blood mentality. The young man, Harry Peverell, is an absolute delight, I say. He was more than happy to educate his peers with a politeness I've never seen from a student. The other houses, even the Gryffindors, seemed all too welcome to have him assist them in class, Minerva said. Quite right, the same for my charms class, Phileas added. Murmurs of agreements for the other subjects followed. Albus, perhaps we bring back the dueling club. I'm sure Mr. Peverell would be a good teacher and I can oversee it as the staff member. I think it would be good for the students to be taught the skills of being able to duel, especially with these terrorist attacks happening, Phileas suggested. I second that. I would like my puffs to be able to defend themselves, Pomona Sprout added. I will speak with Mr. Peverell and get his opinion. I assume you would like him to lead the classes. Albus asked, and a round of nods were given from his fellow professors. Very well, Horace, would you kindly inform Mr. Peverell that I would like to speak with him tomorrow after class, Albus asked. Of course, Headmaster. I believe I shall also invite him to the Slug Club. It would do good for him to make connections with the outside world, Horace said. With that taken care of, they then began to talk about Hogsmeade, the teacher's escort schedule and the other less exciting nuances of running an educational institute. All the while Albus absent-mindedly fingered his old wand. He wondered if he should present Mr. Peverell with the elder wand. It was no longer working for him after all, and he doubted that it would work for anyone else. Line break. Harry had wondered why Albus Dumbledore hadn't summoned him sooner. Surely he, like many others, would have attempted to gain his favor, but he was pleasantly surprised when almost the first week of school was over, when Professor Slughorn had both invited him and a date to the Slug Club and informed him that Headmaster Dumbledore wished to see him after classes finished for the day. Harry had mixed feelings about the man. On one hand, he had regretfully sent Harry back to the Dursleys year after year. On the other, he was a friend, and Harry realized just how much he had been trying to protect Harry from. Horcruxes and all, Dumbledore had taken to hunting them down himself and, in his hubris, had become victim of one of them. Harry had seen the man as a friend. While he had his secrets, he always tried to do what was best for Harry and the students and staff of Hogwarts. Sherbet Lemo. Harry intoned to the gargoyle. It swung aside and Harry entered a familiar room, that being the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts. Welcome, Harry, Heir Lord Peverell, Albus said, standing up to greet him. Harry is fine, or Mr. Peverell, I suppose, as a student. This isn't the Wizengamot. I'm here as a student after all, Harry replied. Of course, Harry, please have a seat. Would you like a lemo? Drop. I got these from a particular Muggle sweet store in London, Albus said. Harry took one and popped it into his mouth. What do I owe the pleasure for, Headmaster? Harry asked curiously. Your professors sing your praise in their classes, Harry, and Phileas suggested at the last staff meeting that we restart the Hogwarts Dueling Club, and he wished to name you as the teacher for it, although he and likely other staff members will attend to watch and care for the students. It would essentially be your class to teach, Albus said, and Harry looked surprised. You want me to teach? Quite right. I myself am curious as to what kind of lessons you can provide the students. I believe your family have some of the most advanced magical knowledge in the world. But I digress. It is your choice after all, Harry. You can think about it and give me an answer next Monday. Phileas believes that it would be a good class to have in order to teach the students how to protect themselves, especially with the terrorist attacks going on still, Albus sighed. Harry weighed the pros and cons. He was very much aware of the attacks on Muggles that was going on. The Muggles believed the attacks to be deadly fire incidents that have claimed lives, but the magical world knew better. All right, I'll do it. It won't be mandatory, right? It'll be volunteers only? Harry asked. Yes, it'll be like a club. You will be able to hold the lessons on a Monday evening and Wednesday evening should you wish to hold two. Do I need my lesson plans to be approved? I would appreciate you at least going over the plans with Phileas or another professor if you do not wish to speak with myself about it. But I will not dictate what it is you teach. I'm well versed in the history of Sentinel families and the training you go through. I believe you would be more equipped to educate the students on survival, he admitted. All right, feel free to make the announcement, Mondays and Wednesday nights after dinner in the Great Hall. Of course, Harry, and thank you very much for stepping up to educate your peers. Apolline Devereux shuddered as she limped out of her most recent training session. Avila, like her mother, the young woman, like many of her family members, had started her training as soon as she could understand the world around her. The Devereux family were the Sentinels of magical France. her family's role was to protect the people, and as such their magical and physical conditioning started early. One common trait with their family was the creature blood. Every member had some kind of creature blood in their system, whether it be Vila, werewolf, vampire or something else. Aunt Laurette as awful as ever. Right next to her, her cousin Jean-Paul grumbled as he too had various cuts and bruises. The family held off Grindelwald from France, and there are talks of a Dark Lord emerging in Britain. All the Sentinel families are on edge, Jean-Paul's sister, her other cousin Veronica murmured. I heard grandfather talking with mother, father, Uncle Antoine and Aunt Loretta about the emergence of the Peverels, Jean-Paul said. Apolline bit her lip. She, her siblings and her cousins alike were all very knowledgeable about the existing Sentinel families of the world. Of all of them, the Peverels were the most powerful due to their connection with the aspects of death. The Devereux themselves were connected with the aspects of fire and a few minor aspects of death. The Hamiltons were connected with the aspects of Gaia, the Giovannis were connected with the aspects of hearth and wildlife, and even the Greeks' Marconi family were connected with the aspects of water and lightning. Apparently, the only surviving Peverel is a young man about our age. They said he stopped a terrorist attack of 60 people. On his own, Veronica said. Grandfather, like many of the other Sentinel families, has requested a meeting with Lord Peverel. I believe the families wish to welcome his family back to the world and ask where they have been, Jean-Paul snorted. It was believed that the Peverels had gone extinct completely, but apparently that was not the case. The three patched up their wounds in the Devereux manor before they flowed to school for the day. Beauxbatons wasn't the friendliest place, especially for half-breeds, but the name Devereux carried a lot of respect and influence, and for the most part they were left alone or even popular. Apolline had her own group of honest friends, all female, cause any males would get influenced by her allure and be a bumbling mess. Though, Henri Delacour was the most resistant to her allure, and he was a decent wizard as well. Absent-mindedly she wondered what this Peverel was like. The stories and histories indicated that the Peverel family were secretive and downright scary, that wherever they appeared to stop a threat, death would follow them, whether it be the permanent removal of the threat or from the combat that almost certainly took place. Helena Whitmore stared at the letter her mother had sent her. These letters all seemed to come at once, and only a handful of the children in the Great Hall got them. Though something they all had in common unknowingly was that their parents, or at least one of them, fought with Charles Potter and Arcturus Black in the Grindelwald War. Helena fingered the letter as she read its contents. Dearest Helena, I have been called to arms by my previous commander to protect our country. As you are aware, the terrorist attacks happening in Muggle England are the world of this Dark Lord. Commander Charles Potter and Captain Arcturus Black have sought our aid, and I am responding as a proud veteran. Our leadership is in an alliance with Lord Peverel, who I believe is at your school. I ask that you at least treat him with respect and even as a friend if you are able to. With love, Saria Whitmore. Helena was a Gryffindor in 7th year. She looked over at the Slytherin table where Harry Peverel was seated. He looked to be having a conversation with the youngest Black while the oldest rolled her eye at the B-owned. She noted the middle Black sister was sitting with the Puffs, particularly Theodore Tonks. May I have your attention please? Dumbledore's voice echoed as dinner concluded. It has been decided that with everything going on in the world, the Hogwarts Dueling Club will be reinstated with meetings happening Monday and Wednesdays in the Great Hall after dinner. Professor Flitwick will be overseeing the club as the staff member. Lessons, however, will be conducted by Lord Peverel, who had graciously agreed to the position of dueling instructor. It is a voluntary club, so do not feel as if you have to attend, but I strongly encourage you to attend. First lesson will be this coming Monday, thank you. Excited chattering filled the Great Hall, with many looking towards Harry Peverel, Helena included. This would be the perfect chance for her to both learn from the boy but also do as her mother asked of her. She had to admit that Harry Peverel was one of the most attractive men she had ever seen, but Helena Whitmore was a witch's witch. She looked at her girlfriend, Melanie Weasley, who seemed to be excitedly gossiping with her 6th-year friends as they looked at Harry Peverel. Melanie met her eyes and blew her a key. Well, the two always did like to have fun together after getting sweaty, and dueling was a good way to get sweaty. Narcissa wasn't often excited for Hogsmeade. For her it was just another day to go shopping with her Hogwarts friends, but this Hogsmeade was different because Harry had agreed to accompany them. The girls, Marceline excluded, all decide they would compete with each other for Harry's attention, and it was for that reason she had been engaging in any kind of conversation she could with him. Asking him questions about her homework, asking him questions about his life which he avoided much to her annoyance, pretty much anything to get his attention. She even started to unbutton the top of her Hogwarts robes in hopes he would get a view. While she knew she wasn't as beep as Molly Pruitt or Amelia Bones, she still had a modest chest and was proud of her slim curvy figure. The announcement of the dueling club was a surprise, but Harry had agreed to be the instructor, and while she wasn't as adept with a wand as her sister Bellatrix, she didn't see the harm in tagging along to the classes even if it was just to spend more time with him. The girls were going all out in their appearances. She joined her two friends Regina Parkinson and Ophelia Greengrass before they made their way down to the common room where Harry was waiting. Narcissa internally celebrated when she saw his eyes widen before he composed himself. They looked attractive and they knew it, but seeing his reaction, especially when his eyes met hers and then wondered a little bit, she hid her blush as best as she could. She then frowned to see he was joined by her eldest sister, who herself was dressed in a form-fitting top with some jeans leaving her toned stomach exposed. "Hope you don't mind me tagging along," Bella smirked at her and Narcissa rolled her eyes. "Of course not, we're going to Hogsmeade as a group after all," Regina replied. "Great, let's get going then," Bella said, and with a spring in her step started to lead the way. Harry for his part was merely amused, greeting the other students as they did him while he walked with Narcissa and her friends towards the carriages, following a very impatient Bella. The carriage ride itself wasn't that bad. Bellatrix, Harry, Narcissa, Regina and Ophelia all managed to fit, though the fight over who would sit with Harry amused him to no end. They eventually decided for Bellatrix and Ophelia on the way there and Narcissa and Regina on the way back, one blonde and one dark-haired girl each side each trip. When they got to Hogsmeade, Harry was immediately pulled around by the girls to various stores. He had drawn a slight crowd, but one glare from Bellatrix thinned it out really quick. What followed was the girls trying on clothes and asking his opinion. He was glad he had his hormones and emotions under control, as he would certainly have been blushing with some of their outfits as they came out, did a little dance, then went back in after getting his opinion. They then managed to drag him into a men's shop and then had him trying clothes on in front of them while Narcissa and her two friends cheered and catcalled. Bellatrix simply nodded her appreciation all the while blushing. Tom Riddle had been planning intricately. He had allowed his followers to target some muggles in order to keep them sated and appease their bloodlust. Greyback had been allowed to turn a small town full of people in order to recuperate his lost 30 werewolves from the Diagon Alley fiasco. Now, his plan was ready to execute. Two teams of Death Eaters would attack two separate targets. One team led by Thaddeus Knott and Gregory Parkinson would attack Diagon Alley again, aiming to destroy the establishments of two Muggle-borns, Eveline's Apothecary and Florine Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor. While he himself would personally be leading a team to attack Hogsmeade close to Hogwarts in order to send a message to the wizarding world that he can strike where they least expect it. And, in a place considered to be highly safeguarded. He knew there was a possibility of this Lord Peverell appearing. If so, he would offer him the chance to join him. If he declined, well, Tom would have to make an example of him. During his time at Hogwarts and his travels, he had read about a few of the Sentinel families but never met one. However, they weren't invincible, and he was sure he was powerful enough to take on a 17-year-old boy, mythical family or not. "My lord, the men are ready," Thaddeus Knott said. "Excellent, you know the plans," he replied, and Thaddeus nodded. "Good, then go. We shall celebrate our victory tonight," Tom said, before he too left to see his group. Once his followers were with him, they apparated just outside of Hogsmeade before they started setting up the anti-apparition wards and anti-portkey wards around Hogsmeade. They donned their masks as a group and Tom Riddle drew his U-wand before activating the wards and their attack began. Harry stiffened as he felt the wards go up around Hogsmeade, and then moments later screams were heard all throughout from scared students. In a flash, Harry's wand was in his hand as he turned to the girls. "Bellatrix, take the girls and any students you can to Madame Rosmerta. She has a passageway to Hogwarts in her cellar. Do not engage, defense only, am I understood?" Harry said. Bellatrix wanted to protest, but his look silenced her and she nodded. "What are you going to do?" Narcissa asked, worried. "I'm going to stall them at least. Kill them would be the best outcome," Harry mumbled. Death Eaters were throwing spells around Hogsmeade with reckless abandon. students and inhabitants alike were taking cover or shielding themselves as best they can. Harry growled, seeing a few injured students heavily bleeding on the ground. Expecto Patronum, Harry called. In moments his animagus form, the Nundu appeared as a Patronus. Inform the headmaster that Death Eaters are attacking Hogsmeade. Harry flicked the Patronus message away before he started casting at rapid rates and cutting down Death Eaters as quickly as he could. He reached the main square and stopped as the Death Eaters spied him. One stood out from the rest wearing a golden mask instead of a silver one. "Ah, you must be Lord Peverell," the man said. "You must be the Dark Lord I've heard so much about," Harry snarled. "Indeed, perhaps, we could come to an understanding. Join me, help me make the world the way it should be," the man said, holding out his hand. "You know, the thing about your kind of people is that you severely underestimate others, thinking yourself the most powerful and most fearful person around. But you are nothing but a scared little boy who nobody would ever love, isn't that right, Tom?" Harry replied. A few moments of silence passed before Harry found himself dodging a chain of vicious spells spewing from the Dark Lord's wand. Harry battered away the various curses he could, dodging others he couldn't and intercepting any uses of the killing curse he tried to send at him. The reflected curses sometimes hit Death Eaters, other times caused further damage to the establishments around them. Harry internally winced at how much it would cost to rebuild everything. Hopefully no one has gotten killed. "You will die here, Peverell, I will make an example out of you," Tom roared. "Ah, did I hit a nerve there, Tommy?" Out of the corner of their eyes Harry could see a group of cowering students, trying to stay out of the commotion, and trying to avoid the Death Eaters who were still running rampant in Hogsmeade. Tom, using the students' presence to his advantage, sent another spell chain towards Harry before firing off a few curses towards the students. "No!" Harry shouted. He parried away a slew of curses before sprinting to intercept the spells being sent at the students. Anticipating Harry's defense of the students, Tom sent a killing curse and 2 cutting curses at Harry. After successfully blocking the spells that would have hit the students, Harry had barely a few moments to react to avoid the killing curse, but instead took one of the cutting curses to his left side. "Fuck!" Harry howled in pain. His entire left side was bleeding from a gash the curse left. "The thing about you protector types is that it's easy to get to you. Simply attack what you are trying to protect and force you into tough decisions," Tom said, a smirk on his face. Tom then whirled around as a decaying curse was sent towards his back. He growled as he transfigured a stone slab to intercept the curse and to see its caster. Tom was surprised to see the source of the spell was a young woman wearing a school uniform, though her appearance was quite unique with her black hair, aristocratic features and her teeth bared at him. He knew who this girl was, and he had hoped that she would join him in the future. After all, Bellatrix Black was considered one of the most, if not the most talented witch at Hogwarts. She was ferocious and her reputation stood out. That's why Rodolphus Lestrange was the ideal candidate to be her husband, as it would bring her to him, but also Rodolphus was just as vicious with a wand. "Color me surprised, Miss Black. Though it is dishonorable to fire a curse at someone's back," Tom said, addressing her. "You're the fucking dishonorable one. Attacking students and shops," Bellatrix retorted. "We are sending a message to the public. You should join me, Miss Black. I can teach you magic beyond your imagination. You'll do well by my side. I can offer you the world, yours for the taking." His sweet words echoed. Once upon a time, that may have worked, but as Bellatrix looked past Tom to see Harry clutching his side and using his wand to stitch himself back together, her eyes narrowed in anger. "The world is not enough, not when he can give me so much more," Bellatrix replied, before she brought out her repertoire of family spells. Harry's training had helped her improve her stamina only a little bit, but also the idea of moving frequently during an exchange of spells. Bellatrix was a force to be reckoned with, that was without a doubt. Her inexperience aside, she was doing everything she could to buy Harry time. Tom found himself on the defensive, much to his surprise. He had to admit that Bellatrix Black was a powerful student, but she was still a student, and so he eventually turned the tables on her. A well-placed bombarda knocked her off her feet and sent her crashing through a stack of crates. She stumbled to get back on her feet. As she did, it was to see a spell chain coming right towards her at a blinding speed. However, it was intercepted by the materialization of a stone golem, and Bellatrix released the breath she was holding at seeing Harry's wand pointing at the stone golem. He then slammed his palm into the ground, and out of the earth shot 4 more stone golems. All 4 of them sped at Tom. Harry ran over to Bellatrix, who almost fell as he reached her. "Stupid girl, I told you to get everyone back to the castle," Harry said. "I did. Narcissa, Ophelia and Regina are helping Madame Rosmerta get all the students to the safety of Hogwarts. I came back here to help you," Bellatrix groaned, wincing in pain as she looked at her legs to see pieces of wood in them from the crates. "Where the hell are the teachers?" Bellatrix asked. "There's probably anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards up. I'll handle the Dark Lord, you get those students to safety and then shut down the wards, got it?" Harry said. While he wanted her to get back to safety, he knew that she wouldn't listen to him, so at least he could give her a safer objective. "Okay," Bellatrix said. Tom had found that these stone golems were particularly magically resistant for a conjured construct. He had to transfigure physical weapons and blow them to pieces. Upon finishing with the fourth golem, he saw Bellatrix run towards the students as best as her wounded legs could, while Harry Peverell was transfiguring things around him. This fight was going on for far too long, he had wanted it to be over by now. If the blasted daughter of House Black hadn't shown up, he would have killed the Peverell boy already. Her distraction allowed him to recover, and now Tom realized he was going to be at a disadvantage. Bellatrix had taken the students and ran off into an alleyway with them, leaving the square empty except himself and Harry Peverell. Hogsmeade was something that Lily Evans had been excited for ever since she found out about it. She had heard that from third year onwards they could spend the weekends at the small village and had been so excited to go. Marlene McKinnon, Alice McKinnon, Severus Snape and herself were all going together. The girls wanted to check out all the shops, while Severus wanted to see what the apothecary was like, having found a particular affinity for brewing potions. She was surprised when James Potter, of all people, had stopped by to apologize not only to herself but also to Severus for his behavior. He had changed over the summer, but she guessed that it was because of the Diagon Alley attack. She had read about it and her and Severus had spoken about it. While Severus felt like James Potter deserved it, she disagreed in that the attack was on his whole family as well as the Blacks. James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew had stopped pranking Severus as severely as before. They still did get up to their usual antics, but she noted that their pranks were actually just harmless fun this time instead of targeted attacks. So here Lily was, enjoying Hogsmeade with her friends and finding how wonderful the village was and how she desperately wished she had more money to buy some sweets and some of the second-hand books. That's when the screaming happened and Hogsmeade came under attack. "What's going on?" Lily asked, worried. Death Eaters, Merlin spat. The group had been in the apothecary looking at potions ingredients with Severus. "What should we do?" Alice asked. She was shaking. A blasting curse tore through the building right next to them and the girls screamed as debris flew through the windows. They all took cover underneath the tables and chairs near the wall. "We have to get out of here," Lily shouted. "But how? Nowhere is safe, Death Eaters are everywhere," Severus said, cowering with them under the table. Lily had no idea what to do. That's when Lily reached her ears. She turned to the source to see James Potter and his group near the side of the next building, the one that was a joke shop, Zonko's she thinks. "Potter," Lily said, surprised. "Come on, move. We'll get you out of here," James shouted, gesturing for them to approach as quickly as possible. Lily, Marlene, Alice and Severus looked to each other. While they weren't fond of Potter and his group, they were better than staying in a spell-flying zone. They crawled through the broken debris to the side of the apothecary that had been blown up, and then ran out to the side to join James, Sirius, Peter and Remus. "Are you okay?" James asked, looking at Lily and checking for any wounds. "Did you guys get hit anywhere?" Remus asked, concerned for all of them. "We're fine, just rattled," Marlene replied. "Come on, we have to get to Madame Rosmerta. She had a passageway to Hogwarts in her cellar," Sirius said. "Okay, Sirius and I will take the front. Lily, you, Marlene, Alice and Severus stay in the middle. Peter and Remus, you have our backs. Let's move as quickly as a group," James said. "Who made you boss, Potter?" Severus sneered. "Look, I know I've been a prat for the first 2 years of our schooling and I'm sorry. You can't shout at me later. Right now we need to get to safety," James said. "Severus, let's just go," Lily said. She was scared and James's idea was to get them to safety, and there's more safety in numbers. Biting his lip, Severus relented and the group of 8 third-year students moved as quickly as they could behind cover towards 3 broomsticks. They got to a choke point in the main square when they saw it. Harry Peverell was fighting the Dark Lord and his minions. The Dark Lord spied them and then sent a series of spells in their direction. Lily screamed, Marlene and Alice as well. No. Harry Peverell ran towards them. Lily watched as he conjured a golden shield and covered it in a black mass which absorbed the spells sent their way. She then watched helplessly as the killing curse and 2 cutting curses were sent at him. He was off balance trying to save them. She watched as he managed to avoid the killing curse, but one of the cutting curses hit his side. The blood flowing from his wound made her sick. He had gotten hurt protecting them and he was about to die protecting them. Please no, she prayed for anyone to help him, to help them. She then watched as spells came flying at the Dark Lord from behind him. He turned and that's when Bellatrix Black came into view. She couldn't hear the words being exchanged, but Bellatrix and the Dark Lord began to fight. During this time Harry healed himself before she watched him cast a spell and slam his wand into the ground. A stone golem emerged from the earth beneath him and attacked the Dark Lord, who had gained the upper hand against Bellatrix. A few moments later and Bellatrix Black was heading towards them. Once she arrived, Bellatrix looked at the group with mild surprise. Ciri, what the hell are you doing here? Bellatrix snapped. Bella, we were shopping when the attack happened. We were trying to make our way to 3 broomsticks, Sirius replied. Come on, let's get you lot to safety. Bellatrix put herself between them and their attackers as they made their way to 3 broomsticks. When you get to the castle, make sure you speak with any teachers you come across. Harry is going to need help, Bellatrix said as she ushered them into the cellar. What about you? Sirius asked. I have to destroy those anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards, Bellatrix replied before running back up the stairs, leaving a trail of blood from her legs. Maybe we could help her. Lily asked. No, you saw what's going on. We'd only get in the way. Bella will get it done. We have to get Headmaster Dumbledore, Sirius said. Don't you hate involving teachers? Severus said. The irony wasn't lost on the 2 groups as they moved deeper into the passageway and to the safety of Hogwarts. When Albus Dumbledore and the staff arrived, it was to see Hogsmeade a mess of dead Death Eaters, a few dead students, and a battle raging on between the Dark Lord and Harry Peverell. Find any students you can. If they're alive, get them to Poppy. If they're gone, retrieve their bodies for their family. Albus quickly made his way to where the 2 powerhouses were facing off. He could clearly see that both were injured from taking various curses. Most likely on purpose to avoid even deadlier ones. His arrival did not go unnoticed by the Dark Lord, who backed up. It seems that it's time for me to leave, until next time, Peverell. You won't be lucky enough to have the old goat to save you, he sneered before disappearing in a mass of black smoke. With a sigh of exhaustion, Harry lowered his wand and fell to his knees, his body shaking from the amount of magic he had used. Around him, Hogsmeade was barely recognizable. Harry, are you alright? Albus asked as he reached the boy. Fucking, peachy. Harry then passed out bleeding on the ground. Albus did what first aid he could before he got Fawkes to teleport Harry right to Poppy for treatment. He then begun to help the other teachers sort out to mess and preserve any fallen bodies of students. He looked on sadly, seeing the body of an elder Ravenclaw student on top of a younger one. The younger one was still alive but had been too petrified to move as her protector used his body to shield her from Death Eaters. He was one of many who died a hero. He was most surprised when he came across a severely wounded and heavily breathing Bellatrix Black. Near here were the bodies of 5 Death Eaters and what appeared to be 2 broken ward stones. It appeared to Albus that she was the one responsible for destroying them and allowed the teachers to apparate straight to Hogsmeade after trying to fly brooms. Miss Black, are you alright? Albus asked softly, kneeling next to her. Question of the fucking century, old man, Bellatrix wheezed. Normally I would give you a detention for those words. However, I believe you've saved many lives today. How about I help you to the infirmary? Albus asked. Sure thing, Headmaster. How's Harry? Did he win? Bellatrix asked hopefully. He did not, but Voldemort didn't win either. Both he and Mr. Peverell exchanged many blows to one another. He has passed out from magical exhaustion and blood loss. Poppy is tending to him now. How about we get you there so she can fix your leg up? I'm alright with field medical treatment, but an experienced hand is never a bad idea. Albus helped Bellatrix to her feet. Never thought I'd hear about Harry succumbing to magical exhaustion, injured or not. Thanks for the help, Headmaster. Bellatrix limped a few steps before Albus apparated them both to Hogwarts Infirmary. Poppy, Pomfrey and all the apprentice medics, Andromeda included, were frantically running around the infirmary now full of injured bodies, some minor, some major, and Poppy herself was working frantically around the unconscious body of Harry Peverell. Poppy, Miss Black helped Mr. Peverell fight off the attack. She needs some assistance, Albus said as he helped Bellatrix into a conjured bed right next to where Poppy was working. Oh dear. Albus, what happened? Poppy asked, leaving Harry to draw the curtains around Bellatrix, and with a wave of her wand and a small eep from Bellatrix, she found herself in her underwear with the Hogwarts healer scanning her body and looking at her wounds. Death Eater attack on Hogsmeade. The Dark Lord himself was there leading the attack. From what I'm aware, Mr. Peverell was quick to engage them and focus the fighting around them. Harry had me round up as many students as I could and get them to safety through the passageway in the cellar of 3 broomsticks. I then went back to help him by destroying the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. A nod from Albus outside the curtain, and Poppy just shook her head before waving her wand and summoning a few potions to her. Blood Replenisher, Numbing Potion and a Dreamless Sleep Potion, take all 3, Miss Black. I am going to have to vanish the splinters in your leg and then heal the cuts. It's better you're unconscious, for it will be very painful, Poppy explained. Bellatrix frowned but looked at Harry. Is he okay? Lord Peverell will recover in a few hours. Aside from a few cuts and scrapes, he has no major damage aside from magical exhaustion. Though it appears he is quite adept at battlefield medical application given the crudely healed scar on his side, Poppy sighed. Okay, Bellatrix said, relieved as she reached for her potions, downing them one by one and suppressing her gag reflex at their tastes. She fell into a blissful sleep. Apolline Devereux was not the biggest fan of Britain. It was cold most of the time and her Vila heritage was not exactly welcome. Any half-creature was looked down upon, and even half-bloods and muggle-borns were viewed with distaste. However, she and her family were visiting for a reason. All the Sentinel families had received a reply from Lord Peverell, saying that he would welcome them to Peverell Manor next weekend. The Devereux had decided to come early and investigate the state of magical Britain, as well as to see what the people are saying about Lord Peverell as a point of inquisition. Most Sentinel families were friendly with one another or had alliances to help if their problems got too big for one family to handle alone. Apolline, her elder sister Nadine, a Vila like herself, her 2 cousins Veronica and Jean-Paul, and Aunt Loretta were shopping in Diagon Alley, the central business district for magical Britain. Her cousins and aunt were having a better time than she and her sister were, as Vila they drew the desire of men and the ire of their women. While her cousins were half-elves, well, half-high elf not house elf, and her Aunt Loretta was part vampire. So, what should we get Lord Peverell as a gift? Veronica asked casually. I think Father is gifting Lord Peverell a thestral, Aunt Loretta replied. Why a thestral? Jean-Paul frowned. Thestrals are animals that can only be seen once someone has witnessed death. Given the Peverell family's affinity is death, thestrals are like their house animal. I believe Father wants to resume the alliance that the Devereux and the Peverells had a few centuries ago when Matthias and Corinne Peverell helped our family during the Napoleonic Wars, Aunt Loretta said. The group were in the apothecary looking at the various ingredients the English had to offer for potion making, and they weren't overly impressed by the spread. They heard screaming from outside. Alert, they looked to see masked individuals in black robes casting spells at the public. What the hell? Nadine said. Wands out. I believe this is a terrorist attack that we've been hearing about from the papers. Nadine, you and Jean-Paul take the left. Apolline, you and Veronica take the right. I'll take the center. We move out as a unit, Aunt Loretta ordered. They were quick to get into an arrow formation as they exited the shop. Outside was pure chaos as witches and wizards were trying to flee in droves from the masked individuals. Jean-Paul and Veronica cast shielding charms and defensive spells, transfiguring the ground into high magically resistant walls. Apolline and Nadine focused their affinity for fire to deter the masked individuals' attention away from the innocents, while Loretta was casting offensive spells cutting down the attackers before they realized there was a force opposing them. Well, looky what we have here, boys. 2 Vila and a bunch of half-breeds who fancy themselves heroes. One of the men smirked as Apolline and Nadine curled their lips in disgust. You pigs are disgusting. The world would be better without you, Nadine snarled. Oh, French Vila at that. I can't wait to show you your place. "Uvila are nothing but whores for real wizards to play with," another of the masked men declared. A snarl came from Apolline and that man soon found himself without a head. The group that had previously been laughing and leering were shocked before they looked angry. "You're going to pay for that by ch. Avada Kedavra." "I think not." Loretta transfigured some rubble into a shield which intercepted the spell. The shield crumbled as the spell hit it. Responding to her spell, Veronique shot forward and transfigured the broken shield pieces into knives while Nadine then banished them at the attackers. Realizing they had a threat, the Death Eaters hastily put up their own shields and their men stopped attacking the alley and instead took focus on the group of 5 that were fighting them. Spells flung from both sides as the Devereaux faced off against the Death Eaters. Clearly the Death Eaters were outmatched as the French Sentinel family had trained as a unit for combat and were in sync, making up for each other's shortcomings. They each had a role in this formation and they had downed a dozen Death Eaters with ease. The Death Eaters were losing manpower quickly as the 5 pressed forwards, stepping over dead bodies without a care. They had backed up their now halved attacking group towards a wall. "Fuck this, Fiendfire." One of the Death Eaters cast the demonic flames letting loose while the rest of his comrades escaped. "Nadine, Apolline," Loretta shouted as she moved to combat the demonic flames. Within moments Apolline and Nadine transformed into their true Vila avian forms, unleashing their passionfire directly at the demonic flames in order to fend them off while Jean-Paul and Veronique worked on summoning a water elemental to quell the flames. "Give us 30 more seconds," Veronique called out while Loretta, Apolline and Nadine struggled to stop the flames from destroying the entire alley. "Now," Jean-Paul called out. The 2 jabbed their wands into the ground while holding their hands out. A bright blue runic circle appeared in front of them as thundering clouds formed. The clouds released the rain into the circle at rapid rate as a giant water elemental came forth to grab onto the demonic flames. As the flames met the elemental, their 2 magics clashed, causing both to die out in moments. "What the hell is going on?" Nadine said, stumbling to catch her breath. "I don't know, but we should head back to recover. Father needs to know about what just happened." Loretta groaned. She had a few burns on her body, nothing that couldn't be healed, but she needed the time and their healer, her mother, to help. When Harry came to, he was in a bed in the hospital wing of Hogwarts. He chuckled to himself as it seemed almost too nostalgic to once again grace the hospital wing. It seems like a yearly occurrence that he would somehow end up here with Poppy grumbling about how stupid he was. "I don't know what you are laughing about, Mr. Peverell, but you just about exhausted yourself magically. Now sit, drink these." Poppy handed him a pepper-up potion and a blood replenisher. "Despite your impressive battlefield medical healing, you lost a fair amount of blood and your energy is low. While I wish to lecture you about how dangerous what you did was, I won't, because you saved many lives today." Poppy's eyes softened and Harry looked around to see the hospital wing full of injured students. In the bed lying next to him was an unconscious Bellatrix Black who had bandages on her leg and was breathing slowly. Harry looked at Poppy, who sighed but explained. "Headmaster Dumbledore brought Miss Black in. I gave her a blood replenishing potion as well as a numbing potion and a dreamless sleep. When she was out, I vanished all the wood from her leg, cleaned the wounds and healed them before wrapping her leg up. From what I understand, Miss Black killed her fair share of Death Eaters in order to destroy the ward stones and allow the teachers to apparate to Hogsmeade. I'm also told that the evacuation of the students was mostly done by her on your orders. She did a good job. I'm proud of her," Harry replied. "Try not to make this a habit, Mr. Peverell, and if you do, please refrain from doing it in Hogwarts. I would prefer the healers in St. Muggo's dealing with you than myself," Poppy said, but the teasing was clear in her voice. "I'll try to remember that, Madame Pomfrey." "See that you do. Now, back down and rest. I have other patients to tend to." Harry didn't argue as he laid back down and closed his eyes. In his mind he was reorganizing his memories and analyzing his actions of the entire attack. He would have to watch a pensive memory of the incident and identify his mistakes and make sure they aren't repeated, while seeing if his enemy had any vulnerabilities he could exploit next time. "Harry," a gentle voice asked almost desperately. "Bella." Harry was brought out of his reflecting. He looked next to him to see the black-haired girl waking up. It was hard to imagine the girl in front of him becoming the deranged serial killer who faithfully served Voldemort in his first life. Looking at Bellatrix Black, her dark hair messy, high cheekbones with a pale cream-colored skin. She was covered with a disgusting hospital gown and her leg was heavily bandaged, but she looked beautiful. "Oh, thank Merlin you're okay," Bella said, shifting uncomfortably and hissing while clutching her leg. "Likewise, did anybody see the Arumphant that ran over me?" Harry asked, and Bella let out a giggle that seemed oddly fitting for her. He thought she should be laughing like that more often. "No, but I did see the Dark Lord I saved you from," she said with a smirk. Harry rolled his eyes. "Okay, you did not save me, you distracted him for a few moments," Harry replied. "Oh, distracted him. I believe it was you who took that cutting curse and were fixing themselves when the Dark Lord was about to attack you again. Admit it, Peverell, I saved you." Her cocky smirk was permanently in place. "Shut up, Black," Harry grumbled, and Bellatrix's giggle turned into a cackle. "What's all the noise, Miss Black?" Poppy asked, appearing suddenly. "Nothing, Madame Pomfrey," Bella replied. "I'm sure, all right, time for me to check on the both of you." She waved her wand, casting a diagnosis charm on the both of them, looking at them for a few moments. "Mr. Peverell, you're all good to be discharged. I believe the headmaster wishes to speak with you at your earliest convenience. He said that he has quite the craving for acid pops. As for you, Miss Black, you will be required to stay overnight for observation and to let your leg heal more," Poppy instructed. Bellatrix looked aghast at having to stay longer, at which Harry poked his tongue out at her. Harry felt a wave of nostalgia as he made his way to Headmaster Dumbledore's office. Sure, they had spoken politely when it came to asking him to teach the dueling class, which he had no doubt would be very full given the Hogsmeade attack. "Acid pops," Harry said to the gargoyle, which swung aside, allowing him entry to the office. "Ah, Harry, it's good to see you up and moving again. How are you?" Albus asked from behind his seat. He was currently looking over various papers. "I'm all right, Headmaster, you should see the other guy," he joked, and Albus smiled at the humor. "I wish to thank you for protecting the students when I could not. I hadn't thought Tom bold enough to attack Hogsmeade of all places. For that, I can only apologize and be grateful you and Miss Black were there to take the students to safety." Albus Dumbledore suddenly looked like he had aged many years as he slumped back in his chair. "How many?" Harry asked quietly. 37 of our students were killed in that attack. I have been writing to the parents of the victims to both apologize and invite them to come to collect their bodies or decide on whether or not to include them in the Hogwarts Memorial. It's a dark day, Harry, but I am glad there weren't any more casualties. It would appear that Diagon Alley was also attacked at the same time. This was clearly a coordinated attempt to instill fear into the people. How many were injured in Diagon Alley? Strangely enough, almost none. It would seem that a group of very talented foreign magicals fought them off. Though I imagine that whatever country they are from, we can both thank them for protecting our own people, but also expect their ministry to contact our own about the terrorist attack. I dare say Minister Bagnold will have quite the time trying to deal with an international incident," Albus said. "I guess I'll be expected to be there when they send their ambassadors to question us," Harry mused, and Albus nodded. "Now I'm sorry to cut our conversation short, but I have letters to send and calls to make. Thank you again, Harry, for saving those you could." Harry nodded and made his exit, heading back to the Slytherin common room, where upon his entrance he was hit by 3 bodies, 2 blonde and 1 brunette. "Thank you for saving us, Harry." Narcissa's voice registered. "Thank you," came from Regina Parkinson and Ophelia Greengrass as well. "No thanks needed, I would have done the same for anyone." "I'm glad you 3 didn't get hurt," Harry said honestly. While, back in his timeline, he had never had much interaction with Pansy Parkinson and barely a few words to Daphne Greengrass. The 2 girls in front of him looked like the 2 of them, so he could only believe them to be their mothers. Narcissa Black, for her part, looked the most different from the cold, bored with life woman he met at the Quidditch World Cup back in 4th year. "Where's Bella?" Narcissa asked. "She's still in the infirmary. She was injured a lot more than I was. But she did her job and took down the ward stones, preventing the teachers from apparating to us," Harry replied. He didn't miss the dirty look some of the purebloods were sending his way, most notably coming from Lucius Malfoy and his group of junior Death Eaters. "We're going to come to your lessons. We need to be prepared for next time," Ophelia said, and Narcissa and Regina nodded. "I'd be happy to have you. Now you 4 stay safe and look out for each other. Right back to your parents. I'm sure they're worried about you," Harry said kindly. They nodded and Harry continued on his way to his room to rest for the night. Line break. A nightmare, that's what Millicent Bagnold was pretty sure she was experiencing. The news of this Dark Lord attacking both Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley was an absolute nightmare. These terrorists had hurt children and innocent lives. Not only that, 37 children were dead, and if it weren't for Lord Peverell, many more may have perished. But what truly made it more of a nightmare came the next day when she got an unexpected call from the French Ministry of Magic. It turns out the group of foreigners who protected Diagon Alley were from the Devereux family who had come to Britain in order to meet with Lord Peverell. In fact, the French minister Alain Ducasse had informed her that many of the Sentinel families would likely be in Britain to meet with the newly emerged Lord Peverell. Something that would both alarm her but also quite possibly would embarrass her and the British Ministry of Magic as a whole, especially if the foreign families step in to aid Lord Peverell against this terrorist threat. No, the ministry needed to be doing something to stop this damned Dark Lord and his erratic followers. I assure you, Minister Ducasse, we are doing everything we can to make sure every magical life is safe, she said into the flow. Then why is it that my citizens not only had to defend your own, but the terrorists had even planned to beat the women of the Devereux family, seeing them as nothing but half-breeds? Though they have the protection and training as well as diplomatic immunity of a Sentinel family, if they were just regular half-human international visitors. What would your government have done if our citizens were attacked and harmed in such a manner? We would not allow that to happen, the Aurors, she began, weren't even present at the attack. The Devereux saw no sign of Auror presence when the attack happened whatsoever. After a conversation with Michel Devereux, we have decided to give you 2 weeks to fix your police force presence. If Michel and his family do not find the measures put in place suitable, we will have you brought before the ICW to discuss your lack of action towards another emerging Dark Lord. Much like your lack of action towards Grindelwald. I believe the British who fought Grindelwald did so after they left your country and fought under the banner of their own house or the ICW. It would cause all of the countries of the ICW to be concerned should you allow one to pop up in your own country and force us to clean up your mess, Ducasse sneered, and Millicent paled. It will not come to that, she ground out. See to it that it doesn't. Michel will keep me updated on the daily about anything he considers worth reporting. 2 weeks, Minister, 2 weeks to fix your fucking mess before we, the French, do it for you. With the threat made, Minister Ducasse ended the conversation. Elaine, summon an emergency session of the Wizengamot. We are going to fix this, and we are going to fix this now. She growled out. Her poor assistant ran to do as told. Her next stop was to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where Barty Crouch was frowning at his most recent reports. Seeing her come in, he went to stand. Minister Bagnold, what can I do for you? Save the shit, Barty. Why the fuck didn't any Aurors respond to Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade? Don't give me dome bullshit excuse. Terrorist attacks have been happening for a while now. Why weren't our people and children protected? There were anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards up in both attacks, Minister. All flow travel was also taken down. We didn't even receive a notification of the attacks until after they were well over, he replied with a bitter look. Your fucking training academy is down the road from Diagon Alley. Why the fuck didn't they respond? I'm told that many of the recruits had their training sessions in the mountains for that day. The only ones in the building were within their first week of training. It would have been a slaughter, he defended. The fucking French minister just threatened me and the British Ministry of Magic. The people who protected Diagon Alley were the Devereux of France. They didn't see a single fucking Auror during the entire battle. Not even an off-duty one trying to help. You have 2 days to organize your shit, Barty, or I'm replacing you with someone who can do your fucking job. She stormed out of the office, heading back to her own. She didn't have much time, as the emergency session of the Wizengamot would be starting as soon as all the lords and regents arrived. Harry would like to say he was surprised when he received the summons to the emergency session of the Wizengamot. He didn't expect it to be happening immediately, but he assumed that something had caused it to be done, and he was thankful that it seemed Minister Bagnold was somewhat more competent than Fudge was. Bellatrix was still in the hospital wing recovering, so their sparring session was off, and given he was a lord, he could come and go as he pleased due to his lordly and sentinel duties. When he arrived to the chambers, there was already a discussion going on, with angry voices hurling accusations towards one another. His presence quietened them down a fair bit when he took his seat, and finally the last few lords turned up and Minister Bagnold took her seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this emergency session of the Wizengamot is now in session. I have called you all here to talk about the incidents yesterday. Diagon Alley was attacked by terrorists of this Dark Lord's regime, calling themselves Death Eaters and instilling fear and harm upon the innocents of Diagon Alley. Additionally, the Dark Lord attacked Hogsmeade himself, and if it weren't for the efforts of Lord Peverell, there would be many of our children dead. She opened. Rabid dogs should be treated as such. I say kill them all. We should allow our Auror force to respond to their attacks with equal force, Lord Franklin Longbottom snarled. I agree. My niece and nephew barely survived the Hogsmeade attack. Lord Diggory added. What is to be done about the filthy half-breeds that destroyed half the alley? Lord Parkinson bit out. Lord Parkinson, those half-humans were foreigners from France. They were also the Devereux family, Millicent informed, and he paled at hearing their name. Harry for his part was surprised. He thought he would be meeting them next week, but apparently they came a week early. I propose we declare this Voldemort as an official enemy of the state. All efforts are to be made to find him, his followers, and to bring them to justice. Dead or alive, Edgar Bones said. A chorus of agreements followed from most of the light and many of the neutral families. I second that motion, Lord Longbottom said. All right, it will be put to a vote. All in favor of declaring Voldemort an enemy of the state. Just over 2/3 of the room agreed. Harry made a mental note of the ones who abstained or voted no. It is decided then, from henceforth, the man known as Voldemort is an official enemy of the state. He and his followers are to be apprehended dead or alive. I'm declaring that magical Britain is now in a state of war. Make no mistake, this is war. Lord Peverell, do you have anything to add? Millicent turned to Harry, who took a few moments to think. I will speak with the goblins about getting a steady supply of Thieves' Downfall in order to prevent any spies or Imperio-used agents from infiltrating the ministry. Additionally, I believe the Dark Mark should be made illegal and all members of staff in the ministry should be checked or questioned with Veritaserum. I would like to know how the flows went down, along with how they got their hands on anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards, in addition to why no Auror response was made to prevent or lessen the impact of either attack, Harry said darkly. You can't go dosing employees with Veritaserum against their will. That's a violation of privacy, Lord Knott protested. We are in a state of war. Who knows where these cowards hide and who they are? We need to make sure that everyone who works for the government isn't supporting Voldemort and sabotaging our efforts. I don't give a shit about your privacy, Knott. If you're guilty, you will be sentenced to Azkaban or worse, Harry replied. It will take us some time to implement these changes, but it will be done within the next 2 weeks, Millicent agreed. Again an echo of agreement from many of the lords and ladies followed. Lord Peverell, the Devereux family has requested a meeting with you after this. Do you have time? She asked, looking up at Harry, who gave a short nod. All right, without anything else to discuss, I call this emergency meeting of the Wizengamot to a close. Michel Devereux was the lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Devereux. He was also half Fae. Contrary to what many others believe, the Devereux family are given their half-creature bloodline through a family ritual they go through on their 10th birthday. He had done his job to the best of his ability, and his family were considered one of the more powerful Sentinel families. Like many of the other families, he had heard of the return of the Peverell family and had been curious as to what this young lord was like. Additionally, he, like many of the other lords, had a silent hope that this new lord would become interested in one of the daughters of their house. It wasn't uncommon for Sentinel families to marry into one another, with each house having a spousal ritual to initiate said spouse into the family magic. They still retain remnants of their original family's magic, but their primary magic becomes that of the family they marry into. His own wife in her youth used to be a member of the Hamilton family. When they married, she got her half-creature blood to match his own. He had watched the emergency meeting of the British government with curiosity, particularly the young man known as Harry Peverell. He could see that the young man was powerful and commanded attention. His plan of using Thieves' Downfall to screen every ministry worker as they entered the building was a good idea, and from his experience he knew that the goblins would provide whatever the Sentinel families wished as per the ancient pacts, despite the various goblin rebellions throughout the centuries. This young man was certainly a force to be reckoned with, though he was unsure how trained he was. Perhaps he would consent to a friendly spar so that Michel could ascertain such information, though the Peverell family were notorious for their combat skills. Hearing that Lord Peverell consented to meeting him and his family after the Wizengamot concluded, he made his leave towards the international dignitary meeting room they had organized in advance. "Well, did he accept our request?" his son, Lancel, asked. "He did. I expect the young lord to be along soon. Remember everyone, on your best behavior. Do not antagonize him, Lancel, that means you. While he is younger than all of the other lords he is still a Peverell," Michel reminded, giving his only single son a glare while looking at Loretta and her husband Henri and children, Jean-Paul and Veronica, as well as his other son Vincent, his wife Morrible and their daughters Nadine and Apolline. "Why do you always assume I'll antagonize whoever I meet?" Lancel complained. "Because you have a chip on your shoulder and are always trying to prove yourself, little brother," Loretta sighed. Lancel just crossed his arms and frowned. The four cousins looked at each other and began having quiet little conversations while waiting for Lord Peverell to be finished with the government meeting. "I wonder what he's like," Nadine said. "Well, from the papers he seems like some kind of hero. Or some kind of monster if you believe the whole, murders noble lord, bullshit. Not that we should consider the Malfoys to be noble, I mean they ran from France mostly," Jean-Paul replied. "I think grandfather plans for one of us to catch his attention. I mean he is the youngest lord from what was thought to be an extinct family. I overheard grandfather talking with mother about how many of the other families will be making their play for a marriage or concubine contract with his family," Veronica said. Apolline gave it some thought. She honestly wouldn't mind that sort of attention. From what she'd seen in the papers, he was a very attractive man and very powerful. Though she could be just as happy with Henri Delacour, who out of all her idiotic classmates, was the best able to resist her allure. She appreciated that he only stared for a few minutes before controlling himself. "As Vila, I'm sure Apolline and I have an advantage over you, cousin," Nadine teased and Veronique rolled her eyes. "I'm sure Lord Peverell will not be like the simpering fools we go to school with," she retorted. "Grandfather had the three of us wear our best outfits for a reason. We'll see what happens," Nadine challenged. Apolline and Jean-Paul looked at each other and shrugged. It wasn't the first time that Nadine and Veronica had competed with each other in this kind of thing. "As long as you don't antagonize him, you already heard grandfather warn Uncle Lancel," Jean-Paul sighed. Veronica was about to respond when the sound of footsteps approaching could be heard, followed by the door opening. Nadine flared her Vila allure at full power, much to the discomfort of the men in the room, while Michel sighed, followed by Loretta and Morrible, who also sighed at the girl's antics. As Harry entered the room he immediately felt the effects of the allure. Seeing the two Aurors who were outside the door go misty-eyed and start to drool, he sighed. He closed the door behind him before turning to the occupants in the room. Eyeing each of them he saw 4 teenagers, 2 dark-haired and 2 platinum B-owned. The dark-haired teenagers were a male and female, clearly siblings. He noted their pointed ears and rather aristocratic elf-like features. As he looked at the girl he saw her blush briefly before his attention turned to the 2 platinum-haired girls. He recognized Verla anywhere, remembering Fleur Delacour and the Bulgarian Vila cheerleaders from his first life. Of the two, one looked slightly younger and, strangely enough, looked like Fleur did, but slightly different and younger. The older girl was fully developed and breathtakingly beautiful. She was also the one blasting her allure out at what he assumed to be full power, judging by how uncomfortable the adults were. "I would appreciate you reining in your allure, Miss Devereux. It does not make for a good first impression, unless of course, you are unable to control it. In which I can offer you some insight into how to do that." He spoke calmly. The girl in question immediately looked shocked and embarrassed before her allure all but disappeared. The brunette snickered and gave the older B-owned an elbow in the side, while the other two simply rolled their eyes. "I apologize for my granddaughter's antics, Lord Peverell. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lord Michel Devereux of the Sentinel Devereux family. It's an honor to meet you, especially earlier than planned. These are my family members, my eldest son Vincent, his wife Morrible and their daughters Nadine and Apolline. My only daughter Loretta, her husband Henri and their children Jean Pale and Veronica, and lastly my youngest son Lancel," Michel greeted. Harry looked at each of them as they were introduced, and the name Apolline had him surprised. This must have been Fleur's mother. He had only met her once at Fleur and Bill's wedding, but he could definitely see Fleur in this young girl. "The honor is mine, Lord Devereux. Harry Peverell, but you can call me Harry. I believe I owe you some gratitude for your help with Diagon Alley. I was unfortunately occupied with the Dark Lord's personal attack near the school," Harry sighed, giving the family an appreciative nod. Michelle then, please Harry. It was no problem, like yourself we have a duty to the people to protect them, though. We were not within our jurisdiction. I believe self-defense is a suitable reason for my family members to intervene, Michelle said. Indeed, where are you all staying currently? If you don't mind me asking. Harry said. We are staying at a Muggle hotel just around the corner from Diagon Alley, Michelle replied. That won't do, for you're helping with the meeting to be next weekend. You will stay in my manor as my guests until you need to leave back for France, Harry said without room for argument. Michelle looked at the young man and nodded appreciatively. We thank you for your hospitality then. Now, would you perhaps consent to discussing what you know of your current situation? Centuries ago your ancestors helped the Devereux family with a Dark Lord during the Napoleonic War. I believe that it is time we repaid our debt and aid you with your Dark Lord problem, Michelle said. Harry thought for a few moments before sitting down at the end of the table. Michelle sat opposite him while the 4 teenagers sat next to Harry, with Nadine and Veronique on Harry's right and left, then Apolline next to Nadine and Jean-Paul next to Veronica. Harry's wand flicked into his hand and he cast various silencing and privacy charms, just in case the ones in the room had already been tampered with. He then began to explain the information he had gathered and his current suspicions about this current Dark Lord. He didn't miss, however unconscious it was, that his magic seemed to reach out to Apolline's own, finding it to be calming and familiar despite being a bit different. He noted how her cheeks were flushed and she didn't speak much, questions being asked by the adults, Nadine and Veronica mainly. Apolline would be lying if she said she didn't feel Harry's magic touching her own. It felt warm, friendly and oddly, it felt like she knew it before. But that was impossible, she'd never met Harry Peverell in her life. Not just that, he had been completely immune to her sister's allure, something which greatly annoyed her sister, being so used to getting others to do what she wants by using it. Peverell Manor was beautiful. Harry had welcomed them into his home, though he did inform them that he was currently at Hogwarts School intending to graduate as well as keep an eye on what he believed were important junior members of Voldemort's regime. Michelle had immediately offered to have Apolline, Nadine, Jean-Paul and Veronica transfer there to help him, but he declined. He did say they could join him for the week if they wished and he would organize it with the headmaster of the school. They had now retired to their assigned rooms with the 4 cousins all sharing a room together per their grandfather's orders. He didn't want to take up too much space in Peverell Manor lest it appear to look like they're trying to take it over. Michelle and Harry had then retired to the Lord's office to continue their conversations, but he had made a few house elves available to them along with full use of his training room and limited exploration of the house and outside forest. They had been warned to not disturb any of the animals and Michelle had given a pointed look at each of his family members that they were not to break any of the young lord's rules. So, Nadine, need Lord Peverell to teach you how to control yourself. Veronica teased. Shut up, at least he noticed me. He didn't seem to pay any attention to you, Nadine shot back. He looked at me first. Veronica said. Apolline and Jean-Paul looked at each other before they cast silencing charms around their beds and setting alarms for themselves. That night Apolline dreamt. She dreamed that she was wearing a beautiful white wedding gown. 2 bridesmaids were walking down the aisle in front of her. She didn't recognize them, but she felt the same love for each of them that she held for the man standing at the end. The emerald green eyes of Harry Peverell looked at her with love and desire as she bashfully walked towards him while on her grandfather's arm. You've made the Devereux family so proud of you, sweetheart, he said as he escorted her to the end, then he sat down with the rest of his family. Their vows exchanged, she leaned in to him. Apolline Peverell, Lady of House Peverell. The dream then changed to seeing 2 own daughters running around the manor giggling. They were mischievous and Apolline felt like she wanted to pull her hair out. Fleur Peverell. Gabrielle Peverell. You come back here this instant. She shouted, only to be pulled into the arms of her husband who was chuckling. Let them have their fun, love. Harry's voice was deep and caused her to shiver as he at her neck and then her lips while he held her from behind. We can't let them skirt their lessons, Harry. They are daughters of House Peverell and will have to be trained like the others, Apolline chastised lightly, not really meaning her words. They will, as will our other children. But for now, allow them time to be children and have some fun, Harry said, leaving her to walk towards their daughters. Papa, up, Fleur demanded while Gabrielle nodded in agreement. Effortlessly, the man, Harry Peverell, lifted both girls up, one in each arm, and ran around the manor with them. Both girls giggling, Fleur at 6 years old and Gabby at 2. This was her life, mother and wife to one of the most powerful men in the world. And she wouldn't trade it for anything. She looked at the ring on her finger, which held a very special stone, one that she would pass on to Fleur and Gabrielle when they were ready for the responsibility. Bellatrix Black had been frustrated all Sunday. She was still hospital-bound and was expected to be able to leave the clutches of Madame Pomfrey the next morning in time for classes. Oh joy! Narcissa had been around for a few hours to update her on what's been happening at Hogwarts. Bellatrix was frustrated with herself. She let Harry down, she felt, when she heard that 37 students died. 12 from Ravenclaw, 10 from Hufflepuff, 8 from Gryffindor and 7 from Slytherin. It was an absolute mess. She needed to be better, she needed to be the one who would stand by Harry's side and equal. As soon as she was cleared, she would be dedicating her time to her studies and her training and whatever else Harry deemed necessary for her to do. She had written a letter to her grandfather, all but demanding to be taught the family battle magic with the express intention of using it to stand side by side with Harry. That night she dreamt. She was wearing a white dress with black lace. Ahead of her were 2 owned women, her bridesmaids. She was pretty sure one was Narcissa, but she looked grown. The other one was beautiful in an almost otherworldly way, and Bella felt her heart swell for both women. Then her eyes took in the man in front of her, Harry Peverell, and his emerald green eyes. She blushed under his gaze but held herself strong. Because of Harry she had become strong, and she knew it. She was the head of the Department of Mysteries. She knew this, and her job was to investigate the unknown and report anything dangerous to her to-be husband. Their vows exchanged. She was Bellatrix Peverell, Lady of House Peverell. She'd never felt so happy as she looked at her family. Her father was absent, as were Aunt Walburga, but she didn't care. Her mother clapped for her, as did her Uncle Orion and cousins, and Andromeda, who was holding a young baby girl in her arms. And most of all, her grandfather looked proud of her as he clapped and gave her a nod. Her dream shifted, and she was sitting in a clearing in the forest. She was resting with her back against her husband's chest. Not too far away from them stood 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy, the eldest being her daughter Rose Lillian Peverell, then her middle child Arcturus Cyrus Peverell, and then their youngest daughter Violet Druella Peverell. Rose, tighten your stance. Artie, your wand arm is rigid. Violet, straighten your back and loosen your legs. Bellatrix lectured while a throaty chuckle came from behind her. What are you laughing at, mister? If their forms aren't corrected, then they'll have trouble in the future, she grumbled. Bella, my sweet, patience. Let them be kids for a bit, he said gently. She crossed her arms over her chest and pouted. Daddy, do the thing, Violet said after trying to correct herself for a bit before getting bored. Harry, don't you dare. I'm trying to teach them, Bella chastised. There will be plenty of time for them to train in the future, my sweet. Let them have now, he replied with a grin before waving his wand, and his Nundu Patronus came out. All 3 children dropped their practice wands and began to play with the corporeal Patronus while Bella pouted against her chuckling husband. Why did he have to have a soft spot for all his children? She looked up at him, and he gave her a deep key. She melted into it like she did every time he did this. The damned man knew how to make her putty in his hand. How she and the other 2 constantly deal with this she never knows, but she loves him as much as she loves them. Her fingers danced gently over the wand. She would pass this down to Rose, Arcturus or Violet, whoever her husband deemed worthy of it when the time comes. Narcissa had to use dreamless sleeping drafts to get through the first night, the attack still fresh and reminding her of when she was in Diagon Alley with her family and they were attacked. And like then, Harry had saved them, or rather, he had directed Bella to take them to safety. They had immediately alerted the professors, and when Apparition, Portkey and Flo didn't work, they had run for the passageway. What followed were some of the tensest hours of her life, hoping her sister and Harry were okay. Andromeda had been called to help as a trainee healer along with the others, and were working frantically with Madame Pomfrey at checking over all evacuated students who were stumbling in. The second night she had decided to forego the dreamless sleep and instead try and sleep as normally as she could. She dreamt. She saw herself in a white wedding gown. Bellatrix was helping with her hair, and they were smiling together along with a 3rd platinum-haired girl who she didn't recognize. Are you ready, sissy? The girl's accent was French. Never been more ready in my life, she replied beaming. Bellatrix's smile as did the girl before they both kissed her on the lips. She would never claim to not be somewhat interested in girls, but she never expected to be intimately kissing her own sister. But somehow, it felt right. "It's time," Arcturus said, standing at the door. She beamed brightly as Bella and the bee took up their bouquet of flowers before she took up her own. Her grandfather then offered her his arm, which she took, and then they exited. As the music came into hearing distance, her heart fluttered. Bella and the platinum bee-owned girl went first as her bridesmaids before her. Harry was standing at the end of the aisle with a smile on his face, his emerald eyes looking at her, Bella and the other girl with the same amount of love, and she found that she didn't care that she had to share him, she knew he loved her all the same. Their vows exchanged, they kissed, and Narcissa Black became Narcissa Peverell, much better than Narcissa Malfoy in her opinion. The dream shifted and an older Narcissa was standing over a bee-haired boy and girl who were sitting at a desk studying. "Draco, Darcy, come on, you need to be paying attention to your studies." The twins were Draco Peverell and Darcy Peverell, both of them had the same bee-hair she had, but emerald eyes like their father. "But mother, it's just so boring," Darcy complained. "But you need to know your history as well as the history of the other families you will meet in the future," Narcissa said softly. "Can't we go play with Fleur, Gabby, Rose, Artie and Violet?" Draco complained. The flow lit up and out stepped the man of her affection and love of her life. Harry had returned home from work with Bellatrix right behind him. He looked at the twins and a grin came onto his face. "Draco, Darcy, not paying attention, again are you?" he said, raising an eyebrow at them. "But Dad, it's just so boring from a book. Can't we go play with the others?" Darcy complained. "Sure thing, I think that's enough study for the day. Besides, your Uncle Sirius, Aunt Amelia are bringing over Orion and Imelda, Uncle James and Aunt Lily are bringing over Harry and Iris, and I believe your cousins from France might also be coming over later as well. Now off with you lot, go have some fun," Harry said. They gave him a hug before running off. "Oh, and Draco, you'd better not be using my name at Hogwarts. If any of the words my father hears about this comes from your mouth, I will ground you until graduation," Harry said to the bee-haired who straightened up and nodded his head. "Yes, father," Draco said. "All right, now run off and play with your siblings and cousins when they arrive," Harry said. The two grinned before running off. "You let the kids off too easily, husband." Narcissa shook her head but held a smile. Harry pulled her into his arms where he gave her a key. Line break. "So, you've chosen then." Harry once again found himself speaking to the feminine-voiced androgynous depiction of death once again around him. "Chosen what?" Harry asked. "3 wives, for 3 sacred artifacts." "I haven't chosen anything." Bellatrix Black, Narcissa Black and Apolline Devereaux. "I'm surprised you didn't go for the full set." "I haven't chosen any wives, Bella wants to protect her family." "Narcissa still has a chance to be better than a Malfoy, and Apolline is Fleur's mother. She'll end up with Delacour. In your world, perhaps that was reality. But you will find that time is not a solitary construct, nor is reality. A single beat of a butterfly's wing can change the outcome of anything, Mr. Potter. You will find that your second chance at life will be filled with similarities and differences. Your fate is still to be determined, as are those of everyone you interact with. For example, Charles and Doria Potter along with Arcturus and Melania Black were supposed to perish in Diagon Alley that day you saved them. From there, this world very much would have had a similar timeline as your own, except that instead of Harry Potter being born, it would have been Iris Potter, the girl who lived. She would have suffered as you did, and she would have overcome her obstacles with her friends. In the Battle of Hogwarts, she and Voldemort would kill each other and neither would survive. But that won't happen now, as you are already changing it. But I digress, Mr. Potter. With your choice made, I shall owe you one favor within my power to grant. You will need to seek this world's Deathly Hallows to complete our pact, but I'm sure you can handle that easily enough. Until we meet again, Harry Potter." Harry blinked a few times as he woke up. Peverell Manor was where he was at, and he woke up in his bedroom. The Devereaux family were his current guests. It was Monday morning now, and technically he would have had class, but all classes had been cancelled due to the attack as they scrambled to find what they needed to do in the aftermath. Checking the time and seeing that it was now 6 a.m., he slipped out of bed and into his tracksuit with a tank top and windbreaker before heading out for his morning run. He loved Peverell Manor and the forest and valley it contained. As he ran around, many of the magical creatures would bid him a good morning. He couldn't understand them, but he liked to think they were very happy with him being here. Even the creatures that would be classified as dangerous were friendly with him. It's funny to think that the Peverell estate was probably the size of its own mini-country, and he would honestly not trade it for the world. As he ran, he also reflected on his most recent conversation with death. Had he really chosen that path? I mean, having the entity of death owe a favor is a good thing. It would mean, however, that the Hallows would need to be found again, but at least he had some idea where to find them. When Apolline awoke, she found two things slightly out of place. Much to her embarrassment, she found that the dream she had was now what her heart desired more than anything, and her own magic felt at home in this manner more than it ever had in her own home back in France. She yearned to be in the arms of Harry Peverell. The second thing she found was that her body had clearly been imagining very lustful scenarios as she had wet herself. She quickly vanished all evidence and slipped out of bed to the guest bathroom and into a cold shower. Once she was finished, she saw her sister and Veronica were awake and looking out the window with very obvious lust from both of them. "What are you looking at that's got you drooling?" Apolline asked. "Harry Peverell, come, look," Nadine said eagerly. Apolline approached the window and, much to her teenage brain and hormones, was greeted with the sight of Harry doing what appeared to be a very clearly thought-out workout routine. He looked like he had come back from a run. Windbreaker and tank top discarded on the lawn while he was doing pull-ups on a conjured exercise bar. His toned pecs and six-pack were clearly on display as his arms flexed every time he lifted himself up. "Delicious, that's going to be mine. Well, mostly mine," Apolline thought to herself. "Oh boy, imagine being under that," Nadine whispered. "You know the daughters of the other Sentinel families are going to try for his affection as well. To be welcomed into the family magic of the Peverells is like being married to Merlin himself," Jean-Paul yawned. "So, what if they do try?" Veronica dismissed. "It means, he has options if he wanted a wife or even a few wives from a Sentinel family. Not to mention he goes to Hogwarts with the daughters of the British nobles, and he could easily find a suitable bride or brides amongst those families," Jean-Paul explained. "Truce until one of us catches Harry's affection," Nadine said to Veronica. Apolline found herself nodding despite being a little hurt her older sister and cousin dismissed her. "He's coming inside, let's get changed and greet him for breakfast," Veronica said. Having already showered and changed, Apolline simply left the room, heading for the dining room, only to round a corner in the hallway which led to the dining room and bump into a very hard body. Losing her balance, she almost fell were it not for a strong pair of arms wrapping themselves around her waist and holding her up. Apolline found herself in the arms of the man of her dreams, quite literally. "I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going, are you okay?" His voice was deep and enchanting, as were his emerald eyes. "Why yes, sorry, I was just heading to breakfast. I was, in my own head as well and wasn't properly concentrating," Apolline replied, blushing. "Ah, well, how about I escort you there?" he asked. "Okay." Once Apolline was properly on her feet again, she held onto his offered arm as he walked with her towards the dining room. "So, do you exercise every morning?" she asked. "Just about. Physical fitness is important to help maintain a magical core. It also helps during combat. So, I take my training very seriously. I'll have to up it as well, as I admittedly made a few minor mistakes in my meeting with the Dark Wanker," Harry grumbled, and Apolline giggled as he referred to the Dark Lord as a wanker. "We also train from a young age, though I think grandfather didn't place as much importance into physical fitness. We do still have quite a bit of activity in our training sessions with Aunt Loretta," Apolline replied. "Oh yeah, huh, fair enough. I wouldn't want to sound like I know more, but I would suggest adding a morning run to your routine. It does wonders for your physical stamina," Harry said. "Would you be opposed to me joining you?" "Sure thing, we'll be heading to Hogwarts today though. And I'll have you know that I wake at 5:30 a.m. for my morning runs with Bella," Harry said. "Is this Bella your girlfriend?" Apolline frowned. "Oh, no, she's well, I suppose friend. She's the eldest daughter of the Black family. They're aiding me in the war against Voldemort. She's a wicked duelist and wants to improve and all, but begged me to teach her, so she's joining me on my morning runs. We also have training sessions Tuesdays and Thursdays, and now I am teaching a dueling class Mondays and Wednesdays." In Sundays Bella and I will duel to see if she's improving and what to work on next, Harry said. Appeline found that she liked it when he spoke about teaching, he looked so passionate. I can't speak about my sister and cousins, but would you mind if, for the week we are here, I join you in your training sessions? Sure, I'm sure there's something I can teach and something you can teach me, he said. They arrived at the dining room and opened it to see her grandfather and Aunt Loretta already at the table drinking a coffee. Good morning Harry, Appeline, Michelle said. Good morning Lord Peverell, Appeline, Loretta followed. Morning Michelle, Loretta, Harry greeted taking his seat at the head of the table. Morning grandfather, Auntie, Appeline said taking a seat just next to Harry. Early morning, I take it? Michelle asked. Strangely enough, 6 a.m. is a sleep-in for me. I'm usually up at 5:30 for my morning routine, Harry shrugged. It was now just over 8:30 a.m. I wish my children were as dedicated as you to their training routine, Loretta sighed. Well, when there's a war going on, you don't overly have time for luxuries, Harry's face took on a frown. About that, I wish to fully offer the Devereaux aid in your conflict with the Dark Lord, Michelle said, taking another sip of coffee. I appreciate the offer, might I ask why? As I said last night, your family aided us during the Napoleonic War. Matthias and Corinne Peverell not only helped Keys Devereaux in his battle against the Dark Lord Antoine Chiron, but helped him lead his small army to victory by training and commanding the groups their soldiers were split into. Upon my honor as Lord of the Devereaux family, I wish to repay that debt by offering our complete assistance through this war. We will not be acting as representatives of the French ministry but as a Sentinel family aiding another. Of course, if you'll accept the payment of our debt in this manner. Michelle, I'm happy to forgive all debts between our two families. I do not wish to bring you into a war that you have no need to be in simply because of a debt. I would be more than happy to accept your aid, should you offer it without the debt holding you, so mote it be, Harry said. A flash of magic from both Harry and Michelle signified that House Peverell had forgiven the debt House Devereaux owed. A surprised look came across Michelle Devereaux's face, and it was not often that he was surprised by another, but here he was, surprised by a man who was at least 60 years younger than himself. Thank you Harry, but my offer of aid still stands. Debt-free, we wish to offer you our aid, Michelle said, gathering himself and offering a smile. Then I will accept, Harry replied. The kids will accompany you to Hogwarts for the week, I'm sure you can speak to the headmaster for that. Michelle asked and Harry nodded. We will do some reconnaissance and see what we can find out about this Lord Voldemort. My son, Lancel, is one of the best at finding out information, Michelle said. Nocturne Alley would be a good place for him to start, Harry replied. As for the rest of us, we will see if Voldemort has sought any international alliances and put a stop to them if we can. I believe he will be trying to broker agreements with vampires and giants. Then that is where we will look first. Tom Marvolo Riddle, known as Voldemort, was not a happy individual. The injuries he suffered in his battle with Lord Peverell and Miss Black weren't minor and the healing process would take weeks for him to fully recover from. All the while the best he could manage was a cutting curse onto the boy who stitched himself up when Bellatrix Black distracted him, robbing his victory from him. He was frustrated with his followers. The Black family should have been under his control by now, but everything has gone to hell and it's that damned Peverell's fault. He needed more people, more allies and more followers for his ranks. He would have to expand to other countries and make use of the outcasts of society, the ones who are ostracized. My lord, Thaddeus Knott said with a bow. Knott, send Goyle and Parkinson to broker an agreement with the vampires. And then send Rockwood and Rosier to the giants and have them be persuaded to join us. We need more disposable bodies for our attack. Then visit any of the creature reserves that house category beasts and either buy or persuade them, one way or another, to be given to our cause, Tom all but roared. It will be done, my lord, Thaddeus Knott said, his body stiffening lightly. And get me Lucius, he shouted at the retreating Lord Knott. Tom knew he would need to seek more powerful magic. Dark arts and rituals were one thing, but to combat what he experienced the other day, he needed to delve deeper into esoteric magic and necromancy. Lucius, while not as smart as his father, was still smarter than most of the pure bloods that followed him, and the Malfoy family had a sizable fortune that would aid him. While he would have liked to have the Black family's money and knowledge in his grasp, he would have to make do with Lucius and his selfish needs to reach his goals. Harry Peverell would rue the day he opposed Lord Voldemort, the heir of Salazar Slytherin. Albus looked perplexed as he stared at Harry Peverell and the 4 French teenagers that accompanied him. He had of course read about the Devereux family in his studies in his youth and even heard his mentor Nicholas Flamel had previously had dealings with the family. But to have 4 of the next generation of Devereux right in front of him, he could only be surprised. "You wish to shadow Harry this week at Hogwarts?" Albus repeated. "Yes, headmaster, the lord of our house has offered house. Peverell our aid in this war, from Sentinel family to Sentinel family. As such, we wish to simply attend his place of education for the week we are here and perhaps longer if we wish. All of us are students at Beauxbatons currently and you can easily find out transcripts," Nadine said. Yes, that won't be a problem. However, Mr. Peverell resides in Slytherin House which is not very welcoming to half-humans. I know you are more than capable of taking care of yourselves. However, as an educator I cannot in good conscience allow you to stay there. Instead, I will allow you to stay with the Hufflepuffs in private rooms. Their dorm is also in the dungeons and near Slytherin so you will still be relatively close," he explained when it looked like Nadine would protest. The 4 Devereux shared a look while Harry looked amused before they nodded, finding that explanation acceptable. No doubt the students would be riled up about 4 French exchange students attending so suddenly. Perhaps he will have to change history of magic to include the Sentinel families. Binns does an alright job, but it was becoming apparent that he would need a different history teacher in these dark times. "Mr. Peverell, a word in private if I may," Albus asked. He nodded and the 4 Devereux stepped outside. No doubt they would wait for him, but for the moment they were alone. "I do not know how the Hogwarts students will react to 2 Veela and 2 half-elves, but that is not what I wanted to talk to you about. I hope you can forgive me for not returning this to you sooner. However, I wished to ascertain what kind of person you were before handing this over. It stopped working for me months ago, and I wondered why until we met at the Wizengamot that time. I do hope you'll forgive a cautious man who has already seen this corrupt another." Albus sighed as he unwrapped a silk cloth which contained the Elder Wand. Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise before looking at him. "Headmaster, I can understand your hesitance to give this back to me after what happened between yourself and Grindelwald. I appreciate you returning it to my family, and I assure you, my only intention is to stop the Dark Lord and protect the people," Harry said as he picked up this world's Elder Wand. The wand felt warm and inviting and spring to live in his hand. He felt it was similar to his own Elder Wand yet slightly different as well. This was one of Death's artifacts that he would be passing on to the children of one of his 3 wives, when they were ready for the responsibility. The wand sung in his hand, coming to life happy to be reunited with its true owner, almost pinning as if it had been desperately waiting for a Peverell to hold it once again. "I believe you, Harry, there are dark times ahead. I will give you all the help I can. I believe you are the light that had come during our darkest time," he said sincerely. "Thank you, Headmaster. It means a lot coming from you," Harry said. "I am but an educator, Harry. My word doesn't mean much, but I am happy you hold it in such a high regard," Albus replied. "Perhaps, one day we'll have a long conversation about it all," Harry mused. "I would like that. Now, why won't we grab your new friends and head to the Great Hall for dinner? I dare say the students will be eager for their dueling lesson tonight, though I wish the circumstances behind its popularity were different. It eases my concerns a little to know that they'll be able to at least defend themselves well enough to escape," he sighed. Sure enough, waiting outside were Apolline, Nadine, Veronica and Jean-Paul. They fell into step beside him or behind him as they made their way to the Great Hall, Albus having gone ahead to get to his spot as headmaster. When they entered, almost the entire school looked at them. Harry just shrugged while most of the male population's eyes glazed over at the allure Apolline and Nadine were putting out, even with most of it under control. "Marry me," Lucius Malfoy all but blurted out from his seat, stumbling to his feet. Apolline curled back in disgust. "Sit down. You do not Avenue Z right to touch my sister or anyone else," Nadine snarled. Her French accent was very prominent as Lucius hesitantly sat back down. "Ahem, students, I wish you to welcome Jean-Paul, Veronica, Nadine and Apolline Devereux, who are from Beauxbatons in France and are guests of Mr. Peverell for the week. I expect each and every one of you to show the utmost of respect for our visitors. They will be boarding in Hufflepuff for their duration but will be attending lessons with Mr. Peverell in Slytherin. Albus announced. The Hufflepuffs looked excited as the four Devereaux sat down at Hufflepuff table, though right next to where Harry was on the Slytherin table. As you are all aware, we have lost 37 students in the recent Hogsmeade A track, and it saddens me truly. Should you need anyone to talk to, myself and the staff will be available in addition to any outside professional help you require. Hogwarts will provide for you. In light of that, Mr. Peverell and Professor Flitwick's dueling club meeting tonight will still go ahead. I encourage each and every one of you to attend after dinner. That is all, and with that food appeared. Is there anything French? Nadine muttered, seeing the selection was all heavy English foods. As if on cue, French food appeared around them and they were much happier. Apolline helped herself to a bowl of bouillabaisse, one of her favorites. She looked over to Slytherin to see Harry talking with a group of girls a bit younger than he was. She admitted she was a bit jealous, but the bee, owned right next to him, seemed familiar. Somehow she recognized her. What's in like at Beauxbatons? A smallish voice asked from near them. Apolline turned to see a girl about 13 with dark brown hair looking at them with curiosity. It's a beautiful place, the classes are good, probably different, and the teachers are very experienced, Apolline replied. Is it true the headmistress is half giant? Oui, Madame Maxine is a very skilled educator, and you'll find many half-human witches and wizards attend Beauxbatons. Much like us, Jean-Paul replied. That's neat. I've always wanted to see France, the girl said. What's your name? Oh, I'm Alice McKinnon. My sister is Marlene, she's in Gryffindor next to our best friend Lily Evans, the redhead over there, Alice said, pointing across the hall to the two. Who are those girls next to Harry? Nadine asked Alice. Oh, those are Narcissa Black, she's the youngest daughter of the most ancient and most noble house of Black. Her friends are Ophelia Greengrass of the most ancient and most noble house of Greengrass, Regina Parkinson of the ancient and noble house of Parkinson, and Marceline Bulstrode of the noble house of Bulstrode, Alice explained. What's their relationship with him? Oh, I'm not sure. I heard he saved the Black family during the break, so Narcissa and Bellatrix make sense, and I'm guessing the others are just Narcissa's friends. Bellatrix Black is the oldest of the Black sisters. She's also the most feared student in Hogwarts for her skills with a wand and the reputation of the Black family, though I guess Harry Peverell would now be the most powerful student, Alice replied. Where is this Bellatrix? Oh, she's in the hospital ward still. She was injured helping Harry Peverell in the Battle of Hogsmeade, Alice explained, shivering. Her eyes took on a faraway look as she stared at her. Food. So what are your favorite subjects? Apolline asked, changing the subject. Oh, I really love herbology. You see, Frank and I, Frank Longbottom Jr. I should say. He and I love herbology. We help our head of house, Professor Sprout, all the time in the greenhouse. She perked right back up. What kind of plants do you look after? Veronica asked. Half-elves were very in tune with nature, and Jean-Paul and their parents had a knack for working with nature, much like Apolline and Nadine had an affinity for fire. Dinner wrapped up and half the teachers and some students left, but most students remained as Harry stood up and made his way to the teacher's table to have a brief conversation with Professor Flitwick, who nodded and said some things before they addressed the Great Hall. All right everyone, can I ask you to step away from the tables? We will be vanishing them to make room for the start of today's first dueling club lesson, Harry announced. Everyone did so swiftly, and Professor Flitwick waved his wand and vanished all the tables. Harry then pulled out the elder wand Dumbledore had given him, and with practiced ease, he conjured about a dozen dummies. The first thing we are going to work on is accuracy. We will be casting a basic stinging hex at the dummies. You will cast 10 times before moving to the back of your line. Each house has 3 dummies, so make 3 lines, Harry instructed. Accuracy. Come on Peverell, can't you teach us something more flashy? A voice complained. Harry raised an eyebrow and looked at him. He was from Slytherin. You are Evan Rosier, he replied. Right, Evan, step up please, Harry said, and the boy did so, an arrogant smirk on his face. Stand over there for me please, Evan. Harry pointed about 20 feet away from himself. Evan moved to the designated spot. Cast 10 times at me. Are you sure? Yes. Evan cast the stinging hex at Harry 10 times, all 10 times Harry didn't move, and all 10 times Evan's spells missed. Sure, some of them came close, but a slight shift in weight was all that was needed to narrowly avoid it. And that, Mr. Rosier, is why we are practicing accuracy. Not all targets will stay still, and you need to be able to accurately cast with complete confidence or you'll end up dead. Now, everyone get into your lines. Myself and the professors will watch you and help you adjust your casting, Harry said. Professor Flitwick gave an approving nod before turning to his Ravenclaws, Professor Sprout doing the same for her Puffs, Slughorn for the Snakes and McGonagall for the Lions, while Albus merely watched on with curiosity as Harry went around to every house and every student at some point. Apolline, Jean-Paul, Nadine and Veronica watched from the sideline, Apolline with a smile on her face thinking back to her dream about an adult Harry Peverell. She wondered if he would teach his children like this. He seemed to have a knack for teaching. Alright, your homework is to work on your accuracy when casting spells. I want everyone to hit the dummies at least 7 out of 10 times before we move on to the next area, which will be casting at a moving target. I know you all want to learn the more combat-ready spells, but right now you need to learn how to accurately aim your spells, Harry said, dismissing everyone. The students left the Great Hall excited for their next meeting in 2 days' time. When Apolline rose in the morning, it was 5:30 a.m. on the dot. She was sharing a room with Nadine and Veronica in Hufflepuff while Jean-Paul roomed with the boys. She quietly slid out of bed and got changed into some tracksuit pants and a sports bra and singlet before leaving the common room and heading towards the Slytherin dungeons that Harry had shown them the location of the previous day. About 10 minutes later the door opened and Harry emerged. Right behind him was a black-haired girl. To Apolline she would define this girl as beautiful. She had pale skin, long dark hair, a sizable bust and delicious curves. This girl was absolutely gorgeous and she wasn't even a Vila. Apolline, glad you could join us. This is Bellatrix Black. We'll take it a bit easier today for you and her as she's still recovering from the Hogsmeade attack 2 days ago. I told her she could sit this one out but she insisted on coming, Harry said with a shrug. The girl looked at her before grinning. Apolline Devereux, pleasure to meet you, Miss Black, Apolline said, offering a hand. The pleasure is all mine. I'm sure we're going to become good friends, Bellatrix replied, taking the offered hand and keying it gently, making Apolline blush. The run around Hogwarts wasn't the hardest for Apolline, however, it was certainly taxing, and while she was out of breath towards the end of the run as they rounded the last parts of the Black Lake, she looked to see that Harry Peverell was barely breaking a sweat and Bellatrix Black herself only had a slight sheen of sweat while she was absolutely drenched in sweat. She had a lot of work to do if she was ever going to catch up to the two of them. Heading back to her shared room, she arrived at 7:30 to see her sister and cousin starting to wake. They rubbed the sleep out of their eyes as they looked at her. Why are you sweating so much? Nadine asked, yawning. I joined Harry for his morning run with Bellatrix Black, Apolline replied as she gathering her clothes to head to the bathroom. Run? What? Why so early? Veronica groaned. Harry gets up at 5:30 a.m. every morning and goes for a run at 5:45 to 7:15. He says keeping the body physically in shape helps your magical core as well as stamina during battle, Apolline explained. Really? Huh, go figure. Apolline rolled her eyes at her sister before she slipped into the bathroom and showered for the day. Her legs were aching, she would have to take a stamina potion so she didn't pass out during classes. By the end of the day, Apolline felt like her legs were going to drop off. Classes had been mundane at best, but she had a different standard of education and she would dare say that Beauxbatons was ahead of Hogwarts. Additionally, her extra family studies puts her miles ahead of regular students. Harry paid some attention while Bellatrix was diligently writing notes for all of their classes. Following Harry and Bellatrix to the 7th floor and into a room that appeared out of nowhere, they came across a dueling room setup but much more advanced than the Great Hall. Bella, accuracy again. But I'm increasing the speed. Any spell is allowed, of course. You'll cast until you feel you can't anymore, Harry instructed. South Avenue driver, Bellatrix grumbled. Apolline watched as Harry animated the dummies and was surprised that they were moving at a fast sprinting pace in what appeared to be random patterns. Bellatrix herself was moving as she cast spells as quietly as possible. Apolline was impressed that the girl had all her spells down to a whisper and no doubt with more practice, would delve into the realm of silent casting. How would you train Harry? Nadine asked curiously. I usually run through live battle situations, meditate, or delve into my research. Bella and I were supposed to do some sparring the other day, but yeah. She's still recovering, but we're going to push her beyond her limits, Harry said, watching as Bellatrix continued to hit the dummies, which stopped momentarily when hit before starting up again. On the wall behind the dummies was a counter of how many dummies she had hit so far. In the 10 minutes Bella had been casting, she had accurately hit 147 targets with spells, impressive for both her age and magical prowess, but she showed some base signs of fatigue. "Well then, would you give us the honor of sparring with you?" Nadine asked. Sure thing," Harry said after thinking for a few moments. "How about we make it a bit more interesting?" Veronica proposed. "How so?" Harry asked. "A bet," Nadine cut in. "Sure, the stakes. A date. If one of us girls can beat you, you have to take that girl on a date. If none of us win, you can make your own request for whatever you desire within reason," Veronica said. Okay. Hey, that's not fair. I can participate, can't I?" Bellatrix said, pausing her exercise but clearly almost exhausted, and Harry frowned. "You're almost out of energy. How about if one of those girls win, I'll take you out for a day as well, since you can't participate currently. I don't want Madame Pomfrey to kill me if I let you duel so quickly after your recovery," Harry said, scratching the back of his head. "Fine," she grumbled, satisfied that if one of the French girls happened to win, she would still get something cause she'd already used up most of her magic. Looking to see the amount of dummies hit now reached close to 300 with a consecutive hit count of 47 without a miss. "Well, I'm gonna sit out. No offense, Harry, but I do not wish for a date with you like my sister and cousins do," Jean-Paul said with a smirk. "Bella, you watch the duel and afterwards you can tell me why the winner won," Harry said. The girl nodded. Vanishing the dummies and conjuring some chairs, the room was bare to make space for the friendly spar that was going to take place. "All right, the rules are no unforgivables and no intentions to mortally wound. Whatever is inflicted must have a counter that can be applied or can be healed easily enough. Everything else is fair game. Now, who's first?" "Me," Nadine said excitedly. Harry gave a nod, walking to the other end of the room, and both of his wands slid into his hand. Apolline, Bellatrix, Veronica and Jean-Paul all stood off to the side. "All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Jean-Paul called. Nadine's wand flicked into her hand while her body took on the typical avian vela features their kind was used to. She went to fire her first spell chain only to duck, run and jump away from the incoming rapid spells that Harry was sending her way. His wands were a blur as spell after spell came from him. Nadine threw up a wall of flames to block the incoming spells. Diving to her right, she conjured metal spiked and banished them through the flame wall she had set up. Harry, for his part, was impressed by the wall of flames. He had never really seen passionfire before, but was aware of what it had the potential to do and be, including being on equal footing with fiendfire. The 50 or so spikes that were shooting at his general direction from behind the wall was a surprise, as they kept coming from different directions. He couldn't pinpoint a singular point of origin for the spells, which meant that Nadine was changing her location as she conjured and banished. Deciding to surprise her as she was hiding behind her wall of flames, he sent off his next spell chain with a delayed conjuration and transfiguration combo in place to continue for him. He ran towards the flames just a bit off from where he saw her latest volley of spiked shoot from. Jumping through the air, he transformed into his Nundu form and burst through the flames onto the unsuspecting Vela. Nadine let out a girlish scream as from her flame the large Nundu pounced, and she found herself on her back with a very heavy furry paw on her chest. She looked up into the emerald green eyes which smirked down at her on the face of a very dangerous creature. "Okay, I lose," Nadine sighed, grumbling to herself. Harry retracted his paw before transforming back and offering her a hand up. "There wasn't any rules against animagus transformations, don't pout like that," Apolline said, rolling her eyes at her older sister. "Guess I'm up next," Veronica said, a spring in her step. Veronica, using her elf magic, employed the liberal use of elemental manipulation along with her spell chains. Harry found it difficult to deal with at first, but he realized that she was actually slower than Nadine, but only slightly. No doubt that elemental manipulation has a lot of requirements for the magic to work as effectively as it did. He guessed that even Tom would have difficulties at first. However, Harry simply overpowered her with his own spell casting, getting to a rate of almost 20 different spells per minute from each wand. Once Veronica was on the defensive, she wasn't able to recover an offensive edge. However, he had a lot of trouble breaching her defenses. He realized that's why Veronica and Nadine would make quite the pair. Nadine's magic and skill set were heavily in the realm of offense while Veronica was in defense. It took him almost 15 minutes to break through her defenses even with the Elder Wands. He was impressed and guessed that the family magics of the Devereaux were on another level much like his own. Alright, so far Devereaux's 0, Peverell's 2. Apolline, you're up. Try and get us a win, will ya? Jean-Paul teased, though he expected his outcome and wasn't at all bothered by it. Apolline had watched her sister and cousin intently and had some idea of what they did wrong. Both of them tried to outsmart or overpower Harry, which didn't work as he was able to adapt and overpower them eventually. So she approached the duel differently. As she stood across from Harry, she took in his stance. Casual as it was, she could tell he was a seasoned fighter and would react almost instantaneously. So, she allowed herself to feel her magic as well as his. The intent behind it and the will it had. Once Jean-Paul announced for them to begin, as expected, Harry sent off a spell chain. By tuning into the ambient magic as well as feeling out the connection she felt between the two of them, Apolline weaved around the spells or blocking them as her wand returned spells of her own, all the while she places various silent traps on the ground between the two of them. She had never been the best in an outright duel, but she was always calculated and very good at setting traps. She admittedly knew that many if not most of her traps would likely fail, but she only needed one to work in order to win. Watching him realize that she had trapped the floor was an experience she would relive in her head over and over again. He made a step only for one of her traps to go off. It was through a Herculean effort on his part that he didn't get caught, but he quickly realized he was in a minefield of various enchantments and traps. This was her time to strike. It would possibly be her only chance in this sparring session. She transformed, allowing her Vila nature to come out. Her clawed hand shot fireballs at him while her wand swiftly cast spells at and around him. Harry cursed as he was caught off guard. He had every intention of taking these duels seriously, as had done so. But Apolline had somehow managed to set up who knows how many traps. He found her going on the offensive. Her passion fire and spells were coming at rapid speed, so he did the only thing he could think of that may work. He transformed into his magically resistant Nundu form and ran at her. Most of the traps he set off he was able to avoid by just being quick, until he set on a stasis one which slowed him and put him off balance, causing him to fall into her cage enchantment and be hit with multiple transfigured chains which pinned him to the ground. The shock clear on his animalistic face. Apolline stopped casting and smiled at him. The room was silent as it had become apparent that Harry had indeed lost. While in his chains, Harry shifted back into his human form and sighed, now completely chained up. "Looks like I win, Mr. Peverell," Apolline smirked. "Looks like you do, Miss Devereaux. Mind letting me out of this?" Harry said sheepishly. A wave of her wand and Harry was free. "I have to say, you caught me off guard with those traps on the ground. Well, unlike my sister who doesn't think and my cousin who is defensively heavy. I did get to observe their matches with you. Looks like you used that to your advantage. Hopefully everyone learned something." Harry sighed, running his hand through his long messy black hair. "And you owe me a date," Apolline added. "It seems I do. Well then, Apolline Devereaux, would you accompany me on a date this weekend?" Harry asked dramatically. "Why, I thought you'd never ask." "Of course, I would be delighted to be your date," Apolline replied, equally dramatic. "All right, lovebirds, let's turn in for the night," Jean-Paul said, rolling his eyes. It had been a few weeks, but Charles and Arcturus and their comrades were coming back to their battle-ready states. Sure, they were much older than when their fight with Grindelwald occurred, but their experience and willingness to fight for their country more than made up for their age. "Saria, did your daughter send you any observations?" Charles asked. The woman nodded. "Helena's told me that Lord Peverell has guests from France. The Devereaux family is what she said. I don't know who they are exactly. But also, Bellatrix and Narcissa Black are generally always in his company, along with Regina Parkinson, Ophelia Greengrass and Marceline Bulstrode, though likely they are there cause they're Narcissa's friends," Saria replied, standing at attention. "Bella and Sissy seem to be taking the alliance seriously," Arcturus mused. "Lord Peverell is also teaching a dueling class after hours on Mondays and Wednesdays. Professor Flitwick is the teacher overseeing this class, but many of the teachers watch. She said their first lesson was on accuracy," Saria explained. "Smart boy. By having everyone work on their accuracy, it means they'll be less likely to have their spells go wild when under attack," Arcturus said. I'm interested in the Devereux family. I've heard about them, but I believe we only had the pleasure or displeasure of the Hamiltons, Charles mused. Don't remind me, those twins were something else, Arcturus shuddered. Commander, Captain, would it not be wise to bring Lord Peverell into the fold? I'm sure his opinions and lessons would be appreciated by all of us, Saria said. I'll send a letter to him and see if he would be okay with meeting the squad. I understand he is very busy though, so I can't say if he will or will not be able to come, Charles sighed. Have you heard much from the girls after they went back to Hogwarts? I got a letter from James about the Hogsmeade incident. I'm glad that Harry was there to protect them again, Charles said to Arcturus. That's twice we owe him for saving our kids. I think Bella and Narcissa are enamored. Rumors are that Bellatrix has been training with Harry on the regular. She seems intent on improving her skills and staying by his side, Arcturus said. Are you thinking marriage contract? Charles asked. It has crossed my mind. I will speak with the girls themselves should that become the case. I would have their input into any contracts regarding them, even with Harry. Peverell, Arcturus replied. You're a good man, Artie, Charles said. Are you going to return the cloak to him? Arcturus asked curiously. I should, shouldn't I? Despite the fact it's become a Potter family heirloom and the Potters are connected to the Peverells when Iolanthe Peverell married Henry Potter and brought the cloak with her. It still belongs rightfully so to the Peverell family. I'm afraid James has been using it for mischief at Hogwarts, so I think during the Yule break I will have it returned to me and pass it on to Harry when the time is right, Charles admitted. The rest of the week had passed by in almost a blink of an eye for Apolline, who had been running a high ever since defeating Harry in that spar and winning the coveted date with the boy. Nadine and Veronica were jealous. Bellatrix Black was also jealous, but the girl seemed supportive and friendly enough. Apolline found herself liking Bellatrix very much, and the two could be seen conspiring together on many occasions. She maintained her early morning routine with the two of them, enjoying both of their company and even improving in her overall fitness. If she went back to France she would have to keep this habit up, but admittedly it lost its appeal when she thought about the lack of company she would have. They had reported everything that happened of note to their grandfather, including Apolline's impending date with Harry, and he was most pleased to hear that. She would get her date on the Saturday, and on the Sunday, Harry and all the Devereux would be attending Harry's gathering for the Sentinel families. Something she wasn't looking forward to at all. The wizarding world wasn't the most progressive, and if it weren't for their status as Sentinels, Apolline was pretty sure the others would look down on them like they did most half-creature folk. Apolline was currently getting ready for her date with Harry. She had showered and styled her hair and was now debating over which outfit she should wear. She opted to wear a nice sundress which highlighted her best features, and ones she wanted to draw Harry's eyes to, some flats and a proper sun hat. She had no idea what kind of date Harry had planned, but he did tell her to dress for the warm weather of where he had in mind. Bellatrix, her sister and cousin, had helped her with choosing this outfit and she adored it. She hoped he liked it just as much. She would be lying if she said she wasn't nervous about this. She had never been on a real date before due to her Vila heritage, so this was going to be a first. She had high hopes because Harry was completely immune to her Vila nature and he was a perfect gentleman. All qualities of a high-quality and powerful lord. You look magnifique, Nadine said with a bright smile. When she arrived outside the Great Hall to wait for Harry, many of the students looked at her with lust, jealousy and intrigue. All things she was used to. No matter how nervous it made her, she held her head up. Wow, you are breathtaking, a deep voice got her attention. Harry was dressed in a form-fitting Muggle button-up t-shirt, some casual jeans with a black belt. He wore some black combat boots and had his hair tied back into a thick ponytail. She noticed how his facial hair was neatly trimmed and made him look exceedingly attractive, like every gentleman a girl dream of. You clean up nicely, Harry, Apolline replied, blushing slightly as he approached her. Well, shall we be off for our date? Harry offered her his arm, which she took gladly. Where are we going? You'll see. And see she did. When he apparated them to their destination, it was Peverell Manor. To be precise, it was in his garden where a lovely picnic had been laid out for the two of them. As they settled into the charcuterie and cheese board, fruits and French wine, they began to just talk. Apolline noticed how many of the wildlife decided to drop in and greet them. Harry humored each and every animal that visited. Apolline was particularly flattered when a mother wolf placed her cubs in her lap before going off to sleep in the shade, leaving Harry and Apolline looking after the excitable pups. "It's a shame you don't get to share this side of you. You look at peace," Apolline mused. In her lap were two of the little female wolf pups. Harry looked at her while a few of the little boys were biting at him playfully. "I'd like very much to just live peacefully, but I can't rest when he's out there hurting people," Harry said. Apolline's eyes softened. She reached out and placed her hand in his. "You'll beat him, Harry. We'll be by your side," Apolline said, but what she really wanted to say was that she would be by his side. She felt her Vila magic surround her and reach out to his own. It danced together and Harry made no indication that he felt what she did, but the look in his eyes told her something different, but she also could see he looked at her and saw something else. "Thank you, but only if you want to be. It's not the French's problem," Harry dismissed and Apolline shook her head. "Non, Ari, if your Dark Lord succeeds he will turn his attention to the rest of Z-World. Like Grindelwald and every other Dark Lord. Ze are hardly content with their single country and will always try for more than they can handle," Apolline lectured. "It won't get to that point. I won't let it. I believe you, Ari, but a little help from your friends wouldn't hurt." Apolline smiled and Harry returned the gesture, something which caused her cheeks to flush. "Thanks, it's hard for me. I don't want to see the people I care about get hurt. Not ever again." Apolline could only nod her head at him. He had an expression that was so far away, as if remembering something especially harrowing. She did the only thing she could. She leant over and rested her head on his shoulder and traced a hand on his chest and arm. He turned to her and wrapped an arm around her out of instinct. Apolline had never felt more content in her life. Her imagination saw the two of them sitting in this garden years from now in the same position, two blonde-haired girls running around playing. Yes, this was perfect, this was what she wanted. Bellatrix Black sighed and grumbled as she did her homework. The Devereaux were making reports to their parents and head of house, so they were away. Harry was with Apolline on her one date, and Narcissa was with her friends. Bellatrix had found that she didn't give her previous friends much time nor attention anymore. Already she had blown off Veronica and Marcus' attempts to study as a group in favor of training. Instead she enjoyed her time with Harry, Jean-Paul, Nadine, Veronica and Apolline, though she found herself attracted to Apolline more than Nadine despite both of them being Vila, and of course to Harry, her savior and mentor. She often found herself daydreaming or dreaming about Harry and her and what it would be like to be with him. Hell, she didn't even care that she would probably have to share him, as he is a lord of an almost extinct ancient house. It was to be expected that he would continue the family lines with more than one wife, and Bellatrix had every intention to be one of them. Fortunately, because Apolline had one and she was unable to actually duel Harry, she was owed a day with him as well, something she was very much looking forward to. Finishing her essay for defense, she packed away all of her things and headed back to the dorms to put them away. She needed some fresh air. Stupefy. Bella had been lost in her thoughts. She was almost ashamed to admit that if it wasn't for her training with Harry that the spell would have caught her off guard. She ducked out of the way of the incoming red spell, her wand in her hand almost instantly. Well, look what we have here. Little Bellatrix all by her lonesome. The voice of Rodolphus Lestrange cackled menacingly. He was flanked by his brother Rabastan, Bartimus Crouch Jr. and Lucius Malfoy. "Lestrange, care to explain why you attempted to curse me?" Bellatrix asked, shifting her weight to stretch her muscles. "We simply wanted to have a private talk, me, you and the boys," he replied with a sneer. "You couldn't just approach me for that." "Well, the plan was for your mouth to be occupied while we talk," he said lecherously, her eyes narrowed at him. "Walk away, Rudy, I'll forget what you attempted just this once," she warned. "No chance in hell, you're mine, Black. Contract be damned, you belong to me. The Dark Lord will make it so once he's done with your pathetic grandfather, the new Lord Black won't hesitate to give you to me, and your sisters to their rightful owners." Anger flooded Bellatrix's body. Her family was being threatened. She had to warn her grandfather. She was casting moments later, thanking her training with Harry for her speed and accuracy as well as her whispered spells, as silent casting wasn't something she could quite do yet. The four boys found themselves on the defensive quite quickly as the spells of Bellatrix Black flew at them. None of them were friendly. The Blacks were infamous for their dark spells and their women even more so for the Black Dance, something that was ingrained into them since young. a dueling style that had them dance around a battlefield. After all, a lady of the House of Black must appear to be one, even when dealing with her enemies. Add in the training Bella has been doing with Harry, and you have the beginnings of a witch who could fight Dark Lords to a stalemate. Bellatrix danced around the hallway, avoiding and shielding spells coming her way while returning with her own. One of her bone breakers slipped through the boy's defense, shattering Rabaston's leg. His cry of pain distracted the other boys enough that Bellatrix took her chance and broke more bones in the other boys before hitting them all with a stunning spell each. She may have wanted to murder them, but she was at Hogwarts and Death Eaters or not, she wouldn't get away with killing other students. However, that didn't mean that she had to help them either. Leaving their broken, stunned bodies, she walked over to Rodolphus first before stomping on his crotch harshly, levitating him and then walking away with only Rodolphus, heading for Slughorn's office. She had to call her grandfather immediately to warn him of Rodolphus Lestrange's threat. Tom Marvolo Riddle arrived at his destination with a few of his inner circle present: Thaddeus Knott, Corvus Lestrange and Cygnus Black. Black Manor was beautiful as it was old. He imagined the dark magics that it contained and the wealth of knowledge that he wanted at his fingertips. The Blacks were supposed to be his to command, to own, and yet they weren't, not quite yet. Arcturus Black had declared Voldemort an enemy of his family, quite publicly so, but he was not here as Lord Voldemort, he was here as Marvolo Gaunt, the lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Slytherin. He was here to negotiate with the old man and to give his followers what was promised. A daughter of House Black for each of the families, one for the Malfoys. Lucius was still in Hogwarts so he could not attend, one for the Lestrange heir Rodolphus, and one for the Knotts. Cygnus was intent on having Bellatrix contracted to Rodolphus, Andromeda to Theodore and Narcissa to Lucius, and here he was to make that happen. "Father, I have some people who wish to meet with you." Tom, Thaddeus and Corvus were waiting outside the manor as Cygnus went inside in order to bring the old man to the table, so to speak. "What did they want, boy?" The gruff reply echoed throughout the house. "A simple meeting and negotiation," Cygnus replied. "I'll receive them in my study." And with that, Cygnus was able to bring them into the Black family ancestral home. Tom looked at the delicate art that was displayed within the manor along with the decor. As they walked, he could see his more important followers taking up residence in this place in the future for when they needed to plan. After all, having the support of the Black family would make waves in the world. Arcturus Black was an imposing man despite his age. He had fought against Grindelwald's regime and had faced the man on the battlefield and dueled him to a stalemate 3 times, something that only Charles Potter has ever done. However, Tom wasn't delusional to think about not having a contingency plan in mind should the current Lord Black be resistant to their negotiations. He could be replaced. While he was powerful, he was not as powerful as Tom. Of this he was sure. Tom was destined for greatness, for more, and he would do whatever he needed to in order to make it happen. His only threat came from Harry Peverell. The boy dueled him to a stalemate, though if it weren't for the infuriating meddling of Bellatrix Black, he was confident he would have killed him in Hogsmeade on that day. He would punish Bellatrix for her meddling once she became Bellatrix Lestrange and therefore would be his to command and own. Lord Gaunt, not Lestrange. To what do I owe this unexpected meeting my son wants me to have? Arcturus Black was seated behind his desk. He neither offered them a seat nor did he pay them any real respect, which irked Tom. "Play nice, husband," the voice of Melania Black said, as she brought in tea. Though she only had a cup for herself and for Lord Black, Tom noted as she sat down on a conjured armchair to the right of Arcturus. "Mother, why are you sitting in?" Cygnus looked nervous. "Is there a reason I should not be here, child?" Melania asked, raising an eyebrow at her youngest son who looked nervous. In fact, both Thaddeus and Corvus looked nervous. Tom internally rolled his eyes before he conjured seats for themselves. "This is a conversation ideally between the heads of houses," Tom said smoothly with a charming smile. "Oh, then I think as the lady of the house I should definitely be involved." Melania crossed her legs and sat back. "But mother," Cygnus made to protest. "Silence, boy. Now, what do you want?" "I'm a busy man," Arcturus grunted. "Lord Malfoy and these two were affronted that you haven't responded to the proposed marriage contracts for the daughters of your house," Tom started. "I do not owe you sniveling pieces of shite an answer. Why in Merlin's saggy balls would I owe you an answer? I am the Black of Blacks, I don't owe you shit. What my husband means, is that his silence is answer enough." We do not consider contracts with Malfoy, not unless strange in the best interest of our house. Melania placed a placating hand on an agitated Arcturus. Mother, I disagree. Lucius, Rodolphus and Theodore are all pure bloods from the right kind of families that will be influential in the years to come. We should be on the right side, Cygnus argued. As Abraxas is no longer with us, I am here on Lucius' behalf. As Lord Slytherin, these three families I am quite close with, and it certainly would be worth considering a relationship with them and myself, Tom said. Abraxas was a sniveling little shit. He died in Diagon Alley like the filthy little cunt he was, Arcturus sneered. Admittedly, he acted alone. He was still an upstanding member of the dark sect, Thaddeus cut in. We don't take kindly to attacks on our house, especially attacks on ourselves. Abraxas' implication whether or not Lestrange and Nott were involved or not, caused us to reevaluate our stance, Melania said. Well, I would implore you to reconsider. Alliances between the families will be beneficial for the trials to come, Tom said with a smile that normally dazzled any woman, but she just narrowed her eyes at him. Are you insinuating that there is going to be another war? Lord Slytherin, I believe Lord Peverell made it quite clear that the terrorist known as Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters have been announced as enemies of the state. My husband as well as brother-in-law Lord Potter have already pledged to aid Lord Peverell, and we intend to follow through, Melania said, taking another sip of tea. Mother, I think that we shouldn't outright reject Lord Slytherin, not in Lestrange. There is merit in aligning ourselves with better families, Cygnus protested. Shut it, boy, I've had enough. Your mother is the only reason I haven't cursed all three of you simpering fools into next century. There will be no contracts for daughters of the House of Black. I'd sooner die than hand them over to the likes of Malfoy, Lestrange or not. Now piss off, Arcturus growled, standing up and glaring at the three and his son. You are making a mistake, Lord Black. You may be safe behind these wards, but the same can't be said for your grandchildren at Hogwarts. I've heard that your eldest granddaughter has already made an enemy of Lord Voldemort. Her protection along with the others and your heir should be your concern, Tom said. His threat wasn't subtle and Arcturus clenched his fist. However, Tom was surprised to find himself and the others bound in a Melania Black with her wand out and a snarl on her face. Is that a threat, Lord Slytherin? She asked, her voice dangerously low. Merely an observation. I wouldn't be stupid enough to threaten a lord and lady in their own home. Just then the flow lit up, signaling someone was calling. Arcturus went over and stuck his head in immediately. When he came out of the flow his expression was unreadable. Tom allowed himself to smirk. If everything had gone to plan, that should have been Lucius and his other junior followers with the unconscious Bellatrix Black as they had planned. Almost immediately Rodolphus came through the flow. However, he was hovering, broken and stunned as Bellatrix Black emerged, wand in hand and a smirk on her face. Tom, Corvus, Thaddeus and Cygnus paled. This meant that the surprise attack had failed and Bellatrix had bested the group. His junior Death Eaters were pitiful to fail a group attack against one girl. Hello father, Bellatrix intoned. What have you done to my son? Corvus Lestrange growled, struggling against his ropes. Oh Rudy. Well, you see, he and his friends tried to ambush me in the dungeon hallway at Hogwarts. He wanted to have a private chat, though he did say that he and his boys would be talking and my mouth would be otherwise occupied. But you see, Lord Lestrange, him and his groupies didn't match up, 4-on-1 and they still lost. I doubt Rudy will be able to have children after the amount of times I crushed his balls beneath my heels. You see, you made a mistake in assuming that they could best me. I'm training with Harry Peverell and the Devereux, you see. I won't allow myself to lose to anyone but Harry. I will follow him, and I will continue to do so. I couldn't kill Rudy in Hogwarts, so I brought him here. Instead, where I very much can kill him, right grandfather? Bellatrix cocked her head to the side looking at her grandfather. Given the attempt they made on you, dear, I fully consent to his execution, Arcturus replied, sitting back down in his chair. Perhaps torture the boy until he begs for death, Melania added. Her wand was still trained on the 4 men bound across from them. You wouldn't dare kill him. He is my heir and we are one of the Sacred 28. You would go to Azkaban for that. Corvus snarled. Bellatrix, let your future husband go. I am your father and you will listen to me. Cygnus shouted, but she ignored him in favor of looking at Corvus with a glare. I believe grandfather and grandmother will be able to defend me in front of the Wizengamot, not to mention Harry Peverell and the Devereaux. It's interesting how having powerful allies can make you untouchable. Isn't that right, Lord Slytherin? Bellatrix addressed the last part to the man, and Tom was seething beneath the ropes. He could very well break his bindings and kill the Blacks, but he would also end up killing his comrades in this smaller environment, and loath he is to admit it, he needs them currently. You would do well were you to join your betters, Miss Black. We can provide everything you desire should you simply submit, Tom supplied. The world can be influenced by our house, Bellatrix. Imagine the House of Black being in control of the world, Cygnus pleaded. The world is not enough. I don't want the world. I have chosen my leader and I will stand by him until the day my life ends, Bellatrix affirmed. She looked at her grandparents and both nodded their understanding. It would seem Arcturus would indeed have to set up a contract for Bellatrix, but not for any in front of him. It seems our negotiations have failed. If you would kindly unbind us, we will take our leave. Or are you really going to kill guests in your house who have merely come to peacefully negotiate? Tom said. Arcturus had every mind to outright kill him, but he stayed his hand. You may leave, and take your fucking spawn with you, Lestrange. Do not grace my home with your presence ever again. Now piss off. With a wave of his hand, the four bound men were free to move, though all three Blacks had their wands at the ready, and not to mention the Black ancestral home would defend them as well. My son, Corvus growled. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow and cancelled her levitation spell. Rodolphus' body dropped to the ground with a thud and a crunch. His arm broke in addition to whatever else Bellatrix had broken. Corvus glared as he retrieved his broken heir, intent on taking him to be checked out and healed, while Bellatrix just smirked and waved goodbye. Cygnus, I would think very hard about your actions today, and what you will do moving forward, son. This is your only warning, Arcturus said. Cygnus Black looked at him with a neutral expression, nodding stiffly before leaving the room. So, granddaughter, I believe we should talk about what you've mentioned today. Just how close are you with Lord Harry Peverell? Melania asked. Bellatrix beamed and sat across from her grandmother and immediately spilling everything they had done at Hogwarts since returning, a bright smile on her face. Arcturus listened in with a smile of his own as he put pen to paper, writing a proposal to one Harry Peverell. Bellatrix had chosen, and he would do his best as her head of house and her grandfather to give her the happiness she clearly got when talking about Harry. Peverell Manor was squeaky clean. The elves had set up the halls and a banquet for the guests, and everything was ready. Harry was wearing a formal suit and tie with the Peverell family crest on the pocket and the Lord's ring on his finger. He would one day retrieve the resurrection stone from the Gaunt family ring if it was the same as before, but another time. Lord Peverell, thank you for this honor, Charles said as he and Doria approached, while each holding a glass of wine. Today was the meeting of all the Sentinel families who had contacted him, and Harry didn't want to meet them alone, so he had invited both Charles and Doria along with Arcturus and Melania. Charles and Arcturus had insisted on providing security even if Peverell Manor was essentially off the maps for most of the people. They didn't want Harry to be without help should something go wrong. He was introduced to Saria Whitmore, who was their head of security, and three others who had Charles and Arcturus trust. He had to admit that Reginald White-nay Yaxley was someone he was weary of name-wise. However, when he learnt that Reginald was disowned by the Yaxleys for marrying a Muggle-born American witch who was a nurse in the Grindelwald War, he took her family name after his family stripped him of his own. He couldn't care less, but the burly, grizzled man made him feel a little uneasy simply cause of sheer size and the scars on his body. But Charles and Arcturus trusted him, so he would too. The pleasure is mine, Charles. I'm glad the two of you could make it, Harry said honestly. My lord, the guests are starting to arrive with their invitations, Saria said, appearing at their side. Jesus woman. Get a bell or something, Charles grumbled, shocked by her sudden appearance. Shut it, old man, you and I both know you appreciate my stealth capabilities, Saria bit back and Doria giggled. Remember, Harry, don't let them see you weak. Don't falter, and make sure they don't disrespect you in your own home. While we may all be Sentinel families, some are more hostile than others, Michelle Devereaux added, joining the group. Besides, having both the Blacks and the Potters here was a good choice. Even amongst our circles, both of you are highly respected as being the best your country has, Michelle added, nodding to Charles and Arcturus, who was arriving with Melania, and Bellatrix, who was surprisingly dressed up. Bellatrix Black was wearing a strapless black dress which hugged her curves in all the right places, her hair was curled slightly and her pale features were accentuated by light amounts of makeup. He didn't miss the fact that the slit in her dress gave way to long legs and what appeared to be a garter which contained knives. "Harry!" Bellatrix beamed, racing over to him and almost stumbling in her heels. "Bellatrix, what are you doing here?" Harry asked. "Grandfather and grandmother told me to come with them. I was in Black Manor cause of an incident at school, so they told me to just come with them today and head back to school tomorrow for class." "Hi Uncle Charles. Aunt Doria." Bellatrix replied, then greeted Charles and Doria and then turned to Michelle before giving a polite curtsy. "You must be Lord Devereux, it's a pleasure to meet you." "My name is Bellatrix Black. I have had the pleasure of becoming friends with your grandchildren at Hogwarts," Bellatrix said, and Michelle let out a chuckle. "Lovely to meet you, Miss Black. Apolline speaks highly of you. Nadine and Veronica are a little jealous of you and Jean-Paul respects your skills. I say whatever you are doing to challenge those two girls, keep doing it, but it's Apolline you should be worried about." He winked at her before gesturing with his eyes to Harry and she blushed. More and more people started arriving and Harry sighed as he would have to start playing host at what many was considering the most important gathering of the century, as there hadn't been a meeting of all of the Sentinel families for a few hundred years, not since the last Peverells roamed the lands. "Lord Harry Peverell, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Lord Felix Hamilton, this is my wife Alexandra, and our two children Eliza and Angelica. The rest of our family members were unable to attend due to dealings back home unfortunately." Felix Hamilton was the current head of the Hamilton family of America. "The pleasure is mine, thank you for coming," Harry replied, shaking his hand, dotting Alexandra's hand and then the two daughters. Eliza and Angelica Hamilton were beautiful women, both of them were older than Harry and they were both fair-skinned with dark hair and hazel eyes. Eliza was slightly taller than Angelica, but Angelica had a slightly larger chest and seemed to have more confidence than her sister. "Please enjoy the gathering," Harry said, welcoming them. "Lord Peverell, thank you for your hospitality. I am Lord Maximo Giovanni, my wife Madeline, my sister Helena, my oldest son Hector, my daughter Delilah and my youngest son Grayson." Maximo Giovanni was an Italian man, speaking with his hands and mussed bravado as he hugged and at Harry's cheeks in a traditional Italian greeting. Madeline and Helena were beautiful aristocratic Italian women. Helena was clearly the youngest sister of the Giovanni family as she barely looked over 25, while Maximo himself looked to be in his late 40s. Their children didn't look much older than 15 either by the way they looked and acted, with Delilah and Grayson hugging their mother's leg shyly and Hector looked nervous. "You are most welcome, Lord Giovanni, please enjoy yourselves," Harry said. This is how it went for the first hour as more Sentinel families arrived. Harry met Lord Akash and Lady Rashini Patel of India and their teenaged and adult children, Rama, Beam, Rani, Hala, Nikesh, Amina and Chatali. Lady Amelia and Lord Heliar Salazar of the Caribbean, though Harry admits they looked more like pirates of the Caribbean more than a lord and lady. Lord Virgilio and Lady Beatrix Martinez of South America and their daughter Maria. The Egyptian Sentinels were strange as they held onto their god names and titles and roles within their family, Amun-Ra being the lord. The Celtics weren't much different, with their lord being Odinson. Harry wanted to roll his eyes but didn't, as the Pantheon-based Sentinels were some of the oldest families. That being said, he didn't miss how many of the older teenaged, young and even middle-aged single women of the families looked at him like a piece of meat they wanted to sink their claws in. He shuddered at the thought. He played host and mingled with each and every family, while they also talked to each other and amongst themselves. There were tensions between a few of the families. The Egyptians and the Celtics weren't on friendly terms, and it seems that the Salazars of the Caribbean and the Hamiltons weren't exactly on friendly terms either. When the time finally came for the demonstration, Harry was anxious. It was a common practice that when a new lord or lady is announced amongst the Sentinel families, that a gathering and demonstration take place to show the others that they are suitable to lead their families. It consists of other families challenging the individual to a duel to determine the skills. Some of the lower families would use this as a way to usurp the more high-class families by being more skilled than their new head of house. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow the outlined path to Peverell Manor's dueling room. The demonstration will be taking place shortly, Michelle Devereux announced. Harry sighed as he made his way to his dueling room, which had been configured like a mini coliseum. Shortly all the families began filtering in and taking seats in their groups while Harry stood in the arena with Michelle, Charles, Arcturus, Doria, Melania and Bellatrix made up the Peverell block in lieu of his blood relations, unknown to them that he was actually related in a previous life. As per the laws of the Sentinel families, any may challenge a new head of house if deemed unfit for the name of the house. The house in question is the Peverell family. Should any of you deem Harry Peverell unfit to lead the house, announce your challenge. Should you win, you become the new head of house. Should you lose, you must offer up something of equal worth to your claim, Michelle announced. A few of the smaller Sentinel families rose up to challenge Harry. This was a way for them to take over a prominent house for their own and integrate that family's magics into their own. He couldn't fault any of them for trying. That being said, when the first few challenges came, Harry had made sure to put them down swiftly. He had to admit a few of them were skilled but not quite near him. He even thought Bella could have won against many of them. I challenge you, Harry Peverell, as per the conditions of the demonstration. Should I win, the Peverell house will be headed by myself. Should I lose, I will offer up my granddaughter, Hela Odinson. Odin Odinson of the Celtic family was one of the first from the major families to challenge him. Hela, aptly named, was a beautiful Scandinavian girl who was 2 years older than Harry. He had spoken with her briefly and the girl had been shy but told him she loved to read and study instead of practice battle magic like her brothers and uncles. She had a distinctive look with half of her hair being a raven black and the other half being platinum white. Her eyes were offset with hazel on the white side and blue on the raven side. Her face was perfectly symmetrical and she was a beautiful developed young woman despite her shyness. The terms are agreed. As with all of the duels, the first one to yield shall be the loser. If the opponent is unable to yield, then they are also the loser. If death shall occur, then they are obviously the loser. Who will represent the Odinson family of the Scandinavia? I will. Thor Odinson was the brutish and bulky eldest son of Odin, uncle of Hela, and he was a man covered in scars from battles he had fought and started. Harry Peverell, who will represent you? Harry rolled his eyes. The question had to be asked, but only he could represent himself. He spoke his affirmation that he would be fighting for himself like with the other challenges. The magical barrier that protected the audience materialized as Thor entered the arena. Harry was glad for his months spent training as he had yet to break a sweat. The minor families that challenged him weren't too bad, but they weren't on his level. As the brutish man drew his wand and cracked his limbs while stretching, Harry surveyed him with a keen eye. This man was dangerous and Harry knew it. On my mark, fight. Thor didn't waste any time before he was casting various lightning-inspired spells towards him. Harry moved swiftly to intercept or block the spells with debris, shields, or just avoid them with expert footwork. Thor moved and cursed like a proper warrior. The two were never stagnant as they maneuvered themselves around the arena. Harry allowed his Elder Wand to slip into his left hand while this world's Elder Wand was in his right. The magic of the two wands were similar yet different. One accepted him as its master and was devoted as a proficient tool to carry out the will of its user, whereas the wand that came with him from his world was a part of him, an extension of himself and his power. Harry began casting with both wands and swiftly Thor began to fall back. On the defensive as the arena around them was torn apart from their clashing of spells. The man slammed his wand into the ground, summoning a wall of lighting to protect himself while he healed a few of the more minor curses Harry had managed to slip through. Harry's next spell barrage broke through the wall of lightning. However, Thor was ready with his own spell chain launching off and Harry twisted just in time to avoid an ethereal hammer slamming into him. The hammer then returned to Thor's offhand. Being made of lightning, Thor threw it again while casting. This was going to be a problem for Harry now. He ducked and weaved around the destroyed arena, making sure to not lose his footing. After minutes of frustration for Thor, he abandoned the use of crafty spells and decided to attack Harry solely with his conjured elemental war hammer. In retaliation, Harry growled and transformed into his animagus form, and Nundu met hammer in a physical altercation with Harry taking hits to his side and jaw before clawing into Thor, who was laughing like a maniac as they clashed. This is how the scrappy battle went on before Harry managed to get the upper hand. He took a harsh blow from Thor in order to tear into his leg and almost ripping it clean off. Thor's cry of pain echoed through the chamber as he fell and Harry pounced. slamming the bulky man into the ground with his body before pressing his claws to the man's chest and bringing his jaw close to Thor's face, his acid breath threatening to burn Thor's beard and face. "Thor Odinson, do you yield?" Michelle asked, looking to Odin, who looked frustrated, and then to the downed Thor. I yield," Thor echoed after seeing a nod from his father. "Very well, victory goes to Harry Peverell. As per the agreement for the challenge, Hela Odinson shall now be given to the Peverell family as compensation. You may discuss the finer details later." After his showing with the Celtic man, Harry could see most of the more powerful families were looking at him with newly refreshed respect. As he changed back, he winced as his bruises made themselves known, and he immediately went about healing himself. He looked up to where the Blacks and Potters were sitting to see them looking at him with concerned smiles. Though Bellatrix wasn't looking at him, he followed her glare to see her trying to stare holes right into Hela Odinson, who was frowning as she spoke with her grandfather heatedly, in addition to a man who appeared to be her father, a woman who he assumed was her mother, and a now being healed Thor. "If there is no one else who wishes to challenge Harry Peverell, then we shall announce this demonstration over." "Thank you for." "Wait, I challenge Harry Peverell," a familiar voice announced, and Harry frowned as he saw Michelle's face go red with seething anger. Lancel Devereaux was the source of the voice. He marched down into the arena with a cocky smirk on his face. Up in the stands, Loretta, Nadine, Veronica, Apolline, Jean-Paul, Henry, Vincent and Mirabella all paled and looked at Michelle. "Are you sure you wish to go through with this challenge, Lancel Devereaux of the Devereaux family?" Michelle's tone took on a warning, but the man ignored him. Should I win, I will take over as head of the Peverell family. Should you win, I will offer up whatever my lord deems worthy as compensation," Lancel said. He was looking directly at Harry, who frowned at him. "Lancel, what the fuck are you doing?" Vincent hissed, clearly thinking that he would have to give up one of his daughters or his niece because of his brother's stupid actions and need to prove himself. "The challenge and terms have been issued. Harry Peverell, do you agree?" Michelle asked, his tone a lot quieter, knowing that Harry wasn't going to be able to refuse. "I agree, though the compensation, should I win, will be discussed between myself and Lord Devereaux." Michelle looked at Harry with a grateful expression. After this match, it was clear there was going to be a discussion between the two of them. Harry watched as Hela Odinson walked to where his family stand-ins were seated, briefly introduce herself shyly before sitting down with them. He hadn't taken anyone else, as even the daughters of the minor Sentinel families weren't equal to his lordship of the Peverell family, but he did take businesses or money from them. Hela was the only person he had been forced to claim as compensation. "Very well, on my mark, fight." For a few moments neither Harry nor Lancel made a movement. Harry was watching his actions carefully, both wands at his side. He hadn't spoken with Lancel much or at all, but from his limited interaction it always seemed like Lancel had the pathological need to prove himself. Lancel held his wand in a traditional fencer's grip and stance, while Harry was more loose and relaxed, without poise but ready to react in any way. The stalemate was broken when Lancel sent his first spell chain. Harry noted that he was whispering his spells, having no doubt much trouble with silent casting that Harry can do. The spells were unfamiliar to him, and the speed wasn't as fast as he expected. He was able to block or sidestep all of the spells coming his way. He then returned with his own spell chain, lowering the speed and the power of the spells as a way to just test Lancel's defense. Apolline watched her uncle and Harry exchanging spells, completely perplexed, as were the rest of her family. Her grandfather straight out looked like he wanted to murder Uncle Lancel. She didn't understand why he would issue a challenge after grandfather made it known that they would be returning the help their own family had received centuries ago. Her mother had told her that Uncle Lancel sought power constantly and to prove himself to their grandfather, but challenging and attempting to take over Harry's family wasn't the right way to do it. Not to mention Apolline would have to face the music herself, something she was dreading, and she couldn't help but look at the young woman from the Celtic Sentinel family who would be forced to join Harry's house. Not that she would be mistreated. Apolline had no doubts that Harry would treat Hela well, far better than her own family likely. The other night Apolline had confided in her mother and sister that her inner Vela has chosen Harry as her mate, and now that it has done that, she and it won't accept anyone else other than Harry. It was a daunting feeling knowing that her creature has picked Harry, and the thought of him rejecting her would absolutely cause her to go insane. Not just that, but she knew that Harry would have more than one wife and was content to start picking them for him. Now her uncle was threatening to take away Harry's family name and the villa in her wanted to tear him apart. She was now watching as Lancel and Harry's duel started becoming more intense. She was horrified seeing her family spells flying towards Harry, spells that she was taught could cause such violence and weren't to be used unless one's lives or others' lives were in danger. But at the same time, Harry moved out of their way, or deflected them into the barrier or the ground, or he blocked them with transfigured debris. "It'll be okay," Nadine said quietly, her hand in Appeline's as the younger girl clutched it like her life depended on it. "Lancel is good, but it would seem that Harry is better," Loretta murmured. There was much truth in that statement. While their duel in the room of requirement was won by her, and he was trying to take it seriously. She had no doubt she would have lost if it came to a battle to the death. Here though, Harry had no reservations, and while she could tell he was doing his best to avoid seriously harming Lancel, he was getting more and more pissed off. It was in the air, the smell of decay and rot, the smell of death, the smell of the Peverell family magic demanding the slight against its blood relations be paid. Was it odd that Appeline could sense the ambient ancient magic in the air? Perhaps, but she could dwell on why her senses were picking up on that later. She looked over to where the Blacks and Potters were seated. All of them were tense as they watched the demonstrations. Bellatrix Black had in the past week become a dear friend, and her Vila sensed that Bellatrix would also make a fitting additional mate for her mate, and as such her attraction to the dark-haired witch had also grown. Vila were known for their possessiveness, but they were also mostly polyamorous, as they seldom find a partner solely for themselves but usually for members of their enclave. It's only a few Vila families that claim a sole male for their own, or as is the case of the Devereux family, their Vila nature comes from their family's Sentinel magic, and thus they generally have just one chosen mate. Harry is better than her uncle, and he is proving it in the way he is handling the demonstration, how he's handled everyone who challenged him, and the way he moves, how his magic flares up and how it does his will as if he were conducting an orchestra of magic. A conductor masterfully reading and leading others in his symphony. As proven, she and everyone watching was enchanted as Harry weaved between spells her uncle sent and tore up the ground in front of him, banishing them forwards while at the same time transfiguring them and enchanting them. The spikes that missed their target hit the ground and pulsed around them with a powerful paralysis spell. Lancel had been busy repelling the spears that may have hit him. He failed to notice the trap that he had walked into. Harry had spent much time directing him into a small limited area of movement and then had struck with something her uncle couldn't have escaped. Caught in the paralysis spell, Lancel was held down in his position mid-spell. Harry's side approached, waving his wand allowing Lancel to use his mouth. "Do you yield?" Harry asked monotonously. "I yield," Lancel seethed. Harry nodded and cancelled his spells before turning his back and walking away. "Vincent, Loretta, come grab your brother. We will be discussing this later." Michel couldn't even look at his youngest son. "Father, Lancel began. "Save it. Now, does anyone else wish to challenge Lord Peverell's ability to lead his family?" When no one answered, he took a deep breath. "This demonstration is called to a close. If you owe Lord Peverell assets, his account manager will be in touch to handle the exchange. If you owe Lord Potter a person, you will meet with him now," Michel said. As the different families took their leave, save the Celtic family and the Devereux, Potters and Blacks, Harry allowed his exhaustion to show as his shoulders slumped and he rolled them as he let out a sigh. "Let us meet in my office, one family at a time. Odinson, you first, as you challenged first," Harry said, partially because he needed time to calm down from the betrayal of Lancel Devereux, and for the matter he had no idea what he could ask of that wouldn't take one of the three girls he had come to see as a friend away from their family. They didn't deserve to lose their family because of their uncle's idiocy. "Of course," Michel replied. Odinson, please follow Lord Peverell to his office," Michel said, once the Odinson family had left. Following Harry, he stormed up to Lancel and struck him hard, causing everyone to wince. "How fucking dare you! After the hospitality and debt that our family owe the Peverell family, you try to usurp him!" Michel roared. "I saw a chance to make us more powerful and I took it. I did nothing wrong. The demonstration is so we can challenge those we feel can't lead their family properly. He is a 17-year-old boy. He shouldn't be leading one of the most powerful Sentinel families," Lancel argued, only to be struck again. "He had you from the very start," Bellatrix cut in, all eyes shot to her. "What do you mean?" Lancel asked, his voice shaking. I've seen Harry in a real fight, I've been training with him and I've watched him duel, not to mention fought by his side. His actions, spells and the like are always calculated, especially when something is at stake. He gave you the benefit of the doubt to back down before he tore you apart. You didn't back down, so he made it so you could only possibly lose and nothing else, Bellatrix replied with a shrug as she followed the blacks out of the room, leaving the Devereaux alone. Not to mention he made you look weak in front of the other families the way he did it. We all saw what he was doing by making you move and taking away the arena around you. But you in your egocentric need to prove yourself didn't see what he was doing and fell for it, Loretta sighed. He made you a pariah, an outcast. It was no secret to the other families that ours had already integrated itself with Harry Peverell, given that he had asked Father to oversee the demonstration. And your challenge was a stab in the back that Harry couldn't do anything but make an example of you lest he look weak, Vincent said quietly. There is now the matter of what our family now owes his by demand of magic, lest we all suffer the potential backlash. Michelle's voice was tired and broken. I do not wish to part with any of my granddaughters, but, being in service and a member of his family is a far cry from a bad fate, the matter of whom Michel trailed off, unable to look his granddaughters in the eyes. Me, it will be me, Apolline said. Loretta's eyes bulged out as did Veronique's, but Nadine and her mother looked at her with a smile and an understanding. Are you sure, Apolline? Go on, honey, tell them, her mother encouraged, and her sister gave her a smile and a nod. I'm sure, I meant to speak with you after the demonstration, grandfather. But my Vila, she has chosen Harry as our mate. I had wanted to speak with you and him privately once I had your blessing, but it seems fate has dealt her own hand. I can't imagine myself with anyone other than Harry. My Vila won't allow it and I don't want to fight her claim either, Apolline sighed. I see. I still wish to speak with him and explain it, but, I believe I would be more than suitable to be our family's compensation, Apolline said. Harry sat behind his desk in his family manner, nursing a strong glass of whiskey. Filling up the room across from him was the Celtic family. Odin Odinson, the head of house, Thor Odinson, his eldest son and heir. Loki Odinson, the other son. Odin's wife Frigga, Thor's wife Sif, Loki's wife Angrboda, Thor's son Heimdall, Loki's 3 children Fenrir, Jormungandr and lastly Hela. All of them were present as Odin sat lazily in the chair opposite Harry, a pleased smile on his face while Thor looked to be recovering well from their duel. He took a few moments to look at Hela, who looked nervous but smiled at him warmly as if knowing what was about to be spoken. You're a very talented young man, Harry, Odin mused. Your heir is quite the fearsome warrior himself. I enjoyed the duel, Harry replied honestly. Enough beating around the bush, father. We are discussing your selling of my daughter, Loki snarled, and Harry sighed, while the girl in question looked down shyly. Ah yes, to the victor goes the spoils, Odin chuckled. Harry's eyes narrowed as did Loki's and Angrboda's, but it was Harry who spoke. She is not a possession to hand around, Lord Odinson. I should think that you would have more respect for your granddaughter. Harry's voice was cold and silenced the room. He could tell that Loki looked at him with more respect, as did his wife. Ah, quite right, Lord Peverell. Well, let's set the terms of her joining your family, Odin said. Harry produced some parchment and a quill before he began writing up the base terms of the contract. The contract was standard concubine contract. Their magics wouldn't let it just be as normal as accepting a new ward into the house. Harry hated that this girl's future was going to be with him without her choice, so he made sure to put in stipulations that while Odin didn't care for them, he knew she would. She wouldn't be forced into anything, everything was to be consensual. He would provide her with anything she wants for education or work purposes. She would have her own room and private area. She would be required to share meals, and she would be able to spend as much or as little time with him as she wanted, save for family events and gatherings where she was expected to appear as a concubine of the Lord. While Hela didn't speak, he could tell she was appreciative that he wasn't going to force anything, and her parents were just as thankful. He also made it known that she could have them visit as much as she wants, and anyone else she wants to invite over must first be vetted and checked for safety reasons, which they couldn't fault given the current climate of magical Britain. When the negotiations were finished, the Odinsons all got up to leave. Loki, Angrboda, Fenrir and Jormungandr all took extra time to say goodbye to Hela. Tears were in the older woman's eyes while the two brothers looked at their little sister and made not so subtle threats that they would deal with Harry if he hurt her. She looked at them and rolled her eyes despite the tears. Once they departed, Hila was left with Harry in his office, who sighed and slouched in his chair. I truly am sorry for all this. I'm sure it's not the life you envisioned for yourself, Harry apologized. It's all right, my lord. Growing up in a Sentinel family, we are taught about our families and histories from a young age. We are also told about the demonstrations and the compensation that may be given as a result of them. I'm just glad you appear to be a decent man, Hila replied, her accent thick but understandable. Call me Harry, please. And my home will be your home. I will assign you your own personal elf to tend to your needs. Should you wish to come to Hogwarts with me, I can have that arranged for you. Any classes and studies you were doing previously can continue, and I will cover the cost of them and any materials you need. I was serious, Hila. You may be stuck with me, but I am not going to take advantage of you, and I will do everything in my power to make your life a pleasant one, Harry said sincerely. The girl blushed and nodded her head. I would like to come to Hogwarts with you. I'd like the chance to get to know you myself. Away from the rumors and the other families, Hila replied. Of course, the arrangements will be made. I have 2 more meetings now. You may sit in on them if you wish, or I could have you escorted to a room that is being prepared for you, Harry offered. I would like to stay if you don't mind. I am curious to see which of the Devereaux will join me, Hila admitted, and Harry nodded. As if being summoned, a knock on the door was heard. Harry waved his hand and the door opened to admit the Devereaux family, all of them unable to look him in the eye save for Apolline, who gave him a comforting smile, for the conversation that was about to take place would not be a pleasant one for all parties involved. Apolline looked at Hila, who merely smiled at them and nodded her head politely in greeting. Harry, I wish to sincerely apologize for my youngest son's actions. He acted on his own and without any of our knowledge, and I am appalled as his behavior and how it reflects upon our family as well as our alliance. I hope that you can forgive us, Michelle said first, bowing deeply. How do you 3 feels about your uncle gambling one of you away? Harry asked, looking at Nadine, Apolline and Veronica. Honestly, disappointed. As a family we had no reason nor any desire to challenge at the demonstration. Personally, I very much want to hex Uncle Lancel, Nadine said first. Mother, Father, Aunt Loretta and Uncle Henry have been and will continue to punish Uncle Lancel for his stupidity. But we all knew that potentially this could happen one day. We just didn't think our uncle would hurt our friend, Apolline sighed. What's done is done. All we can do now is consider the fallout and what is expected amongst the families, Harry sighed, rubbing his temples. Does she need to be here for this? Nadine asked, gesturing to Hila, who raised an eyebrow at the other girl. Hila is now a member of my family and as such will be aware of any and all things that might impact her. She will also be joining me at Hogwarts, Harry replied. I see, Apolline said. She allowed her magic to reach out and test the other girl's own. Their eyes locked as she felt the girl's ancient magic give hers a gentle tug, and a warmth came from it. Hila had no ill intentions and had a welcoming aura around her. Harry, after much discussion between our family, we as a group decided that Apolline will join your family as compensation for Lancel's challenge, Michelle finally said after a few minutes of silence. Harry's head snapped to Apolline, who blushed but met his emerald eyes with her blue ones. And you're all right with this? I am Harry, more than all right with this, Apolline replied. Very well, I'll offer the same base stipulations that I gave Hila. I will assign you your own personal house elf. Your education, schooling and any further education you seek afterwards will be covered by me. You will be more than welcome to join us at Hogwarts and I will arrange the transfer. I will not take advantage of you in any way. You will be free to act and pursue what you wish. You will only be required to attend family events and meal times, but the rest of your time is your own. Your sister and parents and grandfather will be allowed to visit you without my permission at will. Same for your cousins and aunt and uncle, though Lancel will require my permission upon every visit. You may be stuck with me, but I will do everything in my power to allow you to live the life you wish, Harry explained as he drew up a similar contract to Hela's own. The Devereaux were taken back by Harry's own generosity that they were left speechless for a few moments before Apolline spoke up. Can we have some privacy, please? Just grandfather, mother and Nadine stay, Apolline politely requested. Michelle gave a nod, knowing what this was about. Harry looked confused as the rest of the Devereaux left the room without a word. You can stay as well, Apolline added as Hela made to leave. The girl then sat down in her seat once again. What's this about? Are you okay? Harry asked, worried. More than okay, You're too generous, Harry, Apolline said, slight tears in her eyes. Hey, no need to cry. I know this situation sucks, but honestly I'll do whatever I can to keep you happy, Harry said gently, standing up from his seat, walking over to Apolline and gently pulling her into a hug. Apolline reveled in the warmth and closeness, she inhaled his scent and felt herself calming as her inner Vila began to purr in contentment. It's not that, Harry, I don't want that kind of contract. I want a marriage one, Apolline said softly, and Harry stiffened, a look of disbelief on his face. A marriage one? He asked, perplexed. How much do you know about Vila, Harry? Apolline asked. Not as much as I would like to. I know about your allure and your avian forms as well as your passion fire, and that children-wise you can only have daughters, Harry said, all things he learned from Fleur in his original time. It's not just that, Harry, you see, much like an animagus or a werewolf, we have our inner Vila, which is the avian form you know of. But Vila also have mates, their magic chooses a suitable mate, and oftentimes Vila share, but there are occasions like with our family where our Vila chose as a mate. The thing about a mate is that it is the only person the Vila will accept being with, the only one who can make us happy, the only one we will ever remotely desire for the rest of our lives, Apolline explained. Okay, soulmate kind of thing, yay. But I don't understand why you want to. Harry trailed off, his eyes going wide. Is he a bit of an idiot? Hila whispered to Nadine, who was standing next to her. Oblivious, more like it, Nadine whispered back. That date that we had, where we were talking in your garden and I watched you with the animals and we talked about ourselves. That night, my Vila chose you as her mate, as did I. We won't accept anyone other than you as our life partner, and we both know we need to share you. Our magic told us as such, but we are fine with it. So, no, Harry Peverell, I do not want a simple agreement. I want a marriage, I want a celebration, I want to be your wife, and in the future, I want to be the mother of some of your children, Apolline said. Both Harry and Apolline were blushing as they stood together. Michelle, Nadine, Morrible and Hila all ignored. Okay, Harry whispered, looking down at Apolline, who looked up at him. She smiled at his answer before she reached up and pulled Harry down into a soft, sensual but passionate key. The two seemed to get lost in the key. Before a cough had both of them jumping apart, Apolline and Harry blushed embarrassed. We were here the whole time. Don't act like you were just caught doing something you shouldn't have been, Nadine said with a raised eyebrow. Right, where were we? Harry asked. Marriage contract, Michelle said, a smirk on his old face and his eyes glistened with amusement. Apolline went and sat down on the chair right next to Hila, the girl having extended it as Apolline approached. That was bold, but I'm happy for you. Perhaps, one day he'll look at me the same way, Hila whispered, looking at Harry, who was now writing a new contract, one for marriage. Get to know him, you will find that he is the gentlest, loving, ruthless man you will ever meet. Fiercely protective of his friends and family, and takes his job as a sentinel very seriously. You're coming into a family that's about to fight a war, we'll need to support him as best we can, Apolline replied. Oh, I believe I can help with that in one way or another, Hila said, looking at Harry and back to Apolline, and she gave a warm smile. Bellatrix Black was nervous, she was pacing back and forth while her grandmother looked on in amusement, and her grandfather was sitting patiently, though his posture was slightly tense as he would be approaching a man who he considered a family friend now, and asking him to marry his eldest granddaughter, who was absolutely smitten with him. May Merlin have mercy on him. Lord Black, Lady Black, Miss Black, Master Peverell has said you may come to the office now. Mippa the house elf said, popping in and then out with a bow. Don't be nervous, Bella, you are a Black, stand proud, Melania instructed. But grandmother, Harry is a Peverell, he is powerful, charming, gorgeous, kind and gentle. What if he doesn't want me? She squeaked out. Then he would be an idiot. You are Bellatrix Black, you are from the Black family. One of the most noble, powerful and gorgeous families to exist. Hold your head high and be proud of who you are and who your family are, Melania replied. Let us not keep him waiting for too long, Arcturus said, already making his way towards the Lord's office. When they entered the office, the rest of the Devereux family were just leaving, though Bellatrix noticed Apolline wasn't with them. Instead, inside the office, Apolline and the Celtic girl, Hila, Bellatrix had seen joined them after Harry's duel with the burly man known as Thor, were sitting on a couch talking together. Stiffly she took a seat between her two grandparents who sat down opposite Harry. Arcturus, Melania, Bellatrix. Is everything okay? Your letter sounded urgent that you wanted to speak as soon as possible, Harry asked. We do, Harry. You see, my idiot son brought some people to our home. Arcturus then went on to explain the meeting with Thomas Gaunt, Thaddeus Knott and Corvus Lestrange, including the part about Bellatrix coming in with Rodolphus. Bellatrix then explained what happened at Hogwarts on her side before she came to her grandfather with Rodolphus. The entire time Harry's expression remained neutral until he heard about Rodolphus' threat to say, "You ally assault Bella," and the temperature of the room dropped dramatically as his eyes swam with anger and power. "I will take care of that fucker as soon as I get back to Hogwarts." Harry growled before standing up and taking a deep breath, running his hand through his black hair in frustration, an action that all three young women watched and found looked incredibly attractive. "I've already beaten him up and made sure he couldn't have any future children," Bella said with a smirk. "So, what can I do to help you, Lord Black? Name it and I will do everything in my power to get it done," Harry said, sitting back down. "Well, now that you mention it. With the pressure from the Dark families on us to try and get a contract for Bella, Sissy and Andy, I would like to propose a marriage contract for Bellatrix and yourself. It will let the other families know that we are firmly on your side and our connection to you will show our allegiance. I would also ask that you protect my granddaughters at Hogwarts, as a lord's quarters will be made available to you with a marriage contract. All three of them can move into the safety of those quarters," Arcturus said. Harry fell out of his chair when he heard marriage contract and Bellatrix in the same sentence. Said girl in question giggled, as did Apolline and Hela on the couch as Harry picked himself up, and amused Melania and Arcturus looking at him. "Did I hear that right? You want to marry Bellatrix off to me?" Harry asked. "What is with today? Already Apolline has made it known that she wants marriage and children from him and he agreed, now this with Bella. Death must be laughing at him. Fate too for the matter. If he ever gets his hands on that woman's throat he was going to wring her out for making his life a confusing joke." "What do you think of this, Bella?" Harry asked. "It was my idea," she said, simply shrugging. "There are also the safety precautions we wish to put in place through the marriage contract. You see, I have a feeling my son and daughter-in-law are up to something to do with those Death Eaters and this Lord Voldemort. Abraxas with a Death Eater, it wouldn't surprise me if Thaddeus and Corvus were as well. If anything were to happen to me, as it stands, Orion would become Lord Black, but Orion is spineless and does whatever Walburga wishes, and she wishes for the girls to be married off to Malfoy, Lestrange and Knott. By putting this contract into place, should anything happen to Mel and I am going to make it so that you, Harry, will be the acting regent of the Black family until Sirius is mature and worthy enough, as deemed by your judgment and agreement, to head the Black family," Arcturus explained. Harry thought back to his world and the version of Bellatrix Lestrange he came across. The deranged woman who tortured and killed for pleasure was a twisted and controlled version of this Bellatrix Black, who was snarky, skilled, independent and loved her family. Narcissa Malfoy was a cold, lonely, trophy wife who did what her husband demanded, including bowing to a lord she didn't care for, though she loved her son very much. Narcissa Black was intelligent, ambitious and full of life and dreams, much different to the resigned trophy wife she was back in his world. He believes he owed it to the two girls he's gotten to know, to make sure they end up happy. Sometimes, Harry hated his saving people thing. Alright, however, I want it in the clause that Bellatrix can break off the contract if she wishes with no repercussions. Whether or not we get married will completely be up to her and be between the two of us. I also want it to be known that I will not be any easier during training sessions, Bella, just because you are to be engaged and eventually marry me should you choose to," Harry said. "That's agreeable to us. No dowry will be required and we will pay for the wedding," Melania insisted. Harry nodded, seeing as the woman looked like he wouldn't be able to argue. "Okay, but I'm paying for the rest of her education and further education should it be required. Additionally, I will take on the responsibilities of Narcissa and Andromeda's education," Harry insisted. "That's too much. Please, we're practically family now. I know your investments, businesses and financial situation is being targeted, so by taking them on myself you only have Sirius and Regulus to worry about. I will also offer a 15% cut on the Peverell businesses, which will go into a vault that is controlled by Bellatrix and keyed into its access will be yourself and Melania. Any withdrawals done can be done without Bellatrix, but she will be notified when a withdrawal is made, Harry argued. Fine. Arcturus hated that Harry seemed to know that the Black family assets were now being targeted by other dark families, local and foreign. Are you really okay with this, Bella? Harry asked, looking one last time at Bellatrix, who simply smiled at him warmly. It was my idea, Harry, truly. Not only will it help my family and my sisters, but it will allow us to present a united front, Bella replied. Very well. One more thing to note. Bella, like Apolline and Hela, will be inducted into the Peverell family magics. However, should she decide to break the contract, the family magic will be stripped from her as well. Please, make sure you are somewhere safe and with someone to take care of you, as it will be quite a painful experience should you choose to leave the Peverell family for whatever reasons. Know that I will never hold it against you, but I have to warn you, the experience won't be good, Harry said, signing his name on the contract. After carefully reading the contract and all its clauses, Arcturus signed his name as Lord Black, Melania signed as witness, and Bellatrix signed as the subject, agreeing to all the stipulations without hesitating. All right, that business is settled. Now, Harry, if you don't mind, I have something to discuss with you privately, just the two of us, Arcturus said. Harry nodded and turned to Hela and Apolline. Apolline, Hela, how about the three of you and Melania take some time to get to know each other while I speak with Arcturus, Harry said. The two nodded and the girls left the room, leaving Arcturus and Harry alone. The door closed and then Harry silenced them before he turned back to Arcturus. Now, what did you wish to discuss privately? Charles and I contacted out old comrades from the Grindelwald War a few months ago. We've been training in secret with the help of young Saria Whitmore, who is a colonel in Her Majesty's Muggle army. We would to bring you in and introduce you as the general in command of all of us, Arcturus explained, and Harry's jaw dropped, not expecting this. I'm sorry, but wouldn't you or Lord Potter be better to command them? They know you, don't they? Potter was the commander while I was the captain of our battalion. However, both he and I, as well as the boys and girls, have already voted that you would be the best to command us through this oncoming war. Not only are you younger, but you are intelligent, powerful and tactful. Your performance today proved it. Not to mention you are compassionate towards others, so we have no doubts about handing our lives over to your command. To put it short, Harry, we trust you, Arcturus said. The two of them stared at each other for a few moments before Harry let out a resigned sigh. All right, fine, you aren't going to take no for an answer, are you, ya old git? Harry grumbled, and Arcturus laughed. No, we wouldn't. Where are you training currently? Potter's Manor. You will move your training here to Peverell Manor. I will give you all a coin with my family's crest on it. It will act as an emergency portkey, communication device and identifier. However, everyone will need to put a drop of blood on it so that it is keyed to them and only them. Anyone else trying to use it will still come here, but they'll be paralyzed and in the dungeon. That is ingenious. See, this is why Charles insisted you were the best option to lead us. We'll introduce you at the next meeting next weekend, Arcturus said, and Harry nodded. So, you got a marriage contract as well, Bella, Apolline said as they closed the door and felt the silencing wards go up. Looks like we'll be sister wives, Bellatrix grinned and Apolline rolled her eyes. So, what's your story? Bellatrix asked, turning around in front of them and walking backwards with her hands behind her head casually as she looked at Hela. Oh, I mean, I was raised as a part of the Odinson Celtic Sentinel family. Like all Sentinel families, we are trained as soon as we can walk and talk. The Odinson family magic is like the Egyptians. Actually, it's why we don't get along. Each of us only gets our name when our patron deity chooses us as its vessel in this world. We don't lose our individuality or become possessed, but our magical affinity becomes the sole focus of our studies and education. My given deity was Hela, the Norse goddess of death. I'm proficient in death magic, as well as other related magic, necromancy, etc. With enough magic and experience, I can even commune and summon the legions of Niflheim. Though only for a limited period of time, and conditions have to be met, Hela explained. Damn, and what about you, Apolline? The Devereaux family aren't connected to any deities, however, our sentinel magic bonds us with a creature half. That magic determines for us. Before I was 11 and performed the family ritual before I went to school, I was just a somewhat powerful child who grew up being trained like everyone else. Upon my 11th birthday, I did the family ritual and become half Vila like my sister and mother. Father is half dragon. Grandfather is half high elf. Harry mentioned something about family magic and rituals. What are the Peverell's rituals? Bella asked. Melania gave her a disapproving expression. Only Harry knows, and we'll likely find out when we go through them ourselves. Remember, Harry said if you decide to leave the family it will be painful. He wasn't kidding. While he has given us an out, I don't intend to ever take it, Apolline murmured, and Hila nodded her head in agreement. It's highly unusual that we have transfer students. Miss Devereaux, are you sure you want to be transferring for your last year? We do not have the same classes as Beauxbatons. As for you, Miss Odinson, I am not sure what we can offer you, Albus Dumbledore said, sitting behind his desk at the headmaster's office of Hogwarts. I do not wish to be away from my betrothed at all. We will hire tutors for the subjects that you don't teach. So yes, I would like to transfer, Apolline said, smiling at Harry, who was sitting between the two awkwardly. They had sent a letter ahead requesting the meeting the day prior. Bellatrix had returned early in the morning to attend classes. No doubt she was smug given the engagement ring she now had on her finger. Harry had wasted no time in allowing the two girls into his family's private vault of heirlooms to pick their own engagement rings from what was there. Hila herself was also allowed to pick something. She decided on a lovely blood ruby necklace with the symbol of the Peverell family, the Deathly Hallows, engraved into it. It also boosted her connection to death magic, or it would after she became an official part of the family. Apolline had gone for a sapphire ring with small diamonds as an engagement ring. Woven into it were various protections and the Peverell crest, while Bellatrix had gone for an emerald with sapphire and diamond accents and of course the crest. I am quite all right with staying here and attending classes with Harry. I graduated from Lothbrok Academy for Mages a year ago. I will spend my time educating myself on family magic. I can also tutor if you want, Hila offered. Albus thought about it for a few moments. All right, Miss Devereaux, I will have your transfer papers submitted. Miss Odinson, I will require a copy of your graduation transcripts to determine if I shall hire you as a tutor. You may shadow Harry to his classes, of course. Miss Devereaux, you will be needed to be sorted like everyone else, Albus said. The two nodded. Very well then, is there anything else I can help you with, my boy? Albus asked. Yes there is, Professor. I will require a lord's quarters for us. I will also be moving Bellatrix Black, who also has a marriage contract with myself, into it. As well as her sisters by request of Lord Black. Slytherin isn't safe for them anymore. I see, I will arrange one of the lord's quarters for you then. It will be ready by tonight. Horace will escort you to it after dinner and the Hogwarts elves will move your belongings to it, Albus replied, and Harry nodded. Cassiopeia Black was many things: smart, intelligent, cunning, ambitious, but espionage was a special talent of hers. One that got her noticed and brought her to a man whose power and ambition inspired her and earned her loyalty. Gellert Grindelwald was charming, intelligent, attractive and charismatic, all attributes that inspired others to follow and believe in his vision and his future. Of course, that all came tumbling down when Grindelwald lost to Albus Dumbledore in the Battle of Berlin. Now, here she was doing what she used to do again, but this time for her brother. She had yet to meet Lord Peverell, but, apparently, he is from the family of the artifacts Gellert coveted. He had searched for years for the Sentinel families, especially the Peverells. Oh, the irony she felt knowing that her family was now connected to the very thing Gellert wanted the most. She would have to inform him next time she was allowed to visit Nurmengard. Right now, though, she was doing what was requested by her little brother. She was using her espionage skills, still as stealthy as ever, to track down her targets. Or rather, her brother's targets. Despite the bad blood between families, she still cared deeply for her brother and sister, and an attack on both of them is an attack on herself, and a Black will never let an attempt on their family go unpunished. Which led her to her current position, shadowing Lord Gaunt. She had been tailing Lord Gaunt, not in Lestrange, for quite some time now, of course under disguise and in the shadows, as she gathered information. Who they met with, their purchases, their financial businesses and associates, their meal times, and now their individual manners. Lord Gaunt's was the most heavily warded and protected, and she made no move to infiltrate the wards. They were strong and would definitely feel her attempt to slip past them. Satisfied with what she's discovered so far, she twirled around and apparated back to her small apartment in Muggle London, giving herself some rest before she would compose everything into packages to drop off to her brother. Upon arriving at the black ancestral home once again, Hush's voices were silenced with her arrival before she saw a somewhat guilty-looking Cygnus and an indifferent Walburga sitting together. "Cassiopeia, why are you here?" Walburga asked with a sneer. "Oh, why does it matter to you, girlie?" Cassiopeia replied with a raised eyebrow. It doesn't." She puffed up and was turning an ugly shade of red. "Cassiopeia," the voice of Melania called out, silencing the conversation. "Melania, my lovely brother's better half," Cassiopeia replied evenly. "He's waiting for you," she replied, and Cassiopeia nodded before passing her and heading to the Lord's office. Arcturus was hunched over his desk with lots of paperwork spread out when she entered. She could see from a few of the parchments that they were recently passed laws in the Wizengamot, and he was going over all of them with a red quill and making notes. "Well?" his gruff voice asked, tired, but he didn't look up from his work. "You know, a few decades ago you were cursing my espionage skills. Now you're using them yourself, little brother," Cassiopeia said with amusement. "This isn't the same situation. You were following a narcissistic megalomaniac then. Now we're aiming to stop the attack on our family and our country," Arcturus replied with frustration. "Oh, I am well aware, Artie. I do not condone an attack on my family. Even Gellert did that. Why else do you think he never attempted to outright kill you? Oh, sure, he faced you, but he knew that if he killed a black he would find me as an enemy, and that was something he desperately tried to avoid despite how much of a thorn you and Potter were in his side. Come off it, Cass. Now, what did you find?" he asked, finally looking up at his sister, who smirked at him. "I trailed and followed Gaunt, not unless Strange is asked. In there are all their locations, manners included, any transactions that were made, business deals, hidden assets that not unless Strange were trying to hide, safe houses, meeting places. All of it," Cassiopeia replied as she dropped the folder on his desk. "This is excellent. I will make copies and give them to Charles and Harry," Arcturus said, a smile breaking out on his face which turned into a grin. "If that's all, I am going to return to Germany if you no longer require my services," Cassiopeia said. "Actually, there is something I would like to ask you to do." "Only if you want to, though this is completely up to you," Arcturus began. "Well, spit it out." "Bellatrix is engaged now. I wish for you to speak with her and offer your guidance into becoming what you are," Arcturus said. "And what would my skill set have to do with Bella's engagement?" "Bella is engaged to Lord Harry Peverell, as he is the one who is intending to stop these terrorists. Bellatrix hasn't made it a secret that she will be by his side, on the battlefield or doing whatever she needs to. I believe that she would benefit from your knowledge, and as for what you get out of it, aside from my gratitude, you will get to interact with Lord Peverell as well as one of the future Lady Peverells, and you could finally find out if those items he coveted are real or not," Arcturus replied. Cassiopeia had to admit she was surprised Bellatrix would be engaged at all, but to Lord Peverell of all people. She also had to applaud Arcturus's implication about Gellert's coveted ambition to unite all three Deathly Hallows and become Master of Death, and her search for them on his behalf. It had always gnawed at her that she could barely find a whisper about the Sentinel families, and especially the Peverell family. Gellert had theorized that it was the Deathly Hallows that made the Peverell family a Sentinel family. While they had public information and history of Sentinel families, they sought the hidden truths behind the family, and now she had access to the family. "All right, I'll meet with her once a week to train her," Cassiopeia finally said. When Bellatrix returned to Hogwarts, she did so with a skip on her step, a smirk on her face, and that was something that unsettled the entire of Slytherin house. Rodolphus looked considerably more concerned, and when her eyes looked in his direction he automatically went to cover his nether region. However, it was Narcissa's squeal that got everyone's attention. "Bella, you're engaged!" she exclaimed, rushing over to her sister. The others in the room looked closer, feigning disinterest. "Sure, I'm Sissy." Bella beamed. Who? It's not. Do I need to get a flushing potion and check you for compulsions?" Narcissa asked, her voice concerned. "No, you're looking at one of the future Mrs. Peverells." Bella beamed. A collective gasp resonated throughout the house at Bella's smug smirk. "One of? What the hell, Bella?" Narcissa seethed. "Oh, the French girl, Apolline. She's going to marry him as well. Harry had to take her and another girl into the family because of the demonstration. Their families challenged him, and as compensation for their loss, they owed him a family member because their status was just as high as his own. Apolline didn't want a vassal contract, she wanted a marriage one, so she is also going to marry him, Bellatrix explained. Around the room many of the male Slytherins' eyes darkened, many of them had seen the French villa around Harry and wanted her for themselves. And the other girl? Narcissa's eyes narrowed accusingly at Bellatrix. She's a ward of the family, currently, lovely girl too named Hela from the Celtic Sentinel family. I see, I'm going to hex him. And you? You weren't supposed to be first. I was. I was making such good progress, Narcissa complained. Well, you snooze you lose, sissy. Besides, I spent so much time training with him and the others while you girls just gossip. Politics is not gossip, Bella. Bellatrix's response was to poke her tongue out childishly at her sister. Sure, it isn't, but it doesn't change the simple fact. I won, I'm going to be Mrs. Peverell, Bellatrix smirked triumphantly. This isn't over. Narcissa snapped as Bella's laugh echoed throughout the common room, causing everyone to shudder. Oh, by the way, sissy. Pack up your things, you, Andy and I will be moving to the Lord's quarters as per Father's request to my soon-to-be husband for our safety. For your safety and Andy's. Bellatrix skipped towards her room, leaving a seething Narcissa, jealous friends and a confused or angry common room. By the time Bella had packed up her trunk and shrunk it before putting it into her pocket, it was dinner time. She skipped classes for the day because, well, she had an excuse, not that she couldn't be bothered but that she had to vacate her room. Classes for the next day was dreadfully boring. She knew that Harry and the others would be returning to Hogwarts that day, and honestly her mind just was thinking about the ring on her finger and the future she was promised by his side. Attention students, I have a few announcements to make. Dumbledore's voice brought her out of her fantasizing. As you may have seen, we had some guests from France. Now, it is my pleasure to announce that Miss Apolline Devereux will be transferring into 6th year. In addition, Professor McGonagall and Flitwick will have Miss Hela Odinson joining them as a teacher's aide while she completes her extended studies. Please make them welcome as we sort Miss Devereux, Dumbledore announced. Apolline walked through the halls, her head held high and a bright smile on her face. While the hall was focused on the villa who was about to be sorted, Harry sat down next to Bella, who spied him approaching and made space for him. Apolline sat on the stool as Dumbledore placed the sorting hat over her head. Before it was able to touch her head, it announced, Slytherin. With a bright smile she skipped towards them and sat down on the opposite side of Harry after forcing whoever it was to move, leaving him sandwiched between her and Bella. Hela for her part took a seat at the teacher's table and offered Bella, Harry and Apolline a smile and a shy wave. After dinner, Bellatrix, Andromeda and Narcissa go along with Harry, Hela, Apolline and Slughorn down to the dungeons, but instead of going to Slytherin they enter another hallway and approach a painting of what appears to be a large snake. This is one of the Lord's quarters. You may set the password yourself by touching the Runnispor's nose. Anything else I can do for you, my boy? He said with a cheery attitude. Thank you, Professor, but I think we'll be right for now, Harry said politely. Of course, and you Miss Odinson, feel free to drop in if you want for some tea. I'd love to hear more about your upbringing in magical Scandinavia, Slughorn said. Hela gave a small nod before he left. The Lord's quarters were certainly something else. It was like its own house, with a lounge room with couches, coffee table and a dining table, a small kitchen. Then there were different independent bedrooms which Harry theorized appeared based on their needs. One room for himself, one for Apolline, Hela, Bellatrix, Andromeda and lastly one for Narcissa. All right, let's set some ground rules, Harry said after all the girls had spent the evening unpacking their own individual rooms. Firstly, no one outside of us can be in here alone. If you want to have friends over you can, but you must be present at all times. Secondly, each individual person room is off limits unless permission is granted. The only exception being an emergency. Does that sound fair? Everyone nodded their agreement, so Harry continued. Lastly, I don't want to hear about any bickering or fighting between you all. If you are going to fight or argue, kindly leave me out of it. Harry gave a pointed look to Bellatrix and Narcissa, the latter having been very vocal in her annoyance and the former being overly smug about her betrothal. Tom Riddle was cursing another one of his useless followers. This has been the second week of bad news following the failed attacks on Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. They had managed to kill a fair few and install fear in the public, but that had similarly been met with images of Harry Peverell and the French witches and wizard who thwarted them. Now spies in the ministry were reporting that there was international pressure on the Ministry of Magic of Britain being applied by the French of all people. Now though, Cygnus and Walburga Black just informed him that Bellatrix Black, the cursed girl who dared interrupt and ruin his victory over Harry Peverell, is now betrothed to the wretched boy. Cementing the damned boy's control over the Black family, something he very much desired. Not only that, he apparently also had the backing of the French given the Devereux family's presence, as well as, according to Lucius Malfoy, the one of the Villas has transferred into Hogwarts and is also betrothed to the Peverell boy. Tom was seething at this. Years of careful planning, execution and scheming was all coming undone. "I need more power," Tom muttered as he moved to organize the now messy stack of books and papers on his desk. Setting them to the side, he moved to his bookshelf on dark arts and esoteric magic before picking out a few titles. One thing he knew: in order to understand the Peverell family and Harry Peverell, he would need to find the one person who knows the most about them outside of the family themselves. Tom Marvolo Riddle would have to hunt the location of Gellert Grindelwald. Harry had to shake his head in exasperation, and he was pretty sure somewhere someone was mocking him, probably death, or fate. Either way, he was surely the subject of much amusement to whichever deity was watching. Narcissa Black was sitting across from him in his study. Next to her was Lord Black and Lady Black, who was sporting an amused expression, and next to Narcissa was Bellatrix, who had a scowl. On the love seat that he had placed in his office was an amused Hela and Apolline. Narcissa smug expression when looking at her sister, and then a bright smile when looking at Harry. "So, let me get this straight, a marriage proposal for Narcissa?" Harry asked for what felt like the 100th time. "Would being married to me and Bella be such a bad thing, Harry?" Narcissa asked. "Well, no, but then I don't see a problem, so don't fight this and just sign," Narcissa said simply. "You just can't let me have anything, can you?" Bellatrix pouted. "Hush, Bella, unlike you, I can get things I want diplomatically instead of brute forcing my way into things like you do," Narcissa chastised. "Girls, that's enough. This behavior is unbecoming of a daughter of House Black," Melania cut in before Bellatrix got a chance to reply. "Are you okay with this, Arcturus?" Harry asked the man, who simply shrugged. "I've learned long ago to not argue with the women of my house. I also couldn't disagree with her choice because it was at least her own decision," Arcturus said. "You argue with Walburga all the time, grandfather," Bellatrix said. "Hence why I said women, Bellatrix. Walburga is still a child." "In the body of an overweight cow," Arcturus grumbled. "If you two are sure about this, I suppose I can't disagree with it. Though isn't being married to the same man your sister is a bit strange? Harry, some pureblood families will literally marry brother to sister in order to stay pure. Sharing a husband isn't new, but, given that we have chosen you for ourselves, I'd say we're more ahead than others," Narcissa dismissed. "Well, all right then," Harry relented, picking up his blood quill and signing his name along with adding a thumbprint. Arcturus followed suit, as did Narcissa, and with a flash of magic the contract was accepted. Narcissa was wearing a bright smile at this, while Bellatrix had a scowl, but you could see a slight smile if you looked closely. "I can't wait to inform the girls," Narcissa exclaimed. "Now there is certain family matters I need to speak with you girls about." "Sorry, Arcturus, Melania, but I am going to have to ask the two of you to leave, as this is very sensitive information and can only be told to members of the Peverell family," Harry apologized, but Arcturus waved him off. "I understand, we have similar family secrets of our own. I'm sure Melania is eager to start wedding preparations for both Narcissa and Bellatrix, so we will be off. I will see you this coming weekend, yes?" Harry nodded affirmative, with a hug and a key. Goodbye. Arcturus and Melania took their leave back to Black Manor, leaving Harry with the four girls. For a few moments no one spoke. Harry then let out a loud sigh before addressing the girls. "Samhain, all of you will be excused from your classes for the day. Each of you will be undergoing a blood ritual to inundate yourselves with the Peverell family magic. As Apolline and Hela have been through their own family rituals, they have some idea of what it means already. Bella, Sissy, as the two of you aren't members of a Sentinel family, you wouldn't have experienced a ritual quite like this. As such, in the weeks leading up to Samhain you will be required to read the family grimoire as well as history and understand the depth of what you have chosen to involve yourselves in. Should you wish to not participate, I will have to dissolve our marriage contracts." So, think everything over in these coming months, because if you decide to leave the family after the ritual has been done, it'll be an incredibly painful experience to have the family magic taken from you, and you will never quite be the same, Harry said honestly. All four girls looked at him, Apolline and Hela with understanding while Narcissa and Bellatrix seemed to be more intrigued. For now, all books regarding the family magic will be made available to you. You may not take them from this office, our flow in Hogwarts is directly connected here and only you can get in. Any questions? Is the family magic what determined your animagus form? Yes and no, the Peverell transformation is less of an animagus nature and more of an inner animal spirit. My form of the Noondu reflects my inner spirit and the ritual will have you come face to face with your own. There is a common misconception that the Peverell family are the only family to have a mythical animagus form. We allowed that to be spread so that they wouldn't look closer. Whereas in fact our animal spirits are a gift from death, we are judged when we go through the ritual and we come face to face with our inner selves. If we can accept who we were, who we could be, and who we are now, then you and your animal will become one. If you cannot accept it, then the ritual will take your life as compensation for calling upon the magic, Harry explained, looking at each of them seriously. That is why I am informing you now. We have 4 months until Samhain. Once it comes around there will be no backing out of the ritual, and should you succeed and then back out of the contract, your animal spirit will be ripped from you by magic, and that is why you will never be whole again afterwards, Harry said somberly. Lily Evans noted a distinct lack of pranks from James Potter and his ilk in the weeks following the Hogsmeade incident, while she and the others had noted the French students, the Devereux, hanging around with Harry Peverell and the 2 Black sisters. She hadn't quite gotten the confidence up to thank Harry and Bellatrix for saving them. However, whenever she looked at Harry Peverell during meal times, she was always mesmerized by his emerald green eyes. So much like her own, she felt like she knew him somehow, and yet she had never spoken with him. Another thing that changed was that Severus, Marlene and Alice had joined herself in studying. But what was different is that they were often joined by Sirius and Remus. Sometimes James and Peter would also join the group for their studies. No more pranks, no more bad blood. Sure, Severus still held a grudge, but Sirius and James were often quick to apologize and placate Severus's anger to the point where they were somewhat becoming friends, which was something Lily herself would have thought insane. War changes people, that was something her father had told her when she had learned about the Muggles' First World War. Supposedly the war to end all wars. Then Grindelwald and World War II happened, and now magical Britain was facing another war. What are we studying today? James asked, sitting down across from Lily and her friends. Next to him sat Sirius, Remus and then Peter. Defense, plus Peverell's homework from Dueling Club, Marlene replied. Sirius and the boys gave a nod before pulling out their textbooks and neatly stacking them before opening their parchment. Has anyone noticed that Lord Peverell, Bellatrix Black, Narcissa Black, Apolline Devereux and that assistant girl Hela Odinson are all absent? Alice asked. They all looked over at the Slytherin table to see that they indeed were vacant. The sound of the post coming caught everyone's attention. The past few weeks had been tense, but there hadn't been any more attacks anywhere, so the public were notably more on edge. A regal-looking raven flew down towards Sirius, dropping a letter with the Black family crest on it. Frowning, Sirius opened the letter to read it before his eyes widened. "What's got your tongue black?" Severus drawled out. "I know why they aren't here. Grandfather just sent me a letter informing me that Narcissa has signed a betrothal contract with Lord Peverell," Sirius said. James immediately snatched the letter and read it for himself. Damn, Peverell wasn't happy with Bella, he got Narcissa as well. Lucky guy, James grumbled. From what grandfather says, Narcissa and Bellatrix were the ones who pushed for it, not Lord Peverell, Sirius replied. A few moments later a letter dropped in front of James from the Potter family. He quickly opened his own and groaned. "We're being invited to the engagement party, bollocks." James slumped his head on the ground. "Looks like we need to get formal robes and dates. Hey, reckon Lord Peverell would let us invite the guys? If so, you can bring Lily, I can bring Marlene, Remus can bring Alice and Peter, and Severus can come by themselves or invite their own date," Sirius said. "I think Alice would rather go with Frank," Marlene cut in. "Fair enough, but we don't even know if the Longbottoms will be invited," Sirius pointed out. "They're your cousins, surely you could just ask them if we can come with our own dates." Marlene reasoned. Sirius shrugged. I mean, I can probably ask. Grandmother is likely in charge of all the planning, so it's hard to tell who is and isn't going to be invited. But it could end up being the engagement and weddings of the century, so to speak. Unless Lord Peverell wants it more low-key, Sirius said. Oh, by the way, Lily, have you thought much about going to Gringotts? Having a DNA test done and whatnot. I mean, you're the only magical out of your family and it's pretty weird that there isn't any history anywhere, Marlene said. Lily frowned. I haven't thought about it yet, it hasn't really crossed my mind at all, Lily replied honestly. Maybe this weekend we can go. I'm sure one of the teachers or Aurors would accompany us, Marlene said. Sure, I guess. Anyways, back to our homework. Peverell's got us researching the various shield charms and what situation is best to use them, Lily said, and with that they were all absorbed in their studies once again. Andromeda Black stared at herself in the bathroom mirror in her private room in the Lord's quarters. She had moved in a few weeks ago at the request of her grandfather. Now that Bella was engaged to Lord Peverell, they saw fit to protect her and her sisters by having them move into the Lord's quarters so they'd be out of the way. Harry was fine with her having visitors so long as she accompanied them, and so her and Ted's quiet time had moved to her room in here. Now though, she had been throwing up every morning and her period was late. She had always used an anti-pregnancy charm whenever and Ted had been intimate, hadn't she? Well, the results staring at her in the face would say something different. She faint's green glow that said she was pregnant was staring back at her. Shit, this was not what she had intended. She had a house elf summon Ted to her. Andy, are you okay? Ted asked, as she led him into the quarters and then they moved to her room. I'm pregnant, Andromeda blurted out. She meant to be more composed, but she couldn't help it. You're pregnant, Ted repeated, shock evident on his face. Almost 6 weeks now. Shit, Ted, what do we do? My family won't accept this, they'll disown me, Andromeda said in a panic. Hey, Andy, it's okay my love. Even if they do, this is our baby, and I'll be damned if I don't do my best to make things work for us, Ted said, pulling the sobbing girl into his arms. But, our lives, you were supposed to go to law school and be a law wizard, I was supposed to go to St. Muggo's and become a healer. We can't do that with a child. We'll make it work somehow, I promise you Andy. You, me and this child against the world if we have to, he said resolute. The familiar sound of the flow activating brought the two of them out of their thoughts as they heard 5 people come through. Then the voices of Narcissa and Bellatrix started to squabble at each other. Should we tell them? Ted murmured. Andromeda froze for a few moments, considering the reactions of her sisters and the man who was currently taking care of her well-being. Better now than them finding out another way I suppose, she replied, but still didn't move. Another 10 minutes passed before Andromeda had the courage to move from her bed, Ted following her as they emerged from her room. Andromeda was nervous and fidgeting as she approached the group who had now seated themselves and were drinking tea, or coffee. Andy, I have some great news. Grandfather and Harry signed the contract. I'm going to be marrying Harry, Narcissa announced, bouncing in her seat, all the while Bellatrix pouted. That's great sissy, Andromeda replied. Almost immediately the 2 black sisters looked at Andromeda and knew something was off. Ted, how are you doing today? Studies going well? Harry asked the other boy, who simply shrugged awkwardly. As good as anyone else's, though I believe the homework you set in dueling club is some of the most difficult by far, he replied. Andy, what's wrong? Bellatrix was up almost straight away and inspecting her little sister, eyes calculating as she circled Andromeda. I'm pregnant, Andromeda mumbled. Silence resonated throughout the room. For minutes no one spoke. You're pregnant, Bellatrix whispered, wide-eyed. It's Ted's, Andromeda added in a barely audible voice. Harry was the first one to recover from the news, standing up and approaching the two. Congratulations are in order then. Congratulations Andromeda, Edward, Harry said to the two. Bellatrix was the next to break out of her stupor. Pregnant, all right Tonks, you have a lot of work to do. You will be getting a ring, for every week that I see Andy here without a ring, is a week of hell I'll make you experience. Am I understood? Bellatrix all but ordered. The boy nodded his head fervently under the gaze of the smaller but older witch. Congratulations Andromeda, Apolline and Gila voiced from their positions, politely giving the sisters the space they likely needed. A baby. Oh, my goodness Andy. Please, please, please. Let me be the godmother. Narcissa jumped up excited. Hey, why you? Why not me? I'm better prepared to protect the kid. Bellatrix immediately retorted. Harry sighed and shook his head. Any fears Andromeda had about her sisters were immediately quelled as she teared up and smiled as her sisters started arguing over who would be the better godmother to her child. On a serious note, what do the two of you have planned for your careers? You're both only in 5th year, still got 2 more years at Hogwarts and having a baby is difficult, Harry asked. We'll make it work, sir. I'll work in Hogsmeade during the weekends and study during the week. Andy will look after the child when I cannot be around too, Ted replied. And what about your studies, Andromeda? Harry asked the girl. I did want to become a healer, but I can finish that after school once the child is a bit older, Andromeda replied. None of that, I will give you a house elf to take care of your child while you complete your studies. Though I certainly hope that you will be around for your child, but that is your decision as the parents. I simply wish to help you get ahead. Telling your family will be up to the two of you, but you will have my support, Harry said. Andromeda looked like she was about to cry, Ted too for the matter. Thank you so much, Harry. I want to be around for my child, Ted and I both. But your help will allow us to graduate and further our studies as well as be parents. Andromeda was trying her best to control her emotions. Now on to the more important things. Baby names. And with that the 4 girls, even Gila, got involved, took Andromeda into her room while Ted was left with Harry awkwardly. Want a drink? Harry offered. Please, Ted sighed in relief. It had been weeks and Tom was no closer to finding Grindelwald than he wanted to be. He knew that Dumbledore, the pacifist that he was, wouldn't have been able to go through with killing the man who once meant the world to him. The closest he had gotten so far to Grindelwald's trail was Albania, but even then, the trail went cold. He thought that in Berlin, there would be some kind of clue, as that was the location of the final confrontation between the previous Dark Lord and Dumbledore. All Berlin held was a magical community of bitter men and women who neither asked for the conflict, nor desired to participate but were forced to because of outside players. Tom had hoped that someone had to have seen what happened and where the errant defeated Dark Lord was taken. But he was met with glares and silence, the nerve of these people to ignore him. Lord Voldemort, the heir of Salazar Slytherin himself. It would do no good to start an international conflict though. He was sure that now, because of France, the entire world was aware of his ambition and followers, and he was not yet in a position of strength in the other countries. Furthermore, he didn't want to bring the attention of the other Sentinel families until he was sure he could take them on at least on an even footing. He had studied them when at Hogwarts and even after, wanting to learn their magics for himself, but all of his efforts on those fronts were for naught, as Sentinel family magic is contained within its blood and they would never deign to give him an audience. He has fought Peverell to a standstill, something that irked him to his core, as the Peverell family were thought to be extinct, so while consolidating power he felt safe in a country that was supposedly without a guardian. It got worse, much worse according to reports from a few of his followers and his junior Death Eaters still at Hogwarts. Peverell was betrothed to the 2 Black sisters, Bellatrix and Narcissa. Lord and Lady Black themselves had announced it. If only Orion and Walburga were the Lord and Lady Black like was supposed to happen, things had really gone to shit since Abraxas's attempt on the lives of Arcturus and Melania Black, and his subsequent demise at the hands of Harry Peverell. While his loss of the Black family save for Walburga and Cygnus was a hit to his support base, it was the news that the Devereux had one of their daughters transfer to Hogwarts with the assumption the French Viola was engaged to Peverell, and then there was the appearance of Odinson. 2 international Sentinel families were seen in the constant presence of Peverell, which meant that Tom was potentially dealing with 3 families with esoteric-level magic. Add in the Blacks and the other light and neutral families that support Peverell, and Tom had to admit for the first time that he was in danger of losing his ambition. This is why he needs to find Gellert Grindelwald. He needed to know what the man knew about the Peverell family, given he took their family crest as his calling card. Adopted. Lily repeated. It was Easter break and she had opted to go back home for the week. There had been no terrorist activity for over 6 weeks now, so she felt it was all right to go visit for the week. She had of course used this opportunity to ask her parents something that has been bothering her for quite some time. Yes dear, you see, after Petunia we couldn't have another biological child. But we always wanted 2 daughters, so we adopted you by chance. You had been left at the orphanage only a few nights before we met and adopted you. Your green eyes were so unique that we fell in love almost instantly, her mother explained. Lily could only nod her head. That doesn't mean we love you any less, we love you just as much, Lily. Though we can't fault you if you feel you need to find out about your birth family, her father had said with a sad smile. We knew this day would come, we just thought we had a bit more time, her mother added. She did need to know, she needed to know where her magic came from, her family, if they're still in the magical world, and why they cast her out. She would have to get an inheritance test done at Gringotts to determine her magical heritage. The next day she had met Severus and together they had traveled to Diagon Alley. The district was alight with people once again, now that they felt safe to travel and conduct business again. Gringotts was as intimidating as ever and the goblins looked around with indifference, though the amount of armed guards had significantly increased. Excuse me, I would like to get an inheritance test done. Lily said to the teller at the front when she got there. Go over to Teller Rocktooth over there, he gestured and Lily was off. Inheritance test. The goblin grumbled. Lily nodded. Take this knife and slice it over the bowl, wait until your blood hits the line, then slice the same cut to close the wound, he ordered. Lily did as instructed, wincing as the heat of the knife on her palm occurred, then watching in morbid curiosity as the blood pooled into the bowl until it reached the required line. She then ran the knife along the wound again and watched as it magically sealed up. Admittedly, she was feeling a little lightheaded from the blood loss. The blood in the bowl was then sucked down the bottom before a sheet of parchment seemed to materialize right next to the bowl, which Lily stared at with curiosity and shock. Lily Delilah Evans Peverell. Mother: Amara Beatrice Evans, adopted. Father: Douglas Michael Evans, adopted. Sister: Petunia Daisy Evans, adopted. Birth mother. Birth father. Surviving magical relatives: Harry James Peverell, cousin. Grandmother. Grandfather. Great-grandmother: Corinne Peverell. Great-grandfather: Evander Peverell née Salazar. It would seem, Miss Peverell, that you are indeed a surviving member of the newly emerged Lord Peverell's family. We will alert him to this at once. Rocktooth's tone took on a serious edge and his back straightened. But why doesn't it list my parents and grandparents? Unfortunately, Gringotts does not have an answer for you, Miss Peverell. Many members of Sentinel families aren't necessarily registered with Gringotts nor the wizarding population as a whole. Perhaps they were squibs, or lived quite private lives known only to them. Lord Peverell might have more of an answer for you. For now, we will do our best to assist you. Here is a copy of your inheritance. Is there anything else I can do for you? Rocktooth asked. No, but if you could perhaps ask Har or Lord Peverell to meet with me. Lily asked. He nodded. It will be done. Lily left the room with many questions and only some answers, mainly, that she had no idea she was adopted until the previous day, and now it turns out she's a cousin of Lord Peverell, the man who had been changing their world in only a few months. Well, what did it reveal? Severus asked cautiously. He could tell his friend was in shock. She handed him the letter and he read it, eyes going wide. You're a Peverell. Harry set the letter down on his desk. He was at a loss of what to do. This world is so very different to his old one. He was engaged to 3 beautiful, different and sometimes worrying women. He had a ward from a different magical family and community. One of his wives-to-be was his friend's mother, and if they had children, would that make his friend his daughter? Everything was so strange. But stranger still, was the revelation that Lily Evans, his mother, was a Peverell, and that she had only just found out and now wanted to meet him officially. He had seen her before at Hogwarts. How could he not notice the red hair and green eyes that peered across at him in wonder and amazement, much like everyone else? But to find out she was related to him here as well, and while he could rationalize it down to fate or death or someone else playing with him, he couldn't help but feel apprehension. Not just that, it would mean that she would be required to learn the family magic as well as go through the ritual on Samhain with the others. What's on your mind? Apolline asked. She had been reading on the couch of his office. Just a letter I received from Gringotts. I'm not sure what I should do, Harry admitted. Closing the book, Apolline stood up and approached. Coming around his right side, she placed a gentle hand on his shoulder and gave a small smile. He sighed and leaned back into his chair, handing her the letter. A few moments and a raised eyebrow later, and Apolline could understand some of Harry's concerns. This girl, she is at Hogwarts? No. Harry nodded and she hummed in thought. You do not wish to put her in a position of being a target. She is in 3rd year. So, she would be barely a teenager, Apolline reasoned. If she asks to be taken into the family, she won't be able to remain a student. Too many eyes would be on her as they are already on us. We've challenged Voldemort and fought with him, she would become a target, Harry said, though in reality he simply wished to protect Lily Evans, the mother he never got to meet. And you do not wish that upon a teenaged girl, I understand that. But Harry, she is of your blood, she has friends, they will talk and she will tell them. If you don't prepare her and bring her into the family, she may not be able to hold off the attacks regardless, Apolline said quietly. Harry let out a defeated sigh. I know, but, is it so bad for me to want to try and protect her from this conflict? It makes you a good man, Harry, one who cares deeply and wishes to protect the innocents. I think you should meet with her and bring her up to speed. She will become a target soon enough and it's better she can defend herself, isn't it? Harry knew she was right. He sat up sluggishly and summoned some ink and parchment to pen his response. Apolline looking over his shoulder the entire time while gently rubbing circles on his back. Bellatrix and Narcissa were back at Hogwarts and Hela was somewhere around the house. Harry's intention of actually studying classes has been ignored mostly because of the incidents with the Dark Lord and the many other things going on. Albus Dumbledore had excused him as had most of his teachers, but one thing he never failed to do was to teach the dueling classes in the evening and to train Bella, Apolline and Hela. Ever since Lily had found out she was related to Harry Peverell of all people, she had been nervously awaiting a reply from him. She had made Severus promise to not tell anybody yet, not until she was able to properly meet with Harry and speak with him. She dreaded what would happen when the school would eventually find out, what everyone would think, and furthermore, it would mean that she and Sirius were about to become related as Harry Peverell was betrothed to both Bellatrix and Narcissa Black. Lily, there's a strange-looking, avian here. The voice of her mother called up to her. Racing downstairs she saw sitting perched on a tree outside was a beautiful purple and black feathered phoenix. Upon seeing her, the phoenix spread her wings and approached the window, which Lily promptly threw open. You're beautiful, Lily exclaimed. The phoenix seemed to puff up at the praise and stuck its talon out holding a letter to Lily. She took it and looked at the back to see a wax symbol, a triangle with a circle inside of it and then a straight line dividing the triangle and circle. This was the crest of the Peverell family. Her breath was stuck in her throat as shaky hands opened the delicate letter and she read the message. Lily Evans. Gringotts has alerted me of your heritage and your wish to meet. I would be delighted to meet with you. There are some things we need to talk about at your earliest convenience. Please send a reply with Hedwig. I look forward to getting to know you and have you join my family. Regards. Harry James Peverell, Lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Peverell. Sentinels of magical Britain. Lily released the breath she was holding and her eyes teared up. Harry had replied and acknowledged that she was family. It felt like the weight of the world had lifted off her shoulders. What kind of owl is that? Her mother asked. It's not an owl, it's a phoenix variant, I believe, and her name is Hedwig. She belongs to Lord Peverell, Lily explained. Oh, and why is this Lord Peverell writing to you, honey? Anything we should know. Her mother's concern was abundantly clear. No doubt in her mind she was thinking this, Lord Peverell, was an old man. No, well, yes, you see I went to Gringotts and did the magical version of a DNA test. Lord Peverell is my only listed relative, perhaps he can give me answers about my birth parents. And before you question his age, he is a student at Hogwarts in 6th year. Not some old man, Lily said quickly. Her mother seemed to nod but she couldn't ignore the troubled expression she had. Lily wanted to feel bad about mentioning the possibility of finding out about her birth parents, not that she wasn't grateful, but now knowing she'd adopted and knowing she has Peverell blood, well, they may as well have told her she was related to the Bloody Queen of England. Oh, was all that her mother could say. I'm going to write a reply to him, I need to meet him personally. The only interaction I've had with him has been dueling club which he is teaching, Lily said. Okay, you know your father and I love you. Right, her mother said, though her voice sounded defeated and upset. Lily looked over and saw a heartbroken expression on her mother's face and paused. I know, Mom, I love you too. But you see, the wizarding world isn't the best place right now and Harry Peverell is one of the good people trying to save it. I have to know about him and my birth parents, it's the world I live in, Lily said, hugging her mother. I know, sweetheart, Would you be offended if I asked if your father, Tuni, and I also meet this man? I would love for you to be there. A location, hard to come by, but finally he had a location. Nurmengard, in the heart of one of the coldest mountain ranges in Germany, where Gellert Grindelwald was said to have imprisoned his victims. Albus Dumbledore had imprisoned the previous Dark Lord there, and Tom had to laugh at his predecessor's hubris. But no matter, he had a location now, and he would be damned if he wasn't going to get there, one way or another. Finding the location of the prison had been the only good news he had received recently. Knott's attempt to persuade the vampires was met with rejection and the threat to kill the useless man. Tom would have to make an appearance himself and bring them to heel, it would seem. The giants were wary about joining his cause, as they did not want to face the wrath of the Devereaux, who were known for their advocacy of other humanoid species, and they had heard whispers of the Devereaux' involvement in England and were hesitant to involve themselves. Though they did seem favorable to his plight, so perhaps if he could find a way around their caution for the French Sentinel family, then he would have them. The pleasant news was that Rockwood and Parkinson were able to persuade a few of the Category 5 beast reserves to side with him. Apparently the lack of funding they received made them quite negotiable to a beneficial deal in exchange for a few if not all of their beasts when the time comes. And now he knew the location of Nurmengard. Perhaps things were finally going in his favor. Lily Evans entered Diagon Alley with her parents full of nerves as they walked towards Gringotts. Today she would be meeting Harry Peverell in a more personal setting, and they would be able to talk about family. Her mother Amara and father Douglas were with her, of course, as they were just as nervous to meet this young lord who was apparently blood related to their daughter. "Ah, Miss Peverell, please follow us. Lord Peverell is waiting for you." The guards greeted her with a bow, and she has the bizarre experience of an armed goblin escort taking her and her parents through Gringotts to a private room which was also guarded. Sharp Claw, "Sir, Miss Peverell, Mrs. Evans and Mr. Evans have arrived," the guard said to one of the guards standing outside the door. "Excellent, you may return to your stations. Welcome Miss Peverell, Mrs. Evans and Mr. Evans. Lord Peverell is inside," Sharpclaw said, and opened the door. The room itself was quite cozy, Lily noted. However, the people inside all stood as she walked in. She recognized Bellatrix and Narcissa Black, as well as the French girl Apolline and Hela, who had only become full-time at Hogwarts a few weeks ago. But her eyes met the emerald green of Harry and her body froze as nerves overcame her. "Welcome Lily, it's a pleasure to meet you," he said in a gentle tone, before his eyes shifted to look at her parents. "And it is a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. and Mrs. Evans. I'm Harry Peverell." He approached and keyed at Amara's hand before offering his own for Douglas to shake, which he did. The pleasure is ours, Lord Peverell," Douglas replied. "None of that, please, we're family. Allow me to introduce you to my three fiancées. This is Bellatrix Black, Narcissa Black, and Apolline Devereux. And this is my ward Hela Odinson," Harry introduced. The two Black sisters curtsied while Apolline smiled and waved, as did Hela. "Come and sit, we have a lot to talk about," Harry said. With a little prompting from her father, Lily moved to sit down on a couch with her parents each on one side of her while Harry sat opposite her. Bellatrix sat on his right, Narcissa took up his left, while Apolline opted to sit between his legs and Hela on a single couch a little away from them. "So, it's true I'm a Peverell?" Lily asked. Harry nodded. "Gringotts's tests don't lie, so I have no reason to believe you aren't related. And honestly, I'm sorry that you are." Harry apologized and Lily looked at him perplexed. "You're sorry? Why? You've seen what's happened over the past few months, the Hogsmeade attack, and the very public declaration I have made to stop the terrorists is my duty as a Sentinel family. You being a Peverell means that you become a target for my enemies, as well as being held responsible for protecting the people as I am. It is not a life I would want to bring you into," Harry explained. "Terrorist attacks. Is that what those incidents in our world have been?" Douglas asked, and Harry nodded. "A dark wizard named Voldemort is causing trouble, and his followers had been attacking the Muggle world for some time before they turned their eyes to the wizarding world. It is my duty to stop him as a Sentinel of Magical Britain," Harry explained. "Oh my, Lily, you didn't tell us about this," Amara said. "And because Lily is of your blood, she has to fight like you." Douglas's tone was hard as his fists clenched. "I certainly hope not. I am fighting because it is my duty." Bellatrix, Apolline and Gila are fighting with me because, well, Apolline and Gila are both from Sentinel families of their own and they know their roles as a member of their families and have chosen to fight with me. Bellatrix, she wishes to be my right hand in combat, and between you and me, I wouldn't anger a lady of House Black, Harry said, and Douglas relaxed a bit and chuckled while Bellatrix looked offended. And what about you? Amara asked Narcissa. Oh, fighting is not really for me, but politics, that's where I shine. Narcissa's smile took on a devious edge and Lily shivered. And where do I fit into all this? Lily asked. It is my intention to bring you into the family properly, but that means you'll have to move to the family manor and learn our histories before Samhain, as the Peverell family ritual will be taking place to inundate Bella, Sissy, Apolline and Gila into the family magic, and I have every intention of you doing it as well. But you have to be prepared. Aside from that, I do not wish for you to fight, I only wish for you to be able to defend yourself and your friends, Harry replied honestly, and Lily nodded. Do you know about my parents? My birth parents, that is. Lily finally asked the question that had been bothering her. Unfortunately, I do not. I don't know much about our mothers and fathers in all honesty, but perhaps we can find something together. I'd like that, Lily said with a smile. They spent the rest of the meeting time talking. Lily's parents asked Harry about his upbringing and what a Sentinel family was. Lily asked her own questions about Harry and the Peverell family, and he was all too willing to answer her. It was then agreed that Lily would spend the last week of Easter break with Harry in Peverell Manor. The weeks leading up to Samhain were particularly nerve-wracking. All four of the girls plus Lily had been regularly perusing the Peverell history books and family tomes to learn as much as they could. Aside from the nuances of the rituals themselves, the common denomination was that each of them would face judgment at the hands of the patron of the Peverell Sentinel family, and should they fail, their life is forfeited. Should they pass, then the Peverell magic will gift them a mythical form, as it's called, and they will be able to use the family spells. So, tonight's going to be a big night, Lily said to her friends at breakfast. How so? Alice asked. Tonight, I go through the Peverell family ritual, Lily said. By now it was public knowledge that Lily was a Peverell by blood, and she had been seen in Harry's company many times. Her friends took the news fairly well, and even the pure bloods looked at her in a new light. That's good, you'll get access to the magic that Peverell uses, right? Marlene said. Well, yes, that's if I survive, Cutlery cluttered down. What do you mean by that? James asked, concerned. The ritual, it passes judgment on me by the patron of the Peverell family. If I'm deemed worthy, I'm granted a mythic form much like Harry's Noondew. If I am deemed not worthy, it takes my life as payment, Lily whispered. Her friends were completely silent. Don't do the ritual, James said, placing a hand on Lily's own. I have to, it's part of my birthright, a connection to my birth parents. Harry's like a big brother I always wanted, and we're trying to figure out what happened to my parents. I need to do this, dinner tonight might be our last, and I want it to be a happy one, Lily murmured. It won't be the last, you'll be back here with us tomorrow and you'll be able to show off whatever it is you got, Severus said. Yeah, what Snivelus, I mean Severus, sorry old habits, said is right, Sirius piped up, a nod from Remus and Peter followed. I hope so. Classes for the day were dreadful, Lily couldn't concentrate at all, and none of the teachers said anything about her lack of attention. She suspected that Harry and Professor Dumbledore had spoken with them about her situation, and they respectfully left her to her vices, which she was both grateful for as well as infuriated. By the time dinner finished and Lily was making her way to the quarters of Harry Peverell with her friends flanking her, the door was opened to Lily, seeing Bella, who smiled down at her warmly, a sight rarely seen on the eldest black sibling. Hello Lily, Sirius, Potter and friends. It's almost time, say your goodbyes, Bella said, her eyes softening. Lily turned to her friends, who all looked like they were trying their hardest not to cry. We'll see you tomorrow, Marlene murmured as she hugged Lily. Alice nodded, but not saying anything. You have to make up your potions homework. I will not be doing it for you, Severus said, all business, but he was clearly concerned. Sirius in the meantime had slipped inside to talk with his two cousins. Remus and Peter merely wished her luck. She froze when she met the sad and concerned eyes of James. Lily, good luck. I'll see you tomorrow, yeah. You've got to help me with transfiguration homework, James said lamely, and Lily actually giggled. James, you're a transfiguration prodigy, you don't need help. But I hope to see you tomorrow as well. Lily stepped up to him, leaning up and dotting him on the cheek before turning and not looking back as she walked past Sirius, who was exiting. Good luck, Lily, he whispered, half crying at the potential goodbye to Bella and Narcissa. When the door closed behind her, she saw Bellatrix, Narcissa, Apolline and Gila all sitting down. The expressions of concern on all of their faces said a lot for what was normally a lively group, even if Gila was a little shy still. The Peverell Sentinels were one of the few whose family rituals could come at the cost of an individual's life. Reality was, not all of them may wake up from the ritual, and that in itself was daunting. It's time, Harry's voice called out from the office, the flow already active. Let's get this over with, Bellatrix said with false bravado. Lily followed Bellatrix through the flames with Narcissa, Apolline and Gila coming after her. She found herself back in Peverell Manor. There was complete silence as the girls all followed Harry through the dark manor and outside. The moon was glistening in the sky and the stars were bright. It was a beautiful Samhain night. The ritual area had a circle with runes engraved in it, with points leading to 5 individual smaller circles with the same runes. Candles were set up around the circumference of the entire ritual area. I will be in the center circle facilitating the ritual. All of you will take up residence in one of the outer 5 circles. The ritual will begin at midnight, when the veil between life and death is the thinnest. I care for you all. I hope to see you on the other side of this, Harry said, his words genuine, and Lily felt his love for each of them, even his familial love for her. We'll get through this, Harry, I have faith, Apolline replied, being the first to stand in a ritual circle. The others each took a position, and finally Harry walked into the center larger circle before he sat down and crossed his legs. All of the girls did the same thing, Lily following after seeing the others do it. At the stroke of midnight, Lily marveled as the runes and ritual circle immediately glowed a dark purple color. Harry levitated off the ground, his eyes going black before she was pulled into darkness. Curses were flying around, the atmosphere was dark, and Bellatrix had no idea where she was. Taking stock of her surroundings, she found she was in the Ministry of Magic. Her frail arms held her wand tightly. Catching view of herself in a window, she noted that she was bare skin and bones, her hair an unkempt mess, and her beauty had all but gone. She stumbled back, looking at herself. Come, Bella, we have a job to do, a voice called, waiting for her by the entrance of a door. She followed the figure only to come to a room she wasn't entirely familiar with. It was lined with glowing orbs. She passed by a sign that read, Hall of Prophecies, Department of Mysteries. What are we doing here? Bellatrix found herself asking the hooded man. Did Azkaban make you that stupid, Lestrange? We're here for the prophecy. Our Lord commanded us to get it from Potter, the man said gruffly as they were joined by a few robed people, all wearing silver masks. Lestrange. But silence. They're here. She promptly stopped speaking as she heard footsteps approach. Then saw the lights at the end of wand tips. Where's Sirius? That voice was familiar, and Sirius. Her cousin. What was going on? You know, you should really learn the difference between dreams and reality. You saw only what the Dark Lord wanted you to see. He took his mask off, and Bellatrix's eyes went wide, seeing the grown-up visage of Lucius Malfoy. She looked to the people around her, and slowly they too took off their masks, Rabaston and Rodolphus Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov. No, this was wrong, this was all wrong. Why did Voldemort need me to come and get this? You dare speak his name? Filthy half-blood, Rodolphus snarled. The boy came into the light, and Bellatrix gasped, Harry. But he was different, younger, his green eyes though were unmissable. He was skinny, far too skinny, and his friends too. What was going on? Bellatrix tuned out of the conversation as she looked at the people around Harry. The boy on his right looked a bit like the Longbottom boy in 3rd year. The red hair of a Weasley was unmistakable, the own hair from a Lovegood maybe. And the bushy-haired girl, she couldn't recognize anyone who would be similar to her. Choices. What will you do? Bellatrix Black. Will you be who you wanted to be? Or will you be what they made you? An eerie voice echoed in her ear. Then spells were flying. She instinctively deflected a stunner sent by the Harry and his group as pandemonium erupted in the Department of Mysteries. The kids ran and the Death Eaters followed. Bellatrix went to follow Harry, trying to figure out what was going on. All the spell casting and running sent them into a room with an ominous veil that was lit up. Harry. Bellatrix called out desperately. The group froze and Bella had to dodge a nasty-looking curse from the Longbottom-esque boy. That moment of distraction allowed the shadows of the Death Eaters to surround the ground, and Bellatrix was horrified as Harry's group mates were taken hostage. "I'll give you a choice, Potter. Give me the prophecy or watch your friends die." No, this was all wrong. She had to do something. This wasn't her at all. She wasn't a murderer or a terrorist. Reluctantly, Harry handed over the prophecy, but Bellatrix saw someone come out of a disillusionment spell, and an older, haggard Sirius Black walked up to Lucius. "Step away from my godson," he growled, punching Lucius in the jaw. "Run, Harry!" Bellatrix shouted as she flung a curse right at Lucius, much to the surprise of the group. Lucius' head rolled to the ground and everyone stood shocked before Bellatrix started casting more and more at the Death Eaters. Sirius joined in, not even questioned just why Bella was cursing the Death Eaters. "Bellatrix Lestrange, you betray me!" A voice thundered and large shade appeared. Bellatrix's eyes went wide as a monstrous-looking man emerged with ruby eyes, the same ones she had seen in Hogsmeade. "Azkaban must have destroyed your mind beyond what could be recovered," he growled, leveling his wand at her. "My mind is clear. I am Bellatrix Black, soon to be Peverell, and I will not bow before anyone but my fiancé," she roared, feeling the magic she had come to know fill her as she began casting rapidly. It was a sight to see, Bellatrix Lestrange facing down the Dark Lord to protect Harry Potter. But Bella paid no mind as she faced the monster in front of her. Spells went coming out of her wand faster than she thought possible. She danced around the room, deflecting as she felt her strength return to her along with her youth. "You have chosen well, Bellatrix Black. I welcome you to the Peverell family. You will be the blade my master wields." Bellatrix felt her body heat up as her spells took on an almost elemental nature of fire and brimstone. She roared in pain and fury as black wings sprouted from her back and her body shifted as a tail grew, and moments later Bellatrix Black was towering over the Dark Lord, who looked shocked. She swiped at him with her claws. Yes, claws, as she opened her maw and let out dragon fire almost instinctively. Cries of pain echoed before they died down, and all around Bellatrix faded as a mirrored lake appeared beneath her. Bellatrix dropped to her knees once again, human, as her reflection showed the visage of a Hungarian horntail, and in the water above the dragon, a hooded figure wielding a scythe and a white toothy smile. Narcissa awoke in an empty bed in a large manor. It seemed to be devoid of any light and any warmth that she had become accustomed to. She slipped out of bed and noticed her acromantula silk nightgown was tall. Catching herself in the mirror, she saw an adult version of herself. She looked healthy. But she was frailer than she would have liked to be. Also, this room was definitely not in Peverell Manor. Just what on earth was going on here? She opened the wardrobe to find a large collection of expensive dresses. Picking one, she slipped into it before leaving the room, wand in hand. A commotion was going on in the house and Narcissa made her way towards it. "Things are not as they always seem, Narcissa Black. Will you be the person you told yourself you would be? Or will you be the one everyone expects you to be?" An ominous voice echoed throughout the manor. Narcissa looked around, alarmed. "Well, come on now, boy. Is it him?" A shrill voice sneered. Narcissa shivered, hearing that voice was familiar but also very unsettling. When she entered the room, the commotion was coming from she got the view of two own-haired men, one older and one young, barely a seventh year. Then a sight caused her to freeze. Bellatrix was looking frail and gaunt, her hair a mess, but she held her wand to the throat of a boy. "I can't be sure," the younger own said. "Draco, look closely, son. If we are the ones who bring Potter to the Dark Lord, all will be forgiven," the older own said. Draco. That's what she wanted to name her son. As she entered, the two turned and looked at her. Her eyes met her son's first and she was shocked to see he looked nothing like Harry. But the own hair and the eyes reminded her of. She turned to the other and it took almost all her willpower not to curse. Lucius Malfoy was unmistakable even if he was now a few decades older. "My dear sissy, how nice of you to join us," Lucius said. "Don't forget who brought him here, Mr. Malfoy." Narcissa turned to the two men. They looked familiar but she couldn't quite place their identities. "Lady Malfoy, a pleasure as always," they said to her. Lady Malfoy. No, that wasn't right. She was engaged to Harry. Where was the boy in Bellatrix's hands? He looked almost exactly like Harry but a bit younger with short hair and a skinnier complexion. "You dare talk to me like that? In my own home. Lucius moved to draw his wand but Narcissa hissed almost instinctively. Lucius. He stopped and turned back to Bellatrix. Narcissa zoned out as she took in her surroundings and her apparent deranged sister. Nothing was as it should be, but she watched as Bellatrix started a verbal spout with the two familiar men before it became physical and she sent them on her way before rearing around. Bellatrix pulled the boy over to the ginger-haired one and dragged them both to Narcissa and Lucius. Throw them in the dungeon, I want to have a little chat with this one. Girl to girl. Bella sneered and Narcissa winced. Hermione. The two boys shouted. Narcissa did as told, she grabbed the Potter boy and his friend and marched then with Lucius towards wherever their dungeon was. As they walked the Potter boy's appearance shifted and his emerald green eyes met her own and Narcissa instantly recognized him. He was her Harry, but different at the same time. The dungeon came into view and Lucius threw the ginger-haired boy in and Narcissa followed suit putting Harry in. He left immediately, but Narcissa stayed a moment. Hello Harry, A.B., own-haired girl said. Luna, he echoed. Oh, and hello to you to Mrs. Malfoy, you're different than you normally are. Are you a different one? Luna said and Narcissa frowned. Different? What? She's Malfoy's mum. The ginger growled but Narcissa held her wand while they didn't have theirs. Sissy, are you coming? A voice shouted. I'm just going to torture the blood traitors for a bit. I'm sure the Dark Lord won't mind so long as I don't kill them. Narcissa shouted back. Fine, but do be careful. The gruff voice replied before the footsteps echoed away. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to get you all out of here. You're going to have to trust me though, Narcissa said. Trust you? The wife of a Death Eater? The ginger snapped. I don't think she is, no, she seems different. More black. I think we should trust her, Luna said shrugging and looking to Harry who looked at Luna before looking at Narcissa. Narcissa felt like the girl she was and blushed at his intense stare. All right, if Luna says we can trust you. I believe her, Harry relented. Mate, you're barmy. She's Malfoy's mum. Ron, she's different. I met Narcissa Malfoy at the Quidditch World Cup in 4th year. This is nothing like her, Harry argued. Besides, she's our only way to rescue Hermione. That seemed to shut the ginger boy, Ron, up. A small popping sound was heard and Narcissa leveled her wand at the intruder to see a house elf. Dobby. What are you doing here? Harry said perplexed. Dobby has come to rescue Harry Potter. Dobby will always be there for Harry Potter, the elf said, but looked at her in fear. Smart, elves can get through wards easily enough. He will have no problem saving your friend and the old man in the corner groaning, Narcissa said. Dobby is feeling Mistress Malfoy is different. Dobby can't understand why Mistress Magic be different, the elf looked at her confused. This isn't our Narcissa, this is a different one, Luna said as if stating the obvious. Dobby was it. Take the girl and the old man to safety. We need to retrieve the Muggle-born, Hermione was it. I'll cover your escape. Whatever you do, you run until you're outside the ward lines then you disappear. Dobby, you know your way around Malfoy Manor, correct? The elf nodded. You will meet them at the ward line and take them to safety. Promise me you will do so, Narcissa said looking down at the elf. Dobby will not let down different mistress. The elf insisted. Their plan in place Narcissa opened the door and headed to the top of the stairs stunning the first guard to walk past and throwing his wand to Harry. Moments later a pop was heard as the two boys followed her. They moved their way through Malfoy Manor with Narcissa stunning anyone they came across, her actions taking them completely by surprise. When they got to the stairs, Narcissa appeared first, seeing the girl on the ground with the word, Mudblood, on her arm in blood. She was disgusted but even more so, Bellatrix was questioning a goblin. Sissy, care to join me? Bellatrix sneered. Narcissa approached and positioned her body between Bellatrix and Hermione. Expelliarmus! Ron shouted, as soon as he saw Hermione. This wasn't part of the plan. Almost immediately their plan was shot to hell as Bellatrix picked the girl up, holding a knife to her neck. Well, look what we have here, Harry Potter, just in time for the Dark Lord. Call him. Narcissa turned to see both Lucius and her son in the room with them. She frowned internally, caring little for the elderly man but her son, no matter the father, was her son. Could she do this? No, she had to. Her Draco deserves a better father than Lucius Malfoy, he deserves Harry Peverell. Lucius pulled up his sleeve to reveal a mark of sorts and was about to summon the Dark Lord, she presumed. Now, Narcissa whirled and started casting at Bellatrix, who blocked, surprised before her face grew furious. "What do you think you're doing, sissy?" she growled. "Protecting what should have been ours. I'm protecting what we deserve. Go, now," she called back to Harry and Ron, taking a quick few moments to banish the girl towards them, not exactly how she wanted to, but it was the quickest method. "Lucius!" Bellatrix roared, and he moved to curse the three, but Narcissa was quicker, banishing the man into the wall and following it up with a bone breaker to his leg. Narcissa watched out of the corner of her eye as Harry and his two friends managed to run. She continued to keep her sister at bay, something that was difficult, and she was sure her sister was trying to kill her, but she didn't care. As she moved around the room, a blasting curse knocked her off her feet and slammed her into the nearby pillar. "Why would you betray the Dark Lord, sissy?" Bellatrix asked. "He is not worth my devotion." "There is only one who is," Narcissa bit back her reply as Bellatrix's wand pressed into the open cut on her side and she convulsed in pain. "You will die here, sissy," Bella said almost sadly, a tear falling down her cheek. "Then I die, Narcissa Black, rather die a Black than a Malfoy." Narcissa looked at her sister and stood her ground. "You have fought well, Narcissa Black. Fighting your own sister for someone else, reigning true to your grandfather's convictions. I welcome you to the Peverell family, you will be my master's cloak." Narcissa's body erupted in pain as tails grew from her spine and her body shifted, throwing Bellatrix away from her. Her canines grew as her face morphed and silver fur covered her body. Her tails grew, one by one, until 9 sprouted. Electric energy radiated throughout her body as a thunderstorm formed overhead. Instinctively she pounced forwards, intent on ending the life of her sister. She saw her reflection in her sister's eyes momentarily before her jaws closed. Everything faded to black before Narcissa found herself kneeling on a black lake, her body her young one again as she peered down into the lake's reflection. A large lightning kitsune, one of the most powerful variants of nine-tailed foxes, stared back at her while an ominous figure wielding a scythe smiled at her over the reflection. When Apolline stopped spinning, she found herself standing in a bright room. A young woman with blonde hair stood in front of her in a wedding dress, a younger girl dressed up with speaking rapidly in French, and a man dressed in a suit and tie was also there. "You look beautiful, Fleur," the man said. "Thank you, Papa, I can't believe it. Today I go from Fleur Delacour to Fleur Weasley," she murmured. "Delacour?" Apolline looked at the man and almost gasped. Henri Delacour was a few decades older, but he still had his trademark high cheekbones, neat beard and brown eyes. He keyed at the young woman's temple before turning to her. "Have anything to say to our daughter before her big moment?" "Maman?" the girl asked. Apolline looked at her properly. She was beautiful, her long silver hair and allure indicated her Vila nature. Had she gone through the family ritual as well? Wait, no, their names were Delacour, that could only mean she left her family name behind. "You look beautiful, child," and she did. "What about me, Maman?" the little girl asked. Apolline smiled down. Both girls were gorgeous, but they felt strange to her as she looked at the man who was supposedly her husband. It didn't sit right with her. Her Vila nature was denying the fact that Henri Delacour was her husband, yet the brown eyes Fleur and the other young girl had been undeniable, even if her daughters mostly had her traits. Things weren't right. Apolline took a deep breath and keyed at her daughter's temple as all mothers would, looking the girl over and nodding her head. She looked beautiful, that was true. But she couldn't let herself be taken unaware. She was a Devereux and she knew that all Sentinel family trials were different, and this was her judgment by whatever patron the Peverell family was contracted with. A rather astute conclusion, Apolline Devereux. It is hard for me to judge one of the 5 realms chosen. But given you are to become a Peverell, your initiation becomes my responsibility. So, I must test you like the others. A test this was, and one she would pass. She would not let her life become forfeit, and her instincts were telling her to find her mate and ensure he was okay. But for now, she would act like a proud mother. She just had to imagine that her daughter was hers and Harry's. She could do this, for however long was needed for judgment to be made. Standing in the front row of the bride's side, Apolline clapped and did everything expected of her as mother of the bride as she watched Henri walk Fleur down the aisle. At the altar was a red-haired man, a few scars on his face, and he was only mildly affected by the allure. If Fleur's Vila had chosen him, she couldn't begrudge her. The Weasley family across from them were a gaggle of red-haired individuals, and Apolline immediately felt standoffish with them, though perhaps that was the way the youngest girl glared at her Fleur. However, her judgment of them waned when she felt a familiar presence, magic, more precisely his magic, the magic of her mate. It was unmissable for her in her nature. She did wonder why her sister, cousin, parents and grandparents weren't in attendance. Surely her daughter's wedding would be one for the family to celebrate. The ceremony was arduously long. Apolline wanted to seek out the magic of her mate and see him, ensure he was okay. When they moved to the reception, food was served and she sat with Henri and Gabrielle, near Fleur and her now husband Bill. Her eyes roamed amongst the guests before they found who she was searching for. His magic was less mature but much the same, though he looked considerably different. It didn't take much prodding from her to figure out he was using a disguise to appear. The food tasted like ash in her mouth when she longed only for her mate and the safety and comfort he brought her. Henri Delacour felt like slime and antiseptic compared to the warmth of her Harry. Sure, once upon a time she would have settled for Henri Delacour, mostly immune to her allure and an intelligent young man. But that was before Harry, who was completely immune, charismatic and protective. He was a powerhouse and a sentinel of the Peverell family. Food was vanished and speeches were given. Her speech was kept short and vaguer, stating she couldn't be prouder of her Fleur having such a wonderful man to love, and that she was proud of them and the family she had married into. Stuff that was said at various weddings she had attended by the mothers of the brides there. Then the dancing started. She danced with Henri, she danced with Bill's father Arthur, and a few of his brothers, but always her eyes searched for Harry, and once a reprieve was given to her. She found him by the drinks. Thirsty? She asked him. He looked alarmed for a few moments at being spoken to. Oh, yes, it's a lovely wedding, Mrs. Delacour. You must be very happy for Fleur, he said, looking towards her smiling daughter who was dancing and laughing with her husband. I will always be proud of my children and them finding love for themselves, Apolline said, but she didn't miss his look of longing as the two of them watched the happy couple. Then the traditional father-daughter and mother-son dance started. She watched Fleur dance with Henri Delacour and couldn't help but feel spiteful that the man dancing with her daughter as her father was not Harry Peverell. That should be you, Apolline murmured, and Harry beside her choked on his drink. What? Fleur spoke of you, you know. She said you were brave, protected her and Gabby, and were a man worth more than his weight in gold. She lied. What she really wanted to say was that the man dancing with Fleur as her father should be Harry, not Henri. Oh, I did save them that one time, I suppose, but really she said that. She did, even in disguise, Harry. It's not difficult to tell who you are, she murmured into his ear. He froze and looked shocked. I what? Vila, Harry, we can sense different types of magic and I can tell who you are even if disguised. Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry for not introducing myself, Mrs. Delacour. I'm Harry Potter, he said awkwardly. Potter, not Peverell. Apolline, now, how about you come dance with me? She said, holding her hand out. Oh, I'm pants at dancing, he mumbled. Apolline's laughter rang out and Harry looked around awkwardly. That is okay, I will lead. Just indulge me, please. She asked gently. He gulped but nodded. Even as he was still a head taller than her, and as they took up space on the dance floor that was quickly becoming filled. Apolline expertly led the two of them in a traditional waltz. Harry took the cues she gave and eventually was able to lead her himself, allowing her to just revel in the warmth of his magic mingling with her own. Her inner Vila was content and calm again, even as she ignored the frowns of Henri and the wide eyes of Gabrielle, concerned frown of Fleur and the Weasley brood. She placed her head on his shoulder and they just rocked back and forth as the music slowed. Apolline imagined being like this for her wedding day. Magic warned her before it happened, sensing danger almost immediately as loud crashing was heard and screams started. Her wand was in her hand, as was her dance partner's and many of the others on the dance floor. Men in dark robes and silver masks materialized and began throwing curses out. Apolline, enraged about being disturbed, returned spells, as did her companions. Her experience as a Devereux flowed through her fingertips as she started downing any attacker her wand trained on, causing many around her to look at her shocked. Pole, what are you doing? Henri shouted over the spell fire. Making sure they don't get back up. I'm a Devereux non, but they you left their family when you chose me. You haven't been able to do their magic in years. Why now? He shouted and her eyes narrowed. She wouldn't have left her family for him of all people. Harry, use my distraction and get my daughters and everyone out. Apolline ignored Henri as she fluently slipped into her trained exercises despite her body's protest. Her avian features shifted as flames erupted from her spare hand while her wand was casting, bright wings sprouting from her back to propel her out of the way of incoming spells. Already she was creating traps on the ground. Out of the corner of her eye she saw her daughters looking at her. Shocked before being ushered away by the disguised Harry. Good, they were out of harm's way. Their attackers had started stepping on the traps she sent and many screamed as their bodies were torn apart violently. She was fighting on many fronts, often dancing around her traps and the spells being sent her way. She jabbed her wand into the ground sending out a shockwave while maintaining a stream of passion fire with her left hand. With a final spell the last attacker had fallen, she was left in a destroyed wedding venue surrounded by countless bodies of attackers that had ill intent towards hers. All the blood around her cascaded up into a singular shade and the temperature dropped drastically. Apolline held her head high as the ominous shade floated above her, towering in size and in presence. You are the first I am appearing to in person, the feminine voice echoed as everything faded away to reveal a dark mirrored lake. I am Apolline Devereaux of the Devereaux Sentinels of France. I've been judged before and I will not cower before your judgment, she said sternly. The figure laughed and she shivered hearing the laughter of the deity. You are strong Devereaux, you are powerful, and you have your conviction. By your very nature you are a protector. You are passionate and you are calculating, you do the Phi patron of the Devereaux proud. And now, you will do me proud. I welcome you to the Peverell family, Apolline Devereaux. You will guard the veil between life and death which my master walks and balance out your group. Look now to the form I grant you. Apolline looked into the waters of the lake and her Vila visage melted to reveal scales and a dragonoid body coming from the lake. However, she had 9 water serpentine-like heads. She knew what creature it was in her reflection, a 9-headed hydra. Each head represented a different element but also the creature as a whole represented teamwork as well as open-mindedness and power. Until we meet again, Miss Devereaux. Hila Odinson found herself in a dark and dreary hall. Around the building she could see the visage of the dead. She had been here before, many times when communing with her namesake. Niflheim, the realm of the dead by which the daughter of Celtic Sentinel family guards. Sitting on a throne of smoke and bones was the ominous figure that always seemed to send shivers up her spine. Death had many iterations, and many forms it chose to appear as. However, all parties that deal with the patron of the undead in any form know of one another, and that is why Hela has never had any issues with any of the other death aspects like Anubis of the Egyptians or even Hades and Thanatos of the Greeks. They're all aware that they serve one singular entity no matter what form they take. My lady, Hela kneeled obediently. Hela Odinson, how odd for us to find ourselves in a situation where I must judge you once again. The figure's hand rose to the hood before taking it off, revealing the face of her rendition of death. For Hela, death was a beautiful woman, half of her embodying darkness and decay with one glowing purple eye while the other half of her embodied silver and light with a golden eye. Something that would terrify the average witch or wizard but was something that sentinels prepared their children for. What will you have me do? Hela asked. Tell me, while your family passed you off in the demonstration. Do you wholeheartedly believe in and wish to follow Harry Peverell? Death asked. Hela paused. She couldn't just say what the entity would expect to hear from anyone in her position. But, because of her position she knew she couldn't lie to the embodiment of death. Initially, I merely wished to see what kind of man he was. Over the past months since joining his family, I have been shown the kind and gentle soul he is, while also seeing the sides of him that others never wish to meet, but also the sides of him many long to experience. I do not believe I will be loved by him like the others, but I am content to stay by his side, Hela replied. I see. Then, I will show you the life of the man you respect and allow you to make your decision afterwards. Hela was immediately brought to a doorstep, number 4 Privet Drive. A man carrying a baby walked up to the door, placing the child on the doorstep. Albus, are you sure? They really are the worst kind of muggles, an elderly witch said. The witch looked a lot like the Transfiguration professor but older, a good decade and a half older at least. They are the only family he has left, best of luck to you. Harry Potter. Hela was brought along as if she were a shade as she watches young Harry's home life with his abusive relatives. She had tried to lash out and help at many occasions before being reminded that she was merely an observer and her magic would not work. Yet she watched as shy young Harry Potter discovered magic, Hogwarts and gained friends. She watched as he took risks playing Quidditch, then attempting to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Vanquishing the Dark Lord to a wraith who had been possessing his teacher, then to the house elf Dobby in second year with the basilisk. How a 12-year-old had fought and killed such a beast with an enchanted sword, almost dying himself before being healed by a phoenix. His run-in with the beast that was Marjorie Dursley and Ripper, then escaping to the leaky cauldron and finding out Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban. She saw how he bested Dementors, dragons, mer-people, the Dark Lord over and over again. He fought to protect others and his friends in particular. Then came Albus Dumbledore's death, the Horcrux hunt, and finally the moment Harry Potter, now a young man who looked very much like the young man she had come to know, just skinnier with no facial hair, directed his two closest friends, Hermione Granger, the brightest witch of their generation, and Ronald Weasley, the youngest son of the Weasley family and Harry's best friend, to dispose of the last Horcrux, Voldemort's snake Nagini. He then went to the Forbidden Forest where he spoke to his parents and godfather and the werewolf uncle before facing the Dark Lord and greeting death like a friend. Then Hela watched the conversation Death had with Harry and understood how he came to be Harry Peverell. Once Harry's conversation with Death was over and he chose to be sent back in time to a different universe, she was brought back to the throne room of Niflheim. So much was against him, and he came out on top. Hela asked, unsure as she didn't see what happened to his world after the green spell hit him. Indeed, Mr. Potter was touched by fate as well as myself. As you and the others are aware, there hasn't been a true champion of death in this world since the original Peverell brothers. Harry is my champion, touched by fate, blessed by death. Will you stand by my champion Hela Odinson of the Celtics? Death asked, her voice echoing around the room. I will stand by him as one of your servants. I will serve him as I do you. Very well, I welcome you, Hela Odinson, my champion of the Norse pantheon, into the Peverell family. You will act as my master's steward. Niflheim flooded with water until she was standing upon a black lake with only herself and her reflection. She watched her reflection smirk at her before shifting into the very creature Harry faced in the Chamber of Secrets, size included. A basilisk, the king of serpents, stared back at her in her reflection, her matron appearing above her with a ghostly smile and holding a scythe. Lily Evans woke up to a bright light pouring through open curtains. She was feeling exhausted, and as she sat up in bed there were a few things she noticed. Firstly, that this wasn't her room, but it wasn't like it felt familiar yet out of place. When she slid out of bed she was taller than she used to be, and then she saw her reflection in the body-length mirror on the plain oak wardrobe. She was an adult, her long auburn hair was waist-length. She slid on some pants and a top before pick up her wand, which seemed a bit smaller in her hands. However, the same warmth it always had remained. As she exited the room she noticed another room off to her right. It looked like a baby's nursery. Strange. Then she heard the voices from downstairs. Harry. Come on Prongslet, you have to eat the yogurt, a voice said, exasperated. It sounded vaguely familiar to her. Seriously Padfoot, how on earth did the yogurt end up on you? Another voice said in clear amusement. Lining the stairs were various moving pictures. Lily's eyes took them in, seeing her with a baby with green eyes, her smiling, and then there was one that caused her to freeze. A wedding dress was around her and she was twirling in the arms of a man in a suit, with unkempt hair and glasses. James Potter was smiling at her with the same smile he always gave her. As she descended the stairs, the sight that greeted her caused her to giggle and garner the attention of the inhabitants of the room. Sirius Black was the same almost. He was certainly older and had grown a decent face of hair, but his kind face and mischievous eyes were the same. James Potter looked like the wedding picture. He was in a casual tank top and some silk pajama bottoms. Both of them were covered in what appeared to be yogurt and porridge, and the culprit sitting in a high chair at the dining room table was a child with the same emerald eyes as her own. Ma, he gurgled, eyes lighting up and reaching for her. Her heart melted. Despite having just woken up and very much feeling like the 14-year-old she was, she walked over shaking her head. A wave of her wand had her son clean and she picked him up. He immediately cuddled into her and sucked his thumb while looking at her with wonder and amazement. Sorry for the mess, Lils. We tried to give Harry breakfast so you could sleep in. It did not go to plan. James said sheepishly. Harry was the baby's name. Harry Potter, she told herself. And I assume Sirius is the reason. Hey, I resent that. Pafu. Harry gurgled with a giggle, taking his hands and making wild gestures. Make boom boom, he said excitedly. I'm sure he did make a boom, Lily sighed. Padfoot's here to look after Harry while we go to the order meeting today. He's already got his assignment from Professor Dumbledore, James said, and Lily frowned, but nodded her head. She had no idea what was going on after all. It is not often one can take their actions again. Lily Evans, will you repeat history? A voice echoed in her head, sending chills down her spine. Lily was reluctant to leave the child. His sweet innocence was drawing her in, and knowing Sirius he could potentially be in danger of, well, anything really. However, she needed to find out what was going on, so she left the child with Sirius while she and James attended this order meeting. The Order of the Phoenix was a vigilante group formed by Albus Dumbledore with the brightest students from Hogwarts in tandem with trusted Aurors and other such members of the Wizengamot who were proactive in the fight against Lord Voldemort. Lily, how are you and Harry doing? A peppy woman hugged Lily as her and James arrived at their destination. Alice, Lily said. The woman in question raised an eyebrow at her. Those sleepless nights got you forgetting me already, Potter. Yes, it's me, Alice Longbottom. Though I can't fault you, sometimes when I don't get any sleep between a battle and taking care of Neville, I forget people as well. Alice sighed. Lily could only nod her head. Sitting around the large round table, she looked at the individuals gathered and tried to match their identities to people she knew. Alice Longbottom, the man next to her had to be Frank. Marlene was on Alice's left, that never changed. Remus Lupin was tall and lanky with roughly kept light brown hair. Peter Pettigrew was still rather rotund but not overly so. Alistair Moody was an Auror commander and his second in command was Kingsley Shacklebolt. Both of them looked tired. Then Professor Dumbledore entered looking rather pale. Albus, what happened? Elphias Doge asked. Last night Bones Manor was attacked by Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Lord Bones and his wife perished. Luckily Amelia Bones and baby Susan weren't home at the time and survived the attack, Albus said. Amelia Bones, that was one of the girls a few years above her. She remembers Harry teaching her a few pointers in their dueling class the other day. She felt for the girl, especially if Susan was Harry's age. Are they okay? Lily asked. About as okay as they can be. Amelia has taken Susan and gone into protective custody. While she would prefer to be fighting with the Aurors, she can't leave Susan alone, Albus said. So what's our next plan of action? James asked. Lily listened intently as Dumbledore outlined the information they had gathered. Some things were off and Lily frowned when hearing about the Lestranges and the Malfoys. But her biggest question was, where is Harry Peverell? What is he doing? She wondered if he was leading the charge or not. Lily, James, Alice, Frank, could you all stay? I have something of the utmost importance to speak with you about, Dumbledore said once the meeting was concluded. The room emptied and the four of them looked confused at each other before looking back at Albus, who slumped in his chair. I'm afraid that a prophecy has been made foretelling the downfall of Voldemort, he started. That's good then, Professor, but why tell just the four of us? Frank said. Because the prophecy foretells of a child born at the end of July with the power to defeat him. That refers to both Neville and Harry, Albus said. The silence that followed was almost deafening. There's many children born at the end of July, why Neville and Harry? Lily asked. Because it also said that the child would be born to those who have thrice defied him. Only the four of you have as a couple, defied him on 3 occasions each. He will make targets of you all now that he is aware. How did he become aware of the prophecy? One of his junior Death Eaters informed him. The same came to me for protection once he knew who the potential targets were. But alas, I believe that for the moment the four of you should hide in your homes under the Fidelius charm. I will cast it myself, but each of you should choose a secret keeper, Albus sighed. All right, I'll get Sirius in on the plan, James said. Lily frowned. She didn't like the sound of this at all. Who was the one who informed Voldemort and then betrayed him? Lily asked. It was young Severus Snape. A few moments passed with shocked faces. Then pandemonium. Snivelus. James shouted. Calm yourself, my boy, but he truly regrets his actions and has committed to aiding us and protecting the four of you, Albus said calmly. Lily herself was left with a sour taste in her mouth. Severus. Her best friend. How can we even trust his words? The slimy git. He swore on his life and magic, that was more than enough. To assure me where his allegiance lies, Albus replied. I don't like it, Alice piped up. We're some of the best fighters in the order, if we're away from the front lines what happens to the rest of you? Frank asked. We'll make do with our forces as we can, but if the prophecy is to be true then we must prioritize the safety of you and your children, Albus said. After some more debating, reluctantly the four returned to their 2 houses with their family and friends to discuss the prophecy as well as the charm. Currently this meant Sirius, Peter, James and Lily sitting in their home in Godric's Hollow while Lily was cuddling a restless Harry. Sirius, you should be the secret keeper, James said. It does make sense, we know you wouldn't give up the secret and you are Harry's godfather, Lily reasoned. Sirius shook his head. I would also be the most obvious choice. Voldemort will know to target me to get to you because everyone knows James and I are brothers. I think Wormy should be the secret keeper, no one would suspect him, Sirius insisted. Not to mention Wormy would be able to get out of tight situations with his animagus form, James added. The two looked towards their rotund friend with matching grins. The man in question frowned before shrugging. Lily wasn't quite so sure on the decision. Are you sure about this, James? Lily asked. I'm sure, Wormy's a marauder like us. He'll die before giving up the secret, James said with absolute certainty. Lily remained unsure but decided to put her faith in James and Sirius's belief in their friend. Lily felt as if she was pulled through time as months seemed to blur right in front of her eyes. A familiar tingle of magic surrounded her before she knew it. It was Halloween. She could tell by the decorations inside the house. James and his group always loved Halloween. They were in the middle of celebrating when a feeling of dread washed over them. They felt an attack on the wards around the house. Looking outside, Lily was horrified as the ruby eyes of the Dark Lord peered at her from the darkness. Standing next to him was one Peter Pettigrew. Lily's eyes narrowed but she didn't have any time to think more about how much she wanted to throttle the rat, as Voldemort brought down the wards. Lily, run. Take Harry and go. I'll hold him off, James shouted, drawing his wand. Lily sprinted upstairs heading straight for Harry's nursery. She heard fighting and then the thudding of a body after a bright green light and then the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. Lily froze as the Dark Lord emerged, a victorious smirk on his face. Stand aside, girl, I just want the boy, he growled. Please, not Harry, not my baby, take me instead, Lily pleaded. Get out of the way, foolish woman, I told him I wouldn't touch you. Move before I kill you, Voldemort snarled. Not Harry, not my baby. Take me instead. She all but threw herself in front of the Dark Lord. Avada Kedavra. A green light flashed before her eyes in nothingness. When Lily awoke she was on a black lake. She looked around unable to see anything of substance. A light shone from below her drawing her attention. Lily watched a sort of memory as she was killed by Voldemort, but then continued on to follow her son, Harry. The killing curse backfired and destroyed the Dark Lord. But the aftermath had her seething. Albus Dumbledore had taken Harry to Petunia, who hated her and hated magic. Following Harry Potter's life, he was abused much like Severus was. He discovered magic, and went to Hogwarts. What followed was a fast-tracked version of watching Harry go through many trials and tribulations, facing the many forms of Voldemort until the final battle where he sacrificed himself. Her Harry had sacrificed himself. To destroy the Dark Lord, her child of barely 17 had done that. However, it didn't end with his death. She then viewed his conversation with death and came to a realization. Harry Peverell was her Harry Potter. The green eyes that mirrored her own, if she looked closely she could see similar images of James Potter. How could she have not seen it before? Though, she was barely a student of 13. You made the same choice despite not being connected to that child for long. A distorted voice echoed, a visage formed in front of her and Lily found herself looking at a woman who was half decaying and half angelic yet both sides were beautiful. Death, she stammered. Correct, it is a pleasure to be acquainted with the live version of my master's mother. The version of you that perished in his world stayed by my side and watched him every day of his life. She was a bright young witch with much fire and love, the same that you are capable of. Harry Peverell does not need a mother, but, you are his family as is James Potter. It will be up to you to decide what to do with this information. Will you stay by his side, Lily Evans? Death asked. He is my son. Of course I'll stay by his side. Lily said, almost offended. Death smiled at her, which in any other context would look absolutely morbid. Then I grant you the ability to continue to do so. I wish you luck, Lily Evans. The figure disappeared and Lily found herself staring into the eyes of a beautiful large bird, a rock, with emerald green eyes staring back at her. She felt her body shift, bones cracking painfully as her body took on the form of the bird in front of her. Spreading her wings, she sped off the ground and the lake faded away to a bright forest. Harry watched with bated breathing as the 5 girls disappeared from their ritual circles. He felt their magic still tied to the place they sat as well as his own magic, but that didn't mean he wasn't scared that one or none of them would return. All he could do was meditate and organize his thoughts about the most recent changes. All 4 of the girls wanted to take part in the war at his side, and he didn't want them to be in danger, yet he also couldn't bring himself to stop them either. After what felt like hours passed, the first girl to return was Bellatrix. She let out a gasp as she returned and her ritual circle went dark. Then Narcissa returned moments later, followed by Apolline, Hela and last but not least Lily. Harry let out the breath he had been holding since Bellatrix returned, sagging in relief as the magic of the circle died down. Harry James Potter. Lily all but screamed. Harry froze, wide-eyed as the 13-year-old version of his mother marched up to him. He towered over her, but in this moment he felt very small. Of all the things you could have done. The stone, the chamber. The hippogriff, the Tri-Wizard tournament. What in Merlin's name were you thinking? Well, are you going to answer me? Lily's hand was placed on her hip and she was tapping her foot expectantly. Harry found his mouth opening and shutting as he tried to form an answer. Well, Harry, are you going to answer her? Narcissa asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't you start, Narcissa Malfoy. And you, Bellatrix Lestrange. Lily whirled around on them as well. The scene could almost be comical, seeing a seething 13-year-old glaring at Narcissa, who was 16, Bellatrix and Harry, who were 17, while Apolline, who was 18, and Hela, who was 22, stood to the side awkwardly. That's not us. It will never be us. Bellatrix protested. I think emotions are high. We should retire to the manor and have some rest, and we can talk again in the morning, Apolline suggested. While everyone protested initially, the lateness of the night sunk in and the emotional toll of the ritual had the girls' arguments quelled swiftly. They shuffled into the manor and headed to their respective rooms, all saying a polite good night before doors closed. Sleep did not come for Harry. He lay awake in his bed with his mind whirling. They all knew, the fury and concern and love that Lily Evans looked at him with was far beyond that of a 13-year-old girl. Just what had each of them experienced? The sound of the door opening had Harry tense up, wand almost in hand, before he recognized Apolline's magical signature and scent. He felt the bed dip a little and he turned to see the bee-owned woman sliding into the bed next to him. Apolline, he questioned with a yawn. Harry, I'm sorry for sneaking in, but I had to be close to you. My Vila, she was restless without you. Apolline apologized but moved closer to him regardless, to the point he could feel her silk nightie against his hands. Would you like to tell me about it? A few moments passed before Apolline turned in the bed and Blue met Emerald. My test was about how fiercely I would defend you. I felt like I was living a nightmare. Henri Delacour is a good man, Harry, but he is not you, and my Vila instantly sought you out even when my daughter was to be walking the aisle to her intended husband. All I could think about, all my instincts told me to do, was to find you, protect you and be with you. You drive my soul crazy, Harry Peverell. Apolline lifted herself and draped a leg over the other side of Harry so that she was straddling him. He let her. Perhaps once upon a time my path was to become Apolline Delacour, but with you, here and now. My path is to become Apolline Peverell, Apolline said, leaning down, the last sentence a bare whisper as she pressed her lips against his own. Fire erupted inside her as they Harry returning her passion just as much. Apolline pressed her body down against Harry's own as she made the more aggressive, nipping as his lips, not one to back down. Harry's own hands came up to clutch her thighs as he playfully bit back. Wrapping a leg around her, he shifted his weight to flip them both over while Apolline let out a squeal, which Harry quickly silenced with a and he wandlessly cast a silencing and locking charm on the door. Harry hovered over her, looking down at her form, her own hair fanned out against RHE pillows while she bit her lush pink lips, blue eyes swirling with desire and love. Her blue silk nightie clung to her body sinfully. he could see every curve from the love handles on her hips to the curvature of her breasts. Her allure permeated throughout the room and Harry was not unaffected as she was directing all of it at him. "Tell me to stop if you don't want this," Harry's voice asked, breathing heavily. "If you stop, I will fucking kill you myself," she snarled in a mixture of broken French and English. Reaching up and pulling him down to crash their lips together, her legs wrapped around his waist, clinging to him as she rolled her hips to gain the right kind of friction which had Harry's beak rubbing against her core. Their dotting was rough, lips were bruised, lips were bit, tongues jeweled as they rubbed themselves against one another. Harry broke off first, both breathing heavily. Apolline smirked at him. Their eyes spoke what their mouths didn't and Harry shifted his body while Apolline vanished her nightie wandlessly leaving him with full view of her BPD figure. Harry stared for a few moments taking in the nude Apolline under him. She was perfect in every way, her Vila nature making her the embodiment of perfection. But he could also see her vulnerability and slight worry. He gave her one more chaste kiss, before trailing kiss down her neck which had her clutching his hair as she let out small gasps. Hands clutching her waist, he kissed at his way down until he reached his goal. She smelt heavenly, her pink lips already moist as he kissed at her beep. Her breathing increased as did her squirming as Harry placed kisses and playful bites around her inner thigh. "Harry tilde you bastard stop teasing me." He let out a soft chuckle before slowly licking her slit. The feeling of his tongue elicited a groan from the girl before he started eating eagerly. Her soft moans echoed throughout the room as her hands tangled themselves in his hair. He continued lick, suck and nibble on her most sensitive spot, managing to focus his attention on her clit before a bright idea went off in his head. "Harry. Oh merde." Apolline was reduced to a mess as Harry begun speaking Parseltongue right against her clit, the vibrations enough to send her over the edge. Harry allowed her time to recover, her breathing slowed down as she came down from her euphoria. He had to admit though that he was painfully erect and wanted nothing more than to bury himself inside her. "You will be doing that more often," Apolline murmured as she propped herself up on her elbows. "Whatever the lady commands," Harry said with a smirk. Apolline lightly chuckled before she moved over to him, her hand touching his chest before pushing him onto his back. Straddling him, she rubbed her moist center against his beak, coating it with her juices. "While I would normally like to return the favor, my Vila is impatient. Forgive me for skipping to the main course mi amore," Apolline said. Harry just looked at her, their eyes connected as blue looked into emerald. Slowly and with a throaty and from both of them, Apolline eased his cock inside of her, pausing at moments to adjust to his size as he broke past her hymen and took her petit. Even as a Vila, her first time was bound to be painful, yet, having him inside of her just felt right. "Oh Merlin," Harry groaned, arching his back and involuntarily thrusting his hips causing her to and squeal. "Merde, you feel so big mi amore," Apolline Ned in a breathless whisper. "Are you okay?" he asked, seeing a few grimaces from her. "Stay still mi amore, I just need to, oh merde, get used to you." Her breathing was labored as every shift of her body weight sent electric jolts from her core to her heart. After what seemed like forever, but in reality was just a few minutes, Apolline lifted her hips, feeling every vein of Harry's cock drag itself from her pussy. Before she dropped her weight spearing him back inside swiftly. "Oh shit, you feel bloody amazing," Harry groaned as his hips started meeting her own. Soon enough nary a coherent word was heard as the two indulged themselves in their love-making. Harry's hands gripped Apolline's hips almost painfully as she rode him. Slowly picking up pace, Apolline felt a second climax building inside of her and her Vila was demanding she milk her mate's seed from him. "Oh shit, Pole, you're going to make me come." Harry gasped. Apolline purred at the nickname as well as the news and her writing became frantic. The sounds coming from the two of them just from their coupling mixed with ns of ecstasy. "Come for me Harry, come inside me my love." Apolline bent down and kissed at him deeply, flexing her vaginal muscles in order to grip him while she continued slamming her hips up and down. "Coming." Harry grunted into her lips as he felt himself explode inside her heavenly walls. Apolline let out her own long and into his mouth as her body shook as a second climax erupted from her body, feeling ecstatic at the feeling of her mate depositing his seed inside of her, and while she knew she wouldn't be able to become pregnant soon, she and her Vila Couldn't wait until he was trying to breed her. Ready for round 2? Harry asked after a few minutes of recuperating. Apolline just giggled as they continued their lovemaking. Samhain used to be one of the most powerful nights for rituals, when the veil between life and death was the most thin. Many a powerful ritual were available to him and he had done many of them in order to bring himself to his potential power. And it was on this blessed Samhain night that Tom Riddle set foot in Nurmengard, the place where he hoped all of his answers would be, and the current residence of one Gellert Grindelwald. A visitor. For little ol' me. A voice cackled. The only resident in this entire prison spoke jovially. You are the Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald? Tom asked, his voice echoing through the place. Oh, and who might you be? Albus visits me only a few times a year, and Cassie is infrequent in her visits. But you are neither my love nor my faithful, the voice cackled. Tom shivered, feeling very much like he was stepping into a world of insanity. Ah, yes, I know of you. The one who seeks to flee death, Gellert teased, coming to the bars of his prison. The man had a wild mane of hair, untrimmed beard but very much looked sane. I've come seeking information from you, Tom said. Information you say? What could an old Dark Lord like me have information on that you seek? The Peverell family. A pause of recognition came from Gellert. Dead. I killed the last two many decades ago in order to get my hands on the wand. Sentinels they were but they fell all the same, like all humans do, though I never knew what became of the baby girl that was whisked away, Gellert mused. They aren't dead, there is one right now who challenges me. His name is Harry Peverell and he has met me evenly every time and I need the secret to defeat him, Tom growled. Another Peverell. A male? No, certainly not. I hunted their entire family down in order to collect their family artifacts. There was only a female babe left and she should have no knowledge of her family or heritage given they are dead. It's impossible, Gellert growled, gripping the bars like a vice. How did you defeat them the first time? While their numbers were few, they are powerful. I resorted to forbidden magic, necromancy and demonology. If there is a Peverell remaining then my hunt is not over. Gellert straightened his back, cracking it into places as his eyes took on an almost manic state. I cannot leave this place, it is my curse and hubris unfortunately. However, I can offer you my aid if you will bring me the Deathly Hollows once you have bested the last Peverell, Gellert said. Tom Riddle eyed him suspiciously. He knew of the tale of the three brothers and the artifacts they were bestowed by their patron, death itself and their ascension to Sentinelhood. But of course, he wouldn't allow himself to bring another Dark Lord such possessions once Peverell is dealt with. No, he would lie to get what he wants and smooth talk like he always did. You have yourself a deal, from one Dark Lord to another. I will bring you the artifacts you seek should you give me the knowledge to defeat him, Tom replied. Swear it to me. Tom mentally cursed when Gellert insisted. Raising his wand, a moment of thought before he spoke. I swear that when I obtain the items Gellert Grindelwald wishes to see, I will bring them to him, his vow made with the intention of bringing them to Gellert, not necessarily leaving them with him though. However, the vow seemed to placate the man. Gellert, nodding his head and turned back into his cell. Tom wondered what the man was doing before he came back with that appeared to be a small black box. Pricking his finger and holding the box out he allowed a drop of blood to drop onto it. Almost instantly the box grew in size until it became a briefcase. Be careful, straying too deep into the demonic arts will have you crossing into territory shepherded by forces we couldn't even comprehend. I crossed into it once, and the eyes that greeted me still haunt me to this day and I was there for only a second, Gellert warned. Tom took the briefcase and hummed pleasantly. Perhaps, with access to the demonic arts, he would be able to best the Peverell brat. Harry awoke with a slightly exhausted body. Then the memories of the previous night returned and he looked to see that Apolline was cuddling into him. Her long silver hair and head were on his chest while her legs and body clutched his own, both of them were still beady. Entangling himself from her, he quietly made it to his bathroom, closing the door and starting the shower. He was deep in thought. He didn't notice the bathroom door open and someone slip into the shower with him until he felt a soft pair of mass on his back and arms wrap around his stomach. You didn't wake me, mi amore, quite rude, Apolline's voice echoed through the falling water. Well, after last night, I thought you could use some more sleep, Harry replied sheepishly. Very considerate Mr. Potter. Harry shivered when she said his original name like that and turned only to see a smirking Apolline. I think we should finish showering, no doubt the others will be up and waiting, Harry said while Apolline just raised an eyebrow at him teasingly. You were thinking about fucking in the shower, were you not? She purred and Harry's cheeks turned pink. Apolline let out a musical laugh before she grabbed the soap and decided to tease him by soaping up her body, including washing her platinum hair. Causing Harry to finish his shower as quick as possible in order to escape her succubi tactics, because they were definitely working. He put on some joggers and a plain shirt before heading down to breakfast where he was met by the raised eyebrow of Hela and 3 somewhat accusing glares. Apolline sauntered in after Harry and gave him a peck on the cheek before sitting down and offering a smirk to the 2 black sisters. Busy night? Hela asked, cutting the tension. Very busy, Apolline confirmed while breakfast started to appear. I'll say, you beat me to it, Bella grumbled slouching in her seat. Next time you should join us, I can assure you. Harry was a generous lover, Apolline purred and a coughing came from Lily Evans who was drinking coffee at the time. I did not need to hear about that, Lily said glaring at Apolline who giggled. You experienced everything we did or a version of it somehow, you're not hearing anything new, Narcissa said with a shrug. What I experienced, I'll wring out that damned rat's neck, Lily said with a sneer. You cannot punish someone for actions they've yet to take, Hela said simply. Or Harry would have had a very different reaction to the 2 of you, she added pointing to Bellatrix and Narcissa who looked down at their plates. Bellatrix Lestrange was a monster, one of my closest friends lost his parents to her as did many of the children at my school lose theirs. Narcissa Malfoy as far as I'm aware, never joined the Death Eaters but she turned a blind eye to Lucius and his doings. Trophy wife was the appropriate title for her, she held power, but, power was nothing when you served a Dark Lord, Harry said. Would we have become like them? Narcissa asked quietly. It's likely to assume that without something to alter the timeline, everyone's paths would have been the same. But here and now, with Harry, it's likely that future remains with the alternate world but here and now, where we live, we can change the outcome, Hela said with conviction. You'll all need to start training with your bestial forms, it took me months to learn to communicate with and work with my form. You'll all need to get used to it as well, we can do it here at Peverell Manor, Harry said. But right now, I think heading back to Hogwarts and letting your family and friends know you're alive should come first, Hela cut in, and the others nodded their agreement. Could we have some private time to talk, Harry? Lily asked. Harry nodded his head and seemingly placated, everyone continued their breakfast. Head out to the gardens and work on your shifting, we'll come out after our talk and then all head back to Hogwarts, Harry said as Bella, Narcissa and Apolline grumbled while Hela just shook her head. How was she going to manage being a steward to this family? So, how was it? Bella whirled around on Apolline as soon as they'd left Harry and Lily in the dining room. How was what? Apolline asked innocently as they made their way through the halls and outside. Don't be a prude. How was having say with Harry? Bella said. Oh, curious, are you? Apolline smirked. How big is he? Narcissa added seeming to weigh in on this conversation. Apolline raised an eyebrow before making an estimated length with her hands. No fucking way. How the hell did you fit that inside you? Narcissa blanched. With considerable effort, though, he made sure to prepare me with his mouth. And let me tell you, you haven't lived until you experience that, Apolline replied with a fond expression. Alright, that's enough, let's focus on connecting with our inner animals. While we have been given the forms by death, we must connect with them on our own. Hela cut in, though she was blushing madly much like the others. No fucking way, do you not know anything about say? Bella said with a smirk. Hela looked offended. No, I do, she said a little too quickly. I don't imagine being a Norse sentinel would have had you given the talk, Apolline added. Odd as itty bitty Hela not know about the birds and the bees, Bellatrix cooed. Hela growled, the group having approached the clearing by now. She whirled around and lunged towards Bellatrix, her body shifting instantly to that of the basilisk. Bellatrix dived out of the way, before she too seemed to shift, and before long there was a Hungarian horntail brawling with a basilisk in the grounds of Peverell Manor. She really knows how to rile others up, doesn't she? Apolline asked, looking at the two. Bella was born with her foot in her mouth, or so I've been told. I'm the youngest sister after all, Narcissa said with a shrug. So how should we connect with our inner animals? I don't particularly feel the need to jump into their fight, Narcissa added. Perhaps we should use occlumency to organize our thoughts and try and commune with our inner beasts. Apolline suggested. The two of them sat down out of the way while Horntail and Basilisk destroyed the clearing they were in with their brawl. Was he really that good in bed? Narcissa asked, eyes closed though she could feel the smirk on Apolline's face. You should find out for yourself. Is that an open invite? Of course it is, we are to be sister wives, are we not? I do not mind sharing, and neither do you, so why not join me next time? When is next time? Narcissa asked, blushing. If I have my way. Tonight. After the girls had left, Harry and Lily found themselves sitting in silence for a few moments. Neither speaking, but they looked at each other properly. Are we going to talk about this? Harry asked after a few moments. It's hard to figure out where to start, Harry. I'm still very much 13 despite seeing everything I did. But, the me from the other time that was your mother, I'm proud of you for everything you went through and overcome. Even if you do have a saving people thing, Lily said. The smile that plastered itself on Harry's face made her heart flutter, not in a romantic way but in a motherly way which was foreign to her. You know, all my life I wanted to hear those words from you and my father. I desperately tried to avoid you both and to change things this time around. You deserve more than what you had, Harry said. Perhaps, but here and now. Live in the moment, Harry. I doubt you need a mother and father now, and I am in no position to be one for many years. But perhaps I could be like a sister. I'd like that. I never had a sister or a brother. We should tell James, and his parents. You should come clean to them. The more time spent now not telling them who you are, is more time lost that you could have had with them. You're right, how are you so smart for your age? Brightest witch of my generation, remember? And that Hermione girl, she certainly was just as bright as I am, though I think she puts a bit too much faith in the books. I would like to meet her someday. I'd like to hear more about your life, Harry, not what I saw, but from your eyes. Think you can do that? He nodded and began recounting his life, leaving no details out. For the first time since arriving in this world, Harry Potter shared his secret, and to Lily Evans no less. Harry Potter felt free for the first time in many years, something he hadn't felt since he first got his Hogwarts letter. I still want to wring out that rat's neck. Lily seethed, hearing just how much Peter Pettigrew was responsible for. He hasn't done anything to warrant it in this time. Perhaps you can change him. Set him down a different path. What? One where he doesn't betray his friends. He's a damned rat animagus. That's enough to know his type of personality. They only became animagi in their third year during my time. They probably haven't shifted or even started the process yet. You can change them, Lily. Don't punish him for something someone else did in another world, Harry said, and Lily sighed, relenting finally. I'll send a letter to the Potters as well as the Blacks. Everyone deserves to know the truth, but it would be a real drag if I had to do it multiple times. Are you being lazy, Harry Peverell? Hey, I'm simply minimizing the likelihood of repeating myself, he defended. This is why Hermione was always shaking her head at you and Ron. What are you? My mother. Yes, I am. A pause, then the two of them burst out laughing. The thundering of the ground caused the two of them to stop their conversation as they looked outside to see two large beasts appeared to be fighting. Drawing their wands, they raced outside to see Apolline and Narcissa sitting down while a Hungarian Horntail and Basilisk were brawling. I don't recall having either a Horntail not Basilisk here, Harry said, perplexed. It's Bella and Gila, they're having a row, Narcissa said dismissively. Harry just nodded, finally understanding, while Lily shook her head. And what are they fighting about? You don't want to know. Tom had spent the past few weeks poring over the books that Gellert Grindelwald had allowed him to have. The magic that was outlined was most foul and had great cost, but he was confident that he could do it. Standing up to look at his handiwork, the symbols on the ground weren't in any of the known runic languages but were from the book he had decided to use to start with. Bodies lay out, paralyzed, with their wrists slit and blood pooling onto the runic array beneath them in the middle of various circles, while he tied another one to himself. Chanting the written world, he felt his body seize as magic flowed in and around him to all those bodies. Screamed echoed throughout the area as blood was pulled from the victim's wrists and pooled above each body, forming an orb of glowing crimson energy. A small line of each orb connected itself to him, and Tom Riddle fought the scream that was eventually drawn from his body as an energy filled him with power he hadn't ever experienced before. Then the orbs shattered and small creatures with claws and black skin marred with red blood dripping from their bodies landed, then immediately began consuming the bodies of their victims used to summon them. When Tom recovered from the pain, he felt a warmth coming from his left wrist and peered at it to see a black mark, sharp along the edge and eldritch in nature. "Stop what you are doing," he mentally thought, and the small group of 20 or so creatures stopped immediately, looking at him with their glowing red eyes. "What do you command of us, Master?" Their voices all blended into one. "Gather your strength for now, we will start moving on the wizarding population soon." They nodded and disappeared from his view, leaving him to drop to the ground and groan from the exhaustion he felt. This was only one of the basic demonic rituals. He needed to recover and figure out how to use the more advanced one. This small Muggle camping ground wasn't too bad for the experiment. He would see what these lesser demons could do against Peverell before choosing his next ritual more effectively. Turning on his heel, he apparated back to Riddle Manor and immediately set upon recovering his strength, the mark burning on his arm letting him know those demons were at his beck and call. Perhaps the tide of the war was finally shifting in his favor, and then he could get his hands upon the artifacts of the three brothers, making him master of death for all of time. Returning to Hogwarts had never felt so daunting for Lily. She knew so much and yet she knew nothing at all and had yet to connect with her given animal form. Perhaps the power he knew not was returning through time to stop the Dark Lord with death's blessing. As they flowed back into the Peverell Lord's chambers, they were met with a relieved Andromeda who hugged her two sisters, crying in relief. By now her baby bump was quite noticeable, and while many of the purebloods looked at her with disgust, but no one said anything to her on the account of Bellatrix escorting Andromeda to her classes and Hela often escorting her from them. "Lily, you did it." Marlene and Alice had been the first to jump up and down excited for her when she walked into the Great Hall for lunch, having only just flowed back. "So, what's your form?" Marlene asked. "How does it work? Is it like Animagi?" "It's not like Animagi whatsoever, from what I've read about the Animagi process. This was much more painful," Lily replied with a shudder. "Lily." A voice called out and she immediately turned to see James Potter smiling brightly at her. "James." She ran from her seat and hugged him, causing both of them to tumble down laughing. You passed the test," he said after a few moments. "I did, it was something else," she said, picking herself up, and already she was reminded of the man he would grow up to be, but that damned smirk of his didn't leave his face. "So what monster do you turn into?" he asked after picking himself up. Now that, James, would be telling, she smirked at him. "Hey, that's not fair," he protested, and she laughed. "But I did learn something," she said, walking up to him. "Yeah, what?" "You have to live in the moment." She leaned up and gently pressed her lips to his own. "Hogsmeade, me, you," James spluttered. After a few moments after Lily broke their key, she laughed behind her hand before turning to return to her friends. "I would love that." As she turned, James was joined but a stunned Sirius, small smirking Remus, and a bored Peter. She resisted the urge to flick her wand out and cast every known spell in her repertoire at him. Harry was right, none of their futures were determined anymore, and she would do her best to have a long and happy life. Besides, if she started on James this early, perhaps she could make a proper man out of him soon. "So, you want to explain what we just saw?" Marlene asked, clasping her hands together in front of her, Alice nodding fervently from the seat next to her. "Let's just say that when you go through a life-changing experience you gain a matter of perspective. He's been better over the past few months, so I'm going to give him a chance." A lie, but they didn't need to know the details. Nadine, Loretta, Veronica and Jean-Paul arrived at their destination. A small camping ground that had a large spike in energy coming from it. Wands drawn and eyes peeled, they swiftly moved around. The ambient magic in the air was suffocating and significantly dark, darker than they had experienced before. "What the hell happened here?" Nadine asked. "I'm not sure. Keep your eyes peeled," Loretta commanded, taking up formation in a spearhead with Jean-Paul watching their backs. They came upon the sight of half-mutilated bodies and what appeared to be an unknown runic circle which led to another circle that was a bit away from the ones with all the blood on it. "Looks like some sort of dark ritual. We should inform grandfather," Veronica suggested. Send him and Harry a message, the magic here feels wrong, on all counts. It's esoteric in nature but I can't, look out. Loretta called out, bringing up a shield to stop what appeared to be a spear from hitting Nadine. Pairs of red eyes appeared around them, the bodies on the ground shook before being picked up by a mass of earth, vines, twigs and decaying body parts. As the abominations rose from the ground, a single pair of purple eyes peered at them from the distance, flashing what appeared to be a row of sharp teeth from a mass of sickly black shadows. Commanding the bodies and the lesser demons, the purple-eyed mass let out a harrowing screech before the four Devereaux began fighting. Tom Riddle may have opened the gate, but he didn't necessarily close it. It was through a sheer miracle that Loretta, Nadine, Veronica and Jean-Paul made it back to headquarters in Peverell Manor. Though they were worse for wear and barely alive if you could call it that, Loretta was missing an arm, Nadine an ear and some fingers while Veronica was missing an eye and Jean-Paul a leg. What in Merlin's name happened? Michel asked as he, Lancel, Vincent and Morrible all helped them with emergency medical application and flushing them with potions. Some kind of ambush, we were attacked by, I don't even know what. But they were strong, monsters, Loretta groaned as her husband handed her a blood replenisher. They were commanded by this mass of shadows, Nadine added, groaning as bones were broken and reset. I need a memory, Michel said. Father, they need to rest first, Vincent said sternly. Michel nodded. I'll provide mine, let the kids rest. They're almost completely depleted of magic. Loretta pushed herself up only to be held down by Henry. Rest for the moment, my love, we'll figure this out, he said. The eyes looming over us, they were a bright purple, they weren't human. Morrible had already organized the elves to get all the healing potions she required and created a list of things they would need to do, including regrowing lost body parts. Meanwhile, Michel and Vincent headed to their respective rooms, Michel to pen a message to Harry and Vincent to prepare a list of potential creatures that could cause this level of damage to a Sentinel. Recovery did not come easy for Tom Riddle as he shuffled around his manor. He had trouble controlling the demons he had summoned initially, and he had to order them to not touch anyone with a dark mark, on account of a squadron of new recruits being devoured by the creatures unintentionally. It would do no good for his inner circle to be consumed by the blasted things. Gellert in his notes hadn't even attempted to summon and control as many as he had, but Tom was stronger than Gellert Grindelwald and this was nothing. My lord, the recruits are unsettled, they're starting to refuse to be anywhere there are shadows, Corvus Lestrange said, kneeling next to Thaddeus Knott and Cygnus Black. Our lord has control over the monsters, sure there was a minor setback but those that perished weren't worth keeping around, Walburga dismissed. What is our next move? The Ministry and Lord Peverell have pushed back against our attempts both physically and politically, Thaddeus cut in. My loyal followers, after consolidating our powers and recovering after my arduous ritual, I am confident that we will be able to pull off the next move. I intend to make the Ministry irrelevant completely by taking it over or outright destroying it, Tom announced. Those in the room froze. A coup de grace against the Ministry of Magic itself. It hasn't been done before. Even the Dark Lord Grindelwald didn't try to take on any of the Ministries of Magic, Corvus said. Grindelwald played on the hearts of the people, he swayed their belief enough that he didn't have to contend with the ministries as they joined him willingly, Cygnus broke in. He also doesn't have the power our lord does, Walburga added. Which brings me to each of your roles within this plan, Walburga and Cygnus. You are to make sure Peverell and those bloody daughters of yours, Cygnus, are occupied long enough that it'll be too late by the time they hear word of our attack. Tom looked to both of the blacks who straightened their backs and nodded. Corvus, you gather the new recruits and meet with Rockwood about infiltrating the ministry via the Department of Mysteries, the man nodded. Thaddeus, you will make sure our targets are inside the ministry at the time. I want all of the lords and ladies who oppose me, along with the minister herself and the department heads all present for our attack. We clear the leadership in one night, Thaddeus nodded and smirked. And lastly, Corvus, summon your sons, I have need for them. Now, leave and ready yourselves for this attack. Thaddeus, you will send word once you're able to get the ministry filled the way we want. Cygnus and Walburga, you will make sure that Peverell is occupied on that night. Tom dismissed and watched as everyone left. As soon as they did, the lights in the room flickered and died, leaving him in complete blackness, except for a glowing purple pair of eyes looming from the darkness. Your followers are fools, useful, but fools, it spoke, its demonic voice sounding morbid and garbled, like the gurgling of one drowning in their own blood. They have their uses. I am summoning Corvus's 2 sons. They are the most powerful of my followers I have to offer you, Tom replied, the demonic voice hummed. We will see, even if they are a solution for a temporary host. Our pact will remain, it replied. It had better. Do not think you can threaten me, mortal, even with your soul containers it would not take me more than a moment to extinguish your entire existence. No, do not mistake our pact as being within your control. I can and will erase you should I seem fit. But, you do well as aid to reach the realm of my sister. I make no threats, Great One. Only that I receive what I was promised. And you shall, for as long as you live, you shall have everything you desire. But the moment you cease to exist, whether it be thousands of years from now or not, your existence belongs to me as an agent of chaos. Ever since Samhain, Apolline had been a resident of his bedroom, not that he minded at all. She claimed it was her Vila nature needing to be near her mate after experiencing what she did that night, always said with a straight face and a teasing smirk. He rolled his eyes every time she used that line, not that he minded her company as they often didn't actually sleep for a good while after going to bed, both of them were almost insatiable. She had also taken to waking him with a morning blowjob, something that he could never argue against given how pleasant it was to wake up feeling her wet mouth deep-throating him. Morning Harry, Apolline, Bellatrix and Narcissa said as the 2 of them appeared out of Harry's bedroom and into the lounge. Either of the 2 Black sisters had yet to join them in bed, not that they didn't want to, but threats from Melania Black about consummating their marriage before the engagement party was sent every week. Do silencing charms just not work, or do you just forget them? Hela grumbled as she nursed a cup of black coffee. Jealous. Apolline teased and Hela shook her head. It's too early for this, she grumbled, taking another sip. Where's Andy? Harry asked, wishing desperately to change the subject as he felt his cheeks heat up. Despite the fact Bellatrix and Narcissa were betrothed to him, he still felt awkward about how casually they spoke with each other about Say. Or rather Apolline going into detail about Say, with him. She's getting ready for the trip to tell the family about the little one, Narcissa responded. And Ted. Getting himself a calming draft, he is about to meet our parents as well as grandparents and uncles. As the father of Andy's unborn child, and he hasn't a betrothal contract nor engagement with her, nor anything of substance he can offer but his heart and promise to love and cherish her. So, really, he's preparing to march to his death, Bellatrix replied casually. Not that we'd let that happen, because we care about our sister's happiness, don't we, Bella? Narcissa cut in. I mean, yeah, but. Tonks, seriously. I mean, at least it isn't a Gryffindor, Bella said. At least who isn't a Gryffindor? Lily asked entering the room. She was dressed well and had even done her hair and makeup. Tonks, Bella replied. He's nice guy, Bella, way better than Theodore not, Narcissa said. It's not hard to be better than those idiots, Bella grumbled. Well, now we're just missing Tonks and Andy, Lily said, sitting down on the couch. So, Lily, were Harry and I too loud last night? Apolline grinned, Harry groaned and Lily placed her hands on her ears. I do not need to hear what you and my son got up to. She shouted and the other girls laughed. A knock on the door cut off their laughter as Harry opened it to reveal an immaculately dressed Theodore Tonks, bundle of potions in his hand. Harry gestured for him to come in. He did so gratefully and practically dumped the vials of potions on the table before downing a calming draft. Where's Andy? She's still getting ready, Bella said. I'll go check on her, and give her one of these. I had to check with Madame Pomfrey they were okay for her to take, he said. The girls all smiled at him. Everyone knew it was common knowledge that the calming draft was fine for a pregnant witch to take and even helped calm a restless baby. But he was still panicking about a potential allergic reaction or it being unsuitable to drink, bless his heart. He disappeared into Andromeda's room for a few minutes and then reappeared a few moments later escorting a heavily pregnant Andromeda who looked as if she were entering her 3rd trimester, and how she had avoided seeing her parents during Yule had baffled everyone. Apparently she had a silver tongue and managed to talk herself out of needing to attend the Black family ball. It helped that Bellatrix and Narcissa had also not attended, opting instead to spend Yule in France with the Devereux family. She kept her pregnancy hidden behind a few well-cast appearance-altering charms so none of the students not in the know knew. "All right, everyone ready?" Harry asked. They all nodded. They flowed to the black ancestral home where they were met by Creature, who looked at all of them and then his eyes shifted to Andromeda and Tonks. "Creature will take you to Master and Mistress, though Creature believes they will not be happy with young Miss and her." He trailed off. "Harry, Bellatrix, Narcissa, welcome." Arcturus began before he froze as Andromeda came into view. She looked at her grandfather nervously as Ted stepped up. "Ah, Lord Black, it's an honor to explain, girl," Arcturus barked at Andromeda, who shrunk back. "Grandfather, I'm sorry, it was an accident, but I'm going to keep the baby." "Cast me out like I know you want to," Andromeda squeaked, looking down at the ground. "You're a foolish, damned, stupid girl. I should be wringing your neck for this. And you, boy, I assume you are the father." He whirled around on Ted, who nodded his head fervently as Lord Black addressed him. The man in question raised his wand only to have a hand hold it still. "Who dares?" But he was cut off when Melania Black gave him a cold look. "Husband, go have a calming draft and take a few moments to calm down. Then meet back with the others. I assume this is why Andromeda wanted to speak with the entire family," Melania said. Her voice was stern and cut like a knife. "Very well, as my lady wife commands." The old man stiffly walked out of the receiving room. "Well, that could have gone worse," Bellatrix mused. "Girls, Lord Peverell, I would like to speak with Andromeda and Theodore. Everyone calls me Ted, or Teddy. Andromeda and Theodore alone, and no, I will not harm them. I would, however, like an explanation, and don't think you two girls are off the hook. Your sister looks to be entering her third trimester, meaning you've both been aware of the situation for almost half a year and have yet to inform us," Melania said, looking directly at Bellatrix and Narcissa, who both looked cowed and looked down at the ground. "Lord Peverell, Miss Odinson, Miss Devereaux, Miss Evans, I bid you welcome to Black Manor. Creature will escort you to the others in the meantime," she said, leaving no room for argument. Everyone followed Creature where all the members of the Black family had gathered. They entered and immediately Lily was met with a brightly smiling James, who was standing next to Sirius. "James, what are you doing here?" "Mum's Black, Uncle Arcturus asked for all of black blood to be here. Dad's at home planning something, but I do technically have black blood, so here I am," he shrugged. "What's all this about anyways?" Sirius asked, leaning against a pillar. "It's not for us to tell," Harry cut in. Sirius and James stood up straighter at his words. "Lord Peverell, how are you?" James asked. "I am well, thank you, James." "Is this about your engagement?" Sirius asked. "Not this time, though I do believe that the girls and your grandmother have planned an engagement party for Ostara or Beltane. About that, are we allowed to bring our own dates? And maybe invite some friends? Are you asking if you can invite people to our engagement celebration, cousin?" Narcissa narrowed her eyes at Sirius. Harry just chuckled. "I'm sure Mr. Pettigrew, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Snape and Miss McKinnon and her boyfriend Mr. Longbottom won't take up too many names on the guest list," Harry said to Narcissa, who pouted at him. The small talk only lasted for another 15 or so minutes before Arcturus walked in, looking significantly calmer, but his expression was still quite murderous. Then a few minutes later Melania entered, followed by Andromeda and Ted, who both looked like they'd had the scolding of a lifetime. "No way," Sirius blurted out, seeing Andromeda in particular. "Girl, you'd better have some kind of explanation." A voice all but roared and everyone turned to see Cygnus Black looking furious. "Cygnus," inside voices. "Now, I have spoken with Andromeda and her partner, Theodore. Yes, she is pregnant. Yes, he is the father. Yes, she is starting her third trimester. And while I am not pleased at her actions, we, as Blacks, will not shun one of our own," Melania said to the room of shocked family members. "What's your blood status, boy?" Pollux Black asked, taking a sip of his fire whiskey. "I'm a Muggle born," he squeaked. The uproar that followed echoed throughout the entire room, with wands drawn almost immediately. Harry's wand flicked into his hand, as did Bella, Narcissa's, Appeline's, Lily's and Hella's, as Harry blocked a spell that was sent towards Ted straight away. "Put your damned wands away," Harry snarled. His voice, filled with his magical power, caused everyone to pause. "A mudblood. You sully yourself with this when I had arranged a suitable young heir for you to marry. You dirty little trollop. Walburga screeched. Cast the girl out, father. She is no daughter of mine to be sullying herself with a mudblood. Cygnus sneered and Druella was nodding along in agreement as Arcturus rubbed his eyes. We will be doing no such thing, son. Your mother is right, while Andromeda deserves better than this. She has made her choice and your mother has accepted it. Both of us will be discussing what the future will hold with Andromeda and Theodore, Arcturus said, as he downed an entire glass of fire whiskey. Harry merely observed as the family began to talk. He kept his wand out and ready to cast as they spoke and emotions were calmed down. Though Cygnus and Walburga both permanently looked murderous as the family questioned both Ted and Andromeda. His attention was taken away when he felt a searing heat from his pocket. An emergency summons from Michelle Devereaux was calling him. From the expression Apolline had, she too had been summoned by her family. Harry immediately turned to Arcturus with a look of concern. Arcturus, Apolline and I are receiving emergency summons by Lord Devereaux. It's Sentinel business, so we must go. Do I have your word that no one will hurt Andromeda? Bellatrix, Narcissa and Lily will remain regardless. Gila will be coming with us as a Sentinel herself, Harry said. Arcturus sobered up immediately. Understood, General. No harm will come to those you've left in my charge, he responded as if in the army, something that alerted the rest of the room to the dureness of the situation. Harry, Bellatrix questioned. Stay here, we need to go. No questions, we'll inform you of the situation as soon as we know what's going on, Harry said sternly. Harry, Lily said as the three moved to leave. Stay safe, she said. He nodded before the three of them made their way to the receiving room. Taking out a coin with the Devereaux family crest on it, Gila took his arm and Apolline held her own coin. They disappeared in a pop. Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange arrived at Riddle Manor with excitement on their faces. Their lord had requested the both of them by name. This was an honor for the both of them. They were eager to do the bidding of their master. My lord, you requested us? Rodolphus asked, kneeling in front of the throne that Lord Voldemort stood on. I did. Thank you for coming, my loyal followers. Both of you have been promised power for following me, and I am going to grant you a gift. Come with me. He stood. The two followed as he led them towards the dungeons. They entered a room where a ritualistic circle had been set up. Stand within the circle, my friends, he said. They both did so eagerly. This is them. A voice echoed, sending chills down both the boys' backs. Yes, or either of them suitable. Lord Voldemort said to the voice. Separately. No, they aren't strong enough. But together. Well, that may just do. Rejoice you too, this is the moment you die, and be reborn as my vessel. Rodolphus and Rabaston weren't able to respond as the circle lit up in purple light. Immediately screams came from both boys as their flesh melded together, bones breaking and fusing as their bodies became a mass of flesh, blood and bones. Even Tom couldn't stomach looking at the sight as the purple glow lit up the room and the screams of the Lestrange brothers echoed throughout the manor until it eventually died down along with the light. Standing in the circle was a somewhat humanoid amalgamation of both Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange, though it had purple eyes. Their wands were fused to its arms and radiated purple energy as the being tested its new body functions. Yes, this shall do. When Harry, Apolline and Gila arrived at their destination, they were immediately shocked at the state of their family and friends. Apolline was by her sister's side immediately. The older girl was currently asleep with bandages around her. What happened? Apolline asked immediately. They were ambushed, by what we don't quite know. Father has been analyzing the memory for the past few hours. He sent an owl, but I thought it best to use the emergency communication coin you created, Harry, Vincent said. I'm glad you did. Where's Michelle? I'll speak with him now. Gila, do what you can for them, Harry said. I'll take you to him. I haven't viewed the memories myself yet. We've been too busy with healing and replacing missing limbs. They're out of the worst of it now, so I feel comfortable stepping away. Mira and Lancel will be able to handle it now with the extra help, Vincent said, wiping his hands of blood. Michelle was in the dueling room. The memories had been placed into the projector, which then superimposed the memories throughout the room so battles could be viewed in real time and from multiple different angles, and most importantly for multiple viewers without making them immobile. A handier upgrade than the regular pensieve. Michelle was in the process of restarting the memory when they entered. I got your emergency summons. What happened? I can't quite understand it myself, watch. It starts with the four of them arriving to the desolate camping grounds, in formation though notably the formation had a gap without Apolline. Everything seemed to be normal, the destroyed bodies. What happened to them? Nadine asked, kneeling at one of the half-decayed bodies. There's traces of very, very dark magic. It smells foul. Not like any other magic, Sentinel or not, Loretta said. Do you get the feeling we're being watched? Veronica asked, looking around them. Unequivocally, it feels like thousands of eyes. Yet, nary a soul, Jean-Paul added. They moved through the camping ground until reaching the center, upon seeing the large ritual circle they slowed down. This is the source, Loretta said. What is that stench? Looks like some sort of dark ritual, we should inform grandfather, Veronica suggested. Send him and Harry a message, the magic here feels wrong, on all counts. It's esoteric in nature but I can't, look out. Loretta called out bringing up a shield to stop what appeared to be a spear from hitting Nadine. Pairs of red eyes appeared around them, the bodies on the ground shook before being picked up by a mass of earth, vines, twigs and decaying body parts. As the abominations rose from the ground, a single pair of purple eyes peered at them from the distance, flashing what appeared to be a row of sharp teeth from a mass of sickly black shadows. Commanding the bodies and the lesser demons, the purple-eyed mass let out a harrowing screech before the four Devereaux began fighting. As the passion fire from Nadine tore through one of the bodies of the red-eyed creatures, however their bodies reformed taking the rotting earth from the ground to reform their scorched limbs. The four of them turned back to back, to back, to back. Jean-Paul slams his hands into the ground creating a rotating ring of earth to give them some space. The other three continue to throw magic with Jean-Paul focusing on maintaining their defense. They keep coming, Nadine shouted. Find a weakness, everything has one no matter how small, Loretta growled, her magic flourished and around her she created a ring of light, her own hair glowing as bright blades formed. Gila dropped to the ground clutching her head in the infirmary where the others were resting. A loud scream echoing from around her yet phantom to the occupants save Apolline who saw her drop and ran to help her. Gila, what is it? I can. Gila passed out on the ground. When Gila awoke she was once again in the throne room of her patron. Around the castle was the screeching of souls, trapped in limbo. There were so many, ones that don't belong and she felt it. Forgive me for the method of which I called you here, young one, the goddess of death sat down on her throne. My lady, what do you need of me? Just when I thought that Tom Riddle has scorned me enough, he does the unthinkable. There has been only one who has previously touched the veil between the mortal realm and the astral plane. Gellert Grindelwald, when he hunted down the Peverell family of this world. Their only survivor an infant girl, the new Lily Evans. But now Tom Riddle has opened the gateway and the crawling chaos has found a host. I can assure you, the other realms have taken note both good and bad. The crawling chaos. A demon of eldritch origin, the crawling chaos. Nyarlathotep the purple-eyed shadow. And Riddle in his bid for power is now his puppet. And this attack, or by his creatures, sacrifices the boy made in return for a promise to be heard and minions to do his bidding. The master of death is the ward, for death is eternal even for beings like the crawling chaos. But that does not mean he will be able to do it. Lives will be lost, but you can defeat him. How? Once the crawling chaos has a mortal shell, one of his design. He can be banished by the eradication of his vessel, with no suitable one reachable the laws of the universe will draw him back through the fold. But, there are forces that may get in your way. You will have allies and you will have enemies. But remember to trust in family, above all else. And the creatures, did they have a weakness? Can they be destroyed? Only total destruction from a touched or blessed being can destroy them. Your friends the Devereaux are blessed by the Fae but they are not touched or blessed by a deity like you and the rest of the Peverells or even the Sentinel pantheons. Can we share our power though? Perhaps, if they were to forsake their name and become Peverell or of the other pantheons. Then they will be able to defeat the minions of chaos. But there is a way. There is, child. This is all I can do for you for I cannot touch the mortal realm without a vessel of my own. With a gasp Gila shot up, head almost colliding with Apolline's own who was looking over her. Whoa, you okay? I need to see Harry. I know what we're dealing with. Gila threw herself from the bed Apolline had laid her on and raced towards the dueling room where she could feel Harry's presence. Barging in, they came to the sight of the four Devereaux limping and managing to escape, leaving a destroyed camping ground. Hela, what is it? Harry asked. Apolline followed her in. Death called me to her realm. I know what we're dealing with. Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos. Explain, now. After all the shouting and chaos, eventually the other members of the Black family had calmed down enough and begrudgingly accepted that since Melania had given her consent for Theodore Tonks to be wed to Andromeda if he took the Black name, there was much else they could say to oppose the decision. Bellatrix had kept her wand out at the ready just in case, yet she hadn't known or noticed that Cygnus and Walburga had disappeared. All of the members of the Black family froze when they felt the first wave of magic crashing against the wards. Then another, and then the wards fell. Who would dare attack the Black family home? Arcturus growled. The group turned as the doors were blown in, and out stepped one Lord Voldemort, red eyes and wand drawn. It seems your arrogance believes you above the House of Black, boy. Arcturus's wand flicked into his hand and curses were sent off almost immediately, ones that were deflected by the Dark Lord. How did he get past the wards so quickly? Pollux asked, perplexed. You'd have my loyal followers Cygnus and Walburga to thank for that, Voldemort smirked, as he sent the killing curse towards Arcturus while firing off other curses at the group. Bellatrix's shield blocked the incoming curses while Arcturus himself banished a chair into the path of the killing curse as a nervous-looking Cygnus appeared along with a sneering Walburga. Father, Narcissa said, shocked. Doria, protect Andy. Get them to the flow and back to Hogwarts. Narcissa, you go with them and take Sirius and Regulus, Melania instructed as her own wand appeared in her hand. But grandmother, Narcissa protested. She's right, get Andromeda, her mudblood and the younger kids to safety, girl. You'll only get in the way, Cassiopeia growled as she threw an organ liquefying curse at Walburga. I'll get Charles as well, Doria said. Call for Harry, Bellatrix shouted over her shoulder as she and Arcturus engaged Voldemort and the Death Eaters who were now flooding into Black Manor. Do you hate me so much that you'd come after your own family? Foolish girl, Melania said to Walburga, who was flinging every dark curse she knew at her. I should have been Lady Black by now. You and the old fool should have perished that day in the alley. But you had to be saved and then you went and made an ally of and opposed my lord. But letting a mudblood into the family. You've gone deranged in your age, Auntie, Walburga replied. The only deranged one is you, Cassiopeia bit back. Death Eaters fell in waves as the members of the Black family sans Orion, who was still shocked and cowering, fought against the invaders. Pollux Black was the first to fall, followed by Druella and Alfred. Melania and Cassiopeia were tied up with Walburga and another few Death Eaters, while Arcturus and Bellatrix, who had killed her own share of Death Eaters, barely managed to fend off the Dark Lord. It has felt like hours, but in reality, had only been maybe 15 minutes when the temperature dropped and Death Eaters began screaming from behind the door. They smelt them before they saw them, creatures of flesh and earth with beady red eyes clawing their way through, the Death Eaters scrambling to get out of their way. What in Merlin's name are those? Melania gasped. Demons of some kind, Cassiopeia bit back, sending a blasting curse at one. The demon blew up, but it started to reform itself out of the mass of bodies around it, bones melting and flesh burning as it took what it needed to reform. How do we kill it? I don't know. Gellert told me that only those touched by divinity could hope to vanquish them. Merlin's sake, how are we going to get out of this alive? Divine touched. I have an idea. Bellatrix snapped as she dodged another cutting curse from the Dark Lord and was then shielded by Arcturus. Whatever the idea is, you'd best hurry, girl. He growled, exhaustion seeming to settle in. Aunt Cassie. Switch with me. Bellatrix barked. Cassiopeia broke away from the fight with Walburga and the oncoming demons, sending a wall of flames towards the Dark Lord as she and Bellatrix spun around each other to trade places. Even after all these years you still need me to help you, little brother, she cackled. Arcturus just grunted as he transfigured his broken shield into spears and banished them through her wall of flames, where they shattered upon meeting the Dark Lord's shield. My lord has the power of demons, what can you do, little girl? Walburga sneered as Bellatrix spun into position next to Melania. You forget, the man I am engaged to, accepted me into his family and was judged by his patron. Bellatrix's eyes turned into golden slits. What of it? The Peverells are not mythical animagi, they are guardians of death, champions of the undead, and their spirits reflect as such, Aunt Walburga. And I am to be his right hand, His blade, Bellatrix's body started to crack and shift as wings shot out of her back, neck extending as flames exploded from her forming jaws, spiked tail impaling fleeing Death Eaters. Merlin Melania gasped, having watched her granddaughter shift from right next to her, taking up a large amount of the room. Bellatrix Black became a Hungarian horntail. Your granddaughters never cease to surprise me, little brother, Cassiopeia remarks, the entire room having seemingly paused as Bellatrix transformed. The pause lasted only mere moments as the fighting began anew. Melania backed up as Bellatrix spat her flames at the intruders. The demons caught in the flames were completely vaporized and unable to rebuild themselves, for they had no body to begin with. The most satisfying scream came from Walburga, who in an attempt to flee from the flames had ran into a group of demons who had torn her apart on contact. The two bloody halves of Walburga lay twitching before they were consumed by flames. The demons themselves had paused their assault and instead were now retreating, leaving the Dark Lord and the few followers he had left now on the defensive. Cowering and trying to avoid the snarling Bellatrix in dragon form, her tail impaling those unlucky enough to cross its path and then slamming them on the ground. Your attack has failed, Lord Voldemort. Surrender now and receive a trial, Arcturus growled. Bellatrix, having taken the attention of the oncoming attackers, allowed Melania to join Arcturus and Cassiopeia in facing the Dark Lord. Nothing has failed unless I deem it so. Your pet Peverell makes no difference to the power of Lord Voldemort, he sneered, eyes burning. Avada Kedavra, grandfather. Narcissa's voice shocked everyone. The world seemed to slow down as the green killing curse shot out of Cygnus' wand. He had seemingly been ignored throughout the entire battle, sailing towards Arcturus Black. Arcturus had an open-mouthed expression while Melania's face fell. Arcturus, too exhausted to move out of the way quickly, and Melania's wand arm had dropped. She wouldn't make it in time. Move! Cassiopeia shouted, grabbing her little brother's shoulder and pulling him behind herself. The bright flash of light resonated through the room as it collided with Cassiopeia Black. Wand dropped first before the lifeless body dropped in front of Arcturus. Cassie! He grasped at her fallen body desperately. Voldemort used this moment to send one more killing curse at Lord Black before he dissipated and made his escape. Melania's wand raised quickly enough to transfigure a shield in front of her husband. Damn it! Cygnus growled, wand about to flourish to once again cast at Arcturus. When thunder echoed and lightning tore its way through his chest, he turned around shocked, looking at Narcissa in the doorway. Her body was glowing as lightning danced around her. Behind her waving wilding were 9 bright blue tails as her body had half morphed between kitsune and human. He looked down at his chest to see the hole left in his body. Blood coughed up into his mouth before Cygnus Black dropped to the ground dead. The room had been completely destroyed, as had much of the manor. Dead and scorched bodies of Death Eaters and members of the Black family were strewn about. One thing was certain, the only survivors of the House of Black were its lord, lady, Regulus and Sirius, Andromeda, Narcissa and Bellatrix. Everyone else perished in the battle on one side or the other. The fight had truly begun. When Harry, Gila and Apolline returned to Black Manor, racing into the place the destruction of a once glorious house met their eyes. Stepping over scorched earth and broken furniture and buildings, they entered the main dining room where Bellatrix and Narcissa were hugging each other, the younger girl crying while the older just held her. Melania was rubbing Arcturus back while he just kneeled next to the body of his older sister. They may have been on the wrong side of the Grindelwald War, but family mattered in the end. She had taken a curse his son had meant for him, protecting him like she did when they were kids, and he was being bullied for his small size. Andromeda, Lily, Ted, Sirius and Regulus had been beside themselves as Narcissa ushered them through the flow to the safety of Hogwarts, telling Lily to contact Harry immediately before she ran back to the battle. Baron Black and the Black family had survived, but aside from Arcturus and Melania, the rest were essentially children. What happened? Harry asked Bellatrix, the only one who, while still in shock, seemed to have her head still on her shoulders, as her iris had refused to return to normal and instead remained currently as Hungarian horntail eyes scanning for any signs of danger. Father and Aunt Walburga, I didn't realize they had slipped from the celebration. They came, with him, his Death Eaters and demons, Gila finished. The girl nodded. You drove them off. Aunt Cassiopeia told us that only divine blessed or touched could destroy them. We were accepted by death as Peverells. I was able to destroy them, but Bellatrix trailed off. Harry nodded in understanding. Lord Black, Harry began, but Melania stopped him. Lord Peverell, my husband is grieving. Give him his space, tend to my granddaughters first. Melania's voice came as more of a warning than anything else. He relented and approached Bellatrix and Narcissa. Harry. I had to. Great Aunt Cassie, Mother, Uncle Orion and Pollux. Narcissa hiccuped as tears and snot marred her once flawless face. She was anything but the picture of a perfect pureblood. Harry wrapped his arms around her, placing a hand on her head and gently stroking it in comfort as she cried into his chest. It's okay sissy, you did what you had to in order to protect everyone else, Harry said gently. Harry looked at Bellatrix who was kneeling next to a lifeless Druella Black. Bella, Harry asked. She didn't deserve this. Mother wasn't necessarily the best, she did try at some points. She deserved more than just dying from Father and Aunt Walburga's decisions. The wards signaled someone else was coming through the flow and almost instantly all wands were raised as Doria Potter exited the flow followed by Charles. Both of them had their wands out expecting to be coming into a battle. Artie. Doria gasped, rushing over to her kneeling brother. Almost instantly everyone relaxed seeing familiar faces. She sacrificed herself for me, Arcturus mumbled. Doria wrapped him in a comforting hug as she wept. Cassie was always protecting us, even when she followed Grindelwald. Doria and Arcturus started speaking of Cassiopeia, leaving Melania with moments to check over everything else. What happened here? Charles asked, approaching Harry who was still holding Narcissa. I don't know myself, I was called to another emergency with the Devereaux, Harry replied. Shit, multiple places were hit today, Harry. All at once, Death Eaters en masse. This attack was led by Lord Voldemort himself, along with demons. Walburga and Father intended to kill us all, Bellatrix growled. The other attacks must have been a distraction, meant to distract the Aurors and us. And did you say demons? Charles froze. Bellatrix nodded. Those exist. Another nod, then he looked to Harry who nodded. Loretta, Jean-Paul, Nadine and Veronica Devereaux were almost killed by them in what appeared to be a trap. Merlin's balls, what the hell is going on? It's been silent for months and then, all this. It seems like Lord Slytherin was no longer content at trying to stay in the dark, it's open warfare now, Harry muttered darkly. Gather the men and women, we'll plan our own offensive. I want to hit his major supporters all at once, no mercy. If they surrender we'll give them a fair trial, if they don't, they'll be put down like rabid dogs, Harry added. It'll take me a few hours to get around to everyone, plus we need to sort this out here. What if I tell everyone to gather at Peverell Manor in 2 days' time and be geared up for an offensive? I'll have everyone gather in their individual teams from the Grindelwald War, Charles suggested. Done, Harry said. A hand placed on his arm brought his attention as he looked into the enraged and determined eyes of Bellatrix. I'm coming, she stated. Harry went to argue. No, Harry, they attacked our home, our family. I don't give a fuck about school or Hogwarts, you're going on the offensive with Grandfather and Uncle Charles. I'm coming with you, they need to know that the House of Black is out for its pound of flesh. Her crazed look caused Harry to shiver, seeing elements of Bellatrix less strange from his time. He simply nodded. I won't be in the fight but I'll monitor the children of the dark families in Slytherin and make sure they don't leave or are apprehended beforehand, Narcissa spoke up from his arms. I'll give you a list of the students who are children of our men and women who will help you, Charles added immediately. I don't suppose I'll be able to talk you two out of helping as well. Harry looked over at Apolline and Gila who shook their heads. We'll split apart with the attacking teams. If we encounter any of the demons they'll need a blessed sentinel to deal with them. It'll be much more efficient, Gila replied. Harry sighed. Very well, Charles, Arcturus, tomorrow night I would like for you both along with Melania, Doria, James, Andromeda, Ted, Regulus and Sirius to come to Peverell Manor. I have something of the utmost importance to tell you. But it can wait a day, Harry said. They looked at him strangely before nodding. We will be there. For the moment take the girls back to your manor and take care of them, Melania instructed. Harry nodded and whisked Bellatrix and Narcissa away knowing Gila and Apolline would follow on their own. Millicent Bagnold had been having a shit day. All of the department heads had been summoned and were dealing with the same issues they had been for a few months. Namely the current state of the civil war that they were clearly in but not everyone had acknowledged. There was a clear divide between the two sides, Lord Slytherin and his dark allies and Lord Peverell and the Grey and Light parties, with Peverell having the support of Lord Black and Potter, along with Albus Dumbledore. Currently Millicent had in the room herself as the Minister of Magic, her senior secretary and personal aide Emily Osbert, Bartemius Crouch who is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Unspeakable Ripcurl, the head of the Department of Mysteries. Mafalda Hopkirk the head of the Department of Education, Thaddeus Knott, the head of the Department of International Cooperation, Walden McNair the head of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I have once again heard from a few of the international ministers of magic about their concerns regarding our civil war, particularly the French given how involved the Devereux family have become with Lord Peverell. Millicent sighed, rubbing her temples. What the French claim and say can't be taken seriously. They hardly did anything in the Grindelwald War aside from providing the international allied forces with rations. I would hardly consider their concern worth acknowledging, McNair grumbled. But still, we cannot be ignorant about the skirmishes that occurred months ago between Lord Peverell and the Dark Lord Voldemort. Somehow our investigations haven't uncovered any of the Dark Lord's more powerful supporters. Unspeakable Ripcurl, have your investigations gone any better? Crouch spat. The hooded figure remained passive for a few moments before speaking. I have assigned Unspeakable Iron Knight and Trainee Croaker to the task, they've yet to come up with anything, Ripcurl replied. All you've found are regular dark-aligned witches and wizards, some of them have a fancy tattoo and support the Dark Lord, a few of them have been convicted of crimes and guilty of being Death Eaters but they have been barely any out of those few, Knott said. Who've you put in charge of interrogations? Millicent asked. Evan Rosier, he's our best interrogator, Crouch replied. What about Lord Potter or Black? They've their own share of interrogation knowledge from the Grindelwald War, Black in particular, Ripcurl cut in. Millicent nodded in agreement. Bah, we do not need to rely on Potter and Black, I am perfectly capable of running my department, Crouch defended. Then why hasn't progress been made? Mafalda Hopkirk finally spoke up, pushing her glasses up her face while peering at Crouch. We have made progress, we've removed many potential supporters and Death Eaters from the streets, he growled. But that hasn't stopped the problem, the Dark Lord is still recruiting and causing chaos and bodies are turning up. There have been reports of Muggles disappearing across the countryside without a trace. The Muggle Prime Minister is beginning to ask questions, Millicent said. A rumbling resonated throughout the entire Ministry of Magic, causing everyone to pause. What the hell? Crouch said as he stood up wand in hand, moving towards the door. He didn't see the killing curse coming from behind as Thaddeus Knott stood. What the hell not? Millicent said shocked. You know, Minister, you were a shit minister and an ugly godforsaken bint I've had the displeasure of seeing every day for who knows how long. And I'm glad to be the one who got to curse Crouch in his stubborn back, he gloated. So what? You sold your soul. I did what anyone would do for the betterment of our kind. We deserve more, we shouldn't be hiding who we are from Muggles who are beneath us. The Dark Lord has the right idea. So what, you throw your lot in with him and his lot. I've been following Lord Slytherin since we were in Hogwarts, he has the right ideals. Lord Slytherin, he's the Dark Lord. Of fucking course, that means every one of you who follow him are his primary supporters. Guilty, McNair sneered. The temperature in the room started dropping as screams started echoing throughout the Ministry of Magic. Shadows cascaded throughout the room as scratching and the harrowing of claws on tiles got closer and closer. Narcissa and Bellatrix sat back to back in the bath in Harry's bathroom, water raining down on them. Silence was the only thing that was audible aside from the sound of water hitting their bodies. You okay? Bella asked, voice barely audible. No, you killed, well, I mean you killed again. Does killing get easier? It's easy when they wear a mask, you don't see their faces nor know who they are or were. And when you know their face. I killed our father. He was trying to kill us, you stopped him from killing grandfather. You should have gone with the others and escaped with Aunt Doria for backup. But I'm glad you were here to save grandfather, I wouldn't have been able to transform in time and grandmother wasn't in a position to defend him. Are you really going to follow Harry in the raids on the other dark families? Yes, they targeted us, our family. They should know never to cross a black and leave us alive. Do one thing for me. Whatever you want. Give them hell. I'll make them regret following the Dark Lord. Bella. Yes sissy. I don't want to wait for our wedding to be with Harry. Me either, life has become short ever since Harry shattered our lives. But he's still the best man we've ever met. He is. Even if he is from a different timeline to our own. Even still, I don't want to be a trophy wife. I don't want to be a crazy psychopath. So, we doing this. Together. Together. Turning the shower off, Bellatrix and Narcissa wrapped themselves in towels and exited the bathroom. Both girls looked at each other and gave a slight smile. How are you two feeling? Apolline asked. She and Hela had been waiting in Harry's bedroom for the two girls to finish their shower however long they were going to be. How do you think we feel? Bellatrix replied. Like shit, Apolline replied honestly. We've decided on what we need, Narcissa said, speaking up. A night with Harry, alone. Apolline guessed, both girls nodded. We'll go get him for you, see you in the morning mi amores, Apolline key, at each of them on the cheek. Good luck, Hela smiled as she followed Apolline. The two black sisters made themselves as comfortable as they could on Harry's bed. It was only a few minutes before Harry himself entered. Bella, sissy. Pole said you wanted to see. Oh, sorry, you're not dressed. He went bright red and turned around. Both girls looked at him and each other before giggling. Harry, you can look. We decided what we needed tonight to help us. And that is you. We want to do this on our terms, Narcissa said. You've had a traumatic experience, there's no need to rush into this you two, Harry said, still averting his eyes. Bella rolled her eyes at Narcissa before standing up and approaching Harry, who still had his back turned to them. Potter, you are going to turn around, you are going to get on the bed, and you are going to have say with two of the daughters of the Black family, and you are not going to argue about it because it is what we want. She turned him around and jabbed at his chest with a finger, purposefully allowing her towel to drop to the ground, revealed her nude body. Tonight, and all other nights, with us, you will be who you are. Harry Potter, and we will be who we are, Narcissa and Bellatrix Black. Narcissa, following Bella's example, stood and sauntered over, swaying her hips, walking around Harry in a circle. His eyes followed her as she slowly dropped her own towel. Bella meanwhile crossed her arms over her exposed breasts while raising an eyebrow at her younger sister's actions. Are you sure? He asked, voice breaking slightly. We're about to start fighting an all-out war. We need to enjoy what time we have together. Narcissa reached up and placed both of her hands on his cheeks before pulling him down into a sensual key. While Narcissa had him occupied, Bellatrix used her hands to unbutton his shirt and started pulling it off of him. Breaking the key, Harry was immediately pulled into another one by Bella. Hers was rough and needy, the exact opposite of Narcissa's sensual key. Narcissa helped pull the rest of his shirt off before her hands dropped to his pants and she started unbuttoning them while Bellatrix had him lip-locked. Once Narcissa had successfully dropped his pants to the ground, Bella let him go and Harry stumbled slightly, stepping out of his pants, leaving him in his boxers with a rather sizable tent. Are you too sure about? He was cut off by Narcissa's finger on his lips. Shut up and enjoy yourself, she said almost shyly. Bella pushed Harry's back and he stumbled onto the bell. It hit the back of his knees, forcing him to drop back onto it on his back. He leaned up and looked at them. Both girls were beefy and beautiful. Bellatrix was more athletic and skinnier but had fuller breasts, while Narcissa was slightly shorter and boned, but her hips had more curves to them. Each of them individually would stop a man's heart. Both of them together, Harry questioned if he was stuck in a really long, sometimes amazing dream. Pole mentioned you were really good with your mouth. I'd like to try that out first, Narcissa's voice squeaked nervously. Whatever you two want, you're in the driver's seat, Harry replied, scooting back on the bed a bit. You don't mind, do you, Bella? Go for it, sissy, I have my eyes on something else. Bella grinned, licking her lips while her eyes narrowed in on Harry's tented beak. Narcissa walked forwards first. Bella hung back a bit, watching. She crawled onto the bed, her body coming over Harry's own. When they were face to face, she leaned down, propping herself up on her arms, and at him again. He responded eagerly to the key, as his hands caressed her hips. Getting slightly impatient, Bellatrix walked up behind the two of them and gave Narcissa a slight spank on her rear, causing a yelp. Bella, move up already, sissy, I'm being left hanging here, Bella replied, rolling her eyes. Narcissa poked her tongue out at her sister but shuffled up on Harry's body until she was essentially hovering above his face. His hands remained on her hips as he came face to face with her, glistening. Say. He pulled down on her hips, and immediately his mouth went to work, causing Narcissa to let out a surprised squeak before a long moan followed. Eagerly he continued his ministrations on her as Narcissa starts grinding her hips against his mouth. Bella, upon Narcissa shuffling up more, hooked her fingers into Harry's waistband of his boxers and pulled them down, freeing his beak. The action almost had it entirely smacking her in the face as it was freed. "Holy shit, sissy, look at this!" Bella gasped. Narcissa looked over her shoulder, letting out a low moan. Merlin. She wasn't exaggerating, Narcissa said, but was quickly distracted as Harry sucked on her clit, causing her to shiver above him and press her hips down. Bellatrix wrapped her hand around Harry's shaft, her slightly calloused yet soft hands gripping his length almost too hard, the pressure causing Harry to moan, and himself at the contact. She marveled, stroking him in her hand, watching the foreskin cover and uncover the mushroom head. Leaning down, she inhaled the musky scent of arousal coming from him, noting it was mixed with Narcissa's arousal and even her own as she rubbed her thighs together unconsciously. Tentatively she flicked out her tongue and gave the head a quick lick. The taste was slightly salty, but it wasn't off-putting. In fact, she found that she liked the slight saltiness as she began to lick a bit more. Harry's appreciative sounds joined Narcissa's as he seemed to lick her with renewed vigor. Bellatrix changed up from her licking to gently sucking the tip, and the gradually moving more and more of Harry's cock into her mouth and throat. Her gag reflex kicked in when she got about half of his shaft in her mouth before she was forced to pull herself off to inhale copious amounts of air, having felt like she was barely able to breathe. How the hell did Pole fit all this down her throat? Stroking him with her saliva covering his length was a different experience for Bella, one she found she liked a lot. Once she'd had enough air, she outright shoved herself down as far as she could go, aiming to get more and more every time. Determination on her face, the actions caused Harry to involuntarily thrust his hips up and ramming down her throat each time, causing a gag, not that it deterred Bellatrix at all. At one point, Bellatrix unconsciously used her free hand to start fingering herself while she was devouring Harry's cock, her fingers smoothly sliding in and out of her own folds as she mowed upon Harry. The vibrations setting him off, throbbing in her mouth. "Oh my, I'm coming," Narcissa shrieked, her entire body convulsing as she fell off of Harry to the side and onto the bed, her breath panting as she shook. "Fuck, that was so hot, hearing you lose it, sissy," Bella said, stroking Harry still, his body moving automatically as his hips thrust in her hand. "Bella," Harry whined. "Oh, am I keeping you on edge?" She teased, only to be met with a growl as in a swift motion, Harry had somehow freed himself of her grasp but also managed to throw Bellatrix onto the bed next to Narcissa. She landed with a yelp before Harry was upon her, his lips claiming her own as he pressed her down into the bed. Her legs wrapped around his waist instinctively as her arms snaked themselves around his torso. His hardened and saliva-covered cock was now rubbing harshly against her moist center as he dominated their key. Her right hand snaked between their bodies and gripped his cock as he rutted against her, then angled it, and in one swift motion she felt her lips part as he speared into her. She winced against his lips as he broke her hymen. He paused, noting it straight away, his body freezing. "Shit, Bella, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to," he began to apologize, but she cut him off with her lips. "Shut up and fuck me like you mean it, Harry," she growled into his mouth, moving her hips, ignoring the slight pain and blood mixing with her saliva, her arousal and his own pre-cum. Harry and Bella descended into sounds of moaning, groaning, hissing and bodies rutting against one another. She clawed at his back desperately, their mouths in a constant duel as her hips met his own, trying to get him to hit the places that set her off. Narcissa, once she had recovered, was now laying next to them, watching intently as Harry slid in an arm of Bella. Her hands were rubbing herself while she squeezed a B-east. Feeling left out and leaned over and squeezed one of Bella's B-easts, roughly eliciting a gasp from her at her touch while Narcissa positioned herself with her B-easts pressing into Harry's side as she leaned over, placing her lips next to Harry's ear. "Fuck her, Harry, ruin my sister and I." She bit his ear, rolling his earlobe in her mouth. He groaned and spasmed, slamming his hips down with force as he let out a growl. "Oh fuck, that feels so hot inside me," Bella screamed as her eyes rolled back into her head and vision going blank as her body shook in orgasm, matching Harry's own, legs locking as her pussy milked him. When Bella's eyes opened after her post-orgasmic bliss, she heard the sound of flesh hitting flesh and her eyes adjusted to the sight of Narcissa riding Harry, Her back was to Bella and her hips were rolling, giving her the view of Harry's cock spearing up into Narcissa with every roll of her hips. Bella moved to hug Narcissa from behind, her hands coming up to grope her sister's breasts as she placed kisses on Narcissa's neck, even biting her. "He feels amazing, doesn't he, sissy?" "He does," she agreed with a moan. They spent the rest of the night making love, Harry and the two Black sisters. The news of the Ministry of Magic falling would not reach them until the next day. When Harry awoke, it was to a frantic Apolline running into the room, ignoring the BPD-ness of the Black sisters and Harry. She immediately began talking. "They took the British Ministry. Father told me that barely a few escaped. The Ministry and most of the department heads are dead," she said frantically. "Whoa, slow down, say that again," Harry said, wiping sleep and exhaustion out of his eye. "Voldemort and his forces have taken the Ministry of Magic," Apolline repeated. "How?" Harry was already sliding out of bed while Bellatrix and Narcissa were themselves waking up and wiping sleep out of their eyes and exhausted bodies. "My guess is with the demons that the Devereaux faced," Hela added from the door, though she was serious in her tone. Her eyes avoided looking at Harry or Bellatrix or Narcissa, and she had a slight blush on her cheeks. "And the minister and department heads. Dead, all of them that weren't already siding with Voldemort. A majority of the ministry workers that weren't marked Death Eaters are also dead. Only a handful managed to escape the carnage," Apolline said. "Shit, okay. This isn't good. We have to assume that Riddle has all the powder currently and the ICW may not be any help. We can either reach out to other Sentinels, but we don't know if they'll make it in time if they respond at all. Send word to Charles and Arcturus, summon all of their men, we've got to move quickly." Already Harry was throwing on clothes after a quick cleaning charm. "What's going on?" Narcissa yawned, still very confused as she pulled the covers over herself. "Ministry of Magic has fallen to Voldemort," Harry said. "What? How?" She shot up. "It would seem that while he attacked you at Black Manor, his forces were making a move on the Ministry. Quite a coincidence that you would be occupied with the Blacks and the Devereaux' recovery when they moved. It's definitely been planned, but the question is whether or not it was Voldemort's plan or someone else's," Hela said. "Narcissa, you head back to Hogwarts, inform Lily and the others and keep an eye on the children of the Death Eaters. Bella, you can go with her or you can come with us," Harry said. Bellatrix herself was already putting on some pants and a top. "I'm coming with you, of course," Bella replied. "Why does such a shit day have to end with a good night only to have even worse news in the morning?" Narcissa lamented as she too slid out of bed. An hour later saw Narcissa flowing to Hogwarts while everyone else prepared to receive Charles, Arcturus and the rest of their crew. Or rather the ones who were left, as many perished in the Ministry attack. When Narcissa arrived at Hogwarts, it was to a haggard-looking Albus Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall. The two of them looked at each other and back to Narcissa before Albus stood. "Welcome back, Miss Black. I take it you've heard the news about the Ministry?" he asked. "Yes, did they tell you about the attack on Black Manor?" "I was informed of it, yes. I'm so sorry for your loss. It seems that it was a calculated move on Tom's behalf, to occupy yourselves and Harry while the real objective was taken from under us," he said. "We are preparing Hogwarts for the inevitable conflict. Tom and his followers are in control of the Ministry now, so he will set his sights on Hogwarts next. You best be getting to safety, Miss Black," he suggested. "What is being done about the students in Slytherin? Particularly the children of Death Eaters?" "Nothing can really be done. They are students of Hogwarts and are afforded the protection of the staff and Hogwarts herself. But what if they try to help him get in and attack other students? We will deal with that if it happens. Head back to your private quarters. It is the most protected place you have. I'm sure your sister Andromeda and young Mr. Tonks are in there," he sighed. "All right, but Headmaster, I'm going to be monitoring the students in Slytherin. Perhaps it would be better to put everyone in the Great Hall so it's easier to watch them." "I'll keep that in mind, thank you." Line break. The flow at Peverell Manor was continuously flaring to life as people arrived in various states. Some were well rested and wide awake, others had been exhausted and barely able to stumble through, yet they came. Arcturus, Melania, Charles and Doria all arrived together, all four of them looking terrible. "Commander, Captain, Saria Whitmore greeted them." "How many?" Charles asked. "A little over half of us perished in the Ministry attack. We're still trying to contact the ones we hope survived, but we lost about 10 strike teams." Have their families gone into hiding yet? Some, others I'm not sure. Make sure they get to safety on the continent, and have their names added to the Fallen Heroes Trust. I will not have their children not being taken care of, Charles replied. It will be done, and Captain Black. I'm sorry for your loss, we all are, she said to Arcturus, who didn't respond. He appreciates it, dear. My husband is still in shock, Melania said for him. Saria nodded and continued walking with them. When they entered the dueling room to see the gathered people along with Harry, Bellatrix, Apolline and Gila standing at the war table looking over what appeared to be many files, the room stood at attention while Harry and the others looked at their family members. What's the plan? Arcturus demanded. A few of the men managed to escape from the Department of Records and brought along as many files as they could. The most relevant ones have been sorted to include family records and we've got the files on our known targets here, Harry replied. And the plan? Split off into 3 main strike teams. Myself and Bella will remain in one team, Apolline another and Gila the third. We're equipped to deal with any demonic forces that he has, Harry replied. The targets: retaking the Ministry of Magic, assaulting Riddle Manor and Malfoy Manor. Those are the 3 key places we believe we should take out in order to retake most of what we lost, Saria informed. Where do we believe Voldemort will show? With myself at the head of the assault, we believe he will appear in the Ministry, Harry replied. Then I'll be joining your team. I intend to pay him back for what he's done to my family, Arcturus said. Charles looked like he wanted to argue, as did Doria, but Melania just shook her head at them. Both of us will join you, she said. Are you sure? It's going to be quite dangerous, Bella warned, and Melania smiled at her. What you and the others don't know, granddaughter, is that during the Grindelwald War, I was a Hitwitch specializing in assassination. While Artie and Charles were on the front lines and Doria was in the infirmary, I was taking out key political targets, she said. Bellatrix was baffled and confused. How long until we move? The longer we wait, the more time they have to collect themselves, Charles said, stepping up to the war table. Everyone needs time to prepare and rest. A few of our potion masters are bringing us potions to take before we depart. We've managed to get our hands on some Felix Felicis as well, but we are in a state of unknown currently. We should wait, give them time to lower their guard, Saria replied. Everyone looked much happier about that. I will contact a few trusted healers to gather and remain here on hand for any emergency healing, Doria added. Saria, does your daughter know what to do at Hogwarts? Arcturus asked her. Yes, she's been told to contact Narcissa and the others and help prepare for a defensive fortification of Hogwarts. Albus believes Voldemort will set his sights on Hogwarts next, she replied. It makes sense. You now control the ministry. The next place you'd want to secure would be the educational institutes. Any resistance would be quelled if you controlled their children, Gila reasoned. In knowing Voldemort's type, he would make an example of them without hesitating, and it would certainly result in deaths of students, Harry added. Very well, we move when they are likely to be at their most vulnerable. They believe they've just secured their victory, so hitting them when their guard is down is our best option, Charles said, turning to the rest of the room. All right, men and women, rest up as much as you can. Contact your families and any trusted friends. Once we're properly prepared, we move to take back our country. He shouted. A chorus followed his words as everyone moved throughout the manor to rest and recover how they felt best. Arcturus, Charles, a private word in my office please, Harry requested. The short walk through the halls of Peverell Manor seemed to take forever as Harry approached his office with Bellatrix and Apolline at his sides, and Gila just behind with Arcturus, Melania, Doria and Charles following them. Are you telling them? Bella asked quietly. A nod was all she got back, and she smiled at him, placing her hand in his own and giving it a squeeze. When they arrived at his office, the door closed behind them once everyone was inside, and Harry put up privacy charms. Not that he didn't trust the men and women who would be fighting by his side, but this conversation was going to be particularly sensitive. He then created chairs for everyone to sit on as stood behind his desk with a nervous expression. What I'm about to tell you, I need you to listen to before saying anything, Harry began. Charles and Doria looked at each other before Doria responded. Whatever it is, you can tell us. You have our confidence, she said with a warm smile. I, Harry James Potter, do hereby swear on my life and magic that everything I am about to say is the truth, he said. The warmth of magic accepting his vow enveloped the room, causing Charles and Doria's jaws to drop. I'm sorry for deceiving you all for so long, but, given that not all of us may make it through the next few weeks, I thought I at least owed it to you four to tell you who I really am. My story starts before my birth, when my parents James and Lily Potter were fighting in what was known as the First Voldemort War. Harry continued as he began to tell them about his life before time traveling. Throughout the entire tale Bellatrix sat next to him holding his hand in comfort. Line break. Helena Whitmore walked through Hogwarts halls as teachers and students moved as if constantly on edge. Truth be told, she was also on edge, but thankfully from training with her mother she was able to hide her fear under false bravado. Melanie Weasley walked with her. She was more on edge, and even her older brother Arthur Weasley and his fiancée Molly Pruitt seemed to be looking at each other with trepidation. "What are we going to do?" Melanie asked. "We need to meet up with Narcissa Black," Helena replied. "Black? Why her?" Melanie asked, confused. "Mother told me that she's been given directions by her fiancé, Lord Peverell, regarding Hogwarts and its defense." "Okay then. Just trust me on this. It's better to be with her on this." It's hard to trust a Black. "I know, Mel, but Mother has told me she's worth following. And given the circumstances, I'd prefer a Black on our side than on the others." When Narcissa exited the headmaster's office where she came through, she immediately headed towards their room where she found a pacing Andromeda who hugged her tightly. "Aunt Doria said you were okay, but I couldn't sleep until I saw you with my own eyes," she said tiredly. "I'm okay, but we're not out of trouble yet," Narcissa replied. "I heard he took the Ministry of Magic with his forces while he was leading an attack on us personally. We're really in an all-out war now, aren't we?" Andromeda asked. "We are," Narcissa replied. A few moments later there was a knock on the door and Narcissa answered it with her wand ready just in case. On the other side was Lily, James, Sirius, Remus, Peter, Severus, Marlene, Alice and Frank. "We heard about the Ministry. What's the plan?" Lily asked immediately. "Plan? The plan to take it back," Sirius said. "What can we do to help?" James added. "Harry, Bellatrix, Uncle Charles, and Grandfather will take care of that, Siri, James. What we can do is monitor the children of known Death Eaters and help the teachers lock down Hogwarts, maybe even provide a method of escape if we need it," Narcissa said. "But we can fight," Lily protested. Narcissa smiled knowingly. "We can, but we'd only get in their way currently. Besides, Headmaster Dumbledore believes Voldemort will set his eyes on Hogwarts now he has the Ministry. And I take it Harry and Father plan to stop him. I don't know when their counter-offensive will happen, but I know they'll be doing it soon. For now, I'm going to keep my eye on the other junior Death Eaters and watch them closely," Narcissa said. "Okay, so we survey them," Sirius said. "Peter, can you keep an eye on the map for any suspicious movements from the likes of Malfoy?" Lily asked. The rotund boy nodded. "Can do," he squeaked. "Remus and I can hang around nearby and listen or smell for anything." "Off," Sirius added. "James and I can smuggle into Slytherin under his cloak after you, Narcissa, and we can remain hidden to survey the common room," Lily added. "I can brew up potions as well, not sure what I can do with limited time. Maybe some Wiggenweld potions, and a couple of Endurus if I have a lab available to me," Severus added. "I can help prepare the ingredients," Ted Tonks said. "I hate to say this, but, is it really wise for us to just be focusing on Slytherin?" Frank piped up for the first time. "I can't deny your concerns, however, most of his junior support is in Slytherin with Malfoy. However, it would be good to keep an eye on the darker Ravenclaws and even Puffs," Narcissa said. Another knock on the door and now Narcissa, James, Lily, Sirius and co. all had their wands pointed at the door as Narcissa opened it to see a Gryffindor 7th year and a Ravenclaw 7th year with her, both girls. "Can we help you?" Narcissa asked. The red-haired Ravenclaw hid behind the dark-haired Gryffindor. Kind of. Well, I think we can help you. I'm Helena Whitmore. My mother is Saria Whitmore. She serves with your grandfather and is a part of Lord Peverell's forces. I and many of the other children have been given instructions to band together and help in any way we can. Mother told me specifically to find you," Helena said. "Oh, sure. Where is everyone else?" Narcissa asked. "Around, though I'm sure we could contact them all to meet in one specific place," Helena shrugged. "Have them remain behind in the Great Hall. I'll speak with Harry and the others to find out what else we can do. Lily, it is imperative we get control over our spirit forms." Voldemort's demons can only be destroyed by those blessed by the divine like us. They can be delayed by normal magic but not quite destroyed unless done by ours. I know a place we can safely practice, but how long do we have? I don't know, but the sooner we get a handle of things, the better off we are. If this place can host a group of us, we can use it as a training room for the others as well. I don't know how skilled they are at combat beyond Lord Peverell's lessons, but we'll need to catch them up quickly. My mother was in the Muggle army after the Grindelwald War and has since been teaching me once I turned 11 and went to Hogwarts. I'm not the greatest, but I can help teach everyone else the basics, Helena added. Line break. Pass me the fire whiskey, Charles said once Harry had finished his tale, the latter doing so, and the Potter Lord uncorked the bottle and took a big gulp before handing the bottle to Arcturus, who did the same. I never imagined such powers existed. We once worshipped a deity known as Lady Magic and we knew of the Sentinels, but Merlin's beard, we never expected time travel, Charles said. Time turners can take you back as far as 24 hours, but to go back years. How? I wouldn't quite classify this as time travel, it's more dimension displacement. The time period I'm from is in an alternate world and the events of our current time are independent with its own set of rules, Harry explained. And yet, you still continued the fight you did not need to be a part of, Doria said. How many families perished in your wizarding war? Over half the population, anyone who opposed him. My Hogwarts year level had maybe 40 or so students. I know the 7th years had even less. And currently our student cohort number in the hundreds, so that means over half just perished, Bellatrix added. And, you're okay with Harry being from the future, Bella? Melania asked gently. Bellatrix smiled and traced a pattern on Harry's hand. I am, he is the best man I've ever met. And seeing his life, experiencing who I could have been, I would say. I am much better off with Harry, Bella replied. Does James and Lily know? Doria asked. Lily does, as she went through the Peverell ritual. James doesn't know yet, but it was a driving factor for Lily finally letting James take her on a date. Harry smiled, thinking of his parents together. And my family really was broken. The glorious House of Black became servants or criminals, Arcturus said in disbelief. Sirius Black was my godfather, he cared about me and he was the best man I knew. Regulus Black died defying the Dark Lord, and well, as for Bellatrix, Narcissa and Andromeda, Harry trailed off and everyone just sat in silence. Do you plan on telling the boys? Doria asked. Initially I didn't, but I began thinking that maybe I should. Lily told me shortly after the ritual that you have to live in the moment sometimes. I'd like for all of them to know just what they mean to me, but the timing makes it difficult, Harry sighed. Perhaps it does, but we know not what is to come in the next few weeks as we prepare to take back the Ministry of Magic. And you may never get the perfect chance to tell them, but if you do tell them, I'm sure they'll appreciate it. And whatever you decide, know that while we are upset you kept this from us. You have made us proud of you, Harry James Potter. Harry, Bellatrix, Apolline and Gila never returned to Hogwarts and in fact hadn't been seen along with the Potters and Blacks and their unit of soldiers who survived the Ministry attack. Narcissa would have been on edge if it weren't for the fact she was provided with regular updates via flow calls. A few important decisions had been made regarding the family and Narcissa was charged with keeping an eye on her cousins and Lily's group of friends while also facilitating the defense of Hogwarts from a student's side, something that only few students and teachers were aware of. She had become somewhat good friends with Helena Whitmore and Melanie Weasley. The latter was still quite shy around them, but the former always seemed to help her relax. The room of requirement had become the usual meeting place, late at night when professors and teachers who were already in the know were patrolling so that the students could leave their dorms to attend the meetings without any negative repercussions. Unfortunately, most of the students weren't from Slytherin and fortunately enough Narcissa herself stayed in the Peverell Lord's quarters along with Andromeda and now Ted, so she was able to come and go as she pleased. She had been gathering with Helena, Melanie and only about 15 other students if she didn't count her cousin and Lily's group of friends who also attended. Helena and Narcissa had spent much of the meeting times just teaching the others the basics of combat and trying to increase their physical conditioning as the attack on Hogwarts or Harry's counter-strike could happen at any time. One thing that everyone, even the students who were doing their best to remain as segregated from the conflict as possible, noticed was the superiority that many of the darker Slytherin families exhibited in the wake of the Ministry coup. Most notably Lucius Malfoy stalked around as if he owned the entire house, followed by Theodore Nott and the twin brutes of Crabbe and Goyle. However, the absence of the Lestrange brothers was also noted, and some of the girls in Slytherin managed to make alliances with the neutral houses and the like. Ophelia Greengrass had managed to secure a betrothal to Cyrus Briarwood, with the latter taking on the Greengrass name as he was a Grey-aligned half-blood from a noble family, not an ancient, but her family took what they could get without outright declaring for one side or the other. Marceline Bulstrode and Regina Parkinson hadn't been as lucky as their fathers had quickly married them off to be granted extra favor with the Dark Lord, Marceline being forced into a betrothal with her second cousin and Regina with her own cousin as well. Her friends were not well off and had to keep their distance from her due to their fiancé's warnings because Narcissa would one day become a Peverell and Harry was opposing the Dark Lord. The hostilities between the houses didn't end here, however. Even during meal times the neutral Slytherins opted to sit with their family members or alliance members at other tables, leaving the Slytherin table with only the Death Eaters under Lucius' control or the ones who couldn't escape in time. They had even taken to torturing or abusing the younger students behind closed doors, and Narcissa wondered why Slughorn didn't mention or do a damn thing about it, yet she had heard about it. Severus Snape had been a victim for his friendship with Lily, and the boy hadn't returned to the Slytherin common room since, instead opting to sleep with the Gryffindor boys who used to bully him. Regulus did the same after slipping out when Severus was being abused. The once infamous rivalry between Slytherin and the Marauders had been laid to rest with the Civil War in full swing. Severus had been accepted into their group with Lily, Alice and Marlene, and Narcissa couldn't be more thankful for that factor alone. We've been watching and waiting for weeks, and all it seems is that Malfoy and his goons are just acting superior and being outright gits. Sirius seethed. Hums of agreement came from the group while Narcissa sat with Helena and Melanie at Gryffindor table. They've yet to make any larger moves. I think it's because Voldemort didn't think about the aftermath of his attack on the Ministry and is now having trouble actually staffing the departments. Not to mention the Auror force has been replaced by his Death Eaters and any remaining Aurors have gone into hiding, Helena explained. I've also heard from amongst the girls in Slytherin that a few key members of his inner circle have been found either dead or just missing, Melanie added. Rumors are that it's the work of one of the hit witches or hit wizards from the Grindelwald War. They called them the Reaper or something, because whoever their target was seemed fine one moment, then they're dead the next. Mother said she never got to learn who the Reaper was, but apparently they were in contact with the commander and captain, Helena added. Has Harry mentioned any help from any of the other Sentinels? Lily asked. They've sent out word, but I don't know if any have responded outside of the Devereaux who were already here. Though Hela has contacted her family as well, so perhaps we'll be joined by the Celtics, but it's not a sure thing, Narcissa sighed. Turns out taking the Ministry of Magic in a coup de grace was not the most informed of decisions Tom had made, realizing that while he had ample support from the pure blood followers he had marked and those who joined up as Death Eaters, hardly any of them were qualified to work within the government. The incompetence he had been dealing with had greatly slowed his plans to move on Hogwarts. The only consolation he had was that he was able to mark the Peverell boy and his followers as wanted criminals. His men and the demons he controlled had been scouring the magical communities for any assigns of Peverell, the Living Blacks or any of the light families who had and were still resisting. Meanwhile, his followers within Hogwarts were piecing together a method for him to get past the siege wards that Headmaster Dumbledore had activated, essentially turning Hogwarts into a fortified fortress. So far the best option offered was a vanishing cabinet lost in the room of requirement that needed fixing, and they hadn't been able to access the room much if at all, so that was a dead end. He thought about overpowering the wards, but with Albus Dumbledore there, it wasn't a sure thing and would leave him slightly weakened. His soldiers and the demons could attack while he recovered, he supposed, but knowing that Peverell has the power to be able to defeat the demons made him more cautious. After all, the demon he was partnered with wasn't pleased, so many of its minions had perished in the attack on Black Manor. You'd better be coming to me with good news, he growled as the door to the minister's office swung open. My lord, we believe there may be a way into Hogwarts through Honeydukes. As students it wasn't a secret that there was a basement that led to Hogwarts. Problem was it was usually the Gryffindors who were the ones to know of its location and use it, and Honeydukes has never confirmed the path, nor have we ever found its entrance during our Hogwarts years. So how are we going to find it then? He growled, slamming his hand on the desk causing the man to flinch. It should be simple enough to flip a weak Gryffindor to our side. I can make contact with Lucius for you and have him work an angle on any potentially weak targets. I'm confident in his ability to make this work, the man replied. It had better work. Tom dismissed him. As the door closed, the lights faded and the broken malformed deity materialized in the room. Its purple eyes and rotting flesh caused Tom to flinch momentarily himself. You are not pleased. Perhaps this ivory tower you so desired is not what you envisioned. It teased. Tom barely blinked as he addressed the creature's toothy grin. Perhaps a complete sweep of the ministry's department was ill-thought, but we are doing what we can to swiftly enact all of our plans. Indeed, and what of the Sentinels of Death? My minions have yet to find them as have yours. You know that they are a threat to my power should they be left alive, and that means that they are a threat to your power. I have the Knot Boy watching Narcissa Black and Lily Peverell. They are safe within Hogwarts for the moment until we find a way into the school. He has reported that they are surveying the Slytherin students, but he has no clue if they have been in contact with the girl's fiancé. Then perhaps have your followers bring the girls to us, use them to manipulate the girls into our grasps, and then I will make them into my puppets. The crawling chaos harnessing the power of death has its own charm. Does it not? The black girl was promised to one of my loyal followers as his reward. You can do what you wish with the Peverell girl, but Narcissa Black must remain for Lucius. We will see. Though I'm sure breaking her connection to the Peverell magic will cause her immense pain. And I relish to see that pain. Now, I came to tell you that I will be harvesting another village of mortals to help replenish the bodies that you lost. So long as they are not magical in blood or nature, then I have no objections. Even if they were, we both know you would not be able to stop me, boy. You would do well to not try my patience. The power I grant you is mine to give and take at will, and I will command your body and soul should I deem fit. Whether or not it's soon or in a few hundred years depends on yourself. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The purple eyes split a grin with while menacing teeth, its body cracking at unnatural angles as it moved back into the shadows and disappeared from his presence. He unconsciously let out the breath he had been holding. Perhaps he should have listened to Gellert Grindelwald and not made contact with the creature he was now beheld to. But, no matter, he will get what he wants first and then will throw his energy into finding a way to break his contract with the fiend. He had hundreds of years now, so there would be a way to break it once he won. Bellatrix once again raced to the bathroom and expelled the contents of her breakfast from her system. This had been an absolute ch to deal with for the past week. The taste of stomach acid was foul and the constant dry heaving plus the inability to keep food down in the morning was weighing on the girl. However, she alerted no one to her plight as they had been so busy over the past few weeks planning the attacks and recovering what soldiers they could to the manor. She had only seen Harry a few times a day, mostly for meals and some detailed planning, but often Harry would be working with her grandparents, great uncle and the Whitmore woman. That's not to say they didn't share nights together. In fact, both she and Apolline would share his bed at night. Sometimes they were intimate, sometimes it was just to sleep and rest up for the day. It was relieving news to hear that Hela's plight to her original family had made some progress and Odin was sending Loki, Angerboda, Fenrir and Jormungandr to aid them. Well, he said that he was sending them, but the reality was the four of them were coming over to help Hela of their own, otherwise the entire family would have joined them. The 4 Celtic Sentinels were due to arrive any day now. They just had to find a way to enter without drawing any attention to themselves and so had opted to travel Muggle style, which took much longer than magical methods. Are you okay? A voice broke her out of her thoughts and Bellatrix looked up from her crouched position over the toilet to see a concerned Hela. Yeah, I'm fine, got a stomach bug or something. I've been throwing up for a few days now, can't seem to keep breakfast down, Bella grumbled. Perhaps you should get checked out by your Aunt Doria, Hela suggested. No, she's far too busy as it is. It's just a stomach bug, I'll be fine in a few days, she replied, picking herself up and casting a cleaning charm on herself, sighing in relief as the taste of stomach acid left her mouth. The attacks are happening soon, you won't be able to participate if you're not well, Bella. Harry wouldn't let you. I'll be fine in a few days, there's no way in hell I'm missing the battles. We still owe them from what they did to us at Black Manor all those weeks ago, Bella snarled, and Hela held up her hands in a placating manner. I know, and I don't fault you for wanting to participate. Which is why I think you should get checked out, have your aunt clear you so you're ready for the fight and are in full health. You'll only bring us down if you're sick and in combat. Harry will be worried for your health even more than he would be if you were fully healthy." Any retort Bella potentially had was silenced by Hella's reasoning. She knew she wanted to be a part of the attacks and Harry had consented to allowing her to join his raid team that would take back the Ministry of Magic. But realistically she understood that if she wasn't 100% healthy she would only hinder their efforts and she would never forgive herself if Harry got hurt trying to protect her cause. She wasn't fit for the battle and had come along anyways. "Okay, fine, I'll go see Aunt Doria," Bella relented with a sigh. "I'll come with you, my parents and brothers are due to arrive soon as well," Hella said with a small smile. "You miss them, don't you?" Bella asked and Hela nodded. "As much as one can. While my parents weren't the best they loved me in their own way. Sentinels are much harsher on their children, there's expectations and should your patron reject you, your life is forfeit at best or you get kicked out at worst. That's not to mention the factor of another family's patron rejecting you as well. It seems so complicated, that world you exist in is far different than pureblood society yet it still has many of the same elements." "Indeed, it does." When Bellatrix and Hela rounded the next corner and into the infirmary they saw a few soldiers getting checked over. Doria had managed to convince the healers she had close relationships with to take refuge in Peverell Manor and work the infirmary while the civil war was going on. The woman in question was currently standing in front of a potions cabinet with a clipboard and writing down what could only be assumed to be a stock count of the various potions they had. "Bellatrix, Hela, are you two okay?" Doria noticed them almost immediately as she closed her clipboard and approached them. "I'm perfectly fine, Aunt Doria. What's going on? Why are everyone getting checked over?" Bella asked. "She's not okay, she's been throwing up every morning for the past week. She wants to be in prime condition for the attack so I insisted she be checked out." Hela rolled her eyes at her friend. "That's smart of you, Hela. As for the attack, Charles told me that the raids are happening tonight. All of the soldiers are being given a quick examination before they meet up for the briefing later. I think Harry will be looking for you too soon. They only made the decision to attack tonight about a half hour ago," Doria said and Bellatrix frowned. "Okay, let's get this check out of the way so we know I'm good enough to go on the raid tonight," Bella said. "Bella, is that wise? I mean you're not necessarily at the top of your game and Harry will notice it," Hela protested. "Then don't tell him, I'll be fine. I will make sure I'm there to help but not get in the way. Now let's do this stupid examination so we can go and get ready." "I am not missing out on the chance to get back at Riddle," Bella hissed. Hela sighed while Doria gave her a disapproving frown. "You know your fiancé, my brother, my husband and my sister-in-law will be worried about you if you're not okay to go tonight and decide to go anyways." Doria said to Bellatrix. "I know that, Aunt Doria, but I must be there. I promised myself, Sissy and Andy that I would take revenge for the three of us." "I know you did, child, but remember that you are not fighting a selfish battle. While all of us want our shed blood to be avenged, we know that the raids happening tonight are important, and while vengeance is a part of it, the main part of it is the liberation of our country. Remember that before you decide to do anything stupid," Doria warned as she raised her wand to cast a diagnosis charm. "Well, it seems you are not sick. Nothing is broken and you haven't been poisoned or influenced by foreign magic." Doria frowned at the diagnosis before she waved her wand, trying one slightly different spell, and her eyes went wide in shock. "Bellatrix Black," she whispered with a hiss. What is it?" Bella said, alarmed. "Well, we know why you were throwing up every morning for the past week," Doria said, casting a silencing charm around them and pulling the curtains to obscure the three of them from view. "And why would that be?" Hela asked, noticing the level of privacy that was being implemented straight away, and had a few theories of her own but was now just waiting for Doria to confirm her suspicions. "You're pregnant, Bella." Silence echoed throughout their little private spaces. Bellatrix's expression remained neutral before turning into one of shock, discomfort and then disbelief even as her arms raised and settled on her lower stomach. Pregnant? Did she hear her aunt right? What was she going to do now? She knew as soon as she told Harry she knew she wouldn't be a part of any battle again until she had given birth and had recovered. Having a family was the one thing Harry wanted the most in the world. "We can't tell him," Bella said. "Bella, we have to tell him." Doria snapped. "No, I mean we can't tell him today. He will be focused on the attack they are doing tonight. If I tell him it will change his plans, then we may lose whatever advantage we have." I'll have to stick to the back of the group and play it safe. I'll tell Harry that I'll have the flank protected and stay out of trouble. Then after we win and are back safe I'll tell him about the baby, Bella said with gritted teeth. Bella, I really think we should be informing him. Aunt Doria, please. They can't be distracted, not today if the attack is happening. Alright, I won't say anything but you must make sure you are behind everyone else and you only defend yourself. Am I understood? The gathering in the war room had begun as soon as word was shared and everyone was given a check over by the healers that had taken residence in the transformed infirmary they'd pieced together in Peverell Manor. All healthy and willing fighters were now gathered in the room in their respective groups while at the head table Harry, Charles, Arcturus and Melania were hunched over a table. I've managed to reduce a large amount of their leadership but haven't been able to target any of their department heads. Their squads are unorganized with constant changing leadership. This is the best I was able to do to prepare us for this assault, Melania said. You've done an excellent job my love, Arcturus said dotting her as he wrapped an arm around her waist. Okay, so Lieutenant Whitmore and myself along with Hela will take out Not Manor where Not and many of the inner circle reside who aren't at the ministry. According to Melania's intel it's also where the recruits are being trained. Harry, Arcturus, Melania along with Bellatrix and Apolline will take on the ministry attack and given that we suspect Voldemort will be at the ministry that is also where most of our forces will be focused. We've laid low for long enough that they've lowered their guard, Charles said. Right, we're aiming to move swiftly in strike teams. We believe the demons will also be at the ministry but Hela will remain with you Charles to take care of any demons that may be at the Not Manor. However, if we encounter the purple-eyed demon we are to immediately retreat as we believe only a Peverell will be able to harm it and even then we want the number advantage. Am I correct? Arcturus added. Correct. According to Hela's intel we're potentially facing a being known as the Crawling Chaos. If we come across this being it is to be dealt with by myself, Bellatrix, Hela and Apolline together if possible, myself at a minimum. However, if it is with Lord Voldemort then we may be in trouble. Arcturus you and Melania will need to hold him off for long enough that we can send the demon back to its realm, Harry said, his brow furrowed in thought. We've been able to learn as much as we can about this crawling chaos with help from the Celtics. They've already been informed about our plan to attack tonight. We hope they will choose to join us in our attacks whichever one they decide to join in on. Though we haven't heard when they're going to arrive. So with their help we believe we will be able to face the demons that have been created, Apolline said. All that's left to do is inform the men, Saria said. All of them looked at each other before nodding and turning towards the gathered units who stood at attention as they all formed a line with Harry front and center. All right men and women, as you've been informed tonight is the night we finally execute our plan. We've spent the past few weeks gaining our strength and removing as many obstacles as we can in an easily explainable manner. The enemy have now lowered their guard enough that our incoming attack will throw them off and we will have the upper hand. Your orders are to secure a victory at all cost. The enemy will be aiming to kill and as I know, many of you fought in the Grindelwald War and are intimately familiar with killing and make no mistake, we will have to kill or be killed ourselves. Move within your individual hit teams and take the objectives as swiftly as possible. No one, and I mean no one is to engage any of the demons, purple-eyed or not and be careful for any stray spells from the Dark Lord. Am I understood? Harry shouted, a chorus of, yes sir. Met him as response. This is the moment to fight. Not Manor was considerably lively sitting on its hill within a wealthy part of London. The surrounding acreage of forest was also owned by the Not family where the Death Eater training camps had been set up. The proximity wards were basic at best and the family war wards hadn't been activated yet, as they could tell when Saria investigated the wards along with the ward breakers. The other 5 strike teams they had brought with them had already fanned out to their designated locations for their attack with 3 teams designated to the camps along with Charles and Saria's teams preparing to storm the manor itself. Are we ready? Charles asked. His group consisted of Hela along with 5 more soldiers from his original unit before he took over a command position during the Grindelwald War. Gregory Marsh, Alexander Smith, Reginald Yaxley, Veronica Johnston and Amber Inglis. Ready and waiting Commander, Reginald replied. All 5 had their wands drawn and were prepared. I'll send the signal. Hela's hand grasped the coin they were using for communication and sent a message to all teams. Once Saria received her message, she and the ward breakers immediately went to work attacking the wards, including dismantling the alert and proximity wards first without triggering them. It took them about 10 minutes before the wards were completely dismantled and Saria sent off the message that the wards were down. Once the message was sent, she then moved with her unit towards the back door of Not Manor where they would be entering through. The plan was to hit Malfoy Manor right after clearing out Not Manor and hopefully completely wipe out Voldemort's inner circle in one night. Upon confirmation that the wards had dropped, Charles gave the signal to his strike team and Reginald pushed open the front door while the rest of them disillusioned themselves and moved into the manor. The first few Death Eaters they came across were downed almost immediately, Reginald and Veronica cutting them down after Amber and Alexander silenced them while Gila and Gregory caught their bodies and gently dropped them to the ground without making a noise. Charles scouted ahead as they moved swiftly into the manor, hunting any they could find. Outside, the strike teams had started dismantling the Death Eater training camp and the occupants within it. Recruits felled swiftly and with ruthless efficiency. However, the fact that they were gathered in groups made it so the training camp quickly sounded the alarm and soon enough outside was thrown into a full-scale skirmish. Spells were being sent around wildly, however, the trained strike teams were more efficient than the learning recruits and had the upper hand even if they didn't have the numbers advantage. Each man and woman knew their role in their teams and performed it with as much efficiency as veterans could with shielding coming from the defensive team members and attacks being shot out from the offensive members. Lord Thaddeus Knott had been in his office with Walden McNair, Corvus Lestrange and Evan Rosier having a meeting regarding some of the disappearances of captains that had been put in charge of some of the recruit teams when the wards fell and the skirmish in the camp started. Startled and looking out his window, they saw the attack going on in the camp. "We're being attacked," he said in disbelief. "Who would be foolish enough to attack us?" Corvus asked, perplexed at what he was seeing. "I don't know, but we'd better go make sure their rebellion is put down before the Dark Lord must intervene. We're his inner circle. I'm going to head to the war room and activate the war wards. You three go deal with that rabble outside," Knott growled. Leaving the office, the group went to move towards their intended paths when a body dropped in front of them only to be caught by a girl with heterochromatic eyes. The group immediately hand wands out and were shooting the killing curse towards her. She dropped the body and swiftly spun out of the spell's directions while banishing a cabinet of glassware towards them, which impacted upon a hastily cast Protega by McNair. "How did you get in here, girl?" Thaddeus growled. The girl smirked in response and Knott was about to send off another chain of spells when a chain of spells came at them from 3 different directions. Knott, McNair and Lestrange all cast shields to protect them as the chains hit the shields, causing them to crack under the pressure of the assault. Coming out of their disillusionment, Charles Potter and Reginald Yaxley in one direction, Gregory Marsh, Alexander Smith and Veronica Johnston in another, and Amber Inglis appeared next to Gila. "Potter, should have known this would be you," Thaddeus sneered. "You knew I fought in the last war, you wouldn't think I would sit out of another. Especially one in my own country." Charles replied, his wand shooting off another spell which shattered Thaddeus' shields and sent the man staggering back. "You should have perished in the alley all those months ago," Corvus snarled. "Perhaps, and yet, here I am to liberate our people from your tyranny." "You will try, Potter," Evan Rosier sneered as the 4 inner circle Death Eaters started to cast at the group. Gila, Charles and their group responded in kind. The spells being fired from both sides were destroying the hallways and anything on display as they moved around each other. Gila ducked and weaved as she sent her own spells back, Amber taking up a more defensive role and focusing on shielding and stopping any unforgivable spells from breaking through while Gila was on the offensive. Charles and Reginald had engaged Thaddeus and Corvus in their hallway, the 2 veterans moving as if they'd been fighting together for years, while as a stark contrast Thaddeus and Corvus were trying to brute force their way into a victory, neither shielding nor covering for the other. This was something both veterans picked up quickly. He took in a deep breath as he approached under the cover of darkness. The Ministry of Magic was just like he'd remembered it from his time, if a little dated. For all his training and all his prowess, he had yet to defeat Tom. Sure, death had informed him that his sacrifice allowed his friends to finish the Dark Lord off and save their world, but he had died, he had lost. That was something that couldn't happen now, he couldn't afford for it to. Bellatrix, Narcissa, Sirius, his parents, grandparents, everyone was relying on him to win the war for them. He was still kicking himself for not being able to make it back to Black Manor in time to save them and face Tom there. The entire battle had only taken 15 minutes, but the time it took Doria to flow the kids to safety and then get Charles and then flow Harry had taken too long. He would not let them down this time. Tonight was the perfect night for their attacks. There was a celebration taking place in the ministry for something, or rather that Tom had decided was worth doing to parade his victory to his followers. They had stolen a few robes from targets Melania had taken out and replicated the outfits by transfiguring battle robes in preparation for the night. Everyone stayed in their teams as they infiltrated the ministry under the robes they had and fanned out, with each team finding their designated attack position. His group consisted of Arcturus, Melania, Apolline, Bellatrix and himself. Their obvious target was Voldemort himself and Harry. Bella and Apolline would break off to deal with the purple-eyed demon if it made an appearance, leaving Arcturus and Melania to get the vengeance they needed. They had made their way to the front of the gathered Death Eaters and were just a little off to the side so that their attack advantage wouldn't be lost when the pandemonium began. Harry frowned briefly as Bellatrix stood towards the back of their group. There wasn't really anyone around her at all and she was closer to the exit than the rest of them. However, he disregarded a few stray thoughts he had as the new department heads started speaking. Thank you all for attending. As many of you are aware, we have been piecing back together the Ministry of Magic to what it should be under the leadership of Lord Slytherin. All of you have proven yourselves, aided our Lord in the coup and have taken on various positions that were left vacant from our cleanse. Mudbloods are being rounded up and taken to prison camps to be awaiting their proper sentencing. Our half-blood allies have been given land by Lord Slytherin for their aid in our cause. And now we are here to officially celebrate our new Minister of Magic, who has some words to give to you all. The man speaking was Arnold Parkinson, the current Lord Parkinson and of course one of Voldemort's inner circle. Harry waited with bated breath as the man took the sage. Tom Marvolo Riddle was ever the gentleman despite his crimson eyes. He couldn't fault people for falling for his silver tongue and dashing smiles. Thank you, old friend. And I come to personally thank all of you for your dedication and hard work towards our cause. This world is better off with us, the powerful in charge. I have seen the monstrosities the Muggles commit personally and think it is high time they learned who their betters are. While we have had to spend the aftermath of our victory cleaning up and getting our beloved government back to fully functioning, we are confident we can now move on the Muggles with all of our power renewed. However, there are still a few minor rebellions that we need to extinguish before we can do so. Lord Peverell, Lord Black, Lord Potter and their ilk are still hiding in the shadows and threatening us from taking our rightful place over the Muggles. To draw them out, we will set our sights on Hogwarts, where we will remove the great Albus Dumbledore from his fortress and quell their rebellion once and for all. Greyback will lead his pack in the frontal assault while the many of you will be assigned to teams for the attack. The time to take our world back from the filthy Muggle lovers is upon us. He raised his arms, earning echoes of support from the crowd. Harry chose this moment to announce himself. The Elder Wand slipped into his hand as he fired a curse towards Tom, knowing the man would deflect it, and as expected he did right into a few of his Death Eaters. Pulling off his mask, Harry jumped up to the podium. Tom was on, spells flying out of his wand as he did. Going on the defensive, Tom had to parry and conjure objects to avoid most of the spells flying his way. The entire ministry was now in an all-out brawl as Harry and his group fought the off-guard Death Eaters. It quickly became apparent that while the Death Eaters lacked experience in real combat aside for their various raids, which were very much hit-and-run tactics, their inexperience was covered by their numbers and willingness to die for their cause. The veterans were fighting with experience, covering for each other when required, and their experience kept their numbers in a stalemate despite the thinning out of the Death Eaters at a slower pace. "You saved me the trouble of hunting you down," Tom sneered as he managed to force a break in Harry's offensive and go on the counterattack. "Well, I had to ruin your speech somehow, though I suppose they'll be the last words you speak," Harry replied. Out of the corner of his eye he could see Arcturus and Melania making their way towards the podium where he and Tom were currently facing off. Apolline and Bellatrix were back-to-back fighting off their own group of Death Eaters while Melania and Arcturus were nearby. Bellatrix was on the defensive, which Harry briefly noticed and decided he would speak with her after all this was over. He had more important things to worry about. His attention was brought back to his fight as he spun out of the way of a spell, just narrowly missing him and instead hitting a pillar behind him and eroding it. Perhaps you should pay attention to your surroundings. After all, I'm not alone, Peverell. Tom sneered as the temperature around the ministry dropped and ice started forming along the walls. They expected it. They knew that as soon as Harry made his presence known that the demons would come at Tom's beck and call, yet, he had never truly been prepared for how grotesque and monstrous they really were. Abominable, walking pieces of welded flesh and bone, all with glowing red eyes as they tore through the ground and walls of the ministry. Peverell, we're up. Arcturus and Melania had now made it to the podium themselves, and Harry nodded briefly at the man who returned his own. Harry parried another of Tom's spells before conjuring a marble slab and banishing it towards Tom before turning fluidly and switching with Arcturus and Melania before jumping into the air and shifting into his Noondu form to attack the oncoming demons. Apolline and Bellatrix also broke away from their own fights, being covered by their nearest group of soldiers who swiftly made their way over to make up the attack formation without the main group. By now the ministry was littered with bodies of dead Death Eaters as well as some of the soldiers fighting for Harry and his group. Apolline jumped over the bodies as she made her way towards where Harry was already tearing apart the oncoming demons with his claws and jaws. She shifted when she had the space into her Hydra form, with all her different heads snapping or breathing deadly elements at the demons surrounding Harry. Her armored and scaled body protecting her from stray spells and even demon claws. Bellatrix for her part shifted on the run, but instead of staying on the ground where she would be more vulnerable, as a Hungarian horntail she took to the skies within the ministry atrium. Not manner was absolute chaos as the battle continued. Hela didn't even know when it happened, but somehow their entire fight ended up blasting through the walls of the manor and spilling into the estate where the camps were and where their people were fighting the recruits and trainers. They were outmanned, but their experience meant that for each of their fighters that fell, at least 10 of the trainee Death Eaters were also felled. A howl echoed in the distance, and for a moment the fighting paused. Charles and his people looked at each other with wide eyes as in the distance from the forest a pack of shifted werewolves joined the fray and took out the nearest squad as they weren't expected. Behind them, giants followed, lumbering heavy clubs and logs as they too slowly made their way into the battle. Shit, this just got a lot more complicated, Charles growled. What? Running off now that Greyback is here with his pack? Pathetic Potter, I thought you were a war hero, Corvus sneered. Just as the fighting was about to continue with the werewolves now in the fray, another, even louder howl echoed from the opposite direction. Hela, Charles and everyone's eyes immediately turned to the news source, now very much concerned that they were being pincered into the estate. However, out of the distant shadows came a wolf, an exceedingly large wolf whose size was almost as large as a cottage. Next to it slithered a serpent with golden eyes, its long body trailed back into the darkness where the two emerged. Behind them a giantess appeared with silver eyes and platinum hair. However, unlike other giants, she was in full battle armor with Norse axes on her belt. Standing upon the large wolf was a man with a golden helmet and horns on his head. In his hand was a large, pointed scepter with a glowing jewel. Hela smiled as she recognized her family in their various forms. Mother, father, Fen and Jor, Hela shouted with a grin. I always loved a good battle, Angerboda commented as she pulled her axes off of her belt. It's a shame father didn't allow my brother and sister-in-law to come, they would love the chance to battle. Now boys, let's go save your sister, Loki commented from atop Fenrir. The wolf howled again before it ran into the battle, Loki jumping off as soon as they neared Hela, his scepter impaling the nearest Death Eater before spinning around and blasting another with magic from his staff, causing the poor trainee to be frozen before Loki shattered his body into 1,000 pieces and moved on to the next. Fenrir, for his part, tore through the lines heading directly for the werewolves whose instincts told them of a foe who was much more powerful than they were. Looks like the Celtic Sentinels are here, perhaps you should consider surrendering to us, Charles raised his wand. Like hell we would do that, it makes no difference Potter. We'll string up your corpse in Diagon Alley once this battle is over and we are the victors. Commander Potter, I am better use helping my family with the creatures. Do you have everything under control here? Hela shouted across to the man. McNair was going to use this moment of distraction to fire a killing curse off at the girl, but before his wand was even raised a piercing pain shot through his chest and he looked down to see a golden scepter covered in blood protruding from his chest. He let out a pained scream as he was lifted off the air before being slammed down into the ground and the scepter pulled from his body by Loki, who sneered down at him. Not my daughter, you cunt. His accent came through as he spat down at the body before turning to Hela. Go help your brothers and mother, I'll help your friends here, Loki ordered. Hela nodded before she ran towards where her mother was just finishing decapitating one of the many giants. Shifting into her basilisk form as she moved and striking at the nearest giant herself. It's an honor to fight by your side, Lord Loki, Charles said briefly. The Celtic man nodded, no more words needing to be exchanged as he released a shockwave from his scepter forcing Rosier, not unless strange, to band together to shield it. Their group had already lost Gregory, Alexander and Veronica in the fight. Charles hated to admit it, but the three opponents they were facing were highly skilled. However, having the Celtic Sentinels here greatly increased the chances of victory, especially given how Loki's magic was vastly different from what their opponents were used to. Well, daughter, I had no idea you could do that, Angerboda said as she pulled one of her axes out of the body of the next giant she was fighting. I think a serpent looks good on you, little sister, Jormungandr said as he snapped up a group of Death Eaters in his jaws and crushed them before devouring them. A wolf would have been better, Fenrir muttered as his claws crushed one of the werewolves who was still stupid enough to challenge him, before his eyes narrowing, finally eyeing the alpha of the pack. Fenrir Greyback paled for the first time in his life, when he heard about the attack on Knot Manor while he was securing his camp with his pack. They immediately moved to back up there. Well, the Dark Lord would want his followers and trainees alive. However, as a werewolf who listened to his instincts, he knew that he and his pack were in danger as soon as the large wolf announced its presence. He was old, had experienced many things since he was bitten and first transformed, and this wolf was even older than him. In fact, the other wolf was ancient, and his instincts told him to run, but his mind was telling him to avenge his lost pack members. In his moments of indecision, he looked back up to see the wolf towering over him, its jaws covered in the blood of his pack and magical blood from the Death Eaters it killed. Hello, little Alpha, it spoke down at him, as if he were some annoying fly. He began, mind finally catching up with his instincts and wanting to flee. Run, little wolf, run. Make my hunt fun, the large wolf grinned, blood-tinted saliva dropping onto Greyback, and he ran. Don't play with your food, brother. It's disgusting, Hela shouted. But the hunt is the best part, the wolf replied, watching Fenrir and his pack flee and giving them a 5-minute head start before shooting off after them. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.